is what Tom Brady does. I mean, Tom Brady picking up the phone, trying to get Julio Jones to go to Tampa. Aaron Rodgers.
If you want to know what Dan Patrick said next, just podcast it by searching The Dan Patrick Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Anyone can be the pro, and anyone can be the Joe.
Who is Joe?
So it's up to you to decide. LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox.
Bet on these. How about that? You haters out there, how about y'all bet on these?
It's two pros and a cup of Joe.
his left foot. He was limping around. The hope is he'll be back for the first round of the NBA playoffs, game 1 that is. But who has any clue on where the Warriors will be at that point? Right now, they're the number 3 seed in the Western Conference. They're 1 game back in the Memphis Grizzlies in the loss column. Well, boy, if yesterday was any indicator on how or what's ahead for the Golden State Warriors, it's tough times. It's tough times without number 30. Draymond Green gets kicked out. Wiggins, kind of a hit-or-miss game. Boy, Shasky, oh, baby, good morning to you. Warriors lose last night on that. You got to box out the fundamentals of basketball, right?
You think? I mean, on a couple of different things there. There's a lot to dissect. I mean, they came out so sluggish in the first half. There's no doubt about it. And they just looked clunky to begin with. And then, at the end of the game, there's about 15 mistakes that can be made. Obviously, Wiggins you got to hit your free throws. Like, rebounding and free throws, we can already see that's an Achilles heel for the Warriors to a certain degree. They rebound well during games, but then in crucial situations, they can't buy a bucket when it comes to clearing a rebound. And the free throws are just... I thought Steve Kerr should have called timeout when Wiggins was trapped in the top of the half-court possession above the three-point line, because he doesn't want to shoot free throws.
Right.
I thought he should have called a timeout. The game is tied right then and there.
3 seconds, though?
Yeah, because I don't want Wiggins going to the free throw line right now. He's under 50% since February.
I know what he is.
I've been listening to you, so I just don't have a lot of faith in him right now. And then he makes the first one, misses the second one. Look, by the definition letter of the law, I guess it was a foul on Looney.
You just never see it called in that situation.
That's what I'm saying. And then on the other end, Pirtle hits one, misses the other. Wiggins doesn't box out DeJounte Murray from beyond the three-point line.
Right.
He gets just enough of a hand on it, and credit Keldon Johnson went right up with it.
Right. I also didn't see Otto Porter Jr. with a great box out either.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. And I know everybody's focused on Wiggins and fixated on him. You heard Tim Roy on the call saying you could have probably called the same thing. You called out Kevon Looney there 2 seconds prior. Look, it's 3 seconds left. Kuminga, by the way, comes up with a hell of a save. Hell of a save to keep the ball in play and get it to Andrew Wiggins. I guess you call timeout, but when you look at the situation and the way the Warriors are playing offense, I'm not sure if you're able to drop a good play with 3 seconds. It didn't even cross my mind.
That's fair.
It didn't even cross my mind.
I was just thinking because he was getting trapped.
Right, yeah, I hear you.
He had it originally with like 4-ish, and then he started to pivot because the guys were double/triple teaming him, and it looked like he couldn't get it to anyone. I just thought it was in a dead zone.
Yeah, he gets the foul. He makes the first one, misses the second. As you mentioned, even if he makes a free throw, they miss and get the follow up. The Spurs win by 1. So I mean, yeah, it would have been nice if he did make the free throw. But if Portal misses that free throw, Keldon Johnson comes back with the tap in and scores. They win by 1 instead of 2.
I know.
So it's still a loss either way it go if he makes 2 of 2 or 1 of 2. But that's not excusing him for making free throws. Here's the biggest problem I had yesterday.
If he makes the 2 free throws, Pirtle doesn't get free throw attempts because you're taking the ball out of bounds.
You're right.
But again, that's a whole butterfly effect.
Yeah.
That's a whole butterfly effect. And then I'm assuming they would call timeout, get the ball at half court.
Right, half court, and then drop a player and whatnot. No, that's right. That's my mistake there. I wasn't even thinking there. But Keldon Johnson, because everything happened so fast. I'm watching back the game, and I see the missed free throw. Yeah, I was there. Missed the free throw. And then, you see Porter, and I'm like, and Looney, during the timeout, goes over to the referees at half court and said, what did I do?
Yeah.
What did I do?
It looked like normal jarring for position, especially in late game situations. Ed Malloy, now I have like a running joke. Me and Covey used to talk about this. Covey would be like, you hate Ed Malloy? And I'm like, yes, I hate Ed Malloy. Because in very specific sequences at the end of games, and we got Spadoni on the board today. Spadoni knows this. Hey, thank you. I cannot stand Ed Malloy. He inserts himself into the game at the worst possible spots. It's always in these crunch time spots. To me, I want to know how many box-out fouls there have been in the NBA over the last 5 years with less than 10 seconds to go in a game.
Yeah, no, that's terrible. I was shocked by the call.
It's ridiculous.
I was stunned by the call. I was stunned. Stunned. So, they lose. They lose their second straight. But look, here's the biggest issue I had yesterday. The biggest issue I had didn't come down to the wire because I didn't think the Warriors deserved to win that game anyway. The Spurs were the better
I'm with
team.
you.
Spurs were the better team. They come out and score 36 in the first quarter.
Josh Richardson.
And it was a layup line in the first quarter.
Yes,
it was an absolute layup line.
They were down 10 before I blinked.
Right. Josh
Defense.
Richardson, you mentioned him, 8 of 12, 25 points
Heat
last
culture.
night. I mean, he had a big game a few years ago for the Miami Heat at Oracle Arena against the Golden State Warriors where he hit like 8 threes. Kind of got lost in Boston.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be a better fit in Dallas. Maybe San Antonio can resurrect his career. But Josh Richardson goes crazy. To me, the tone not set by Draymond Green. We talked about this on Friday. We discussed this on Friday. You asked me, who are the keys? Who are the biggest players for the Golden State Warriors now that Steph Curry's out until at least the playoffs? Maybe he comes back for the last 2 games of the regular season. That's what I'm hearing. They're hopeful for that. He's in a walking boot. We're going to talk to his trainer, Brandon Payne, today at 7:20, see what he can and can't do with that walking boot. But I told you, the biggest guy to me is Draymond Green because he, one, predicted the championship, but 2, he said he was coming back and dominating. He's coming back and dominating. He's the heartbeat. All right, there's been a lot of chatter. A lot of people not happy with the podcast. So people are happy with the podcast. Gives us a lot of content. The TNT stuff. You come back and you get kicked out of that game. Now, the second technical, was it a little soft? Maybe. But you got to stop talking. You have to be there for your team without Steph and Curry. You're the heartbeat, right? You're the leader. You're the emotional one. And Draymond Green was not good in that basketball game yesterday in the first place. Got blown by a lot. I thought he had some bad turnovers. I didn't like the way he moved on the floor. I watched him. I was down in on number 23 at Chase Center.
His body language was horrible.
I didn't like it.
I know.
I did not like it. And for him to get kicked out of that basketball game.
Thank you.
It bothered me a lot. It bothered me last night. I just said to myself, no matter what, you cannot get kicked out of that basketball game. Your team needs you. This culture needs you. Steph is down.
Totally.
The boat is sinking right now, folks. There's water on the boat. Water on the boat. And number 23 gets kicked out of that basketball game. And for the longest time watching that game, I just said, I can't believe Draymond got kicked out of this game.
That was my big takeaway. This is the part that I get very frustrated with. And I got friends, lots of friends that are Warrior fans that give Dre a pass for everything. 2 things can be true. Draymond is a battle-tested champion.
Yep.
We will never win a championship without Draymond Green's contributions. I fully concede and embrace that concept that you are 100% correct. Simultaneously, he shows a repeated behavior of not being able to learn and grow and be more mature. Look, there's a time and a place. When you're fully strength and it's a meaningless game and you've got your spot locked up and you're not going for trying to hold on and salvage the 3rd spot, okay, you get kicked out of a meaningless game, so be it. Know the situation. And the first foul, you go straight up. I don't know if it's a foul. I'm not sure. You got your money's worth. You got the tech.
Right.
All right? Whether I like the tech or not, you got it.
It's done.
Let it go. And this is where I'm like...
Especially if you know it's Ed Malloy who has a quick trigger.
Bonte.
Know who the referees are.
And know that your guy, Steph Curry's out and your team needs you.
Yeah.
You're a leader on this team. And I'm expecting you 6 years removed from getting kicked out of Game 6 or whatever it was, Game 5, excuse me. Like, I expect you to have some maturation process occur. I haven't seen it. And to get kicked out of that game... with Steph out, knowing you're clinging to try to hang on to that 3rd seed with Utah approaching, and we find out they win during the middle of that game, okay? To me, the word I would file it under, it's not immature, it's unnecessary.
Yep.
He unnecessarily kept jarring at the official and was begging to get kicked out of that game. And I'm just asking Warrior fans, at what point are we ready to lift the veil of him never to be scrutinized? Why does he have diplomatic immunity at all times? It drives me completely insane. He needs to grow up.
Do you believe he has diplomatic immunity?
I think for a certain segment of this fan base, anything Draymond does, we never win without him. That is totally true.
Well,
simultaneously, you can also critique that the guy doesn't get it at times.
I hear a lot that Steph needs Dre and, Dre needs Steph, obviously.
They need each other.
But Steph needs Dre. Look, the culture's Steph Curry.
Of course, I agree.
He's the culture. Without number 30, this is what you're looking like. Without number 30, you're winning 15 games in a regular season. In a season in which we can't look. In a season in which we saw Draymond Green basically
he
say
didn't want to play.
He didn't want to play, saying that, we had no shot to win, so I'm not really going out there. That doesn't fly. But we let it fly. We said, you know what, Dre? You were out there. We're going to give you a big pass. Season was lost. We're going to give you a big pass. Last season happens. And all we ask is, hey, Dre, work on the jumper. You're going to get wide open jump shots. Hey, Dre, do a little of this, do a little of that. Hey, Dre, don't be so hard on James Wiseman. Show a little leadership. Maybe put your arm around James Wiseman instead of cursing him out on the floor during live game action.
Yes.
Last night, it really bothered me, man. It really bothered me. Just the point that you go down. First of all, San Antonio, it was an absolute layup line in the first quarter. Absolute layup line. They're getting to the cup at will.
Yes.
There was no intensity. The energy at Chase Center, we're trying to get fired up, and it's like, they're giving us nothing to cheer about. Now, apparently, obviously the third quarter, they come back and win 27-20.
Poole was really good.
Poole was really good. I thought Clay battled. Look, it's not the most efficient night for Klay Thompson. I get it. There's going to be nights like this.
I thought Clay was good. No, I did.
24
on
points.
A game where nobody was hitting.
Yeah, no doubt.
I
6 of 12
Clay
for
was
3.
really good, and I've been critical of Clay. I thought he was in rhythm. He was one of the few that I could rely on offensively.
Clay had a couple threes go in and out there. Wide open threes go in and out, so he's close. I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins, 5 of 13, 0-3 from the three-point line. He didn't go 6 of 9 from the free throw line, which is better than what he's been shooting. I gave you the numbers in February when he shot 41% from the free throw line, but 16 and 8, I need a little bit more from Andrew Wiggins.
Yes.
There's no doubt. Otto Porter Jr., another guy we discussed Friday, said Otto's got to rediscover what he was doing the first 3 months of the season. Well, I thought last night Otto Porter Jr. battled 16 to 16.
Yeah.
That's a monster double-double. Do I want to see him hit a 3? Absolutely.
Yes.
You can't go 0 for 3 from the three-point line. But damn it, I look at Draymond Green now. You're back. You said you were coming back to dominate. You said you were the DPOY. You said that, hey, look, I changed the game just as much as Steph has changed the game. We helped each other change the game. That's a quote he said on the All the Smoke podcast. That's from Draymond, not me. That's from Draymond Green. And when I see you get kicked out of that game, yesterday in the second quarter, where this is a game you got to rack up. And now I'm looking at the schedule. Okay, Orlando, you should win, but Miami?
There's 8 of the next 11 that are on the road.
Yeah, on the road.
And
without
then you have
Stephen
4
Curry.
back-to-backs, okay?
Yep.
And it's basically already presumed that Clay's not going to play in those ones.
Yep.
And then
Otto Porter Jr. too.
So you're following me along. But here's the bigger thing for me. Situational awareness. Like, I'm not here to say Drake can never get a technical. No, you can get a tech. I'm okay with you getting a tech and running hot. I know that's how he plays. In that game, which is one of the few winnable games, and it's a close game, it's just unnecessary. It was completely unnecessary. I don't know if you could hear it when you're at the game, but the broadcast showed that there was a foul, and they were going to shoot a free throw, and he just kept talking. And he just kept talking.
I'll watch the whole thing.
And I'm like, let it go. That's my big thing. Let it go, dude. Like, learn to just dial it down, know the situation. If you're a leader on this team, it's inexcusable to get kicked out of that game.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And the Warriors lose their second straight. And look, right now the vibe with the Golden State Warriors after Steph Curry gets hurt. He didn't think it was a dirty play by Marcus Smart. Steph Curry spoke to the media before the game. Marcus Smart just making a hell of a basketball play, diving on the floor. Steph Curry's going to be out a while. But we also got a gut punch Saturday hearing about James Wiseman swelling in his knee. He's had another setback. He's shut down right now. He was on the sideline yesterday. Moses Moody is day-to-day. So right now the vibe with the Golden State Warriors is not great.
The poor guy Wiseman just...
Well, it's just you hear about Buss, and all of a sudden you got to hear about LaMelo. And
it's fair. But it's fair.
It's fair
because he hasn't played.
LaMelo.
Like, I get it. You have to take it, B. You have to just listen to it because one guy's playing and the other guy isn't.
I'm not going to listen to it.
Why is that?
Because LaMelo, look, what's Charlotte's record right now?
I don't even know.
Charlotte right now.
What are they, the 7 seed?
Hell no. They're not the 7 seed.
I thought they were like somewhere in the mix.
They're 9th. They're 36 and 35.
I knew they were somewhere in the mix.
They've won 4 in a row to get over 500.
Okay.
36 and 35. I get it. LaMelo looks like a superstar. But I asked Dub Nation, I asked everybody, people are just going crazy right now. Going crazy. LaMelo's on the Golden State Warriors last year. Number one, does he even start?
No.
Number
No.
two, what happens to Jordan Poole?
Maybe with no Clay, maybe eventually they move Oubre to the bench. But once Clay comes back, I mean, it's pretty much been established. They've been saying from the get, Clay's starting. So I would agree with you there. Like once Clay returns, he's starting.
Jordan Poole, what happens with him?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer to. I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know. Do they draft Moody? We don't even know if they're in that spot to draft Moody. We have no idea.
It's a crazy butterfly effect. And
it is.
I will still defend, even though I have the losing hand today. Like right now, if you have the LaMelo hand of if we're playing cards right now, Bonte, you're looking at like two pairs, right? Now, they might be 4s and 8s or something like that, but I'm looking at the Wiseman hand, and you got nothing to show for it. You got nothing. You literally have nothing right now because he hasn't played. Now, that doesn't mean that when we turn everything over the river and we show the flop or whatever the heck it is you poker people are out there, all right, you still can't win the hand. But right now, you're sitting in a loser's position. But I still am going to hold out hope with no evidence. That James Wiseman was the right pick for this team.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I don't think you can call Wiseman a bust because he showed flashes of brilliance. A bust to me is Anthony Bennett, a guy who was drafted by the Cleveland Cavaliers who showed you nothing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Nothing, no talent, nothing. Kwame Brown. That's a bust to me.
Well, and Kwame Brown, in his defense, played like 12
years in the league.
He did. I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
He may not have been worthy of the number 1 overall pick, but he hung around forever.
This man was a bona fide scrub. He can't play.
Plus, I also don't want Kwame Brown coming after me in the IG live videos because I heard that dude throws down.
Is he still doing that?
I don't know, but he seems like one of those country dudes that would literally kill me.
He was about that life.
Yeah, with his bare, like a pinky. I think he could squeeze the life out of me.
But Darko Milicic.
Oh,
that's a
extreme bust.
I saw flashes of brilliance from James Wiseman.
Yes.
There's something there. Injuries you cannot control. You cannot control them. So I'm not ready to call him a bust. Embiid, it's a great point by the Comcast Business Text Line, 925. Embiid, torn meniscus, did basically play for 2.5 years. I'm not saying James Wiseman is going to be Joel Embiid. I'm not saying that at all. But there's hope there. I'm just not sure what it looks like with LaMelo. Sure, in hindsight, take LaMelo. He's a baller. He's been an all-star. But what does it look like? And then, if you're playing LaMelo, Poole, and Steph on defense, who's going to stop anybody on the wings? Who's going to stop anybody? It's
a great point.
So whatever. It's a lot of flack about that.
Can you at least grant me this? Because I'm not even sitting here defending LaMelo. Right now, if you are in the camp of LaMelo should have been drafted instead of Wiseman, number one, you have the winning hand today. And you know what? I get it. The second question that I would have for that is, were you thinking that way on draft night?
No.
Because there were a lot of people that didn't want anything to do with any of the Bulls on draft night.
Yeah.
And I find it interesting how we've pivoted. The second part is he has carte blanche to do whatever he wants with Charlotte. I'm not so sure, and I still think he'd be a good player for the Warriors. I'm not so sure it would look exactly the same with the Warriors given what they're trying to do and what personnel they have.
I'm with you there. Curry would have the ball in his hands.
Right.
Poole. What happens with... Maybe we don't see this version of Poole with LaMelo Ball. Maybe we don't.
I think that's probably the best counter argument.
That's why I was asking people on Twitter Saturday. People are just losing their minds.
Well, because people are passionate about the big. They're looking at their team and they're seeing their one big in Looney, and he's just getting boxed out at the end, and then Dre gets kicked out of the game. We have no bigs.
Here's the other thing, though. Like you said on draft night, who wanted to draft LaMelo Ball? Like, I don't remember a lot of people saying, give me LaMelo.
No.
Give me triple baller.
I wanted Isaac Okoro if we weren't going to go Wiseman.
Right.
And even then, I'm not sure Isaac Okoro helps you now.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Obi Toppin can't guard anyone.
Obi Thompson.
Obi
Thompson's not.
Watch the games. He's slow-footed.
He's an athlete. He's an athlete who can dunk, but that's about it. Anyway, the Warriors lose their second straight. We're going to talk all about it. 888-957-9570. What's the feeling with Draymond Green? How's Dub Nation feeling about Draymond Green?
I'm just so disappointed in him, B.
Getting kicked out of that game in the second quarter.
Unnecessary.
Oh, man, it stinks.
And it's such a winnable, close game. There's only so many of them left on the schedule. Because if you know going into it, hey, we got these back-to-backs. Clay's probably not going to play. We'll probably rest some of these other veterans. Any winnable game, you got to be on your P's and Q's. And I just thought that it was just so unnecessary.
It's looking more and more likely the Warriors may fall into the 4-5 spot. But look, this is a team. This is an organization. This is a team and organization that has said over and over and over again, We do not care about the seed.
Well, I do, because I don't want to face Phoenix in the second round if Steph's still kind of working himself back in.
Right.
But maybe a case can be made. Maybe you just want to get Phoenix out of the way. Maybe you just start. But it does feel right now, Warriors they need to regroup, B.
5-game road trip coming up for the Golden State Warriors. Where are you at with Dub Nation? Where is that panic meter? Boy, oh boy, what a loss last night to the San Antonio Spurs, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by BMW. Fairfield now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We'll get into some football. Deshaun Watson going to Cleveland. Spring training started. How you feel about the Giants? They're not making any moves. Trevor Story goes to Boston. Nick Castellanos goes to Philly. Where are the Giants at? 888-957-9570. Want to hear from Dub Nation coming up here on The Roast.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. It's NCAA tournament time, and everyone is looking for an edge. If history has anything to say about it, your national champion this year will be a preseason top 11 team. Why? Because 27 of the last 32 national champs were ranked in the top 11 of the AP preseason top 25 poll. In other words, teams that everyone thinks were great to start the year
courtside with Joe Lacob yesterday.
Is this some Mac
who?
Mall?
Ray Love.
Ray Love. Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
Tupac's first partner.
Ray Love. I remember Ray Love being at the East-West
It's
Shrine
got to be
game.
Kyrie.
East-West Shrine game back in, this is like 94, maybe 95. And Ray Love was out there in the parking lot of Stanford Stadium at the East-West Shrine game giving out his tape.
Oh, yeah?
I was knocking that thing for like 3 weeks straight. Ray Love.
This sound right here is early 90s
Oh,
Bay.
no doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
Gosh, let's get a telly and don't tell nobody.
Oh, man. Ray Love. Wow, that's a blast for the past.
We're going to get back into Draymond Green. There's some developing 49er news we'll get into in just a second. But if you think, this is from the 415, if you think tournament is madness, ask Shasky about sudden death 5th grade girls hoops. Bonte.
Oh, boy.
We were down 3-0 at the half, okay? 3-0 at the half. My girls battled back. I was so proud of them. Battled back the St. Cecilia's Irish. We won a big game Friday night on the road at Epiphany. Hostile environment. Think Sunset Park above the rim. That's how crazy it is at Epiphany in the Excelsior on a Friday night. This is vintage CYO stuff. And then tired on a back-to-back. You know, we have certain girls that just, maybe they're not, not as healthy on a back-to-back. We went out there and we battled back. We take the lead. 4-3 with a minute to go. And then they hit a free throw. It goes into overtime. One of our girls fouls out. It goes into sudden death overtime. They foul out. They've got 4 girls, and they beat us on a free throw. 5-4 in sudden death. This is our second double sudden death overtime game. We're 2-2 right now. I'm very proud of my girls. You want to talk about madness? 5th grade girls CYO. Madness.
That sounds like the parents are getting antsy.
No, honestly, my uncle came over and was sweating bullets. He goes, that was better than a Warrior game. I was like, well, wait till you see the game tonight against the Spurs.
Not pretty yesterday. And with that said, we got some Jimmy Garoppolo news to get to in just a second.
Yeah, you don't want to go anywhere.
Art and Key visiting the Detroit Lions, but right now it's time for Taking Them to School, presented by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California.
Wiggins off a screen, feeds Looney. Hands off to Poole. Sets his feet. It's a 3. No good. Otto Porter Jr. Offensive rebound. Dribbles to the wing. Hand off Klay Thompson. Corner 3. Got it! How valuable has Otto Porter Jr. been tonight?
He has been outstanding. Got the hard hat on tonight, doing his work in the paint.
Somewhere Larry Smith is smiling.
Tim Roy on the
OG.
call. And to Larry Smith. Otto Porter Jr., 16 points.
He was awesome.
16 rebounds yesterday off the bench. Klay Thompson, 24 points, hit 6 threes in that one. Not the most efficient 9-22. Had some balls go in and out, but Klay looked good. He dropped the headband. And maybe that's death to the headband. The headband may be over.
And everyone's talking about him cutting his hair and this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, guys, it wasn't even that bad. I thought he played good last night.
He played really well.
People, if you don't shoot 75% from the field, you're now slumping?
Yeah. It's the new world, man. It's the new world. That was taking them to school, which happens the morning after every game paid for by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. At least for Twitter. What I learned on Twitter, I'm just like, everybody just gets blamed.
Oh.
That's what it is on Twitter. The blame game. Who can we kill today? Who can we kill today?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Who can we crush?
Well, on a loss like that,
Internet crap.
on a loss like that last night, there are a variety of people that I'm frustrated with today. I thought Wiggins at times played good, at times looked a little lethargic or lost or whatever is the word. Like he just sometimes loses his man on defense or just falls asleep a little here and there. I did love that they kept pushing him the ball in the mid and low post. I thought that was a nice element to kind of get him going. I need Poole, Klay, Wiggins. 2 of those 3 have to go off.
They have to.
And last night it was Klay and Poole primarily in the second half, and that kept them in that game.
I also need to see Draymond stay in that game.
Oh, my God.
Draymond Green has to stay in that game as a leader. He has to. He's one of the 3 wise men. He's one of the OGs. He's been here in a decade in the Bay with Klay and Steph, and he's the talker. He's the boisterous one. He came out after that first game against Washington and said, hey, don't matter what seed we're going to be. We're going to win the championship. We're going to win the championship, which I don't mind. I don't mind the talk if you back it up. I don't mind the talk at all. Like Arizona Wildcats yesterday, they're talking, they're chirping, they beat TCU in overtime. That's fine. You want to talk, you can talk. As long as you go out there and win, it's all good.
But don't you agree with Barkley when he says, like, I'm starting to see it now. I'm not saying I'm all the way with Barkley, but I'm starting to see what he's talking about. He's called Draymond a front runner a few times, and on a game like last night, it's hard to defend Draymond when Steph's out and you run yourself out of that game. And I'm not saying he deliberately did it, but the optics weren't good.
No, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And when you are on record saying that during the 2019-20 season, you did not play hard.
That's not a good look either.
You got paid a lot of money, and you did not play hard. What kind of example is that set for Jordan Poole, who was a rookie? Alan Smiley-Geach, who was a rookie. Eric Paschal, who was a rookie.
I forgot about Smiley-Geach.
JTA, who came up for the G League.
Yes.
How is that a good example? How?
I don't know.
Like, and then you're going to let that. You got Wiseman last season. You're talking all that. Like, you can't get kicked out of that game.
Well, and let's just talk about on the court, why it really hurt them last night. You're probably playing Chiozza more minutes than you need to because you don't really have another primary ball handler, right? And so, I don't think Chiozza's very good, but for me to sit here and rip the 14th man is like, come on, we know he's not very good.
No,
now, we can argue about, should it be Quindary Weatherspoon? I guess he's hurt right now or whatever. Should it be someone else? For sure. But if Draymond doesn't get kicked out of that game, maybe Chiozza's only playing a couple of minutes less, and he's not in the game getting abused on defense last night.
And who knows, in 18 minutes, Draymond had 4.6 rebounds, 5 assists. Maybe he gets the double-digit rebounds. Maybe he gets some double-digit assists. I just thought the game didn't start off well for Draymond Green defensively. He looks a bit slow. He was out of position.
Himself, didn't it?
Maybe, but I'm looking at rim protection, and I'm looking at guys going to the rack. They're going to the rack at will. Draymond Green is supposed to be the DPOI, and San Antonio drops 36 in the opening quarter. The San Antonio Spurs, who are 28-44, and they're cooked. They're coming in to chase it and scoring 36.
I know. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I felt like Bielitsa's compete level was higher than Draymond's last night.
I didn't like it.
But I'm not I'm not saying that Bielitsa's better. No, I'm saying his compete level last night was better than Draymond's.
Trying to win.
And that just... I can't win a championship if Draymond's not giving me maximum Draymond Green compete levels.
Yeah, I'm with you there. By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo, apparently, according to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, GM of the 49ers, John Lynch, is telling interested teams that he has an offer in hand of 2 second-round picks for Garoppolo.
What?
A player the team acquired in 2017 for 1 second-round pick. Potential destinations include Indianapolis, the Saints, the Texans. And so the Jimmy G saga goes on and on
Lynch
and on.
Claims that he has. You're telling me Lynch says
claims that he has 2 second-round picks.
That's the
available.
Offer.
Well, take the offer. What are you waiting for?
Run up to the table.
Right. What are you waiting for? Why are you telling other teams, hey, I got 2 second-round picks? Some of the other team, well, go take your second-round picks. Somebody giving you 2 second-round picks. Kirk in Oakland, real quick before you hit the break. What's up, Kirk?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I wanted to touch the LaMelo over Wiseman thing real fast. Outside of the things that you guys already mentioned, can you imagine what it would have been if LaMelo had to go to the bench for Clay? Clay struggled.
Oh.
He got LeVar Ball on every morning radio
100%.
show talking about Clay's washed. You got to put LaMelo back in the starting lineup. It would have been a locker room cancer if they would have went with LaMelo.
I'm Kirk. I don't believe it would have worked out.
Well, I don't think it's fair for me to say that LaMelo would be a locker room cancer. I do think the noise on the outside would be a lot louder.
It would be a lot louder.
Yeah,
and again,
I don't think it's fair for me to put that on the kid.
Forget the noise. Forget off the court. I'm just talking on the court.
Okay.
Jordan Poole. I think you could make an argument. Who would you rather have, LaMelo or Jordan Poole? A lot of people will say LaMelo Ball. But look at what Jordan Poole is doing.
Well, especially if at the price point right now when you're paying the outrageous taxes that they are, and not having him has allowed you, again, to hopefully have a big for the future. He's just not helping you right now, though. Right now, B, you and I, as much as we love Wiseman, we have to concede the winning hand is LaMelo. And until Wiseman gets healthy, there are a segment of fans that just aren't going to agree with us.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. I don't care. I don't care about that necessarily. I don't care. If you disagree, disagree. That's fine. A lot of people disagree.
Yeah.
Look at my Twitter page.
I think it's healthy to disagree.
People are light me up on Saturday.
Yeah.
Light me up because all I asked
What'd
was,
you say?
I basically said, all right, so let's say if LaMelo was drafted by the Golden State Warriors, what does it mean for Jordan Poole? What does it mean for Kuminga? What does it mean for Moses Moody? Is Moses Moody even here? Is he even a Golden State Warrior? Is Jordan Poole evolving? Does he get traded in the offseason? I like Jordan. I like the fact that the Warriors have Poole, Moody, and Kuminga. And if Wiseman is healthy, I like that a lot. I like it a lot. Charlotte, and what are they going to do? They're in the play-in tournament again. All right, we got a break here. More football talk, or excuse me, more Warriors talk coming up. We got some Giants stuff I know you want to touch on in just a second here. Spring training has started. I didn't watch a single pitch of spring training.
I watched it all weekend.
Yeah, I know you got a sickness. I didn't watch.
I was
a single
texting
pitch.
with our homie Flem.
Yeah, nice. How's Flem doing?
He's doing great. He sounds better.
Warriors talk coming up.
He also took a flight home last night, so I'm sure he's tired.
What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More Dub Nation talk right here on the Morning Roast.
Odyssey celebrates Women's History Month.
For Hollywood buffs, Hedy Lamarr was a famous actress in the 40s and 50s.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
888-957-9570.
Top 10 burial album of all time, Baby Alligators.
It's up there. I don't know if it's in top 10.
This Kyrie sound, this sound that you hear from Kyrie, the guy who made all the beats, so sick.
I don't know if it's top 10.
Come on.
I don't know if it's top 10.
Let's get Italian, don't tell nobody.
I love Explosive Mode. I love The Hustle Continues. There's about 40 albums.
This is This and Immaculate are his two best albums. You have to throw a Mac Mall album in there. Wide open.
Maybe it's 10. Maybe it cracks 10. I don't know. But the Warriors lose last night, 888-957.
It is tough.
9570. Brandon Payne, the personal trainer of Stephen Curry, is going to join us at 7:20 to discuss an encouraging conversation he had with the chef himself after he sprained a ligament in his foot. Also, apparently, John Lynch is telling people that he's been offered 2 second-round picks from Jimmy Garoppolo. That's according to Mike Florio.
This is like your neighbor telling you that I got offered $4 million cash for my home.
Look, I like Mike Florio. We've come a long way on this show.
Yeah, you guys are buds.
We're like BFFs now, but I don't even know if I'm going to take this with a grain of salt from Mike Florio. I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. I'm not sure where he's getting this information from. I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. There's a lot going on out there.
Before we get back into Draymond, back into the Wiseman, LaMelo thing, because people are so hot right now, 888-957-9570. A quick aside. Forget salaries right now. You're Team X, and you have one of two options. You can't choose anything but one of these two. Money doesn't matter. Who do you want quarterbacking your team next year? Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo? Those are your only two options. Money doesn't matter. And you're Team X, all the personnel, everything's the same. Bonte Hill, who would you rather have as your quarterback?
That's tough.
I think Baker's more talented.
Yeah.
But I think Jimmy Garoppolo's leadership is significantly better. This is a total talent versus intangibles conversation.
Baker's going to make the wild play. Jimmy's not. I'd rather have Jimmy.
I think I would too.
I'd rather have Jimmy.
I think I would too. But obviously money and all that stuff matters. I just find it interesting because now Baker doesn't have a landing spot and who knows where Jimmy's going to go. So,
I want to get your thoughts on Giants baseball. Go back to something you said a few minutes ago, but I got it. NTD 1208, your boy from DC.
The homie.
Yeah, that's your homie now. He's not my homie no more. He told me that. He said I'm not his homie no more. But this is what I'm talking about when everybody wants to point the finger, and this is just blasphemy. I know Dre messed up last night. After the tech, Kerr should have pulled him off the court to help him cool off and regain his composure. Kerr should know better, don't you think? Again, people like that. Like NTD 1208.
A great loyal listener who I actually really like.
Great loyal listener. But that's what I'm talking about when people go out their way to blame Steve Kerr. Well, now Steve Kerr should pull Draymond off the floor.
Like
Draymond
he's 21.
Green, Draymond Green's been in the league for 10 years. He's a 3-time NBA champion. There's also teammates on the floor.
Yeah.
Draymond should know better. Draymond's a professional. All right? Don't blame Steve Kerr for Draymond getting kicked out. Said, Kerr should have pulled him off.
Where's his accountability? Where's Draymond's accountability?
Stop looking over the player and stop blaming the coach. I'm tired of it.
So last week, and I understand.
I'm kind of tired of the Kerr. Hey, it's Kerr fault with this and Kerr fault with
for
that.
A second.
I saw somebody blaming Kerr for not playing Damian Lee yesterday.
It's not Kerr's fault.
Come on, stop.
Come on. They were in position to win that game. One of their high-priced guys who's supposed to be a pillar of the organization got thrown out of that game. I want to ask you about Draymond Green here. Last week you said, and I understand where you were coming from, but you said that, I have no problem with Draymond Green after playing 20 minutes in a game saying, and missing 2 months, saying, we're the favorites to win the championship. That's right, I said it. And I said to you, like, hey, man, can we just play like a week or two before we start proclamating anything? And I'm just saying to myself, I'm sitting here and I'm going, I'm hearing it from a lot of Warrior fans. I'm hearing it from some of my close friends where they're like, this guy is doing TNT stuff. Mm-hmm. This guy's doing a weekly podcast. He's already got his mind made up on what he's going to do, which is fine, but you cannot leave yourself vulnerable on the court. You better play hard and not leave anything on the table. And it feels like when you get thrown out of a game like that, now you open yourself up to being criticized for having interests in other things, right? And so I do think there are a lot of Warrior fans that are kind of frustrated and fed up with Draymond Green. Doesn't mean they want to run him out of town right this moment.
Right.
But if they get bounced in the first, second, or be it the Western Conference Finals, Bonte, best believe someone is going to get crushed because that's how this fan base works.
Well, that's how it works. And Steve Kerr's going to get crushed.
Well,
but
yes.
I remember last summer.
Yes.
I remember last summer you and I took a lot of phone calls. When Ben Simmons was available, a lot of people wanted Draymond out of town. We took a lot of calls. We took like 100 calls in like a 2-3 day span about Draymond Green in the offseason.
Easily.
And I'd say 70% of those calls were ready to drive Draymond Green to the airport because of what they've seen. You know, the floater at the end of the play-in game against Memphis, not wanting to shoot the basketball, the chirping, the berating of James Wiseman. A lot of people saw that with Draymond Green.
For me, I judge a person by how they react in adverse situations. You know, for example, if you're born into a very rich home and you've got both your parents and you've been afforded the greatest of educations and you graduate from college, that's awesome, you know? But I'm not going to look at you the exact same way that I look at somebody who was born with no parents and was bouncing around foster homes and had to take out loans and work nights. And like, you weren't both born with the exact same situations, right? And so I look at the adverse situation, I say, man, the sewer rat's going to kill the dog, you know, if they were stuck in a cage, the little fluffy puppy. I don't judge Draymond by the 73 wins. I judge him by, you know, when they won 73 games. I judge him by, like, the adverse situations that have happened. When everything's going and clicking well, we can front run with the best of them. And this Warrior team is as good as it comes. When they get a lead and they start burying teams and talking smack, it's all good. What do you do when you're out Steph Curry? How do you treat people on your team when there is no Steph Curry? How are you acting like a leader when there is no Steph Curry?
That's not leadership.
Exactly.
That's not leadership.
Think about the last time Steph Curry missed a game a couple of years ago, and it was him and Kevin Durant clapping at him. Another adverse situation. How did he react there? There is a pattern of adverse situations and Draymond either tapping out or berating his teammates. To me, that's not leadership.
No, it's not.
And I expect more from him. Yesterday was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary. And I saw it coming a mile away after that first quarter. Being at that game and watching Dre chirping, San Antonio's getting layup after layup. They scored 36 in that first quarter. Draymond picked up two fouls and he had 3 fouls. He was in foul trouble. I'm just like, dear God, that's a cheap foul. Draymond, you got to be better than that.
Yeah, he almost had 4 in the first half.
And let me just say, I don't care about the podcast. No, I don't care about the TNT stuff.
But you leave yourself open to being criticized when you play like that.
It's groundbreaking stuff.
It is.
But when you're not playing well, people are going to point to that stuff saying, well, why aren't you in the gym? Why are you in the podcast? Why are you on TNT? Why aren't you with your teammates? Then you had the stuff before the All-Star break where he's not in L.A. and Anthony Slater got berated at a post-game presser. Didn't name Slater, but I thought, from what I hear, the report was valid, and Draymond took time on a great night. Steph Curry's 34th birthday. He scores 47. Draymond's back. He said that the Warriors are going to win the championship. And then you go up there and you're ripping a reporter. It was unnecessary, Shasky.
I want you to reiterate what you just said, because you said this to me the next morning. You're like, that was such a great game for the Warriors, and it ended on such a bitter night. And then the very next day, Steph has the injury.
Right.
And I think we kind of glossed over everything. Say what you just said again. They have a return. It's Steph Curry's birthday. He almost drops 50.
He almost drops 50. He's 34 years old. Draymond comes back, comes off the bench.
First game with Clay, Steph, and Dre.
All on the floor in over 1,000. First game with Steph, Clay, and Dre in 1,005 days. And Draymond has a great post-game interview with Fitz and Buki saying, hey, don't matter about the seed. I said it before and I'll say it again. We're going to win the championship. And you come to the podium and you're talking about a report from a week prior and you're ripping the report. And you're ripping the reporter. And it just was like, did we need this? Because he said he wasn't going to answer no questions because of that report. It's like, do we need this?
Immediate return after 2 months absence.
All of a sudden, Twitter and everybody is feeling good about the 47-point night and the Warriors winning to Draymond being back. And all of a sudden, we're talking about a report and Slater's getting ripped. And that wasn't fair. That wasn't right. That wasn't right. Anthony's just doing his job. He's the best beat reporter out there for the Golden State Warriors. Teaches you the game in every damn article. Shows clips in every damn article. Shows you the numbers to support the clips. Tells you everything. He didn't deserve that. That's a private conversation. And from what I hear, there was private conversations, but that didn't need to happen. So when it comes to Draymond Green, sometimes it's just like, enough's enough. You don't need to go over the top. You don't need to. We get it, Draymond. You're Draymond Green. You're a 3-time champ. We know how good you are. You're an all-star.
Yeah.
You're the star. You're the glue. You're the best glue guy I've possibly seen in NBA history. You make this thing work. You make it go. Look at what Steph did in the first game back. We don't need that.
And I understand the argument of we're not going to chase these wins down the stretch. Seeding doesn't matter. I understand that.
Right.
But from a competition standpoint, from a terms of like, you're in a competitive game. It's a close game. It's one of the few winnable games. There's no Steph Curry. Where's the situational awareness to go, I am one of the leaders of the team. I need to take a step back. I'm running a little hot right now.
Right.
I know where I'm at. I got to kind of step back and read the room here. We need to find a way to win this game.
Yep.
Like
no
that,
doubt.
to me, it was very disappointing.
Very disappointing. Very disappointing. By the way, check out the podcast I've been doing, The Greatest Tournament Moments. Hell of a weekend of March Madness, man. March Madness is lit. You see what's happening at Chase Center this Thursday.
Yes.
Gonzaga versus Arkansas. Gonzaga, the number 1 team with Chet Holmgren.
So excited.
Eric Musselman back in town. And you got Duke and Frisco. Coach K and the Duke Blue Devils coming to San Francisco. They're playing the Sweet 16 against a tough Texas Tech team.
How hard is that
Texas
ticket
Tech.
going to be?
Oh, it's expensive as hell.
Like
Nosebleeds are like $400.
Whoa.
Nosebleeds are $400.
I guess Duke's got some expensive alumni.
It's going to be rocking at Chase Center Thursday. The greatest tournament
Bob
moments.
Meyer seats?
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to be at, baby. I don't know where I'm going to be. I chatted with some of the legends who have made March Madness so memorable. Ty Sedney, Bo Kimball, Ed Pickney, and more. This podcast will be released throughout the tournament. It will be available on the Morning Roast podcast page. Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AG1, San Francisco, an Odyssey station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. We'll talk to George Contos at 8:30, but let's get to Robin Shasky. Robin been on hold for a while. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, you guys, can you hear me? Because
Yes,
I'm
we
in
can.
Half Moon Bay, and am I breaking up?
No,
You got
you're
you,
good.
Robin. You're all good.
I love Half Moon Bay.
Okay, so listen. I know it's so beautiful. Hey, listen, you guys. I want to see how well you know me or your listeners. What do you think I think about Draymond Green?
I think you love him at times and you want to strangle him at times.
No, I don't like Draymond Green. I never have, and I have said that, and that I don't give him any kudos for playing well because he's doing his damn job. His arrogance has reached. I told you this last time where I was one of the people on the Ben Simmons call. His arrogance has reached an all-time high. To me, he's a fake and he's a phony. For all the things that you guys have said, my son had even said, "Oh, Curry's down. Wonder what Dre gonna do now?" Okay, he showed us what he gonna do now. You forgot about that game that he blew with the Hornets. And he did the same exact thing. And Eric Pascal and all them youngins looked deflated. They could not believe that he had did that. And I just couldn't. I just don't like Draymond's get down. I've been wanting to say this. Let me say this about him, and it might be irrelevant. Let me tell you why. One of the things I didn't like about his get down, he thinks he's indispensable, and everybody now this narrative is that. Curry needs him. If it wasn't for Curry, if it wasn't for Curry putting him there, he would be nothing. He would be an average Joe Blow, okay? And so when we had other facilitators and playmakers, he wasn't the only one out there, but we're in a different position now. But his get down, way before he started this season, when he didn't show up for camp, when he said he was going to practice on his jumper and he didn't, when he down in L.A., partying with his new partner because he wants to be liked by everybody, okay? And he came in and he started doing good. I said, okay, well, maybe I overjudged him. All these things that he does because he is so arrogant. He has reached an all-time low. I cannot stand Draymond Green. Bye, you guys.
Woo!
Damn.
I got to let that breathe.
Yeah, I'm going to let that one breathe.
The Hornet game was I think we've forgotten about it. It's about a year away.
Oh, man. Oh, I remember. I was off that night.
Explain to people what happened in that Hornet game if they're just driving around. Because the Warriors, Steph Curry went to go warm up. They were in Charlotte, and I believe he tweaked something.
He got hurt in warm-ups. He got sick.
Was that what it was?
He got sick.
Okay.
He got sick.
And he doesn't play, and it was Dre and the youngins. And
Brad Wanamaker didn't come up with a loose ball or something like that. He didn't come. He got tied up. There's a jump ball. Draymond and Gordon Hayward are battling for it on the ground. Mm-hmm. Did they call a foul? Or they gave Gordon Hayward a timeout or something like that?
Yes, and then Dre just lost his mind.
He lost his mind.
He wanted to get run out of that game.
He got kicked out. 9 seconds left.
They got a technical, free throws, and the ball.
Look, Draymond is a Hall of Famer.
Of course.
He's a statue guy.
And they never win a championship without him. Both are true.
He's a statue guy. You cannot take away what Draymond has done for this organization. But, boy, if they don't win a championship this year, and all the stuff that's talking, and everybody's going to point at Kerr, they're going to point at Steph. Now, I'm going to look at Draymond Green, because he said he's coming back to dominate. And I roll with Day-Day. I roll heavy with Day-Day. But you say you're going to come back to dominate. Didn't look good against the Celtics. Didn't look good. Did not look good. I'm sorry. Did not look good. Last night, in his 18 minutes, did not look good. Did not look good at all. Threw a couple balls away.
Oh, yeah.
Defensively, I thought he was late.
Stiff and slow.
Yeah, I did not like it. I did not like the way he looked. You see here the third quarter, they got the third quarter play when he got kicked out the game. Just too much chirping. It's not acceptable, man. This team needs somebody to step up and be a leader. It's go time. You got 11 games until the playoffs. Curry's on the sideline with the walking boot.
I know.
They need some life. They need life.
And Clay is clearly frustrated in general because the offense was constipated at times. He throws his headband into the stands. And I thought Clay was playing good. But that's the one thing that I love. I think we all love about Clay is that he just keeps playing. He doesn't need the theatrics and all that. And people always tell me, Draymond needs to live on the edge.
Yep.
Okay. There's living on the edge, and then there's going beyond the edge and way past the line. And too many times he showed a repeated, again, he's very good. That's the part that's the most frustrating.
Right.
If he wasn't good, they would have got rid of him a million years ago. But he goes way beyond the line too often. And just in my own mind, I hoped that the zebra would change its stripes a little as he started to get older. He's got kids. He's more mature. He gets more wise. Maybe these technicals would be few and far between. But Bonte, you could see that coming. Once he got the first tech, it was like, and look, he goes after the official. And they're showing it right now on television.
He's yelling.
And then the arms are going up. He keeps talking, gets the technical, then completely complains more.
Why am I getting tech? He goes, why am I getting tech? Why? Klay Thompson tries to grab him. Klay Thompson's in front of him. Otto Porter Jr. is in front of him. Now he's talking to the ref, having a conversation.
He won't let it go.
And then he's dropping some bombs again. He's still talking. The free throw's going up.
Oh, by the way.
The air ball, it's a technical free throw that air balls.
Let me tell you.
Draymond's barking. He's still barking. Let's go. He's still talking, so he gets a lot of leeway here.
Yes.
There's a lot of leeway after the first tech.
I'm with you. And then they go down on the other possession. There's another foul. And I don't even know if that, to me, it's a lot of contact. We could talk verticality on the first foul and whether it was or wasn't. But again, no Steph, close game, winnable game. You got 8 on the road,
and he's
4
still
of the back-to-backs.
Look at him. He's still talking after the first free throw.
It's nonstop.
He's still talking.
And the broadcast picks it up on the television, and you can hear every word.
What did Fitz and Buki say? What did they?
Well, they're like, oh, that's just unnecessary. And it was like, yeah, it was completely unnecessary. It was avoidable and unnecessary. And that's my biggest thing. No one's saying he's not a good player. He is a good player. That's why it's so frustrating.
Well, he didn't get run after that. He's still in the game.
It's the next foul.
Yes. Oh, my God.
It's the next foul at the free throw line.
We're going to talk to Brandon Payne. We'll discuss
now he's
Steph
turning,
Curry.
and now, there's 2 whole possessions.
Right.
He's still chirping at the official.
Still chirping.
This is a 2-minute thing, not a 1-minute thing. He's still jarring at him.
He's still talking.
Here you go.
He's still talking. And
then there you go. And that was it right there.
And he gets run. There you go. Unbelievable. 888-957-9570. Light them up.
And Clay's trying to hold him back here. And you got to feel for Clay here. He knows the other Splash Bro ain't there. He's coming back after not playing forever. And Dre's getting ran out of a game that they got to have. Like, come on, man. Just show a little more discipline, a little more maturity. No one's saying that you can't be fiery and live on the edge. Just understand the situation.
Wow.
It's when you see it on TV like that, be the way I saw it, it's bad, huh?
I saw it in person, and I was like, boy, he's going to get run. I thought he was going to get run. He had an incident early in the game where he's talking to the refs and I'm watching him. I don't know if the cameras caught him. I'm like, man, this guy, Draymond's running hot today. Like, you got to be cool. You got to be cool. But what did I say Friday? I said, I need 10 points from Draymond. He's the number one most important player.
I'm with you, B.
Because he's the guy who said, we're going to win the championship. And I'm going to roll with that. I'm going to roll with the arrogance. You've done it before.
But what does that tell Jordan Poole?
I know.
The young guy trying to lead the team on offense right now. And Jonathan Kuminga. It's just unbecoming of a leader.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let's talk to Brandon Payne coming up on the other side. Brandon Payne, of course, the personal trainer for Steph Curry. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Spring into action at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Stop by our garden centers for first-of-the-season veggies and annuals. Then bag a deal on soils, mixes, and mulches from brands including Miracle-Gro and True Organic. Save through March 27th at every Outdoor Supply Hardware store and online, osh.com.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power.
Steph Curry out at least for the next 2 weeks. The hope is that he'll be back by game 1 of the first round of the playoffs. I'm hearing maybe he'll be back for the last 2 games of the regular season. You saw Steph Curry walking around Chase Center yesterday with the walking boot. He's in good spirits. He had a little limp, but of course he was hurt Wednesday night against the Boston Celtics when Marcus Smart was diving for a loose ball. Steph Curry yesterday admitted, hey, look, that wasn't a dirty play. It's Marcus Smart playing hard. He didn't think it was dirty. A lot of people didn't think it was dirty. Brandon Payne, founder and CEO of Accelerate Basketball, NBA player development specialist. He's a friend of the program. He's an honorary roaster. Brandon, good morning, man. What's happening, man? Good to have you back on the show.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, man. And I know you were texting our producer, Sam Lubman, over the weekend about Steph Curry and the spirits that he's in. And apparently you told our producer, Sam Lubman, that you had a very encouraging conversation with Stephen Curry. You mind share some details of that conversation as much as you can, Brendan?
Yeah, it was, we talked the night after the injury and, just kind of talked through all the different scenarios. And, what ultimately came out of it was, it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. And, you never want to get injured, and especially this time of year heading really into a crucial stretch as you're kind of jockeying for position and heading into the playoffs. But, we both kind of said, the only silver lining for us is we've done this before. We've done it, when he slipped on the wet spot when Monty Eunice fell down in front of him in Houston. We did it, the year that JaVale McGee rolled into his knee in a late season game against Atlanta where we had to prepare really quickly for the playoffs. So we do have experience with this. So we understand, even though it's a new injury, we kind of understand the process that we have to go through to prepare quickly for the playoffs. And we kind of understand how to create the benchmarks that we need to measure improvement while we're preparing. So unfortunately, we're kind of comfortable in this position. I know that sounds funny. But we do have a good history and a good track record with preparing and very quickly coming off of injury. So we know what we're doing. So for that reason, we're a little bit more positive than probably most people would be in this situation.
Yeah, Steph expressed that he thinks he can return before the playoffs start. Playoffs are tentative set to start April 16th. So what does that process look like, Brandon, in terms of getting ready? Because I'm already seeing Warrior fans worried about how he's going to get his conditioning up. What does the process look like getting ready?
Well, the conditioning part, quite frankly, with Stephen is the least of our concerns. That's never really a problem for him. From a cardiovascular standpoint, the guy is a freak of nature. It's crazy how quickly he gets reconditioned. So for us, it's just making sure that that there's strength and there's full functionality within the injured area, within that foot. So it's not so much conditioning for us. It's more about being able to cut, change directions, decelerate, do all the things that he does to have success on the floor. And it's just making sure that we can ramp up in a safe and kind of make sense way as we get towards the end of the season and towards the playoffs. And, we kind of have some dates in mind to where we would like to start. But, I mean, again, with this injury, it's still kind of a wait-and-see thing. And it's kind of wait to see how it feels and see how the rest and has affected it and to see what the pain feels like once he gets out of that boot.
So what are some of the things he can do right now, Brandon? Obviously, he's going to be limited in terms of running and cutting with that boot on his left foot there. But what are some of the things he can do to kind of just stay mentally prepared to come back once he comes back, right before the playoffs or right at the start of the playoffs?
Well, the biggest thing when you're injured, especially when you're injured and you're in a position of leadership, is to stay as engaged as you possibly can with your teammates and engaged as you can in the team's process. And so that's big, the communication with the younger players and working through game plans with them as we approach the end of the season here is a big part of being mentally prepared for coming back. And just being around the facility and showing guys that, there's work to be done even when you're limited, I think is an important statement to make as a leader. And it's something that he's always done when he's had injuries in the past. So He can do, of course, everything he wants to do from an upper body standpoint. There's upper body cardio options. There's a lot you can do, even though you're limited. But there's also, again, we look for silver linings. It doesn't hurt that the rest of the body's getting a little bit of rest as well. There are things that he can do, and there's things that he can do with his teammates to stay engaged and stay in that leadership position, and as well as prepare coming off the injury.
It's interesting that you referenced that, because I thought last year, because he taxed his body so hard to help pull this team to the playoffs, they were gassed at the end. Not that he wasn't, playing great. He was. It's just that he exerted a lot of energy. And in years past, it felt like they had the luxury of top seeds and deeper teams, and so they could kind of pick and choose their spots. Does he feel like he's in a better spot this year in terms of his overall, energy levels versus last year around this time?
I think there's a confidence and comfort that is there now that, Draymond and Clay are back, and hopefully Andre gets mixed back into that group as well. So I think that, even though they're still kind of battling from a seeding standpoint, I think there's just a comfortable confidence, just knowing, what he's coming back into when he does get back on the floor. So I think that there's that. And I know that one of the things that he expressed to me when we were on the phone is the fact that him and Draymond and Clay only got a handful of minutes together in those two, that game and a quarter or so, or that he played, game and a quarter, half that he played. He really wanted more time with those guys on the floor, and that's kind of what's kind of driving the let's try to get back before the playoffs for at least a game or two if we can, so that he can get back out there with those guys to try to develop that rhythm. But he is comfortable and confident knowing that those guys will be out there with him when it does come playoff time.
Brandon Payne, founder and CEO of Accelerate Basketball, of course, Steph Curry's personal trainer, NBA player development specialist. Right now on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, Steph Curry last year, he injures his tailbone in Houston, misses about 8 games. He comes back and just starts obliterating the league, averaging nearly 37 over the last 2 months, Brendan. Now this year, you got the deep pieces again about Steph Curry's decline because the shooting percentages aren't where they're normally at. Steph Curry he's not human at the time, you know what I'm saying? When he's shooting over 40% for the three-point line, but he's down to 37, 38 this year. What would you attribute that to, some of the low percentages shooting-wise from Stephen Curry?
Well, I think that shot selection and circumstance have had a lot to do with it. Trying to, when you start missing Draymond, and you go back and you watch that one game they played together a week or so ago, and you saw Steph's movement really pick up, and you saw the ball movement really pick up, and I think that's had a lot to do with it. He's had to try to create a lot of things off the dribble. He's trying to help other guys understand how to play in that offense. He's trying, that he's being a leader, and that meant that he had to do some things that were a little bit more difficult for him personally to allow the other guys to play the way that they need to play to have success while Draymond was out. So, I think that, again, shot selection and circumstance had the most to do with that. We really don't have any mechanical issues, and we've talked about it. There was 1 or 2 little things that we addressed right after, I want to say right at the end of January. I was out there for a few days, and we addressed them, and we felt good about it coming out of that. But, there's nothing from my standpoint that would lead me to be concerned that there's any sort of decline happening. I know that's people have to have something to write about. People have to have something to talk about. But that's not the case at all.
Right.
That's not a concern of mine. I've been around him longer than anybody now, but not named Del Curry. And it's just not a concern. Since 2011, he continues to get stronger and faster, and he continues to get better from a skills standpoint. So we're good from that standpoint.
Yeah, we're with you on this one.
No,
but
26-5-5, Brandon.
Come on. He's been outstanding. But I look at it this way. I look at it in a different way. Tim Duncan, Parker, Ginobili, their fountain of youth was an ascending Kawhi Leonard, a young player that would help just make the game easier for those guys as they start to age gracefully. What has Jordan Poole done to kind of help Steph Curry, and what has Steph Curry done to kind of help Jordan Poole? Because I imagine that the two of them playing high-level basketball on the court together has a lot of great effect for both of their games.
Sure. I think that, one of the things that Jordan has kind of taken away from Stephen is just what it's like to work at the NBA level, what it's like to work day in and day out. I still vividly remember right before Jordan's rookie year, him coming in and just kind of sitting and watching, and he looked at me at the end of one of Stephen's workouts one time and said, "Does he always move that fast in workout?" and so it was just kind of an eye-opening thing for him. And at the time, he didn't really start jumping into workouts with us. I think it was a little bit too far out based from what he'd been doing. But over time, he eventually started to slide into some workouts with us, and he eventually started to work at that pace. He started to understand all the little details that Steph works on daily, and he started to incorporate those into what he does. And I think that's how Stephen has helped him the most. And I think that Jordan is now in the very fortunate position of where he gets to learn through experience. He's learning how to implement all the things that he's working on day to day in game situations. I think the next big step for Jordan is operating with all those skills and all the talents that he has within a heavy ball movement offense. And I think that he can certainly do that. And when he figures that out, when he figures out how to allow the ball movement to create space for him, and he doesn't have to create it off the dribble all the time, he's going to be even more dangerous than he is now. And he's not that far off. He really isn't. He's getting better. And I think that's a lot of what he's taken away from Stephen. And I think that how he's helping Stephen is it allows Stephen to feel a little bit more comfortable in those 3 to 6 minutes when he's not on the floor, that there's somebody out there that can create offense and somebody that can operate with that offense even when he's not out there. So there's been a lot of good that's come from that relationship for sure.
Yeah, well, we're going to hope for Steph Curry a speedy recovery, no doubt. 11 games left for the Golden State Warriors in the regular season. And look, CD may not matter to them, but we want to see them play well going into the playoffs. And hopefully Curry will be back. We'll be back, ready to go. Brennan, you're the best, man. Thanks for coming back on. We'll do it again before the playoffs start.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Brendan Payne, CEO of Accelerate Basketball, Steph Curry's personal trainer. And he sounded like he was in great spirits. And that's how the Currys roll. That's how Brendan Payne, Curry, and the rest of that crew, they kind of roll. They just think positive. And Steph Curry, it was good to see him yesterday at the podium. We'll play some of that sound in just a little bit there. But what's your biggest takeaway for Brendan? Because he doesn't believe that this lack of playing time for Steph Curry over the next few weeks is going to affect him at all. He believes being comfortable, like they're comfortable being uncomfortable going to the playoff situation without a lot of games under their belt.
Yeah, well, his familiarity with Steph and Steph's familiarity with his body, especially when having an injury, I think it absolutely factors into this. And I was surprised by how calm he was regarding it. I mean, how many times is, when someone gets hurt, everybody, you know what, let's just stay away from doing some of the media hits, Like, I can understand that. The fact that he's so blunt and so open about it, I feel a lot better. Even though Steph's in a walking boot and all that, right. In my heart of hearts, I feel like if this were the playoffs, he'd have been playing.
Yeah. That's crazy to think about, a sprained ligament in the foot. Whoo.
I mean, but that's the kind of player Steph Curry is.
Here's what Curry had to say. He found a silver lining to being out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anytime anybody who's in the rotation is out, it requires everybody else to make adjustments and step up and do some things differently, things we do well, even better, and take on that challenge. So we had to do that, and we tried to do that as good as we can. As Draymond was out for that stretch, it obviously didn't go as well as we wanted to, but we think we learned a lot about ourselves, and individually we learned a lot about what it takes to win at this level. Same thing is going to happen now in these 12 games. So definitely that specific point about minutes that I'm off the court, and just a confidence in the sets that we call and how we keep our offensive efficiency up, but more so just anytime anybody's out, everybody's got to make the necessary adjustments, and that's what good teams do.
Wait, did he just say anytime somebody's out, everyone's got to make the necessary adjustments?
That's what everybody's done this season.
Well, then that's why I pivoted to Draymond. The first word I came up with last night when he got the first tee, then the second tee, was so unnecessary. Given who's out on the court last night, given where you're at in the year, given everything that's going on in a close game, one of the few winnable games of the 11 that were left, when back-to-backs are on deck and Clay can't play in those and Otto Porter Jr. can't play in those, like you referenced earlier, B, why would you get yourself run over the game? It was so unnecessary.
First thing I told Anna, when he got kicked out. I said, it just cannot happen. It just cannot happen. You battle back in this basketball game. And kudos to the rest of the squad for coming back. And they had a lead going into the fourth quarter, 84-83. And then they get down 10 in the fourth quarter, but they still battle back again.
Bielitsa had a layup, and
I know.
he kicked it out to Kuminga for a three, and I'm like, Bielitsa
I remember that. Yeah, and Kuminga bricked that three.
And they hit back-to-back threes.
Right.
The
It was a
Spurs.
big swing.
Yes.
Big swing. But you know what? I thought Bielitsa was... He was okay yesterday.
Here's the thing.
9 points, 9
competed.
rebounds, 6 assists.
He was active.
I heard a lot of Bia yesterday at the stadium.
Good.
A lot of Bia. So I
Not
thought he
sure
played
how much
well.
longer I want to attach myself to that, but
Well, look, I heard a lot of Bia. Because Bielitsa played okay yesterday.
And I thought Wiggins had moments. What I liked about the offense, because people are, Kerr doesn't do anything on offense. They threw the ball on the mid and low block to Wiggins and just gave him the rock in a spot where it's like, go make a play, young man. And I thought that at times he asserted himself on offense. Jordan Poole started that game ugly. Like, it just felt like he wasn't putting his stamp on it.
What I've noticed with Jordan Poole, though.
What's that? Feeling
he
it
kind of
out?
lets the game go to him.
Okay.
He starts off slow in the first quarter, then he starts attacking. And he started attacking in that fourth quarter, the third and fourth quarter there. And he plays 36 minutes, finishes with 28, 5, and 3.
Sick-ass dime to Kuminga on the drive where he like looped it around.
Poole, I'm not worried about Poole. I'm not going to worry about Klay because this is who Klay is right now. But again, we had this discussion on Friday.
I know.
On Friday.
I know.
You asked me, who are the guys you're looking at here to step up without Steph Curry? Who's the most important guy? And I said Draymond Green. Draymond Green's the most important. How is he looking physically? How is he looking mentally? Is he running the offense? Is he that guy on defense? Like, he didn't look like that guy on defense yesterday. Didn't look good on defense for the most part. And then you get running that game in the third quarter when your team needs you. It's unacceptable. It just point blank is unacceptable for Draymond to get running that game. And when is enough? Like, coaches and people, those are weak texts. He literally barked at the referees for 2 minutes after the first tech. There was a possession, another possession, another possession, another possession, and he still was chirping at the refs. What do you want the ref to do? Of course the ref's going to blow the whistle. They're not going to get ripped for 3 straight minutes after they gave you a T to cool down, and you didn't cool down. Instead, you turned back up. You turned up after the first tech.
You can't tell me you're the smartest basketball player to ever play, and in that situation get ran out of the game. Let's listen to the sequence from Tim Roy last night here on 95.7 The Game. This was Draymond Green getting the technicals last night.
Or get the contact. He's not worried about the free throw shooting. Let's just get to the line. That's what you worry about. Draymond gone.
Draymond just got thrown out. Maricoga just threw out Draymond Green for continuing to argue the call. And Draymond trying to get off the floor here, but says his piece. And now Steve Kerr wants to know what the heck is that for?
It's for being relentless when it comes to the referee. You got to let it go at some point. Play just the beginning. You can hear the audio pick up Draymond slamming this referee here. Give it to me. Or not.
Play.
Or get the contact. He's not worried about the free throw shooting. Let's just get to the line. That's what you worry about. Draymond gone.
Draymond just got thrown out.
But you can hear him on the broadcast, very clearly.
I can't wait to watch the game over on TV to hear it on a television broadcast.
But and look,
it's funny when you hear it.
It's not,
but it's
though.
not funny
It's
because
not,
your
though.
team needs you, and it's something that's like, Draymond, come on, man, just let it go. Let it go. You're going to get a call later on. You're going to get the ref probably knew he made a mistake. You just cannot get run in that situation.
I'm totally
and it's not cool. Look, this team, you heard Steph Curry say, people need to step up.
Mm-hmm.
They got to step up. Well, Jordan Poole stepped up.
Agreed.
Otto Porter Jr. yesterday,
monster game.
He was number 3 on my list,
and he was eating glass on that rebounding.
16 and 16.
This is ridiculous.
16 and 16.
And he made a nice pass to Belly with the left hand in the lane late in that game. He was good.
Now, a texter here saying, look, you guys don't want to give Andrew Wiggins heat. Why are we skipping over him? No, Andrew Wiggins has gotten heat since the All-Star break.
He's shooting under 50% since February from the free throw line.
Are you sure it's not under 40 now?
It might be lower than that. I just know it's under 50.
Are you sure it's not under 40? Because this guy, well, yesterday he was 6 of 9 from the free throw line. He was a lot better. He split the free throws, and you made a great point, and a lot of people made a great point about this. He makes the free throw. San Antonio has to
take the ball out of bounds on the side inbound. You get to set up your defense.
The loose ball foul was atrocious.
It was look. The refs are going to make. This is the thing I tell my CYO team. Refs are going to make bad calls. It's how you deal with it.
Right.
The only thing that you can control is your reactions to the referee's bad calls. We can sit here and argue about all the bad calls. Ed Malloy calling a loose ball foul on Kevon Looney in that situation. How many times in the last 10 years? In the last 10 years, with 10 seconds to go, is there a rebounding foul on a free throw?
Yep. It was terrible.
I mean, I've never seen that. But again, I expect my 10-year vet to have a little more maturity and discernment in a heated situation where I know Steph Curry, the superstar, is not playing. I expect more from you.
Yeah, no, I expect a lot more from him. By the way, Porter Jr., career high in rebounds, 16 rebounds in all. Career high for him.
I didn't know
the last time a Warrior player had at least 16 points and 16 rebounds off the bench was... Want to take a guess?
David Lee?
No.
Draymond?
Nope.
Kevon Looney.
I'll give you 2 more guesses.
I'm almost out of them.
2009.
Oh, wow.
I'll give you that
2009.
hint. Yeah.
Not Darrell Wright.
Not Darrell Wright.
Not Anthony Randolph.
Not Anthony Randolph.
I'm going to come up with a name. Ronnie Turioff.
Oh, you're so close yet so far. Corey Maggette. Corey Maggette. January 16, 2009. Had 24.6 rebounds against the Atlanta Hawks.
Greatest NBA body who had no idea how to play the game I've ever seen.
Not only that, greatest NBA stat pattern.
Oh, when he traveled 6 times in one play, you can look that up on YouTube. Maggette travels 6 times in one play.
It's hilarious.
And then doesn't get called for the travel, and then hacks the guy. After he steals the ball from him. Corey Maggette could have stayed another couple of years in college.
Dude had some pipes, though.
He had some
that's
pipes.
What I'm saying. He was built like an Adonis and played like Jane.
You know what? He got paid, too.
You know what? Jane's a better ball player than him. What am I doing?
He got paid.
That's sexist.
But 888-957-9570. What's your biggest worry right now with the Golden State Warriors? If I ask you, Shasky, what's your biggest worry? What's your biggest concern over the last 11 games? The obvious one is Steph Curry not being there.
No. For me, it's right now, the lack of chemistry and unity as a team, some just feels off. Like, we could argue about personnel. They need another big. That is so obvious to me. They need another big. Iguodala, you ever coming back? Like, you ever come back? We're gonna gift wrap him for the playoffs. We might not make it to the playoffs. The way I'm looking at it right now, like this team needs him. Now we're gonna make the playoffs, but you get where I'm going with this.
I hear you.
They need this team to get. They need to get that chemistry back. They need that unity, that free flowing, and they just felt real tense and lethargic yesterday.
You know, they got 47 wins here. 53 probably not going to happen.
Remember that was the over-under I threw at you?
Yeah.
And I said under. And that was before all the injuries.
Yeah, if Steph Curry's there, I believe they could get 6 more wins. But this 5-game road trip coming up. Orlando, Miami, Atlanta, Washington, Memphis. All right? You got 2 back-to-backs in there. 2 back-to-backs. Orlando, Miami. And you can bet the house that a lot of guys probably won't play in South Beach, Miami. Bet the house on that one. You'll probably play Orlando, win that game.
When you say that to me, I'm just as a fan of the NBA, the fact that you say that and I agree with you is a sad indictment where the league's at right now.
It's a back-to-back.
No, but it's the reality.
You got to protect Clay.
So
you have to protect Otto Porter Jr.
Forget the schedule.
You're probably not playing Draymond Green.
B, you're right. Forget the schedule. If I was telling you they could take on a persona of a couple of players on this team, the 2 guys that I'm looking at that I would love to see over the next week and a half, 2 weeks.
Right.
I'd like to see them take that Jordan Poole Clay energy and really manifest the entire team with that. The joy that Jordan Poole plays with, that infectious kind of careless way of playing where I'm just going to keep trying to make plays, the way Clay is going to keep trying to make plays. I want to see them do that. And that's where Draymond's negativity yesterday was just, it was a Debbie Downer.
Well, already with Draymond Green. Think about it. He comes back on Steph's birthday. Steph drops 47. Warriors look really good. Now it's the Washington Wizards, and they stink. Wizards suck.
Well, the Spurs aren't much better. I mean, they're okay.
I know, they're 28-44.
Right?
Listen to me where I'm going. Listen to where I'm going here, though. But they blow out the Wizards, right?
Yeah.
Steph Curry drops 47.
Uh-huh.
Draymond, right after the game, we're going to win the championship, so seeding does not matter.
And I didn't like it.
I didn't mind it because that's Draymond. That's Draymond being Draymond.
And that's all pro athletes.
But what I didn't like happened later that night, where you get up to the podium and you make it about you and the reporter. And you go out and rip a reporter, and God bless Anthony Slater, but God bless the rest of the crew that was in that podium, that was in that media room. Monty Poole, Kareth Burke, J.D. McCauley, Connor Letourneau, whoever, Kendra Andrew, whoever's in that room, you got to sit there and listen to that.
You forgot about Dre.
You forgot about Dre.
I just always like to throw that in.
Yeah, I don't know why.
What did I get for that? A 3?
A 2? A 1?
That was a 3.
That was not
That's
bad.
a Monday morning 3. I'm generous this morning.
Ain't no Dre in there other than Draymond Green. Anyway,
so
all those
the
reporters,
media members,
they're all in there feeling uncomfortable saying, damn, like, Curry drops 47. We're not talking about that. Draymond's going on this tirade about it. And it's like it's not even a tirade because he was very eloquent, but I didn't agree. It's like, all right, you just do
why
that
are you bringing
private.
the energy down?
Why are you bringing the energy down?
I'm with you on that.
And in the Celtic game, Curry gets hurt, but man, Draymond, you were missing. You basically, I watched that game, and it was JTA and Draymond on one side of the floor, and the Boston Celtics were like, we don't care about that side.
No.
We're going to congest this side of the floor because Clay and Jordan Poole are over here. We do not care about 23, and we do not care about JTA offensively. That's the one thing that we said all offseason. And Steve Kerr said it, we want Draymond to be more aggressive offensively. Have you seen a more aggressive Draymond Green?
No. Where was all this shooting he did in the offseason?
He only attempted 1 3 yesterday. I think he's attempting like 2 threes a game.
It was about 17 feet short. I'm keeping it real.
Dude, I honest to God.
And Kuminga, by the way, we're going to gloss over this. Kuminga is really playing consistent ball. I know there's moments where you're like, wow, the rookie's just frustrating me. But the guy is out there balling. I just keep going back to this, B. The way Draymond acts, I don't know if I want a lot of these young guys seeing. You got 4 impressionable players under 22 watching this dude be so demonstrative and negative.
But where I'm going here, Shasky, is just in a week. Look at everything we've got to unpack with Draymond Green.
But didn't we think he was going to fix everything? Just Draymond comes back.
I thought Draymond was going to fix a lot.
Everything.
I thought he was going to fix a lot. Now, Steph Curry's hurt. He's hurt, so you can't gloss over that.
No doubt.
Number 30 covers up a lot. A lot. But a lot of people say, man, Draymond's the most important Golden State Warrior. No, he's not. Steph Curry's the most important Warrior. It's not even close.
It felt like for 2 months, every Warrior fan and people covering the team, and I'm not ripping people, but we all was like, this team just needs Draymond. They just need Draymond. The defense, they just need Draymond. The half-court congested offense, they just need Draymond. And then Draymond comes back, and it's like he does what he does yesterday, and you're sitting here going, come on, man.
I mean, he gets kicked out, so just in a week.
It was so unnecessary.
Just in a week. And Draymond, I thought, would fix a lot of problems. Look good for one game, but again, I was Washington Wizards. How much stock can we really put into that? It's the Washington Wizards. They stink.
They're pretty bad.
They're
but
bad.
I thought the Spurs were pretty bad too.
But you don't have Steph yet. That's the game you're supposed to come out and win.
That's what I'm saying.
And you come out and give up 36 right in the opening frame.
And I'm looking up and I'm saying,
layup after layup.
Well, and look, I know you're telling me that the seeding doesn't matter. And B, I concede to you that, like, at the end, health is more important than seeding. I agree. But there is an element of, dude, I kind of want to avoid Phoenix if I can in the second round.
Well,
and if I could cling to the third spot. And so seeing Utah win yesterday in the second or third quarter of the Warrior game, you look up at the scoreboard, you're like, all right, Utah won. They're in the 4 seed. And if you drop down to the 4-5, then the winner of the 4-5 after that first round would face the winner of 1-8.
You know what?
And I don't like that. Now,
it is what it is.
I know. It's just frustrating.
You know what? When the Warriors are healthy, they're just as good as anybody out there. But when you say you're going to win a championship, and I'm going to back it up, that's what I'm rolling with. It became a championship or bust season. Yes. Unfortunately.
Well,
now, it's like if they lose in the first round, that would be an utter disappointment. Disappointing. And now it's, you got to hope Steph Curry's foot is right. You got to hope that injury is right with Steph Curry. But when it goes to Draymond Green, I need a little bit more. That's it. Can I get 9? Can I get 10? Can I get a couple threes? Because he's wide open at the top of the rack.
How come with all of the celebration of Steph Curry being the all-time franchise leader in points and minutes?
Steals.
Draymond has to be the all-time franchise leader in technicals and ejections.
I mean, that's not even close.
Yeah, but why have I never seen that stat float around?
It's not even close.
The other thing that I have a question.
Because it's so obvious.
Well, I guess my question to you, B, is this one. It's a simple one. We all know Draymond's a really good player. No one's debating that. My question is, when does the diplomatic immunity wear off? When does the championships
all that?
You think it's evaporated? Because I still think that he has a veneer on him that protects him.
No, and Zucci, man, I was saying Draymond Green's the most important Warrior right now, moving forward without Steph Curry. Shasky asked me, so without Steph Curry, who are you looking at? Who's the most important?
Yeah.
And I said Draymond Green. Without Stephen Curry, Draymond Green's your vocal leader. He's the guy communicating on defense. He has got to be in the game. He cannot get thrown out in that situation in the basketball game. I'm sure he knows that. He's smart enough to know that. His teammates know that. You cannot get kicked out. So moving forward, without Stephen Curry, Steph Curry's the most important Warrior by far.
Oh, it's not even close.
He is the system. The system, Steph Curry.
Absolutely.
Let's put that to bed.
Absolutely.
But right now, without Stephen Curry, I need Draymond to step up because I know what I'm getting from Poole.
Yeah.
He's consistent now.
Well,
what is it?
That's
8, 9 straight, 20 point? Yeah, it is an elevation
jump.
He's
a different player now.
He's a different player now.
I feel like I've been seeing it in real time, and now everyone else is kind of noticing it, and I appreciate it. B, he is the third most important Warrior.
He is good for 20 a night. Klay Thompson's going to have good nights and bad nights.
I thought he was good yesterday.
But I thought he was good yesterday.
I thought Klay was good. I'm sick of the overanalyzing the efficiency of the shooting. Were the shots in rhythm? Were they good shots? Right. Was he hitting?
Shot selection.
Yes.
Shot selection.
Exactly.
Was good. Andrew Wiggins is my second most important Warrior without Stephen Curry. I saw signs from Wiggins yesterday, but 16 and 8, it's not enough for me.
It's not.
It's not enough.
It's not. And then the key rebound, it's a free throw situation. Pirtle misses it. He doesn't box out DeJounte Murray out on the perimeter. You know, if you're not going to be in on the box, right, as one of the guys lining up for a free throw, and you're on the outside, you can't allow a guard to get his hands on a tip. You're 6'8" or 6'7". He's like 6'4". You got to get in front of him, put your booty into him. You didn't even put a body on him. That is fundamental boxing out 101.
That was not good.
Especially after Looney got the foul on the other end.
That is just hustle, fundamental basketball right there. That's not good. And the third most important Warrior to me was Otto Porter Jr., getting him reinvigorated, getting him reacclimated to the system and getting some good minutes out of him. Look, he wasn't the most efficient, 6 of 13, didn't hit a 3, but 16 and 16. Otto Porter Jr. played his ass off yesterday.
Otto Porter Jr. is the least of my worries right now.
Here's a couple steals he came up with. Bielitsa fumbled a couple times. Otto Porter Jr. was really good. It comes down to Draymond Green, man. Draymond, you got and like the diplomatic immunity that you speak of, that was gone. You don't remember last summer, Shasky?
Well, I felt like when they went 18-2, we all walked it back, myself included.
Right.
And I'm just, again, I assess what I see. So I walked it back, and I'm like, you know what? I was wrong. You know, Draymond's awesome. And he was great.
He was awesome.
And he was performing at a high level. Then he got hurt. He missed a couple of months, and it was like, wow, we really, 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 really miss him. And then he comes back, and it just doesn't, something's off. And it's not just all him. But he's a big part of it because his demeanor, Bronte, is so influential. I think it does rub off on his teammates.
And look, the loss is not on him. We're not blaming Draymond Green for the loss.
You lose as a team, but it didn't help.
You gotta be in that basketball game.
Yeah.
The diplomatic immunity that you speak of, they win 15 games without Steph, basically without Steph and Klay.
Mm-hmm.
Steph plays 5 games. And Draymond says that, I didn't really give it all I had. Now, you could look at it 2 ways. 1, he's saving himself for when Steph and Klay does return. Or 2, man, you're really cool on the team. Like,
if player X said that on another team, I don't care whether it's LeBron or whether it's, pick somebody random from the Rashad Holmes for the Kings. Like, imagine someone else saying that into the ethos. We would destroy that person.
Destroy him.
I mean, Bielitsa ran out of sack because he stopped playing.
Right. Casey Marin, he just dropped off. Let's go to Craig at Oakland. Craig, what's happening?
Great show, fellas. I was watching Otto Porter Jr. and Draymond Green last night, and I thought at the last play of the game that the refs missed a foul. It was an and one, if you ask me, when the guy got the game-winning shot.
Yeah.
Or not the game-winning shot, but the go-ahead shot. It looked like it was an and one. That was an amazing play by that little guy in between Klay and Otto Porter Jr. I guess the ball just bounced too far, too fast for Otto Porter to get his hands up, and it was just too much in front of Klay for them to do nothing. This little guy just got a put back and one, I mean, they missed the call, to be honest with you, but unfortunately, Draymond Green making that statement that they're going to win the championship, I thought it was going to bring a lot of pressure on Steph Curry, making other people mad, and it just seems like it just brought a lot of negative energy to it. Unwanted attention, like in the Wedding Crashers. Draw attention to yourself, but on your own terms.
Yeah. Oh, he's cutting out. You know, B, we're watching right now on the television, they're showing the replay, the final 18 seconds. Otto Porter Jr. gets a huge offensive rebound on a Clay in and out. Clay just misses a three-pointer, and they get the ball, and they have an opportunity to get the last shot in the game, and Wiggins gets trapped because the ball kind of gets kicked around a little at the top of the key. I thought with 4 seconds to go.
Here it is right here. It's 18.7.
I was hoping that Steve Kerr, because he was getting trapped and because of his free throw shooting, I was yelling, call timeout, set up another play, just because you had, I believe, one timeout left, and you want that last shot. But again, they got good looks down the stretch. They just couldn't hit a bucket. Here's the loose scramble right here.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Boom, he's trapped. I would have called timeout right there.
They fouled him, though.
They did foul him almost immediately.
Right, and you know what? I'll take that foul anytime. You're
and
a $30 million player. You can't give me 2 free throws right there?
I know.
You know, and look, I thought the shot by Poole there.
Was a good look.
It was a little deep, though. I thought he could have got a better look. I thought he could have penetrated or whatnot. So, whatever. You lose a game to San Antonio.
Keldon Johnson hit multiple threes. Josh Richardson hit threes.
That's gold medal winning Keldon Johnson.
And
Keldon Johnson
Pirtle killed them on the glass.
Gold medal winning. He was in Tokyo, Japan.
How about Zach Collins? I've always liked Zach Collins. Last night was one of those revenge games.
11 points last night, hit a couple threes. Zach Collins, a lot of talent out of not USF, Gonzaga.
Right? Yeah.
Gonzaga.
Yeah.
All right, now it's time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report. Hit it, Langford.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts. I get knocked down.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I'm just so accustomed to saying hit it Langford, not hit it Spadoni. Spadoni, it's been a while since we worked together. Since Friday, of course.
Only a couple days.
Yeah, and only a couple days. And, of course, we worked together on BS&G. Spadoni's on the board. That's right, Spadoni. I think Langford's back tomorrow. He's down in Scottsdale, Arizona, having a great time watching spring training. Today's injury report, it's the injury news that rocked Dub Nation over the weekend. James Wiseman's return timetable has once again been delayed. After appearing in 3 G League games last week, the Warriors center, former number 2 overall pick, has been sidelined indefinitely due to swelling in his right knee. This according to our friend Anthony Slater with The Athletic. There is no timetable for Wiseman's return, and as of now, the team has not made an official decision on what Wiseman's status is going forward. Wiseman's career has lasted all 39 games, and he has not suited up in a game for the Warriors since tearing his right meniscus last April against the Washington Wizards. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. More Dubs Talk coming up on the other side. 888-957-9570. What's your biggest worry with Dub Nation right now? Steph Curry's out indefinitely. James Wiseman's out indefinitely. Anybody having regrets about that James Wiseman pick? Number 2 overall. A lot of people talk about LaMelo. Sad. A lot of bust talk with James Wiseman. I'm not ready to go there. It's in the second year. To label him a bust is unfair at this point. He's not even 21 yet. But we can have the conversation. More coming up on the roast at 888-957-9570. Shasky and Bonte.
Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids.
The Guru, what is this, a midday show, Spadoni? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing?
It's finally back today. We missed our buddy, didn't we?
We did miss Guru. I think I saw a tweet from Guru driving home last night, and it was basically at the Warriors. Basically said it was time to dust off Damian Lee. All respect to Damian Lee.
Should I bust out the personal text message from Guru in the middle of the game last night?
Oh my gosh. Well, by the way, I wanted to get back to you and Flip texting, man. What a flex you did, and you just rolled all past it.
That's the homie Flem. It was great to hear him. I got Giants thoughts, but wait a little, because I'm really hot on the Warriors right now.
Yeah.
Giants thoughts we can put on ice, and we can reheat at any moment.
Yeah,
here's Guru.
Thoughts, I'm out.
Monte, help me.
I put out a tweet basically saying in real time, like, completely unnecessary from Draymond Green to get thrown out of that game in that situation. Just horrible discernment, horrible judgment, situational awareness, whatever you want to file it under. Terrible leadership. It just can't happen. Here's the text at 7:16 from Guru. Dre straight quit. The next one, I love you, which was, I had sent something back to him, which I will not let everyone know. And then it said, it was 2 years ago. No Steph, and Dre wanted out. And you know what? As succinct and as quick as those texts were from Guru, it's hard to deny that. The reality is that a couple of years ago when they didn't have Steph Curry and they were faced with adversity, he tapped out. And I don't judge people by when things are rolling. I judge you by adversity. I judge you when things are going bad and going south. Like, I look at all these quarterbacks, there's a reason Tom Brady is the GOAT. Because in times of crisis, who's more calm? Who's better equipped for the worst part of the game when things are coming at you and the clock's running down and you don't have timeouts? Well, Tom Brady. How do you think Joe Cool got his nickname?
Yeah, but that's not Draymond Green. And that hasn't been Draymond Green. Part of the reason why Draymond Green is because he plays with that emotion, that fire.
But can you pick and choose your spots better?
I totally agree with that. But
Draymond Green, the fire to
he's
play.
Not a Tom Brady.
That.
Like that's not who he is at all. It's not who he is at all. And let's not.
But even Aaron Donald.
But even Tom Brady will slam the helmet here and there, so he's not the calmest.
No doubt. But he doesn't do it where it gives his team a 15-yard penalty in a horrible situation.
He doesn't. But he'll show up some teammates on the sideline, which, he got a pass for. We all look at Odell Beckham Jr. in the sideline antics.
He's not perfect.
But we give Tom Brady a pass. Why? Because he's got Super Bowls. Okay, I get it. As we say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, by the way.
But if you're going to call yourself the greatest defender of all time and one of the smartest players of all time, smart players don't do that.
No doubt.
I don't care how bad the call was.
Good morning to everybody getting off the graveyard shifts, getting ready for work. Twitch and YouTube, you guys are humming. Thanks for enjoying the morning roast for another. Maybe you're not enjoying the morning roast, but thanks for tuning into the roast on a Monday morning. Obviously, the Comcast Business text line, they're rolling in. They have thoughts as well about James Wiseman, about Draymond Green. Let's get to the calls. 888-957-9570. I thought Draymond Green getting kicked out yesterday was unacceptable. I don't know if he quit, but it was unacceptable. I'm not going to call him a quitter. I'm not going to go that far. But the 2019-20 season, he did quit on that team. He admitted it. Yeah, I walk in the locker room and knew we had no chance to win a basketball game. Damn.
You can't say that out loud. You just
$20 million player, $20 million a year. That's what you're telling me? You're doing that with Pat? Like, yeah, we got no shot to win the game.
It's
like,
not
what?
just him. Like, I'm also looking at what's going on with Iguodala, and people could say, well, Iguodala's the 10th man, 9th man on this team, and you got to bubble wrap him for the playoffs. Like, I don't know, man. Like, they need all hands on deck. They need all hands on deck. And when Steph Curry's out, so Iguodala doesn't play, but Steph Curry's got to play all these minutes, and then he obviously runs the risk of getting hurt, and he does, and that's the only way they're going to win. But, Iggy, come back. We need you, too. We need your leadership as well. And I also think Draymond needs Iguodala on the court in times like yesterday to cool him down a little.
Yeah, but you know what? Draymond again. You shouldn't need another teammate to cool you down. You've got to. He got the first tech.
You're right.
They went up and down the floor. Another free throw was shot. Another foul was happened, and he still got thrown. He still got ran. We watched it in real time on the replay.
I know.
I said at the game, I don't remember. You're at the game.
Yeah.
Lots going on. You're watching it.
It's
but
different.
you watch it live. You're like, holy crap, that lasted a long time. Let's go. But I'm not going with Draymond Green's a quitter. That's strong. But, man, I did not like the optics yesterday.
He was a quitter?
No, you didn't say that. Drew Guru said he quit on the team. I don't know. He just didn't control himself.
It's hard to argue that he didn't quit on the team, quite frankly, in 2019.
I don't know if he quit on the team. It was a selfish act, in my opinion. It was selfish.
That's a great way of firing.
I don't think quit is strong. I'm not going to equate quit with Draymond Green. But a selfish act and not cool down, you got to control yourself.
It did feel like he tapped out of yesterday's game, though.
Man, I don't.
It's so unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't.
Let's go to the lines.
Yeah, Mo and San Ramon. Mo, what's happening?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. First-time caller and a long-time listener.
Thanks, Mo. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
man.
really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a Spurs fan. I'm not going to pile on. I just want to give a little bit of perspective from my end on how I saw the last 57 seconds play. And just like Steve Kerr mentioned it in the postgame, those two plays with the foul call that was called on Wiggins, and then, the loose ball foul on Jakob Poeltl and Kevon Looney. I definitely think neither of them should have been called. But from your guys' perspective, although it was called, it's Jakob Poeltl. We know he's a terrible free throw shooter, so that's not the worst thing that could have happened.
Mm-hmm.
And he clutched up. He made the first free throw.
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked. But when he missed the second one, and I don't think it was Otto Porter was being boxed out or was boxing out Keldon Johnson, and Wiggins it was actually Wiggins and Clay that were going for the ball, and they both happened to bobble it. Keldon gets the ball, hits the game-winning layup, and I just think that neither of those calls should have been made. I think the Warriors should have came back and finished that comeback and won the game. Alas, they didn't. And to answer your prompt question about what to be concerned about for the Warriors, I maybe stating the obvious, but who's going to be the second guy for Jordan Poole? I think obviously would be Klay Thompson, but what if it's not Klay Thompson? I think Andrew Wiggins has got to be that guy that has got to really set
They
it
want
up.
that. Yeah, they want that to happen.
Yeah, no,
Good
that's
call.
a great call,
Good call,
Mo. Thanks
Mo.
for calling.
I love those Spurs jerseys.
Yeah, no, the Spurs jersey. And I'm looking at the final play right now. Well, Poeltl missing that second free throw. By the way, former teammate of DeLon Wrights at Utah.
DeJounte cuts in front of Murray.
Yeah,
cuts in front of Wiggins.
Cuts in front of Wiggins. I thought Otto Porter Jr. also could have had a better box out on Keldon, but it was okay. It was a fine box out.
It was the tip back.
Yeah, it was a tip back to Keldon, which you can't do nothing about.
Yes.
You got to. Wiggins got to do better there. He's got to do better.
Bonte, boxing out is not about, it's honest to God, not about size or anything. It's about, do you want to box out?
Yeah.
That's literally it.
Right.
Care, effort, paying attention.
Yep. No, it's a lot of calls here. Let's go to the lines. I can't believe the Draymond Green. The more and more I think about it, and I thought about it a lot at the game.
Yeah.
Got home.
What was the stand saying? What were the people in the stand saying when you got?
Kind of just exasperated. Like, oh, come on. Because he got the first tech, and he turned up after the first tech.
And was relentless.
He turned up. He kept talking to the ref. It's like, bro, just let's play ball. You're back in the game. That's what the Warriors are down. What was it, 14 after the first quarter?
I have it right here.
36-22. 36-22, they were down at the end of the first quarter. 36-22, down 14. They battle all the way back, and they're making their run in the third quarter, and you kill the vibe by getting kicked out.
Well, and here's the interesting thing, and this is a different conversation. The Warriors trailed 75-69 when Draymond got ejected. But then they ended up closing the third quarter on a 15-8 run to take the 84-83 lead. They were a little galvanized, not by the technical, but I think the ball was moving more with people, with Draymond not there. He's holding the ball at the top of the key.
Yeah, that's another thing.
And he's like pointing and yelling at people, but no one's guarding him to actually do anything offensive.
He's not a threat offensively.
No, at all.
You got to be a threat. When you play Looney and Draymond, the court is congested.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? Draymond off the bit. Draymond off the bit. Now you're going to start Draymond, and they're going to start Draymond. It's kind of the same conversation we had about Klay Thompson. But I'd be more open to hearing about Draymond come off the bench if you're going to start Looney. Like I like the pool Steph, Klay, Wiggins, Looney.
I'm with you.
Or if you want to go Draymond instead of Looney, I'm not mad at that either.
I'm not either.
All right, let's go to Kevin in Richmond. Kevin in Richmond. You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas, great game last night with the, too bad the ending wasn't so great, and I know Draymond ain't playing his best. He don't look like he's going to come back mentally. He looks like he needs just a mental change. He needs to get happy somehow. But as far as Wiseman, I think Wiseman would have been better going to the Hornets because, the Warriors try to change this kid too much. Just let him run up and down the court and dunk. And we look slow. Us Warriors look slow. We need LaMelo out there. He is faster than anybody on the Warriors. There's nobody faster than him with the ball in his hand that I see. Jordan Poole may be faster sprinting-wise, but he can't do it with the ball in his hand. He can't pass. He can't pull up and shoot, with the ball in his hand.
Who, Jordan Poole?
When somebody passes him the ball, he's like Klay. But he can't break people down, pass, and then have another option to shoot, kick back and shoot that three like LaMelo. And that's what we're missing right now. Even if LaMelo wasn't starting, he could be running with the second team, pushing the break, pushing the passes. We are slow. Just like you said, Draymond at the top of the key, we can't run. We are slow. S-L-O-W, slow lane. We can't get up there and run with. Look how much faster these kids are, the younger kids. And what kind of youth do we got? We got pop shooters. We don't have guys that can go.
Well, they have Jordan Poole, they have Moses Moody, they have Jonathan Kuminga. Those are three youthful players who got, Jonathan Kuminga may be one of the more athletic players in the NBA. Jordan Poole is looking like a future all-star right now. He's quick. Nobody can stay in front of him. And Moses Moody, although he may have an older man's game, is 19 years old. And he has the potential to be a 3-level scorer. So I do think the Warriors do have athleticism. It's just your old core are not the most athletic. With Klay, Steph, and Dre. Still, Steph is playing at a high level. Klay's working himself back. Draymond Green's got to get back going. And let's not forget, he was an all-star this year.
Yeah, but when you're playing, to the athleticism point, when you play Klay Thompson, Looney, Draymond Green, Otto Porter Jr., those four, it isn't an athletic group by definition.
Right.
But they're a skilled group. You can offset the lack of athleticism with high IQ and skill.
Yep.
But there is something to be said for they just don't have a lot of athletes. But that's where Kuminga off the bench can help you.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
I would also say Poole's athletic.
Poole is, that's what I just said. Poole, Kuminga, and
to
Moody.
Your point, yes.
They're all athletic. LaMelo Ball, I'm with you, 925. The LaMelo, he says, get off this LaMelo BS. It's not even worth discussing.
Well,
he's a Hornet now. They're one game above 500. LaMelo was an all-star. I'll give him that. I'll give LaMelo Ball that. He's been very, very impressive. But how would it look on the Golden State Warriors? Again, does Jordan Poole look like this version of Jordan Poole? I don't know.
Can you agree that if you are sitting out here holding out optimism for Wiseman, you have right now, today, this morning, on March 21st, the losing hand in the LaMelo versus Wiseman hand. Like, there's no debating that. So if you wanted LaMelo, you're right today. We'll see where it ends up because careers aren't defined by the first year and a half. I would have taken Tyreek Evans over Steph Curry after a year and a half.
Right.
And I was way wrong.
Right.
So that doesn't mean that he can't. Okay, look, and here's the thing, too. I'm hearing about Wiseman, just for 1 second, B. He could be Joel Embiid. Look what happened to Joel Embiid. There's no doubt he could potentially be Joel Embiid.
Right.
He could be Greg Oden. Yeah, he could be that. Or he could be one of a million guys in between those two. We just don't know. But I understand just being simply frustrated as a Warrior fan because the kid's not on the court.
Right. I don't even know.
I get it.
I don't even know if LaMelo starts. I don't know if the ball is in his head. Like, you still have Steph Curry and Draymond Green on the floor.
Yeah.
They're touching the ball. LaMelo Ball's averaging 7.5 assists. He had a spectacular season. Well,
he's got the ball in his hand the whole game. He's got carte
I can't deny
blanche.
that.
I mean, he's running that organization.
Right. I can't deny that at all. But how would it look on the Golden State Warriors? I don't know. Let's go to KC in Los Gatos. KC, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I think with Draymond, it's getting closer to the third act of Lethal Weapon 2 when the South African villain goes, diplomatic immunity. and Mel Gibson just goes, it's revoked. And hits him in the head. Draymond's getting close, man. I mean, you can't do that stuff and then be a leader. I get that's his motor, and we keep excusing it, but with young guys, something one of you guys said earlier, you can't motivate all these guys like that. Then they learn from you. And last thing, Warriors World Discord for life.
I don't know.
I missed that last part.
I don't know what he said.
Regarding how people respond, Bonta, you've been on a lot of different teams, whether it's at work, whether it's at work, whether it's your family at home, whether it's here at the station. When you scream and yell at everyone, not everyone responds to you screaming and yelling.
Nobody, yep.
Right? So everybody responds differently. It might work for Wiseman and not work for Moody. It might work for Kuminga and not work for Wiseman or whatever. So the thing that I'm kind of frustrated with Draymond is that he has one setting, amped and in your face at all times.
All times.
And I was hoping that as he got older, he would evolve and mature a little to where he would pick and choose his spots a little better.
It brings you back to the piece on Jordan Poole in The Athletic, where he told Draymond Green, remember Draymond Green almost blew up at Jordan Poole earlier this season, was because Jordan Poole said, say it to my face, and he wasn't taking it. And everybody's like, man, this young fella is not taking Draymond's stuff. And they got into it again during the game, and Poole went back to him, was like, no, that was on you. That was your responsibility. And then they go over to the practice, and Poole's like, see? And Draymond's like, yeah, okay. And couldn't even accept the blame with that situation.
The reality is, B, I'm ready to say this now. If I was looking at this organization as a whole, people could say, Steph, Clay, and Dre, Steph, Clay, and Dre. And I hear them. And yeah, if we're going on resume, absolutely. Moving forward, it's Steph, Poole, and Clay.
Yeah.
And I go in that order. Steph, Poole, Clay.
There you go.
Right now, in my estimation, Poole is the second most important Golden State Warrior.
It's hard to argue with that. It's hard to argue about that.
I'm not trying to omit defense. I'm talking about organizational philosophy moving forward.
Yeah. Moving forward, you don't want to let Jordan Poole go. He's a playmaker.
Bonta, he's spectacular.
He's special.
And you're looking over, and if you're him, you're a young bull, you're a center, you're looking over at Jamie like, you can't even hit a layup. You over here telling me about defense.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow. Wow.
You don't think guys think like that?
Wow. They have to.
Yeah.
They have to.
Who's got the ball in their hands when closing moments? Dude, is it Poole or Draymond?
And this is something that we touched on all last season. The first thing I pointed out to when everybody's going crazy over the play-in loss to the Memphis Grizzlies, Jordan Poole, I actually asked him this on the set last week when he joined us.
Yeah.
I said, Poole, Joe, I'm impressed because in the Lakers playing game, you didn't make the corner three, but damn it, you pulled it like you wanted the shot. You pulled up like you wanted the shot, and I can live with that. The Memphis game, he hit the three. And then the next possession, when things are getting hairy, Draymond had hit a three. Remember that? And he's barking at the Memphis bench. He's yucking it up. He's talking to him. He's pointing. And then there was a chime in overtime to take another three wide open, and Draymond gave it up to Poole. He gave it up. Wide open three, gave it up to Poole, who was tightly guarded on the wing, and he ended up fumbling it, and I couldn't blame Poole for that. I was like, Draymond, take the shot. Just take the shot. So you're right, man. The guy's not taking shots. He's not playing offense. So moving forward, it's got to be about Steph, Poole, and Clay. And you know what? This is something Marcus Thompson touched on earlier this season, that Poole may extend Steph's career.
Yes, he's the fountain of youth.
Because he can play with the ball in his hands, and Steph can do what he does off the floor. And then on one wing, you have Klay Thompson, where the shot ain't that far off. So I got a lethal three-point shooter at the three and Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, and then Stephen Curry. There might be some moving parts this offseason. I'm just saying, buckle up. We're not there yet. David Fresno.
If they lose,
just buckle up. We're not there yet.
The deck chairs are getting realigned on this Titanic.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Let's wait on that.
Is the band still playing Leonardo?
Because this team can mess around with a championship. They're all saying kumbaya, Draymond.
And then we'll get the David West, Iguodala. You have no idea what went down in this locker room at the end of the year.
So let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Question for you. What's been a more buzzkill? This 49ers free agency period or this last stretch of the Warriors with the injuries to Wiseman and Curry? I think if you're a Bay Area fan, sports fan, this has been a really dull last 2 weeks, and I'm watching regular TV. I'm not even watching sports right now. I'm just so disgusted and so annoyed right now with both my basketball, my football teams. I'm just so annoyed and so over it. Like, I have nothing else to add.
Hey, you know what? Things
were looking great a week ago.
Well, the Jimmy G thing is the buzzkill right now. I'm over Jimmy G. Just wake me up when they get traded. And Michael Florio has a report today saying that John Lynch is telling teams he's got 2 second-round picks right now on the table for Jimmy Garoppolo. John, he's an honorary roaster. We loved having him on the morning roast. He was dynamic for 25 minutes. And even if he came on the show right now, we tell you, hey, John, 2 second-round picks for Jimmy. You got to pull the trigger.
You don't pull the trigger. No, you send to their inbox immediately and you text them, Doc, you sign this bad boy right now. Let's make it official. I need the official wet signature on this bad boy. Let's roll. 2 second-rounders.
Ooh-wee.
Even with gas prices being what they are, whoever is acquiring Jimmy Garoppolo, he can hop in my Mitsubishi and I will drive him there.
Oh, boy. Unbelievable.
And apparently Jason La Canfora is reporting that the Niners are in on Baker Mayfield. What do you think when I say that? And La Canfora says
that. When you say that, I think I need to go to Miguelito in the city to talk some Warriors basketball. Miguelito, what's happening?
What's up, Miguelito?
Here, man.
What's up, Miguelito?
Hello, fellas.
What's up, baby? Long time no talk. We got you.
Hello?
We got you.
All right. Hey, I didn't rehearse this or nothing, but listen to this Draymond thing. I swear to God, man, if I was an owner, I would have released him right after the game. I know it's a bad, terrible business decision, but it's like a decision for the soul, because I couldn't stand watching the dude if I owned him. I mean, if he played for me. And he's selling a bunch of doo-doo biscuits, and people are buying them and eating them. He has no clothes. The emperor has no clothes, man. He's not a leader. He's not even I don't consider him a warrior.
Wow.
Peace out.
All right, Miguelito. I don't think anybody's releasing Draymond Green. I'm not gonna go that far. You need Draymond.
I've never heard doo-doo biscuits.
Doo-doo biscuits is something I may steal. Go eat on a doo-doo biscuit. He's out there serving doo-doo biscuits. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It's maybe a little teenager-ish, maybe a little childish, but I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it one time. Oh, that looks like a doo-doo biscuit. Bad hamburger. Oh, what is that? A doo-doo biscuit?
Yeah.
Oh man. 888-957.
You know what's a doo-doo biscuit?
9570.
You want to know what?
What's up?
That San Francisco Giants lineup.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to discuss that.
Not today.
Not today.
But it looks terrible.
Not even going to go there.
They almost got no hit in their first spring training game.
Listen, you want to talk
about... The crowd was jacked because they got a hit in the 9th inning.
Dude, you want to talk about a buzzkill? Spring training baseball and look at the Giants lineup as a buzzkill. It's a buzzkill.
They go like this. This is my favorite. I'm driving around and they're like, Sammy Long eliminated the slider. He wants to be more efficient this year. First pitch of the game from Sammy Long, and it's out of here for a home run.
Wow. That didn't happen.
I swear to God. First pitch of the game.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't. I feel bad. Whoever tortured themselves by watching spring training baseball, I feel for you. You missed out on a great weekend of March Madness.
I got Elliot Ramos takes.
Oh, gosh.
I think he's extremely mediocre.
Yeah, after spring training, 2 spring training games?
I'm looking at him and his body of work. I'm like, you don't hit for contact.
Oh, my gosh.
You don't hit for power. You're not a speed guy. What are you? What do you hang your hat on?
510 Comcast Business Text Line.
You're 22.
Wiseman had swelling in his knee. He's been shut down for the meantime. He's out indefinitely. James Wiseman thought he was going to come back Sunday against the Spurs. He was supposed to play in the G League game. Not doing any of that right now as his knee swelled back up. He is out indefinitely. Hopefully he's back before the end of the season. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Jay and Gene will get to you and more of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about Draymond getting tossed last night as the Warriors lose their second straight? And they're heading out on a 5-game road trip. Folks, it ain't getting easier without Steph Curry. More of your phone calls coming up on the Morning Roast.
It's Beauty Week at Whole Foods Market.
on working together with his team, his youngsters on the team. I don't see him working with the coaches. Think how many coaches it takes to make this team work. He is not, when he goes off, think about the fact that he's losing his momentum with his coaches and his players. And the fact that like he's a leader. And when he does this stuff, it just like looks so bad. Like, you know, his attitude. So the thing is, for me, if I think about Draymond, if I think about if you look at the paper trail says it all. When Curry is out, Draymond somehow loses emotionally what the focus is of the game. He did that the year after they lost when Curry hurt his hand. Draymond stayed in maybe in the league in the team for about maybe a couple of months, and then he had a quote unquote, you know, some kind of injury going on, and then he was out for a couple of months. And I'm like, wait, what's going on? You know, he cannot stay in the game without Curry, and Curry is the leader, you know, the emotional leader. But Draymond, I don't know. I don't think I can really say he is the strength in the heart of the team.
No doubt.
And this is what separates. It's a great point because this is what separates.
Good call, Will.
Dre's a great player, but when you want to be one of the greatest of all time, Kyrie's out, Harden's out, KD steps it up in that series last year in the playoffs, and you're like, it's undeniable how great he is. He's doing this with the limited supporting cast. When Draymond's out or Clay's out, we've seen Steph Curry carry this organization, you know, with no one around. When Dre is there by himself and Steph is not there, we see all the shortcomings. And that's not exclusive to him. He's really good. But to separate really good to all-time great is a Grand Canyon leap. And that's where I think the disconnect happens for me. He thinks he's an all-time great. And to be an all-time great, you got to be able to still perform when the others are out.
I'm with you.
He can't do it. He does lose his emotions, too.
Let's go to Tori in Oakland, then we'll get to the flex moment of the show. Tori, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? How you doing this morning?
Doing good.
Can't complain.
Right on. I just want to call and say, like, Draymond's been doing this, right? Now, we all talk about he can't do it. At what point and who can be the person in the moment to step in and just tell him to chill, to freak out?
I don't know.
Like, this guy's going off for 3 minutes like you're talking about, Bonte. At what point is some ownership on someone else on the team? Can Steve Kerr step in and just get in his ear and say, Draymond, you need to chill? Or is Draymond just the type of guy that he has that much ownership, that much passion in the locker room? Everyone look like they're walking around with him. He's been playing with him for 12 years, trying to hold him back all awkward.
He wouldn't even listen to Clay.
I think it's got to be Steph. It's got to be Steph and Clay.
That's not in Steph's to me. Like,
and it's not.
We all know that guy.
We're asking Steph to be somebody he's not.
I know.
But somebody's got to rein him in.
Well, that's where I miss David West.
Because it's what you can lose this year. If you get to the playoffs.
And he does that?
I don't know if you're good enough to overcome that.
No. You weren't in 2016. It was one of the greatest teams we've ever seen. I mean, B, come on.
Whew.
You know?
But 831, Comcast Business Text Line, Dub fans never want Draymond to change. Never
you
want
have
him
to
change.
evolve. If you're never evolving, there's a theory in sports. You're either getting better or getting worse. You never stay stagnant. And I'm a believer of that.
We talked a lot of Draymond, but the fact is, this team's not playing well right now. There's no Steph Curry. Wiggins has been lost since the All-Star break. As the ascension of Jordan Poole happens and Klay Thompson fights his way back and Otto Porter Jr. has a good game, but Kuminga continues to stay consistent, 9-9 last night off the bench. Things are not good right now. Warriors are free-falling. Next 11 games, 4 back-to-backs, 5-game road trip coming up. And is that loss on Draymond Green? No, I'm not going to pin the loss on Draymond Green. But it didn't help. Kerr had to play Shields in 19 minutes yesterday. You think Steve Kerr wants to play Chris Shields in 19 minutes? He doesn't. But things are not good right now. And when you last week say that you're going to win a championship and that happens, you know, things are tough and people are going to come down your road. Because people remember what you say. So Warriors have a chance to wash away the stain Tuesday night in Orlando, and they got to win that game against Orlando.
Do you use OxyClean?
OxyClean, hell yeah, I do.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, I do.
What about those, wipes? Those, bleach wipe
Bleach wipe thingies.
I've never used those. My wife has them, but I've never used those.
We've got all kind of, Anna, she's on Amazon.
And then the lint rollers.
We got all that stuff. Got to have a lint roller. Got to have a lint roller.
Yeah, they're crucial.
I got them in the car. I got one in the car.
Oh, you got to have the little
Got to
mini
have them.
one. Yeah.
Got to have the mini
Absolutely.
one. All right, time for the flex moment of the show. Brought to you by Xfinity. Hit it, Spadoni. He said he was coming back and dominating. He's coming back and dominating. He's the heartbeat. All right, there's been a lot of chatter. A lot of people not happy with the podcast. So people are happy with the podcast. Gives us a lot of content. The TNT stuff. You come back and you get kicked out of that game. Now, the second technical, was it a little soft? Maybe. But you got to stop talking. You have to be there for your team without Steph Curry. You're the heartbeat, right? You're the leader. You're the emotional one. And Draymond Green was not good in that basketball game yesterday in the first place. Got blown by a lot. I thought he had some bad turnovers. I didn't like the way he moved on the floor. I watched him. I was down in on number 23 at Chase Center.
His body language was horrible.
I didn't like it.
I know.
I did not like it. I did not like it. And for him to get kicked out of that basketball game.
Thank you.
It bothered me a lot.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Now, flex moment of the show is always fun, but just know that, we know the sales want something controversial. They want something hard-hitting, and the digital department wants something that's going to get clicks. But Shasky and I are the ones going to get killed now. Now we're going to have Dub Nation tagging us in every single comment, in every single thread on Instagram and Twitter saying, these idiots don't know anything. So thanks a lot for that.
I'm okay.
Thanks a lot for that.
That's what the mute button's for. And secondarily, as a good
partner, put it every day.
Did you see he went ISO and I just moved out of the way? I went to the short corner.
Smart. Just wait for the ball, and sometimes you don't get it, Andrew Wiggins, and if you don't, you run down, you try and play some good D.
What's that hat you're wearing? It's an army or like sort of camouflage, but what is that?
I'm glad you asked, Butch, because this hat is from the Matt Wynn Memorial, one of my fraternity brothers who died of a heart attack at the age of 50 about a year and a half ago.
No.
So we
Rest
all
in peace.
terrible. We all went down to Palm Springs last July, 110 degrees for the first annual Matt Wynn Memorial. And if you look at the logo, it's a bite on the NBA logo with the red, white, and blue, but it's of my guy Matt, and he's taking a drop.
He's taking a drop.
Good, that's what I thought it was.
And if you look closely, you can see the mullet.
That's the old drop, too, not from the kneecap.
It's an old school hat. You see the mullet, and you see the super baggy shorts. He was not a great golfer. He was not the fittest of fraternity brothers.
Okay.
We lost him. It sucked. We all got together in Palm Springs. We had a great time. And my guy John Trudeau, a.k.a. Trudy Rudy, he made the logo. He's an artiste. And Matt was a hunter, so the hunter motif combined with the drop logo.
I like it. It looks like a really high-quality hat.
It's decent. It's one of those trucker styles, and I thought I'd go hat today, mix it up. I've been a beanie guy, but I heard it was normally 80-plus in here. We were dealing with Sauna Lake conditions.
You're not allowed to go on vacation ever again.
It was conditions.
It was bad. So we made that rule while you were gone.
I appreciate it.
Try to update you on that.
Everybody doesn't listen here. We know that. People want to do their own things here in 95-70 games, so they're going to touch the thermostat.
Yeah.
They're going to do what they want to do. And when you get selfish people, selfish things happen, and then we have to suffer for it.
Everybody
like the Warriors
suffers.
yesterday. That's a suffer for Draymond Green's selfish act.
You know what? That's a solid 4. That's a 4+.
That was pretty good.
Although you did get a good night's sleep. I noticed it was not Bonte on the post.
You lose a brother at age 50. It's not an easy transition.
Not an easy transition.
Bonte Hill, FTW.
He's a pro's pro.
No doubt. Look, man.
On the other side.
It's
that's
not bad.
a tease.
Exactly.
Folks, that's a tease.
Coming up next.
Chicken pot pie shop.
That's better than, Dibs lost a friend. Well, the Warriors lost their playoff hopes. Your transition was better. I'm working a little bit darker.
I wasn't going to go there. I wasn't going to go there.
It's my buddy, so I can rip.
Taking calls over the last 30 minutes. Always had Tweet Deck open. I'm going back and forth between YouTube and Twitch. Jimmy did not get traded. I'm seeing YouTube here. They're going crazy, saying that the Warriors need to blow it up. Some people say that. But anyway, everybody's going crazy. But then I see Willard's tweet come over the timeline just slowly, and I thought I had Willard muted. It's shame on me for not having Willard muted.
That's your bad.
But Willard's tweet comes in. I'm going to explain. What was the tweet? What was it?
In Farhan I trust.
I'm glad you read it because I was responding directly to the two of you.
I know you was.
I can't remember which one.
Tweeting.
Right as I pulled into the parking lot, there's no defense for what Draymond Green did last night.
There's not.
I said, boy, just wait 15 minutes. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, there it was.
Yeah.
There it was. I knew you were subtweeting
I said,
us.
you absolutely can defend Draymond Green, and I'll do it coming up in 15, but now not coming up in 15 because we're here, so I'll just go ahead and do it now. It's a little bit less about Draymond. It's more conceptual. It's more broad, if you will. I don't know why we as a NBA fan society bought into this. People getting thrown out for words that aren't even profane. You can't tell me that makes any sense in what we're doing if you look at this from a broad spectrum. This is an entertainment entity. We are paying money to go watch this, and somebody, a ref, who, by the way, also highly paid. I had a family member who was an NBA ref. May he also rest in peace. I know exactly what these people make, and we act like they're just these little innocent flowers in the corner. These people also need to have their own accountability. They have their own high-paying job. These people are out there, and they have decided. We have bought into a dictatorship mentality, especially, baseball's even worse. You look at me wrong after I call that strike, you're out. In basketball, if you talk to me, you can do it once, but you can't do it twice. Update me the last time.
I disagree.
Hold on, let me finish.
I agree because I believe all referees and officials across every platform. Sorry, Dan Dobie, close your ears, but I believe they suck. NBA, NCAA, NFL, MLB, they stink.
It's not even about that.
How bad they are.
I'm with you.
That's not.
It's not even about that. Why can the player not speak? Tell me the last time a player in the NFL got thrown out for words. What are we doing?
But wait,
Thank the NFL.
But here's the other. No, but Mark, it's also
hold on real quick.
Draymond is an
You're listening to
outlier.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco, at Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. 9 a.m. hour. Brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. RJ Paula, what is up?
We watched the replay over and over because they had the game on this morning. I would agree with you if around the league guys are getting thrown left and right. This is one guy who has given a longer leash than anyone else in the league and has a repeated history of yes,
absolutely.
You should see the way he's talking to this guy. We watched it again today. He's screaming at the guy like this and getting demonstrative for 3 straight possessions.
Mark, so what? Mark, so what? You got to let a guy go renegade out there.
Rules are in place for a reason.
Mark, real quick, Mark. The guy airballed the free throw.
And that reason is what? That reason, go ahead.
It's to actually play the game and not yell at the official the entire time.
Well, that's some respect.
He's not playing the game.
Have some respect.
He's not playing the game, Mark. The technical free throw gets airballed.
Then the Warriors are playing 4-on-5.
Why is he the only guy in the league that has this problem?
Why are we? He's not. First of all, and number two is that not him? Is Draymond Green where he is in life if he doesn't bring that streak to every single thing that he does?
It can be his curse and gift.
This guy makes $25 million a year and he can't shoot. Like, he needs every single bit of that attitude to be who he is. Now, is there a line? Yeah.
He crossed it yesterday.
He's a habitual
I disagree. If he's up in someone's face, mother bleeping his parents in front of the fans, his words were, do your job.
Oh, he said a few more things. You don't believe Draymond Green didn't use one profane word?
Listen,
Draymond Green.
Official. What do you say?
It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful.
I hate that word.
Well, you know what?
Because
stop signs are in place to keep things
who's
safe.
Making that line? Where's the respect in the other direction?
Everyone in the league, there's unwritten rules. Everyone in the league conducts,
rules.
But they're there for a reason.
But they're not there.
These are actually written rules. And if you look at the NBA rules as it pertains to the conduct of players, Draymond Green gets away with constant verbal murder.
Man.
He could get thrown out of just about every single game based on the letter of the law.
Mark,
and you know what?
10 years.
I've been covering this team every night for 7 years. Every night, and I've got tweets from years past saying Draymond Green gets a lot of leeway.
That's who he is.
Lot of leeway.
But
it doesn't make it right.
But why are we buying into these rules? We redo the rules every year. Why? Who is you mentioned to me last night, Dibs? Oh, they're going to protect him. Who needs protection? No one's going to get attacked. He is speaking. He's doing it loudly. The four of us are doing it right now. No one's going to call it disrespectful. Yeah. No one's going to be mad at each other at the end of this. Like, who cares?
Mark.
Is there a line? Yes.
He's undressing a referee on television in front of everybody. The guy airballs a free throw. He's still chirping. He goes back to the line. He goes back to the free throw line. Who was it? Vassell. And he makes one. And Draymond's still chirping. They go down on offense. They come back on defense. And he's chirping the entire time. time. Great. Play basketball. Your team needs you. Your team needs you
Mark,
without Steph Curry.
If your son did that in a game, wouldn't you be like, "Oh my God, come on, kid"? I mean, come on.
Basketball. It's a totally different
No, but
thing.
I'm just saying in general, like that's just unbecoming of an NBA player.
Youth sports is. I mean, Dibs, you know this better than anyone. It's completely different. I would never, ever have people in the stands, and that's the one that gets me even more. The players. We're talking about a highly emotional individual in a highly emotional situation. Is there a line at some point? I mean, sure.
Definitely.
Sure.
And he crossed it. And
Again.
I don't agree.
Well,
I don't agree.
Unfortunately, it's not up to you to agree or disagree. And what happens is we talk about Draymond Green's basketball IQ, and he is one of the smartest players I've ever seen. But when it comes to his self-control, he's not very smart because the system is built this way, Mark. Much like in soccer, if you commit a hard foul or if you disrespect the ref, boom, yellow card. That's what the first technical foul is. When you play on a yellow card in soccer, now you know you can't play as aggressively. You can't disrespect the official because the next one that comes out is red. And Draymond Green, for all his gifts, I agree with you. He's built on his edge, but turn your edge toward what really matters.
Exactly.
He's fixated on being the official's official.
True. Right.
It's like an OCD. He can't help himself.
Well, and who's getting hurt?
The team.
The team. Well, no,
Yeah. His teammates.
No, but see, you even said these rules are written. So why do we have to buy into them? Why do they not get changed? Every sport changes every rule every year. Okay, so we're going to change
the rule. Okay, you can now say whatever you want, short of
You got to tell me who's getting hurt. Do you ever been close? You guys have been close to an NFL game. You close down on the field.
This is not the NFL.
Well, but what's the difference?
The difference is there's no helmets. You're looking at their faces.
And you never
can
once see an NFL player go up to a ref and demonstrably point and all that.
Gosh.
Now, they say things,
Most
and
plays.
they do this. Like, that's a flag, that's a flag.
Most plays, you see these people
Yeah, but you don't see
in the face
Jalen
of the ref.
Ramsey going like this in the middle of a play, clapping at the official. In his face while the play's going on.
Well, if he did that, then it's going to be a
That's
touchdown.
literally what
it's going to be a
Draymond
touchdown
does.
for the other team. So who's getting hurt?
Let me tell you, Mark.
Jalen Ramsey's getting hurt.
I attended last night as a fan of the game. Took my lovely lady out there. We had a great time. Great time out at Chasing.
It's a great time out.
It's a great time out.
God's a Warrior fan.
Yeah, where's the Donald Foyle at?
Totally.
But as soon as he got kicked out, there's I heard the fans just kind of be exasperated, like, Draymond. That's what I heard. Draymond. Like, you already got the first tech. The ref lets you talk for another. Through the technical foul, through the foul shots, your team's on offense, you go back on defense, and he chirped the entire time. How much leeway do you want to give the man? And how much does a human being have to take abuse from a guy playing a game over a 50-50 call? Or if they're a 50-50 call, and you're going to just allow it, let him talk? So then now you get Klay Thompson chirping. Now you get the Spurs chirping. Now you get Popovich chirping. And now it's a free-for-all. Now it's a free-for-all where everybody's cursing everybody out. I don't agree with that. You got to draw the line somewhere.
You're taking it to where it didn't go, and you can make the case that it didn't go there because they made him leave the game. But this is somebody who's how many years has Draymond played?
10.
How many games has he done this? How many times has it turned into a fight?
Yeah, but the officials are there to maintain order as well.
But it's not about
You're completely missing that element.
No, I'm not missing the element. I'm saying that the line that you guys are creating to me doesn't exist.
We would argue every play then. Then it would be the whole game would just be players arguing with referees.
It's already happening.
No, not to this
come
degree.
on. Yes, so
the biggest thing, Mark?
Was this big? Yes, that's why we're sitting here talking about it.
But it's always with him.
But
the biggest thing, Mark,
him.
It's nauseating when you do it 82 games on every foul.
Nauseating to you.
No, to everyone.
It's not nauseating to you.
Klay Thompson's body language was, Dre, come on.
And you know what?
He literally did that.
And Dre wears people out.
It's why.
So
Mark,
that means he can't play?
It's why what Draymond did yesterday.
I wear people out all the time.
Is why 70%, I would say, a lot of Dub Nation, when we took calls last summer, when the whole Ben Simmons saga was happening, and when Draymond basically said Steve Kerr and Bob Myers messed up the KD situation with the suspension, which was another act of not taking accountability. It's like, Draymond, this situation happened because you called your old teammate the B word, not Steve and Bob.
Didn't pass him the ball.
It didn't pass him the ball there in crunch time. And then our calls, we took maybe 100 calls over a 3-day span. And at least 70% of this fan base is saying, we'll drive Draymond to the airport for Ben Simmons. That's what it came to. That's what it came to. So Dub Nation.
That would have been an awful move.
No. Dub Nation is tired of the act.
I was reading Monte Poole had a tweet, and I was reading the comments, and it was running about 50-50. Like, blank these refs, and then the other half is like, Draymond, you can't do this, especially with Steph not playing. So
that's the biggest thing for me, Dibs.
Yeah.
Steph's not there.
The
Your team needs you.
Yeah.
11 games
IQ.
left. You want to lock up a top 4 seed. Although he keeps saying they don't care about seeds. The whole Warriors say they don't care about the seeds. So I'm with them too. I don't care about the seeds. If you don't care about them, go out there and win. And he's talking championship. But think about the Monday game, Mark. Think about Monday night. Steph's birthday. He drops 47. And Draymond drops a championship line. But then he goes up to the podium and he's undressing Anthony Slater. Think about how much that killed the vibe. Just think about some of the acts where it's just
like a championship already, and I love them. But he cost them a title, tussling with Michael Beasley, tussling with Steven Adams, and then tussling with LeBron James. If that didn't teach you the lesson 6 years ago, you're never going to get it.
His response would be, "You don't have the 3 you have without me."
That's playing the cause and effect game.
True.
He still
It is
caused.
true. It's true.
It's true. You're not winning championships without him.
So
And
where
he
do you
cost
have
them a game against the Hornets
which is
last
why we
year.
live
We did
with
the
it, right,
exact same
Dibs?
thing.
And they got most of the wins they got because of him.
Well,
So
they didn't make the playoffs last year.
Well,
they would have been in a different seed last year had they won that Hornet game when Steph came out. Like, they literally had the same thing happen.
That's like a golfer who shoots his best round ever and is ticked off about the 5-foot putt that you missed. And I get that that's human nature. But come on, you're going to say, Draymond, you're not in position to do any of this over the last 10 years without him.
No one's saying that. No, of course, that both can be true. So, he's a great player. You don't win championships. And his judgment in games is horrific at times.
It's not about judgment. You're talking about someone who is a highly emotional person in a highly emotional situation. And I'm talking less about last night and more about the broad concept of it. I don't know why we've accepted it.
Yeah.
Why have we accepted the idea?
Because it used to be spiking balls. It used to be berating officials in front. There has to be some level of respect for everyone else out there.
And
where are we at in society?
That's
if
a
we're going to
moving
allow
line.
this to happen,
Right.
But this is
the worst thing.
Officer.
This is the worst thing that can happen. Let these guys talk to officials any type of way they want to. Good Lord. That would be the worst.
It's not any type of way they want to. That's not my point. My
Draymond
point is,
Green crosses the line, you get a T, and what that tells
Where's
you
the
is
line?
That's where the line is.
That's the line.
But I don't like the line.
Well, you know what
and he
Draymond
doesn't
did?
like the line.
He
And a lot
turned
of
it
people
up
don't like
after
the
that.
line.
What? He doesn't like the line. He crossed it again. Bye-bye.
Okay.
That's the way the system works.
Exactly.
Well, it's bad
and
for
now
fans.
we can talk about
It's bad for fans.
We can
It's bad
talk
for the
about where
sport.
the line should be. You know what it is it's good for sports. And if you look at the officiating across the country at the youth level, there's a crisis because people don't want to ref anymore.
I don't blame 'em.
Because it trickles down. I got fourth graders throwing palms up. I got them tapping their arm when they go to the hoop in the first quarter of week 6. I wonder where they learned that.
Do you think that's all because of Draymond Green?
Not Draymond Green, but it all trickles down from what they see.
It's ever not been that? When in professional sports did we not have that? You telling me that back in the 70s and the 80s, in the Showtime era, everybody thank you, Mr. Referee.
No.
I appreciate
it was
that.
a lot more decorum back in our day.
I disagree.
Well, put the stripes on, pop a whistle in your mouth, and then you talk to me, people. And that goes for all of you. And you saying that the officiating...
They do stink.
Nah,
it's at an all-time
that's
worst.
A naive... That's just straight haterade
I've never
right
seen
there.
officiating worse in professional sports. It's
By the way,
cringeworthy.
Did you watch the tournament?
No, I did. I watched
you want to see
Baylor.
worse officiating?
I watched
Check out the March Madness.
I watched
Lace
the
'em
officials
up.
try to bring Baylor back into the game and job North Carolina out of
Oh
a
my
win.
gosh.
Those poor
It's
suckers
hard.
had to go to overtime.
This is the take that
It is
infuriates me
hard.
more
I
than
know
anything.
it
is
does.
hard.
I know it's hard to have
Lace
this
'em up,
conversation
all
with
of you.
Dibs. No,
But
Lace them up and try it. Try it one time.
I did try it.
Change your
did
Don't
try
tie
it.
youth
I did
sports
try
to
it.
professional sports.
I
Don't
officiated
do
one
it.
game in my life. Argyle Playground, Hamilton Rec Center came over with Big Creech coaching that team. And I said, man, if I call this travel, they're going to get all me. Dude, I swallowed the whistle.
Hey.
One play, this poor kid got hacked. Blow the damn whistle. Blow. I said, never again will I do this ever. Dude, it's the worst job in America.
I got 3 kids. I got stripes on every single day of my life. So I get it. But
Yeah, and I'd like to see one of your kids talk to you like Draymond talked to the refs last night.
if they do every day.
Yeah.
All right, guys, have a good show. Should be fun. Warriors lose their second straight 5-game road trip coming up. Ooh, buddy. Have a good one, Roasters.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I'm just ready to head straight into the cauldron right here on a Monday. First of all, welcome back, my brother.
Mark,
welcome back.
So good to see you. And
we had odds on whether or not you'd be here today.
I thought about pulling the plug.
Whether you'd even be alive today.
I got back Saturday night at about 12:30, the last plane out of Vegas.
Elite move, by the way.
Whoa.
Elite move. And it's not even just Vegas. I've learned this in my life. If everybody wants a pro tip, whatever your vacation is, come back on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Don't come back on Sunday. Gosh, your life will be so much better on Monday morning.
Feeling better today than I was yesterday, for example. And according to sources, you and I spoke on the phone Friday night, I'm being told.
That is the word on the street.
Based on my call log.
It's either you or somebody does one hell of an impression of you 4 or 5 cocktails in.
Not 5.
Or 12.
Not 6. Yeah, I wanted to share the love. I was having it was a nice bounce back Friday after a bloodbath Thursday. And I was thinking of you, so I wanted to reach out.
I appreciate you. Were you in an elevator, or you don't even remember where you
elevator,
were? I feel
lobby.
like there might have been an elevator. There was a pause at one point where you might have needed to go up a floor or two. And
you know what it was?
We made it through. We made it through the elevator. It was an elevation sensation. And yep, we got the receptacle is ready to go. So
yeah, I got a lot of singles fresh off my trip to Vegas. Funny how that works.
That's great. That's great. So no, that was actually one of the highlight moments of my weekend to hear from you live in Vegas. So welcome back. Glad you're here. We'll dive all in. First and foremost, we're here for each and every one of you. It's one of those days where there is so much to react to, very little on the Giants free agency front. Jimmy Garoppolo rumors and another very chewable Warriors performance last night. So 888-957-9570 if you'd like to weigh in on this. That is our Comcast business text line as well. Good morning to each and every one of you on Twitch and YouTube. You can always watch the show. Twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. What are you doing is a half hour away. I got a good one, taking a little bit of a shot at one of our own. I'm not going to tell you who as of just yet. So we look forward to chatting it out with each and every one of you. Okay, so here's the thing. Does there need to be a line? Well, sure, I guess. But my point is this. I don't really understand the concept. And Draymond Green is simply an example. I don't want to get too bogged down on where is the right spot last night specifically. But in general, this is not something where I'm reacting to last night. I'm reacting to this as a whole. I cannot think of many moments while watching a baseball game, for example, and somebody gets tossed where I'm like, yeah, that person deserved to be tossed. The person who throws a baseball at 99 miles an hour at someone else's head, that person deserves to be tossed. The person who takes a bat out to the mound, that person deserves to be tossed. The person who makes contact with an umpire, that person deserves to be tossed. This is all other human beings put in harm's way, in danger. If somebody wants to share their opinion with you, that person does not deserve to be tossed. Even if you don't like the opinion, even if you'd like the opinion to stop being shared, even if somebody is annoyed by how often you're sharing their opinion, that person does not deserve to be tossed. People who spent thousands of dollars to watch that person play basketball, I think, would also agree. It's just a larger concept to me. Like, Dibs, you and I get ripped in a profane way every day. We've got a text line, we've got Twitter, we've got Instagram every day. I don't block anybody. I don't like what everybody says.
That's your choice.
I don't block everybody.
And it's a part of our job. Now,
it's a part of theirs too.
Up to a point. up to a point, and that's why the use of expletives is where the line is normally drawn. Or if you look at the letter of the law as it pertains to sportsmanship, if it's persistent complaining and verbal abuse, there's a line there. And the baseball one's always interesting to me because, yeah, you can't even look back at an ump on a pitch that may have been 3 inches outside. He might rip off his mask and, give you the glower, and you might get run.
I hate that one.
In baseball, I think that they could allow, the umpires could have a little bit more patience when it comes to those sorts of things, although robot umps are coming, and then we're going to lose even more of the human element in baseball. So let's put that aside. Football, totally different. You don't see the same level of referee abuse. There might be, a quick complaint, but there's another play coming. You got to get back to the huddle. It doesn't allow, there's not enough downtime to where Draymond Green, he can go 90 straight seconds after a foul during 2 free throws, and he can just straight berate a guy, and there's no helmet, so there's not the same level of anonymity, and the fans can hear it, etc. So 3 different sports, 3 different paradigms when it comes to the complaining. Your idea of, there doesn't need to be a line or the line needs to be moved. The system is in place to where you get teed up, that's your warning. You cross the line, don't cross it again. And Draymond Green has a very difficult time controlling himself after that first tee. And in general, and we talked about this last week, after the first tee, you're going to get more rope before the second tee. And Draymond Green got a lot of rope. There was 3 other possessions where he could have gotten that second tee. And finally, and you could hear it audibly when he says, "That's terrible." That's enough.
That's terrible.
Enough.
That's the sentence that got him run out of the game.
It was
that's
the straw
terrible.
that broke the referee's back because, Mark, it was a persistent stream of abuse. And Draymond Green, basketball IQ through the roof. He's a basketball genius, but he has a really hard time with self-control.
Well, okay, that does lead to our song of the day, and then a lot more discussion about it on the other side, and your phone calls. We see you lining up already, 888-957-9570. Where do you land on this in terms of the line? Should words ever be enough to get star players thrown out of this entertainment entity that is the NBA? So this is where we're popping. And would love to hear from as many of you as possible. But, there's no doubt. Draymond, hell, I've been accused of this. Song of the day. Here we go.
Yeah.
Independent network news on Channel 9.
Still hits nice.
Come on.
So good.
A little levity, courtesy of the DMC.
It's just incredible. You talk too much and you never shut up.
You never shut up. But you know what? It's not up to us as a society to decide who gets to be themselves and who doesn't.
Wrong.
No.
Wrong.
No, right.
Wrong.
Right.
It's up to those 3 individuals, the 2 men and the 1 woman on the floor. Their job is to officiate the game.
Right.
And
so officiate the game.
His job
inbound
is
the ball.
His job is to play the game. His job is not to critique the officials. His job is a basketball player. You talk too much and you never shut up.
No, that's the way he's built.
Well, you know what, Mark? That's on him. That's a him problem because
not really.
The basketball officials,
this world's got
their
room
job
for
is
all
not to play.
The world's got room for all kinds of personalities.
Mark? I want the referees to be able to berate the players the same way that the players berate the referees. So when Draymond Green comes down and whips a pass cross court and it goes into the 3rd row, I want Ed Malloy to run over to Draymond and berate him for a terrible play. What kind of a bum are you throwing that pass? He wasn't even open. Are you idiot? How stupid are you, Draymond?
Do you know what?
That's what I want, Mark.
There actually is room for discourse and back and forth from the officials. This isn't quite what you're talking about, but let me share a quick story.
Share it.
Greg Willard, again, may he rest in peace.
Your uncle, right?
Yeah, my cousin. He was my cousin. Longtime NBA ref, got hit by pancreatic cancer in his mid-50s and is no longer with us. Love the man. A great story was shared at his memorial about an interaction that happened between him and Moses Malone.
I've heard of him.
Okay, Moses Malone came over, and the players do this, right? They know when a ref is young, okay, that means he's also impressionable. It's gonna be an intimidation sensation. I'm gonna come over here and get in this ref a little bit. And if anybody in the NBA historically knows about intimidation, it's Moses Malone. This is an imposing figure, right? So Greg comes down, whistles up Moses. Moses comes walking over to him and goes, "Come on, man." And my cousin Greg had just come from the Pac-10 at the time, so he had just come up from college into the NBA. Goes, "Come on, man. What the hell kind of a college call was that?" Greg looks at him and goes, "Moses, what do you know about college?" Turns around and runs the other way. Spladell! And nobody's throwing Greg out, and no one's throwing Moses out. Be people, okay? Just talk to each other. And if one of them's talking too much, handle it. Handle it.
That's how you handle it.
I mean, listen, I'm not over here saying just be outlaws. There can't ever be a line. Sure, there can be a line. But if your sentences are, "That's terrible," and "do your job," I'm sorry. I want a refund because I came here to watch Draymond play basketball, and he used a few words that are not even cuss words, and you send him packing.
Well, I love the story, and I wish I would have had a chance to meet your cousin because I love meeting officials, especially professional officials.
He's a great guy. He's a great
this
guy.
story involves a player sidling up to a young ref and having a quiet conversation. Draymond Green is demonstrative. He's obnoxious. He's out to embarrass you as an official, and that's the difference, Mark. If you see Steph Curry when he's not getting calls, he doesn't often lose his cool, but he will go over and be like, "Come on, I've been hit 3 straight times," and the referee will listen. There's a conversation. Draymond Green does not converse.
All sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Your phone calls next, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
It's Beauty Week at Whole Foods Market. Save on your favorite serums, shampoos, body care, and more with 25% off all beauty through March 22nd while supplies last. Plus, Prime members save an extra 10%. See more on the Whole Foods Market.
or get the contact. He's not worried about the free throw shooting. Let's just get to the line. That's what you worry about. Draymond gone.
Draymond just got thrown out. Maricoga just threw out Draymond Green for continuing to argue the call. And Draymond trying to get off the floor here, but says his piece. And now Steve Kerr wants to know what the heck is that for?
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, you hear all those boos in the crowd. I'm pretty sure they're not booing Draymond. I mean, to hear everybody this morning tell me the fans are all done with Draymond and his act. Am I to believe that all those boos were directed at Draymond? Or maybe would they be directed at the officials?
Always easier as a home fan to boo the officials.
Well, that's true.
But some fans were clearly booing Draymond. And by the way, that was not an absolute chorus of boos. That was a collection of boos. And my favorite part is Draymond Green, as he's leaving the court, goes over to Steve to complain. And you clearly see Draymond telling him, he threw me out for nothing. And then now Steve's got to go double palms up like, wait, what happened?
So you think Steve was thinking to himself, you idiot. Okay, yeah, sure, wait, what are you talking about, refs?
Basically.
Steve Kerr, and I quote, once upon a time, I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond. And that's the point. Sure, the dude wears everybody out. I get it. He's one of those personalities. But I don't think that means we necessarily have to officiate him all that differently. Does he get away with stuff, or is he targeted by refs? I guess I could make either case. My point is, in this particular one, I don't think a player should be thrown out because you're annoyed. You're annoyed. And as a ref, that was really annoying, but that's not enough for me. It's not enough to send a very, very key play, a player that is, to the locker room. Real quick, before we get to your calls and what are you doing is coming up here quickly in 10 minutes. 10:30, a little bit less than an hour from right now, your chance to win 2 tickets to see Chris Rock, the Paramount Theater in Oakland, courtesy of Live Nation. This is the home for stand-up comedy in the Bay Area, this show right here.
Yeah.
Am I right or am I right?
I love it. We need to start getting some comedians in. Get like a Laugh Out Loud Friday, right? Or something.
Like why has Bill Burr not been on the show? We've given away 732 pairs of tickets on this show for Bill Burr. Why is he not on?
Good question.
Good point.
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank you. That's why I asked it. Just wait until you hear this sounder, which is our sounder for everything.
Just about.
And that'll be your cue to call in and win Chris Rock tickets. And then after you win Chris Rock tickets, we're going to hear that sounder again when Rich Aurelia comes on at 11 o'clock this morning and we do the big finish with him.
Yeah.
Because that's what we use the sounder for anything.
One sounder fits all.
Right.
One sounder inside.
It's kind of like you and your meals this week. There's one thing over and over, the exact same thing. It's never going to change. One thing over and over.
I'm locked in. It's the Prolon cleanse. It's a 5-day cleanse. It's food-based. So this is not one of those, okay, you get 3 grapefruits and a glass of water. No, it's a food-based. It tapers. Today's the big day. Couple soups. Get some kale crackers in there as well. Already had my breakfast bar. Prolon is the cleanse. It's a metabolic reset, Mark. It's not a diet. It just gives you a chance to take a break from what you've been doing, and what I've been doing has been quite destructive of late. So thank you, Prolon. 5-day cleanse. It's day 1. Come day 5, we'll see how chipper I am.
When I reboot, I just pull the plug out of the wall and wait 30 seconds and put it back in.
Yeah.
That's it. But if you, do you? I feel like if I ever did one of these cleanses, 33 minutes, and I'd turn into Draymond.
Really?
That's it. That's all I got. Like, you can't soup.
Yeah.
And did you say kale crackers?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to those babies. That's coming up.
Spadone's over here laughing. He's got baked ziti coming up in about an hour and a half. I can't. Maybe I can. I don't feel like I could.
No, and you're a big food guy.
Huge.
And I get into these patterns where I start just eating anything and everything, and I've blown up a little bit. And this is not
great.
I could look better.
All right.
According to sources, sources close to me.
Per sources.
According to sources, name maybe rhymes with Mupper, but it's a metabolic reset. And after 5 days, yes, I will have lost some poundage, but the key is you feel better when you just allow your body to start over.
I feel better when I go to Vegas for 3 days, go on a bender. That's when I feel better.
Yeah.
That's my metabolic reset.
I was waiting for the cleanse after the Vegas trip.
I know you were.
You know, when I'm a little bit more in need of a Control-Alt-Delete.
Okay, what are you doing coming up in 6 minutes? You know the deal, and today might be a great day for it. Your calls and your texts are welcome. Get it off your chest, something you observe, something that's bothering you, let it out. Boy, do I have a good one today. One member of this show is going to get it. They're just going to get it. But for now, 888-957-9570. Howard Beck is joining us in 20 minutes, one of the great NBA writers and podcasters out there. As mentioned, Rich Aurelia at 11 o'clock. Let's go to Chris in Oakland, who's on with Willard and Dibs. Chris, welcome to the show. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm glad you asked what am I doing, because what I am doing is I am siding with Willard.
Hey, now. Welcome to the bus, Chris. Keep your hands in your lap the whole time.
Yeah, we're the only two on it, probably, but Dibs is weak by association because of his other job. So I get it. Generally, I'm a Dibs guy on these arguments, but think about it. How many times did Bonte say over and over and over again that they give Draymond a lot of room? They give Draymond a lot of room. So written or unwritten, they decided to exercise it last night. Guess why? Because he was insecure about his call. He was wrong. I don't know if we're talking about the first tech or the second, but one of those, he was just insecure about his call.
Well, look, Chris, here's the other side to this. And Chris, thanks so much.
No, Chris, no thank you for saying for
one
saying
thank you
I'm
and one
weak
no thank you.
based on my second job. No.
Said he agrees with you most of the time.
Which is great.
Yeah.
That made me feel real warm inside, Chris, for a moment. But it's not about the insecurity of the officials in the moment. What it is a sense of persistent complaining. He complains, he goes on and on and on. And yeah, the officials last night, I don't think they had a terrific night. And we have some Steve Kerr sound that we can play as far as, the last two calls. He thought it was, quote, bizarre. But then he goes on to say, we got one and one went against us. So as bizarre as it was and as bad as they may have been, for the most part, the game was officiated evenly. If they were bad for both teams, then that's not really a problem, in my opinion.
It is in a larger sense, and I think is what Steve was getting at, which was when there's 10 seconds left in a game, let's not ticky-tack so that we can end this thing at the free throw line. And I know both sides went, not only did both sides get a bad call, both sides went 1 of 2 from the line, and the Warriors could have gotten a rebound and gone to overtime, and we can do that game. But the bottom line is both of those things in that moment are not calls that should be made. But I'm not even here to get on all the refs about that. Like Bonte was talking about how bad the refs always are. Dibs, I get it. It's hard. It's very hard. And we're all human beings. In the same way Draymond can't usually hit a 3, the refs can't always get all these calls right when things are happening at high speed. I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for a little bit more leeway in terms of put your ego away and let somebody chirp, because nobody's getting hurt when somebody chirps. If it gets to a point where someone is literally, if there's a problem, someone's being attacked. I liked one text said, instead of throwing people out, when you get a tech and a second tech, each time, how about the second tech is 2 free throws? Third tech is 3 free throws.
Oh, boy. Because that's what we want, more free throws in our game.
My point is, at a certain time, the teammates are going to be like, bro, go sit down. Go have a cooling off period. We do this as the media. Do you know that we're not allowed into the locker room
10-minute cooling
right
off
away?
period.
There's a cooling off period. People need a cooling off period. This is emotional. So all I'm asking for is a broader thought process that we use rather than ejection.
Well, all I'm looking for is for those of you out there, you neophytes, to read the rules. And your idea of chirping, he's not chirping. This is a pterodactyl cawing. And if you look at just according to conduct in the rules, a technical foul may be assessed for any time. You don't have to give prior warning. Unsportsmanlike tactics. This is straight out of the Draymond playbook. Disrespectfully addressing an official. Check that box.
It's a moving line.
Physically contacting an official, no. Overt actions indicating resentment to a call or a no call. That is Draymond every single moment of every single game.
And you know what those written rules mean to me?
Use of profanity. He didn't use profanity.
Use it.
A coach entering on the court without permission, deliberately thrown elbow, taunting, disrespectfully addressing an official, Draymond Green, overt actions indicating resentment to a call. Draymond Green, he knows these rules,
right,
and he continually flouts them, and he gets away with it until he doesn't.
And what do leagues do with their rule book every year?
They modify it.
Change it. That's right.
These are not getting changed.
Yeah, but maybe they should. I'm not moved at all by something that somebody wrote down on a piece of paper, especially because we also talk all the time in sports about unwritten rules that sometimes are enforced.
But these
sometimes
are written
they're not.
rules, Mark.
So then change them.
No. Why change them? Change them so that Draymond can constantly disrespect an official?
Change them because they're bad. And by the way, disrespect is a completely subjective term. Everybody's got a different line in terms of what that actually means. So you can write it down on a piece of paper all you want. Doesn't mean we've got any definition.
But what it does mean is while these rules are written down, and I don't think that these are going to be changed, your job as a player, as a coach, is to know the rules. And if you don't want to obey the rules, then you're going to be punished. And if Draymond Green, overt actions indicating resentment, sir, I resent that call. Now, if he quietly went aside and said, you know what, Ed Malloy, I resent that call. That's not an overt action. But when you are clapping, gesturing, shouting, pointing, beckoning, stomping, pouting, these are overt actions, Mark.
So
and for that, he gets smitten.
So he is. We're there's no room in that rule book for different personalities handling it different ways. That's all I'm saying. Jonathan in San Francisco. Hey, you're next up on with Willard and Dibs. Jonathan, what are you doing?
Me, I'm just flying like an eagle.
Good for you.
I got no problem with where we got. It's not literal. It's metaphor.
I hope so, Jonathan. What's going on, man?
I totally agree with you, man. That's soft because Draymond Green at that point getting a second technical, he's kind of speaking to himself at that point. He actually walked away. He was at the free throw line, and it's kind of I don't get it because I watched Jordan in the '80s totally just go at officials and actually barked at the earlobes of the official, towering over Jordan towering over those referees, and that guy never got a technical. I just think that referees they choose who they get a technical and get out of the game.
Well, I mean, I'll say this, Jonathan. I mean, in defense of everybody who's against me right now, let's also not act like Draymond Green is not all the way turned up in terms of star players and what they say to the refs. There are certain players throughout the league. Rasheed Wallace used to be one of them. Draymond Green is that guy now. Dennis Rodman was one once upon a time. There are guys who push the envelope. I just am not necessarily afraid of envelope pushing, and I also know that certain guys who are only in this position in their career because of said attitude, they need to have a little leeway to be themselves. It's almost like we're now penalizing Draymond because his personality is very different than Steph Curry's.
Are you implying that he doesn't get leeway? I would argue that Draymond Green gets more leeway than any player in the association. And by the way, Draymond Green is tied for 9th this year in technical fouls. So he's not even the greatest offender. I would say he gets more leeway than virtually any other of these, quote, chirpers that you talk about.
Who else is on that list?
Spadoni, if you would, please.
Oh, gosh, no. I'm not going to do well on this. All right, here we go. Let's see. So the top technical foul offenders.
Are you Googling it?
No, I'm just pulling up like NBA standings so I can try to remind myself of some of the players out there. Who's got...
It's time to play. Who's got more teeth? Mark, it's a mix of the whiners and the physical players. Whiners. If you say, who's the whiniest player in the NBA?
Luka.
Put him on the board. Number 1, 15.
Okay.
Technical fouls. There was a guy who was in his same draft class who cries a lot. Sorry, Steiny.
Plays
for Steiny's favorite team. Exactly.
Steiny's favorite team. Trae Young.
Put it on the board.
Okay.
He's number 5 with 13 techs. There's a guy who Spadoni loves, who nobody seems to want on their team. He's on the list.
Russell Westbrook.
Score it. He's got 14.
Okay.
And one of his teammates is tied with him.
I think all we're getting here is that you're really good with clues.
One of his teammates also has 14 techs.
LeBron James. Ooh.
Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, I didn't think Carmelo was on the floor enough to get that many T's.
Then you've got 2 centers who have more techs than Draymond, and then a couple of more random guys you may not associate with the technical foul.
2 centers.
Big guys.
Joel Embiid.
Score it.
And
this guy has 3 names and 14 techs.
Whoa, 3 names. Because I was about to give you. I was about to go to Denver, but no, he doesn't have. He doesn't.
That's a 4.
No, that's 20 names. Oh gosh, 3 names. Who plays for the Cats?
That's a clue.
That's a huge.
I know. I'm trying to think.
It's a cat.
I know.
Whose cat? Oh my God.
Oh, I was thinking of the team.
Did I mention?
I was thinking of the team.
Carl Anthony Towns. Put it on the board.
I'm like scanning the NBA. I'm like, what? Are there Wildcats? Who's there?
Jason Tatum and Montrezl Harrell also
right.
with 12 techs. So Draymond Green, he gets more passes because he's the most vociferous player in the association.
He's the team's talker. That's his job. It's kind of like
talking to the refs.
No,
Yes.
you can't tell him to stop talking. That's like asking you or me to stop talking. We do a radio show.
It's our job.
Right. It's his part of his job too. It's just like
no,
an
it's not.
Yes, it is. Just like an
and
enforcer.
This is where you and I will have to part ways.
Just like an enforcer in the NHL. Part of your job is to handle that crap on the other team. Go get beat up and end up in the penalty box because that normalizes things for everybody else. That's the role that Draymond plays for this team. That's a big part of his job. It's a huge part. It's spiritual, emotional, all of that stuff.
Well, he took the L last night.
Yeah.
Draymond Green, because you put the L on him last night, because if he plays the rest of that game, they don't lose to San Antonio.
Probably not, although they did well at times. I mean, they climbed all the way back there in the second half without him.
And I don't know if you can lip read, but when he got ejected, you could see Steve Kerr as Draymond was walking off the floor, and he just asked him, "What are you doing?"
Wait. What are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, I would imagine after 3 days in Vegas, you have a ton to say here. I just have a very quick one, however, I hope it is pointed. I want to give a huge salute and congratulations to our own producer Kyle Madsen, who tied the knot this weekend.
Yeah.
And so, appropriately, he will not be with us all week because if he was, I'd be like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why are you here? But instead, I'll take it to a different spot. I woke up Saturday morning and one of my first thoughts was Kyle. I'm like, guys, I hope he has a great day today. I hope it's not going to rain, and it wasn't too bad. And they got the wedding in, and I was thinking about him and just sending good vibes his way. And then I do what I do next, a little bit later in the morning. I just pop open Twitter. That's my newspaper. I just scroll around a little bit. And what do I see? Tweets from Kyle Madsen talking about Gabe Kapler's bringing up of Taylor Swift in the dugout. And here comes Kyle with emojis and thoughts on Taylor Swift. And then he's making jokes at MLB's Twitter feed, who wrote, guess who's making his spring debut, and has a big picture of Shohei Ohtani. And Kyle very comically goes, dude, you got to give me time to guess. Even though the picture is right there, we see it. Very, very funny. And then March 19th, which will be the day forevermore for Kyle Madsen, he tweets, "Okay, I'm going to go get married now." I'm like, brother, if there was ever a day in the history of your world to stay off Twitter.
Stay off of Twitter.
Isn't it right?
Get off of Twitter.
I mean, she's in the next room getting dressed for 7 hours. You're tweeting? I mean, I texted him early in the morning and got kind of a quick response, and I thought, that makes sense, because he's busy today. Like, family's in town. Friends are in town. We got to coordinate all of this stuff. You got to coordinate. You got to coordinate everything that is going on. And this man's tweeting about Taylor Swift? Kyle, go get married. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Buddy. Congratulations.
I'd send him a quick message in the morning. I think it was the morning. Might have been the evening. I don't know.
You have no idea.
Those days just kind of bled into each other. You close the blackout curtains in your hotel. You don't know what day. I mean,
Vegas is built for you to not know what time it is.
We had a view. We stayed at Paris outside the window of the Bellagio fountains, the Eiffel Tower. We had a pretty sweet room.
Solid.
We were loving it.
Sweet.
I'm told it was lovely. I did text Kyle, though, and I said, just enjoy the moments.
Right.
And he texted me back yesterday and said, hey, thanks for the advice. We had a great day. My what are you doing is very selfishly based because I went to Vegas and I did a little gambling, what I believe they call it. I had the San Diego State Creighton under. San Diego State unders have been like manna from heaven. We've been riding them for weeks. They're going to go under against Creighton. All they have to do is hit a free throw. Make one free throw. Front end of a one-on-one. Make a free throw. We avoid overtime. San Diego State, we go to the line, and I'm searching to find the young man's name. It almost doesn't matter because it's a me problem because you're asking for a kid to make a free throw. Matt Bradley, God love you. It's 62 all, and I believe the over-under was like 126.5. So overtime, we lose the bet. He hits a free throw, we go under. He misses, we go OT. I lose. What are you doing, Matt Bradley?
What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, Bill Walton was furious with that game. Somebody make a free throw. I mean, yeah, San Diego State, I think they were up 9 with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Never scored again.
Nope.
Kind of interesting, though, that you're asking to hit the under by scoring. But I get it. Like
avoid OT.
Yeah, totally. But you're like, please, make more baskets so that the under can hit.
The other one was Chattanooga on the money line against Illinois. I mean, they were up 15 early. Not that we were counting our chickens, but that was one where
just kind of count some chickens.
You're kind of walking around like, all you fools, I am smarter than about 93, because everyone's on the favorites.
I had the Nuga winning that game, too.
Yeah,
I started calling them the Nuga because they were winning the whole. I'm like, look at the Nuga.
Yeah.
Come on, Nuga.
That was my pick your battles pick, so at least I have that.
I know, yeah.
And
plus
the points.
plus 8.5 was a piece of cake. By the way, we need more dogs.
Yeah.
We need more dogs. Did you notice this in the tournament? People are having a real... And we should have known, right? We're sitting here talking about how there's no great teams.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of parity. We should have just bet every single dog because these teams are having a really hard time covering. TCU plus 9.5 last night. Win it all back type of a game against Arizona. Piece of cake. Although overtime scared the hell out of me. I'm like, they're not going to win by 10 now because they went to overtime, are they? Flirted with it for a second. Arizona survives. But yeah, TCU plus 9.5. Ottoman game.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
Big time. Although overtime does get scary for the dog. The other one was North Carolina yesterday. You go to overtime, you lose your best player up 25. That thing drags all the way to OT, and I'm thinking, all right, here's where Baylor boat races them.
Oof.
We all were on Carolina. It's like, how in God's name did Carolina win in overtime with nobody?
More of your phone calls right around the bend. Howard Beck, one of the top NBA writers and podcasters out there, is right around the corner. Chris Rock tickets next hour as well. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
It's the final push to the playoffs.
Klay Thompson gets around Richardson.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just a show that I do like to be as honest of a person as possible. Spadone, I need you to do us a little favor. Willard and Dibs feed just sent out about 23 minutes ago the Pick Your Battle standings going into the weekend. You have me, Dibs, and yourself all at 1-0. I think I lost. We go back and check. Yeah, I think I lost over the weekend. I do not want to take a victory that I did not earn. It's not my style. So yeah, let's check those. And then if I did win and I think I lost, then you guys can use me for what are you doing tomorrow, because that would be just really stupid.
Yeah.
But anyway, check that. It has been a long weekend, but I thought I lost. Anyway, we're winning right now because Howard Beck is here. And Howard, we love having you on. We've done it so many times through the years, and I have to confess, just before having you on, I'm like one of the great NBA writers out there because you have changed your gig a number of times to so many high-level places. Sometimes I can't keep track of exactly what high-level place you are. Now Sports Illustrated, of course, but do you even wake up sometimes and you're like, LA Times, New York Times, Sports? Where do I work right now?
It's never happened.
Okay.
Never.
All right.
I sometimes wake up trying to remember in the past which city I was in when I was on the heavy travel covering the Lakers, actually for the LA Daily News, or for covering the Knicks for the New York Times. Like, those are years where you cover 82 or close to it. You're on the road all the time, and there are times you're completely disoriented. You don't know where you are, and you wake up in the morning, which hotel, which city. You come back from a game, you don't know what room you're in. Like, that's the kind of disorientation. But, I had a good 7-year run at the Daily News and a 9-year run at the Times and then 7 years at Bleacher Report. So, it's not like I've been bouncing around. You've just known me a long time.
That's what it is. Got it.
Because quietly we've been covering this team here in the Bay. I have for 20, 25 years, and yet some things never changed. Last night, Howard, you see the Draymond Green show again on display. Is it a case where Draymond Green needs to change his behavior? Do we need to become more tolerant as officials of this sort of a discourse from a player? Where do you stand on the Draymond Green tech gate, as we're now calling it?
I'm going to put Draymond to the side for a second here and just talk more generally, because and it has been 25 years for me covering the league. In the 25 years I've been doing this, there's been all kinds of cycles in terms of the dynamics between the players and the officials, and the legal crackdown on, any number of things, interactions with officials, respect for the game stuff, which encompasses that as well. And then things get a little looser. Then there's another crackdown. And remember, a few years ago, things were so bad, or perceived to be so bad, they had a summit during All-Star Weekend. I think that was the last time it was in L.A. with refs and player reps to talk about it and all this. And here's what I think, just in terms of my observations over 25 years. I think the referees, by and large, take more grief from the players and coaches, but primarily players, than they ever have. And what I mean is they accept more. They turn their back or just nod and walk away, or just hold their tongue, hold their whistle. Whereas in the past, Joey Crawford or Steve Javie or any of these guys, Ron Garrettson, they would tee guys up in a heartbeat. And these guys get a lot more latitude than their predecessors got. The players do, because the referees have kind of been taught to just kind of let it go. But if you say the magic word or any number of the magic words, you get the tee. And if you say it again, you get tossed. And if you go too far, you get tossed. So I think these days, and look, I don't have the statistics to bear this out. I suspect there are fewer ejections for chewing out refs now, or saying things to refs now, or showing up refs physically, gestures, whatever. I think there are fewer of those kinds of ejections now than there ever have been, say the last 5 years versus the previous forever. I can't prove that. I don't have the stats. But that's my suspicion based on what I've seen. So, point being, if you do get tossed now, you probably earned it.
Howard, you said if you say the magic word or the magic words. What if you don't? Because one of my points today were the big sentences that knocked Draymond out. I get that particularly last night. It was long. He kept at it. But the big sentences were, do your job, and that's terrible. And I'm thinking, okay, ref, you're annoyed, and I get it. Draymond's super annoying sometimes. We all understand that. But come on. These are words, and they're not even bad words. Keep the guys in the game if it's just words, and there has to be a different way to penalize them. Like if he won't leave you alone, put the ball in play. Let the other team play 4-on-5.
Well, but the rule is you are allowed a certain amount of response, of outburst, and then you're supposed to cool yourself. That's the rule. The general rule has always been magic words or no magic words. And sometimes guys get away with a lot of cursing, too. Like you can see it sometimes where guys are saying it and they're not getting tossed, even though they said some things that could get them tossed. The refs take a lot, I'm telling you. You may not believe me. They take a lot. And you're supposed to, at some point, after making your point, you're supposed to let it go. If you continue to go, that's the rule. You're allowed to toss a guy or, give him the tee and then the second tee if they won't let it go. That is part of the rule. So again, I'm not defending anything or anybody on this. I'm just giving you the perspective of what I know, having covered the league a long time, obviously, but also just, I've known a lot of refs. I've chit-chatted with them about this stuff. I've been to the referee camp media days multiple years where they explain a lot of this stuff. That's my understanding of it. But obviously, I'm not taking a side here. I will also say, too, by the way, real quick, over the last few years, there have been a lot of games I've watched where I thought, man, I can't believe Draymond is getting away with as much as he is. And not just him. There are like a lot of guys in the league where you think like the refs have gotten used to certain guys just being the big talkers, the guys who are going to go at them a lot. And I think those guys have, in a way, kind of numbed out the officiating staff to the point where it's like, yeah, I know when I ref this guy, I'm going to have to deal with a lot, and I'm going to let it go.
Right, and there's a sense of letting it go. And Howard, Mark, and I have been going back and forth because I'm in love. I'm in love with the rule book, and I've been reading the rule book and, running tirades, continuous criticism, or griping. These are all sufficient causes to assess a technical. And I think you're right about the rope that he gets. I think partly what hurts last night is no Steph Curry and, the ankle injury from the Marcus Smart dive. What did you make of the play where Steph got hurt? Because there's a sense that, not that it was dirty, but we don't do that in the NBA anymore where we dive for loose balls.
Yeah, but people do dive for loose balls, and the only time it becomes an issue is if you dive for a loose ball when somebody else is going for the same loose ball and you happen to upend him. We praise guys, coaches praise them, fans praise. Oh, he's a hustle guy. He's a gritty player. Guy, diving over the first row of seats, diving across the floor, whatever. And if a team's not playing hard enough and they lose, especially in the playoffs, you hear the coach say, "Oh, those guys wanted it more. Our guys, they're jumping on the floor for loose balls. Our guys are standing around watching." We can't have that culture of praise and criticism and what we value in the game in terms of heart and hustle, and then turn around and when a guy does it, say, "Oh, you're not supposed to do that." If he dove straight into his knees or rolled up into him, as we've seen in some other situations, the big examples years ago, Pat Beverly, Russell Westbrook, which of course injured Westbrook badly enough that he needed knee surgery. That was one where it was like it was out of bounds, it was sidelined, it was, there was no chance of getting it, I think, in that case. I haven't seen that replay recently, but I'm pretty sure there was that one was egregious. There was nothing egregious or that stood out about this one. I mean, I saw the reaction before I saw the replay, and I was like, man, something really bad must have happened. And then I saw it, and then I saw it in slow motion and all the multiple angles, because we have to watch these things 50 times in a row. And I thought, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't. There's certainly no ill intent, and it's certainly not dirty because dirty implies intent. And then even if it's like, well, that's a dangerous play, he was diving for a loose ball. I mean, I did not see anything in that play that struck me as over the line or inherently dangerous.
Howard Beck is with us, Sports Illustrated, the Crossover Pod. You hear him on Sirius XM NBA as well. With us here on 95.7 The Game. Howard, you're a great journalist. This is more of a fan question, but I wonder if you can help people who are working through this here in the Bay Area based on the latest news about James Wiseman, which is starting to make people think, my gosh, maybe this is never going to happen. Maybe he's never going to be healthy. People will affix the bust label if his career never gets going. But what would you say to a fan who's putting that label on, like if a team misses on a guy and it's solely because of physical health, how do you sort of assess that versus making a pick and somebody just doesn't play well?
Multiple thoughts here. My first one is that I've always hated, and I try not to use the term bust, because when we talk about bust in the NBA, what we usually mean is a really high draft pick who didn't pan out to the proportionally to where he was drafted. But these guys don't draft themselves. So Anthony Bennett, this all-time bust, okay, sure, I get it. I understand it by definition, the way we talk about sports, he is. However, Anthony Bennett didn't make himself the number one pick. That's the Cleveland Cavaliers' fault. You can't. It's unfair to the players. Is my main point. Like, if a guy comes to the league and just dogs it, okay. If he's got incredible talent but just doesn't have the heart and all this stuff, doesn't have the work ethic, it gets into a gray area. But for the most part, if a team misses on a guy, taken with the first pick, second pick, third pick, whatever, that's on the team. That's bad evaluation, and sometimes it's bad player development too. So we should be calling the GMs the busts and not the players in a lot of these situations. When it comes to injuries, Greg Oden is the one that immediately comes to mind. Oden had some red flags coming out of college, and so teams knew, hey, there are some concerns here. And then he couldn't stay healthy, and a bunch of other things went into that. And people think about Oden as an all-time bust. But again, the Trailblazers knew there were some risks that were baked into that pick. In Wiseman's case, I think people are getting antsy way too soon. Way too soon. It's as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong here, a single injury that has had a number of stages to it in terms of treating it and trying to get through it, and then some setbacks. That's not the same as a guy who's been in the league 3-4 years, and every year it's one thing or another. Now it's his knee, now it's his ankle, now it's his hips, now it's his back, now he's broke his finger. Like, there are guys who seem to be fragile and just can't get through a season. Wiseman played, as you guys know, 3 games in college, came to the pros, played half a season, and then it's been kind of, a bumpy ride since. But I don't think, a lost second season due to one injury that has kind of had prolonged effects and issues associated with it, unless somebody comes out and says there's a medical reason to think that he's never going to be the same guy, it's way too soon to start having that discussion.
I agree, and I'm glad that you gave us some calmness to the discussion, because everyone wants to drop the B word on a guy who is not even 21 years old, so I think patience is a virtue here. But short term, assuming James Wiseman's not able to play at all in this postseason run, how much trouble does that put the Warriors in, knowing that their lone big man is Kevon Looney?
Yeah, it ain't great. I was one who, for the entire season was saying, not like, okay, wait till they get Wiseman back. It's not the same scale as getting Klay Thompson back, and it's not the same as getting a trusted veteran back. But, as you guys know, again, Wiseman has certain attributes, skill set, size, length, reach, hops, that nobody else on that roster has. And just having those elements for some part of the regular season, when we thought it would be a decent amount of the regular season, and then into the playoffs, I thought was important. Even if you only were able to play him 5 or 10 minutes a game, even if he's just playing like the JaVale McGee role at some point, he could be really valuable in a playoff series. And not having that at all is tough, especially because they just don't have the size and the personnel, and it puts a lot more pressure on Looney and on Draymond and the rest. I'm less concerned about that, obviously, than I would be about Steph Curry getting back in time and being healthy and being at full strength. In addition to Draymond staying healthy, in addition to Klay continuing to get as close as possible to old school Klay.
It's a lot of ifs, but that's the game we're playing out here right now. Howard, always wonderful to have you. Thank you so much. Thanks for spending the time.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thank you.
Okay, there he goes. Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, Sirius XM, NBA, the crossover pod. I can't get enough of the tourney. Go deeper with the ultimate college basketball tournament preview from the Locked On Podcast Network. Relive the biggest moments from around the tourney, plus preview the next set of games, unlock sports betting tips, and learn more about the tourney's budding stars. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. And then listen to this, because we've got some breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo.
Oh, my
Protect your
God.
privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
This is quarterback related. Here we go. Ian Rappaport and Jay Glazer are both indicating that while it's not done, they are in the final stages of attempting a trade between the Atlanta Falcons and the Indianapolis Colts that would land Matt Ryan
Matty Ice
as the new quarterback for the Colts, leaving Atlanta now into the we don't have a quarterback market. And, of course, that means 3 more weeks of us discussing whether or not Jimmy Garoppolo would fit in Atlanta. So,
Holy mackerel.
not done yet. But
Oh, my God.
Rappaport phrases it this way: the Colts have emerged as the likely landing spot for Matt Ryan. The two sides are in talks. That is, if Ryan is traded, it'll almost certainly be Indianapolis. And then Glazer's phrasing of it is Colts are trying to work out a trade right now with Atlanta for Matt Ryan. Not completed yet, but trying to finalize. The other thing to add on this, tick-tock, 1 o'clock today our time is when Matt Ryan's $7.5 million roster bonus kicks in.
Kick it!
So if there's a trade, it has got to be in the next 2 hours and 39
minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. It would have to be a consummation sensation before then in order for for that not to kick in, which is obviously what Atlanta would want. And I wonder what the price will be. What's the compensation that would come back for a Matt Ryan? Because we've seen a variety of compensations so far in the quarterback shuffling that's gone on. Deshaun Watson and now Matt Ryan. And Baker Mayfield's still out there.
Baker Mayfield is still out there. Something tells me that Baker is ticketed for Seattle. Like, here's the thing, and
maybe
I know
he's ticketed for a Trubisky year where he goes somewhere and he's got to eat it for a year.
Maybe
it worked for Mitchell.
It did. I think Baker's mind certainly sees himself as higher than that. He's got to accept that. Now, he would need to be forced to accept that. And by the way, he's still property right now. He's still under contract to the Cleveland Browns. So you have to trade him somewhere. Is anybody going to give up a whole lot and then use him as a backup? I don't know. Like, it seems like we're headed down the hill to where this is going to land with here's Baker, here's Garoppolo, and then other pieces, Winston, Mariota. And if this trade goes down, it leaves us with Seattle, Atlanta, New Orleans, Carolina, and maybe Houston as places who would still be interested in acquiring a QB. So there's still plenty of teams and still plenty of time if you have Garoppolo stress.
You shouldn't have stress just yet, although we are in the midst of a breakfast burrito bet because we played a game of keep, cut, or trade with Jimmy G, and the morning roasters were on cut. We were on trade. Nobody was on team keep, which right now
that's a push.
It is a push, but all 3 possibilities are still out there. And the Matt Ryan domino, and again, we all talk about the dominoes that fall. Matt Ryan going and getting off the market. Well, now you get to a point where is Jimmy G the next best available? Baker Mayfield, Jameis Winston. I mean, we're not down to the dregs just yet. But Jimmy is quietly, patiently waiting as other QBs get closure.
The Falcons entering the Deshaun Watson Derby ended up, I think, being bad for the 49ers because I have felt for a couple of weeks like the Colts was going to be the spot for Jimmy.
You did.
And Matt Ryan suddenly becoming available is not something we saw coming. Deshaun Watson, too. which, we can have a completely separate conversation about his availability, the way teams went after him, the way the NFL reported it, sort of leaving out the aspects of why he was available and what still is current, even though the DA is not pressing charges. The moment that came down, Deshaun became more acquirable in the minds of teams, clearly. So him entering into this, Matt Ryan entering into this, who knows who else is going to enter into this? Russell Wilson at a certain point entered into this and was moved. So you're rearranging constantly, but those openings still remain. All it does is create a new opening. But someone's got to want them, and then you add into the conversation. You'll see reports if you're on social media today. You will see reports across social media that, quote-unquote, report 49ers have an offer of 2 second-round picks on the table for Jimmy. That's not really what was said, just so that you're informed and aware. What Pro Football Talk reported was that one GM told them that John Lynch is telling GMs, we have an offer of 2 second-round picks on the table. So that's different. It's not the 49ers have 2 2-round picks.
According to sources who are according to sources.
The report is that John Lynch is telling them that. But
it's a second degree,
right?
It's a second degree report.
Right. You can, I can tell my kids, if you don't eat your vegetables, you'll never watch TV again. Now you can report that I'm saying that to my kids.
Oh, my God.
But you can't report Mark's never going to let his kids watch TV again, because Mark would never do that, because we know that's the leverage game that parents play.
And I will add this to the mix as we go third degree now, and I will quote at SoCali Steph on Twitter, who points out that the only teams who own 2 second-round picks, and again, we don't know if this report about a report is talking about second-round picks this year, but according to this Twitter post, the only teams who have 2 second-round picks this year are the Jets, probably not going to happen, the Seahawks, in division, interesting, the Bears, I think they're set at quarterback, the Packers, boy, would that be a shocker, and the Atlanta Falcons.
And the Atlanta Falcons. Okay, now you're talking
Jimmy's
about
going to Atlanta.
Those are the only 2 teams that have 2 second-round picks this year.
Correct. 2 picks.
Nobody
inside.
Right. Nobody said that the 2 twos were this year.
No,
could be a 2 this year and a 2 next year.
As we're talking about interesting intrigue on a report about a report, this is a tweet about a report about a report, and shout out Stephanie Mack at SoCali Steph. Avatar in a Warrior jersey. She's a former NFL writer, official Colin Kaepernick historian.
Okay.
Phi Beta Kappa.
Kaepernick should go to Seattle too.
Well,
if I'm Seattle, I give you a 2 for Baker Mayfield and sign Kaepernick. Let's go. Let's go. Are you not? I mean, you're the most interesting. You are the most interesting team in the world.
The disrespect to Drew Lock, guys. Come on.
I'm so done with this word. The disrespect. Good Lord.
Just you know what you're getting for your birthday?
What am I getting?
You know what you're getting. No, he's getting a copy.
Wait a minute, I get dinner with Hufanga?
You get a copy of the NBA rule book with highlighted sections, including rule number 12, which is section 5, conduct.
No,
we're
please.
talking about conduct.
I hope you do give me the give me the NBA rule book. I am a little short on firewood, so that would be great. It's all sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. Look, if I were you, wouldn't go anywhere. Sounds like another breaking news Monday, so we'll be all over that when it comes. The Draymond technical. Continue the discussion there. The Giants miss out on more free agents over the weekend. We can get to that. And then Rich Aurelia is coming up in a half hour as well. And Chris Rock tickets next, Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, this is JP here.
Poole straightens up another 3, and he is red hot right now. He can feel it.
You are dialed into the home of the
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I feel like every show starts one way and then just turns into quarterback watch, like about halfway through.
That's where we are right
Here
now
we are
in the
again.
cycle.
Jimmy. When is it going to be Jimmy's turn? I think every NFL team is just going to switch quarterbacks until we get to Jimmy in 2024.
Well,
I think that's when they'll trade him.
And I think that the nature of this is, kind of running counter to where you place Jimmy in the quarterback echelon. Not that you thought that he was the first and foremost guy to move in the market, but now we're getting down to, we're not to the dregs yet, but you're at the point now where you look around that room of QBs looking for homes, and imagine a waiting room. Jimmy Garoppolo's been there a while, and Baker Mayfield didn't think that he was going to be there. And Jameis Winston, he's thrown 5 interceptions in the waiting room while he's waiting, including 2 pick sixes. And you look around at this group, and Jimmy G's thinking, all right, now I got to be the next one.
Nope, Matt Ryan.
Now it's it. No, Mitchell Trubisky. Wait, Mitch, you're going away.
Mitch, get back in line. What are you doing? You can't jump the line like that. Get in the back of the line.
You had Aaron in the room in the beginning and Russell Wilson. It's like, okay, you two, you're not here for long. They didn't even take a seat.
Right.
They were already standing by the door. Rodgers is like, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm staying. Russ is like, man, you don't realize it, but I'm out.
Right there, that means it's time for caller 5 at 844-999-GAME. Fifth caller, 844-999-GAME. Don't call our call line. Call the contest line, 844-999-GAME. 2 tickets to see Chris Rock on July 7th at Paramount Theater in Oakland, courtesy of Live Nation. That is caller 5 at 844-999-4263. Good luck to you. And see if you can get yourself to go see Chris Rock July 7th, Paramount Theater in Oakland. I still wouldn't read too much into the whole thing about the 49ers philosophy and strategy. Have there been twists and turns that they didn't see coming? Yes. I still would take the under on your original over-under setting, which is at the back of the third round. I'd still take the under. I still think he's going to be traded. I still think they're going to get something for him. Did they overshoot it? I don't know. I don't know what they thought they were going to get to begin with. But I absolutely still think they're going to get something. But can I make a different Jimmy G point for a second? Can we notice something for a moment in what's happening right now and then remember what happened last year? Remember when the 49ers drafted Trey Lance and everyone went, oh, that got awkward. How's Jimmy going to handle it? Jimmy showed up with bigger muscles and a smile and then went to work and ended up having a finger unlatch, and he had a shoulder that popped, and now he had surgery, and still all the while the 49ers ended up a field goal away from the Super Bowl. Have you noticed what 2 other quarterbacks have now done in the last 2 weeks simply because their team flirted with somebody else? Flirted with him. When the Browns weren't going to get Deshaun Watson, remember those 48 hours? Oh, the Browns are out. And the report came out, well, the Browns and Baker still need to break up. Baker has already tweeted out his goodbye, and now he's demanding a trade. Oops, the Browns did get Deshaun Watson. Well, now they're definitely going to trade Baker. Oh, but the Falcons flirted with Deshaun Watson. Ooh, looks like we're going to have to trade Matt Ryan because there's no way we could just make up and go play football next year, even though we're going to give you $7.5 million on Monday, Matt. These quarterbacks can't even handle the idea of their team flirting with another QB and another QB, while all messed up legal-wise, someone who's actually proved he can play in the NFL. The 49ers went and gave up 3 drafts for someone who hadn't even been able to get a beer yet and hadn't played a big-time D1 college game, and he didn't even blink. He didn't even blink. He went out and played football. I'm never going to forget that part of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah. And I was one of the people who said right from the get-go that you don't have to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. And Guru and I were going back and forth on this because he was saying, how can you go back to that situation knowing that your replacement has been drafted and that the replacement is coming? But if you're professional and doing what you do, doing what you're paid handsomely to do, you can go out there and get that done. And I don't know if Matt Ryan necessarily is on the move because he, quote, couldn't handle it. I think that's an unfair characterization of the situation. Now, it's clear that Atlanta wants to go somewhere else with its quarterback. And if you can get Deshaun Watson, who's 10 years younger than Matt Ryan and better than Matt Ryan, then absolutely you're going to flirt with him. And to your point, even the Tom Brady flirtation before the Trey Lance drafting, that's another thing that Jimmy Garoppolo just took in stride. And I think other teams, whatever team winds up with Jimmy Garoppolo, that's part of the intangibles that really set him apart from the other guys who are still in the waiting room.
By the way, and we're also acting like, boy, the Niners messed this up and everybody, the league hates Jimmy. Well, just step back for 1 second and realize that a few things happened that when we were first talking about this, we didn't know, and maybe the 49ers didn't either. Let's remind each other of these things on the quote-unquote Jimmy Garoppolo market. What did we not know? Number one, Tom Brady was coming back. I mean, you and I always thought that, but we weren't sure. So, number one, Tom Brady was available to one of those teams. Number two, Deshaun Watson was available to one of those teams. Number three, Matt Ryan is now available to one of those teams. Add in that Russell Wilson happened before, and now Baker Mayfield is available to one of those teams. So this is still, I believe, this is still not to say that Jimmy's not, he's going to end up somewhere. He's going to end up somewhere, but it does make sense. We're acting, oh my gosh, we're down to the dregs. Well, no, we're still dealing with a former league MVP right now. There are some huge names landing with these teams, and we did not necessarily know that they were available. It makes sense in a way that the 49ers, even if they're being forced to, have to wait.
Yes, and they have to wait because they're not being wowed with offers, and there are bigger fish that are coming out of the pond before Jimmy Garoppolo. And that's, part of it. I think these things go hand in hand. So if, in fact, the 49ers are waiting for a deal, and if, in fact, this report of a report that they have 2 second-round picks as compensation for Jimmy Garoppolo, that's the deal that is maybe out there for the 49ers. If you think you can get better than that, then you do leak this, hey, we've got 2 seconds that are coming back for Jimmy Garoppolo in case anybody wants to make us a better offer. We're open to that. But the Matt Ryan move makes the timeline even more interesting because if Matt Ryan gets dealt to Indianapolis before 1 o'clock so they can avoid that $7 million payment, well, something you said, Mark, last week or the week before, teams don't make quarterback moves unless they have the other move already set. And, Seattle is an interesting example because you get rid of Russell Wilson for picks and players. Seattle knows what it's going to do. Maybe they're going to draft Matt Corral. Maybe they're going to go with the youngster Drew Lock this year and just rebuild. But teams know the next move before they make the first move. So if Atlanta is in fact going to deal him to Indianapolis, and maybe they use their 2 second-round picks to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo, all this could happen in the next 2+ hours.
There is a report circulating on Twitter. I'm not going to dive too far into this yet. I don't think it's necessarily done. However, apparently Pat McAfee on his show is stating that the final details are being hammered out, and it's Matt Ryan to the Colts for a 3rd-round pick. Oof.
That's it?
That doesn't sound right.
Just a third?
I mean, look, each of these situations is different. There are cap figures, right? There's contract numbers to figure out, although Matt Ryan's cap hit for the Colts would be similar to what it would be for Jimmy. And you'd definitely rather have Matt Ryan if you're the Colts. I mean, I think a lot of people think the Colts would be the favorite to win the division if they get Matt Ryan. But there are contract details that certainly factor into compensation. If somebody definitely has to be dealt, kind of like the Browns and Baker Mayfield, his number goes down now, right? He has to go. They know you have to trade him. So the value goes down. But, I mean, I know everybody's thought, if Matt Ryan nets a 3rd, then you really do go, oh, gosh. I mean, what does Jimmy get? If Matt Ryan just gets a 3rd, then maybe there is no deal for Jimmy. I don't know if that's actually the compensation, but that has been floated out there right
Pat
now.
McAfee, former Colt, by the way, and pretty well connected in
true.
his circles as a podcasting monster.
Okay, we've got breaking news. Here we go.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
It's a final. Matt Ryan is a member of the Indianapolis Colts, and it is for a 3rd-round pick. That's it. That's it. The Indianapolis Colts vote.
According
to everybody. Ian Rappaport, Tom Parasolo, Mike Garafolo, Adam Schefter, per sources, they have all stated at once. Done deal. Falcons trading Matt Ryan to the Colts for a 2022 3rd-round pick. That's all it took. So, of course, once he becomes available, and that was only over the last week and a half, you would think that became a reality. You got to think the Colts locked in on him, and if they were interested in Jimmy at all, they moved on, especially if it's only going to cost a 3rd.
Right.
Yikes.
Matt Ryan, 36 years of age, probably only a small number of seasons left. He is deteriorating a little bit as a quarterback, but a guy with that offense, with Jonathan Taylor and a very good coach, a head coach in Frank Reich, that might be a good short-term solution for a team. Honestly, Mark, there's not a lot of long-term quarterback options out there with Deshaun Watson going to Cleveland. So you're up, Atlanta. You need a quarterback. We've got a quarterback.
Wow.
But you can't tell me that you trade Ryan and get a 3rd. You're not going to turn around and send 2 seconds to the Niners for Jimmy Garoppolo. If you do that, that's a fireable offense for Atlanta.
I mean, isn't it already? I mean, hold on. Let's forget Jimmy Garoppolo for a second and just talk about the Atlanta Falcons. What just happened here? Everyone's ripping the Niners for overplaying their hand when we don't really know how it's going to play out. Look at what Atlanta just did. Atlanta just sold their entire soul, put the whole thing out there for Deshaun Watson. Remember when Kyle Pitts, you weren't here for this. Did you see, you were in Vegas having a good time. Did you see the whole Kyle Pitts thing?
Missed it.
Kyle Pitts goes on Twitter on Friday, and I forget, what did he write, Spadone? He's just like, it's about to get crazy here or something. It's about to get amazing. And he had little eye emojis. And the tweet stayed on the deck for about 38 seconds before the Falcons called him, or his agent did, get that thing off of Twitter. And everyone went crazy and went, oh, it's Deshaun. Here we go. It's going to be Deshaun Watson. No, it wasn't. So the Falcons went all in on Deshaun. They didn't get him, and then end up being forced to send out their quarterback, a former league MVP, for a 3rd-round pick. And they're going to do what now? What are they doing at quarterback?
The Falcons, by the way, gentlemen, will take on a $40.5 million dead cap charge by trading away Matt Ryan. That's the largest dead cap charge in NFL history.
If I'm a Falcons season ticket holder, I mean, whoever you are and whoever you root for, you don't root for the Falcons at least. Wow.
Can Cordero also play quarterback?
If I'm Patterson, right, he signed that deal 48 hours ago. Holy, what did you just do? What did you just do? You got a 3rd-round draft pick and a $40 million
And according to Mike Garafolo, the Falcons are now expected to be all in on Marcus Mariota. So that's according to Mike Garafolo.
Yeah, because they can't afford anybody else.
Right. Expected to pursue a reunion with Mariota and Arthur Smith, who was with Mariota during his time with the Titans. So ostensibly take the Falcons off the board as a possible Jimmy G destination. And all of a sudden now, Mark, you're running out of teams pretty quickly here.
Yeah, this is not a good development for the 49ers. This does not seem to be a good development for the 49ers for multiple reasons. A, the Colts seemed like a great spot for Jimmy. It won't be that. Atlanta now becomes the next one on the board. Looks like they're going to be looking elsewhere. They definitely do not want Jimmy's $25 million cap figure based on what they just did. The Seahawks would seem to be an interesting landing spot, but that's in your division. So what are we down to? Carolina, the Saints, and maybe Houston?
Yeah.
Boof.
Yuck. Yikes.
And if Carolina just goes, we'll check on Darnold a little longer. The Saints are like, Winston knows our offense. And Seattle goes, we'll take Baker.
And Houston says, we prefer Davis Mills.
We like Davis Mills. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I'm going back to Santa Clara. Rest in peace, Jimmy G. I mean, that's big time wow. It's one thing for Garoppolo to come back the first time, right? You draft Trey Lance, and Jimmy G says, you know what? The best way for me to keep my career going is to be a good soldier, come back, play through pain, get paid, and darn it, he got you to the NFC Championship game. Then he says goodbye. Do you have the ability now to go back home again? Mark, the old adage is, you can go back home again. Can Jimmy Garoppolo come back to the Bay again in light of this trickle-down Cubanomics?
Oh, gosh. That would just be so bad for everybody, wouldn't it?
Right.
Okay, who do you feel worse if Jimmy Garoppolo is still a 49er in September? Who's holding the bag worse? Okay, let's look at all the different aspects. A, there's the 49ers.
Holding the bag.
Right? You are paying all of that for a supposed backup quarterback. B, Jimmy, that this is embarrassing, right? Right? Like nobody wanted you, and you had shoulder surgery and a Subway commercial. Okay, there's that.
He's holding the bag, but it's a bag full of money, so I don't feel bad for Jimmy.
How about Trey? Now here's Trey, who's like, okay, my team, my town, Trey area. Oh, hang on. Jimmy's still on your right shoulder, just sitting there weighing you down.
I feel a little bad for Trey.
The fans.
Oh, they are furious.
The fans.
The sea is angry.
And then how about the locker room? They love the guy. What are we supposed to do with these two people sitting here looking at each other?
I think the one person in all this who would, quote, look the worst would be John Lynch. Because, John Lynch is, I know Kyle Shanahan is largely the GM and John Lynch is, a personnel piece, but you've had opportunities to move this thing forward, and you traded 3 draft picks to bring in Trey Lance. Trey sits for a year, basically. Jimmy does what he does. Jimmy has surgery, and now if no one wants him, what do you do with Jimmy Garoppolo? Do you cut him post June 1st?
I'm trying to figure out what Atlanta did here. This is a record amount of dead cap money that they just accepted. We never heard Matt peep. We never heard him demand a trade. We never heard anything. Now, it doesn't mean that it didn't happen behind the scenes. Maybe he was furious. It's funny that Baker was so publicly furious. If anyone had a right to be furious, it would be Matt. He's like, I'm over here winning MVP awards, dudes. Took you to a Super Bowl one time. 28-3. Had that sucker.
Yep.
But here we are, and I mean, you get a 3rd-round pick and a record amount of dead cap. Like, what is Atlanta's motivation here? Why are they doing this?
Bob Seger, turn the page.
Wow.
I mean, to only get a 3rd, it's one thing to eat that much dead cap.
It's an awful move.
To only get a 3rd-round pick, I mean, it seems like they had nothing else going ahead of this deadline, and now all of a sudden they woke up today and thought, hey, guys, if we don't trade him by 1, we got to keep him and eat this whole thing. Kind of snuck up on him.
This is the NFL. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful, stupid noon soap opera you are. Oh, geez, it's just crazy. Hey, are the Falcons on the 49ers schedule this year?
Boy, that's a great question.
Will you look that up? Have you noticed Russell Wilson, NFC to AFC? Matt Ryan, NFC to AFC. Carson Wentz, AFC to NFC.
They go to Atlanta, Mark.
Okay, has anyone noticed the AFC is getting crazy, and the NFC's over here like, well, we still got Aaron Rodgers. Hey, we got Aaron.
Matthew Stafford,
right?
Defending champ.
Come on.
I mean, yeah. You got the GOAT. You got Tom. I'm not saying there's no good teams, but
Josh Allen.
Give me
AFC.
Give me how many game show music, please, Spadone, if you will. Give me a little game show. Let's go through NFC teams. You tell me legit Super Bowl contender.
Okay.
As they sit today. Legit.
I love this
How many teams can we name before you go?
Too legit to quit. Hey.
All right. Tampa Bay Bucks.
Legit.
Green Bay Packers.
Legit.
Los Angeles Rams.
Legit. You got to beat the champ to be the champ. Do we have to go through the other 13?
I mean, do I have another team that I can say right now?
Arizona, no.
How about the San Francisco 49ers?
No.
Okay.
Seattle, no. Minnesota, no.
Minnesota.
Detroit, don't even make me answer that.
I know fans of this team are screaming right now at their Dallas Cowboys.
No.
All right, so we got 3 teams.
The New York Football Giants?
No.
New
That's
Orleans?
The York Football Giants.
Atlanta with a dead cat bounce.
Carson
See what I
Wentz.
did there?
Carson Wentz on the Commanders.
Oh, that's right, the Commanders. Eagles, fly. Your Chicago Bears?
What do you got? We got 3 teams.
3 out of the 16.
3. And some will argue, the 49ers are like I don't know. I mean, is Jimmy their quarterback? Because if he is, then yes, I am putting him on the list.
Jimmy.
God, Makes you throw up in your mouth a little bit, doesn't it? But yeah, as we stand here today, and the idea of Trey Lance in his first year as a starter being a Super Bowl contender, that's a little wobbly. That doesn't happen very often. So, Rams, Packers,
Buccaneers,
Bucks.
Those are your 3 prohibitives.
And the Bucks lost a lot now. I know they got Tom back.
They're getting Gronk back.
They lost a lot.
Fine. You still have the GOAT. I mean, I think it's disrespectful, and I know you're not. That's disrespectful to keep them off. To keep them off the list with the GOAT, coming off a 6-week break, coming off of 6 weeks with the kids. He's going to be highly motivated to keep this career going a little longer.
Holy smokes! NFC just ran up, got all easy on everybody.
Yeah, it's like what the Eastern Conference used to be in the association.
And Spadone's Raiders are like, we're going to extend Derek Carr. But Devontae Adams, they're not.
No, they're not slouches.
They're not slouches.
They're in the conversation.
But they're like 9th in the AFC. I mean, my God, those teams.
Well, do you want? We could play the AFC game. It'd be better to say who's not a Super Bowl contender.
Okay, let's go to AFC.
All 4 West teams are contenders.
All right, so let's just all 4 of those. That's 4.
Who's not contending?
Okay, who's not? Texans.
Not contending.
Jaguars.
Not contending.
Steelers.
Not contending.
Okay, how do you feel about the Browns situation?
Deshaun, if they're at 500 when he comes back, they're in the mix.
Okay, so Jets.
Yep, not contending.
Dolphins.
Not contending.
Patriots. McCorkle.
Not contending.
Not contending. Okay, so you got Dolphins, Patriots, Jets. I'm not even going to ask you about the Bills. That's an obvious yes. Dolphins, Patriots, Jets, Jags, Texans. And that's it.
6 teams. 6 teams are not contending.
I think that was only 5. That was 5. Did we put the Steelers on or off?
I think we put them on.
Okay, so 6 teams.
I mean, you got the Bengals and the Ravens. The Ravens are still.
All right.
I mean, that's 10. We got 13 of the 32 who can win it. 10 of them are in the AFC.
Jeez. All right. Rich Aurelia joins us in a moment. More of the quarterback carousel, 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast business text line as well. Willard and Dibs.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Do you know who the hottest team in the NBA is right now? It's not.
privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, a momentary and I think welcome respite from the quarterback derby and Draymond Green screaming at people. Instead, we're going to let Rich Aurelia scream at us for a little while. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The optimism of spring. Here we go. Rich Aurelia jumps on. How are you, my friend? What's cooking?
I'm good, buddy. I'm good. I'm actually down in Scottsdale, Arizona, and I'm headed to the ball game tonight.
You know, we talk about the optimism of spring, but let's be honest, it almost feels like, and I think for most Giants fans, they're dealing with, okay, we don't see on paper the signings that we were hoping for. It doesn't seem to add up, but we also know that this group, this brass, has played this game before, and it's worked out. So are we supposed to have blind faith or not?
Well, I mean, I think that basically has to be based off the results last year. I mean, did they really go out last year and add like a huge name or you know, a guy that everybody would look at be a difference maker? No, not in a preseason. I mean, they went and got Bryant at the deadline. But I think because of last season and the amount and the level of success, I think everybody was assuming this year, especially with the loss of a guy like Buster and the loss of a guy like Gosman, I think everybody expected them to go out and just kind of break the bank because, I mean, you know, you can see the finances. They have some money left to spend, but this is not the game plan or theory of Farhan Zaidi and Scott Harris. I mean, they look to, you know, get serviceable guys that lengthen their roster a little bit and deepen their roster, and they base it on depth, and that's what they've continued to do. I mean, you know, tell me if I'm wrong, but I still think the biggest deal that Farhan's given out is the Tommy LaStella deal 2 years ago. So, you know, it's just not in his game plan, at least for right now with the Giants team.
So as they're looking to continue to add the depth, how much more activity should we anticipate here as the free agency period is starting to wind down a little bit?
Now, I think they'll probably maybe do a little more towards the end of camp, see who's still out there, see who may get released by another club. And, you know, and to be honest, there's still a few holes on this team that I think that they need to fill. But is there a timetable on that for Farhan and Scott? I don't know, but obviously they're comfortable with what they have right now and with the staff and the way they handle a game. But who knows, man? They're hard to read sometimes. They really are. And, you know, you don't hear a lot from them in the media. You don't see them around too much. It doesn't mean they're not doing their job behind the scenes, but they kind of keep everything a little, you know, close to the vest. And, you know, that's what they've done for 3 years now.
Rich Aurelia with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Rich, it seems like in the end, it's another year where the pitchers took the money from the Giants and the hitters did not. Even though they hit all those home runs last year, do you think it is still difficult to get hitters as free agents to come to San Francisco?
I do. I definitely do. You know, regardless of what they did last year, it is a big ballpark. You know, it's at sea level. The ball doesn't fly there that well unless it's a warm day game and it flies out to left and left center. But it's always been a difficult place to bring guys in unless you're coming off like winning a few World Series or 3 out of 5. Then you have some power to like get some guys in there to be part of a winning program. I mean, I know they had a winning season last year, made it to the postseason. But, you know, it's not a conducive park to hitting home runs. And what they did last year just shows you how special it was. You know, on the flip side of that, you know, you probably do want to get pitchers in there, and pitchers do want to come there because of that same exact reason. And, you know, we've seen with Farhan, I think one of the things that he does, and he did this with the Dodgers too when he was over there, is he stockpiles pitching and mostly starting pitching. So going into a season, you basically know you could probably have 7 starters on a big league staff, even though you only need 5 or whatever they decide to go with. But you have these guys sitting and waiting just in case something happens. And that's been I think for him, his recipe for success here with the Giants so far.
Part of the recipe, too, has been getting players to have great years, and that has to come from the coaching staff. How much faith do you have that Jock Peterson can maybe find that 30-homer form again under the new tutelage of Gabe Kapler and company?
Well, anything's possible. He's capable of doing it. I just think it's probably not going to happen because he's not going to play against any lefties. I mean, we've seen how Gabe and his staff run this lineup, how this organization's been run the last couple of years. I mean, in all reality, last few years, the only everyday players you had were pretty much Yastrzemski when he was healthy and Crawford. I mean, Wade platoons and Ruff platoons, and Belt was out a long time last year, but he had a really nice year. They just try and find the mix and match, right versus left, left versus right. I think Jock Peterson's a really good piece to add to this puzzle. He's shown he could do it at the big league level for a number of years now. He's been on winning clubs, so he knows how to win. He knows how to play late into the season in playoff time. In my mind, though, you asked, are they still going to make some moves? I think they still need a right-handed hitting outfielder. I mean, they basically added to their strength by getting Jock and bringing him in, which is a nice move. But I think they still need some right-handed hitting in that outfield. They're pretty left-handed dominant now.
Yeah, totally agree on that one. Rich Aurelio is with us. Rich, when you look at the Dodgers lineup, you think what?
I think it's the best lineup in baseball. I mean, by a pretty large margin. You're adding a guy like Freddie Freeman, and I got to say this. I think it's a really, I don't know what happened in that whole scenario with Atlanta, but that's in my mind, that's a bad look for baseball and for the Braves, where you have a guy who's been there his whole career. He's won an MVP, he just won a World Series. He's a great guy in the community. He's a great clubhouse guy. He's a great teammate, and you just kind of let him walk after you win a World Series. I think that's a bad look. And you know what? I don't think in anybody's mind was it a surprise that the Dodgers were going to go after him and get him. I mean, from day one, I felt if he didn't go back to Atlanta, he was going to go to the Dodgers. So now you stick him in that lineup, and, you have a full year of Trey Turner playing shortstop. Now you got Muncy coming back. You got Bellinger looking to have a bounce back year. Turner, the catcher, Will Smith, was a breakout star for them last year. Mookie Betts. I mean, you go up and down that lineup, you got all-stars everywhere. And so right now, you have to say on paper, they're the best lineup, definitely in the National League, and probably in baseball.
When you talk about lineups and the Giants trying to replace Buster Posey, how do they go about doing that, especially offensively? Is it going to be Joey Bart or bust?
I think it will for a good period of time until, listen, we all know this is his job to not win or not play. I mean, this is his gig. Even Buster last year, I think everybody was surprised with the offensive output, just because of the years before. He hadn't produced like that in a while, but he was also getting, and credit to Gabe and the staff. They had a game plan from day one with Buster, giving him days off, and they stuck with it all throughout the whole year. And I think that helped Buster. As far as Joey coming in the lineup, I mean, we haven't seen him hit at the big league level yet. We've seen him take at-bats at the big league level, but we haven't seen him hit yet. Me looking at him mechanically, and listen, I don't break down the launch angle and all this stuff, but, just looking mechanically at the plate and where he situates himself in the batter's box and the mechanics of his swing, in my mind, there's some work that needs to be done there. I think it's not fair to have him come in and compare him at all to Buster. That's not a fair comparison. I think where you're going to see maybe more of a difference is, those pitchers loved throwing to Buster Posey. Nobody ever shook Buster off. He knew the hitters, he knew the game, he knew his pitchers. I think that's where we're going to see a difference with Joey back there. He has to get to know these guys. He has to get to know his hitters in the league. has to get to know the game plan. So I think that may be more of a adjustment for the team and for him than putting him in the middle of the lineup or somewhere in the lineup, replacing Buster there.
Rich Aurelia with us. Thank goodness we've got baseball. The whole thing got done. Rich, before you run, how about a little fun on the big finish? You up for it?
I'm up for it, buddy.
Okay, here we go. It's Rich Aurelia on the big finish. 2 categories, you pick one. Do you want to do bracketology or stories of spring?
Oh, man. Stories of spring. I'm not too up on college basketball.
All right, here we go. Stories of spring. What is the best place, your favorite place to eat near the Giants facility in Arizona?
Oh, man. I'd say probably when I was playing Mastro City Hall, big old steakhouse. But, that's kind of, I lived here. So it's kind of an unfair question because I just went home to eat all the time.
Okay, there you go. Your kitchen is a fair answer. You could say that.
Yeah. I'll say
Especially
my
when
kitchen.
Exactly, when you're bringing that high-level culinary skills like Rich's. Question number 2, any chance to golf during spring training or any other off-field activities while you're a player?
There was always one day where we had off that they usually planned a golf event for the team and the coaches if they wanted to take part. Otherwise, not too much time, man. You're busy. You're there early and if you're playing in the games, you're home late. So not much time for golf, but, usually 1 or 2 days of spring you'd get out with the guys.
All right, and last one, Rich, and I'm trying to remember because I feel like you shared this story with me one time before, but wasn't it at spring training when Dusty Baker took care of you with that whole house thing that happened? What am I trying to remember here? What was that story?
Oh, yeah, I played. I was up all '96 with the Giants with Dusty, and then I got married in '97. And actually, while I was before spring training, while I was on my honeymoon, my house got broken into. And pretty much they took everything from hangers out of the closet to sheets off the bed and towels. And then a couple weeks later, after I got back and, kind of settled back in, Dusty had sent me, Dusty knows everybody, man. He has a connection everywhere. He sent me 3 whole boxes of just linens and bedding and pillows and pots and pans and, he's like, hey, I heard what happened, man. You're a young player. I got to take care of my guys. So, just there's a gift from me, try and use it and be well. So that's something I've always respected and appreciated Dusty for.
Great stuff. Did you see him and his son with the lineup card the other day over the weekend, and how old did that make you feel?
I did. It made me feel really old because I remember just Darren chowing down on hot dogs and lemonade in our dugout with the little uniform on when he was 4 years old. Now I've seen him run out there at the lineup card in big league camps. So, good for those guys, man. They're a baseball family, and, best of luck to Darren, working his way through the minor leagues.
And that image still remains iconic of JT Snow with the save as Darren's out there a little bit too eagerly to grab the bat. That becomes one of the most indelible memories of that whole run.
It totally does. And listen, a number of things. I mean, one, I was on deck. So I was behind home plate telling JT, he didn't have to slide. You're up, because Kenny Lofton hit that ball off the wall. And then all of a sudden, out of the corner of your eye, you just see this little flash come through, and, JT just grabbed him around the collar and picked him up. But you know what? That also kind of changed the aspect of, because back in the day, guys used to have their kids bat boy all the time, but that was when the rule changed that they had to be, I don't know what it was, 14 or 15 years old.
Not 3?
Allowed to bat boy. Yeah, not 3. But the funny thing was, guys, I swear to you, Darren knew the game at that point. The only reason he went out at that point on that hit was Kenny Lofton was his favorite player. And I think he just got so wrapped up in the crowd noise, and it was a triple off the wall in right field, that he just lost his train of thought and ran out there. But again, one of probably the most memorable moments in Giant postseason history.
I just watched the video again, and it's incredible. It's incredible because after he gets picked up by JT puts him down. Darren runs over and slides to get the bat before, I don't know if it was Lofton's kid or there was another kid out there to try and get the bat, and Darren was hell-bent on getting that stick.
Dude, yeah, who knows? We had the kids' country club going on, and
right.
kids all over the place.
Rich, great to have you, man. That was fun. Thanks for doing it.
All right, guys, take care. Have a good day.
Okay, you too. There he goes, Rich Aurelia. And yeah, if you missed that, Darren Baker, who JT Snow, you may remember once upon a time, had to grab by the jersey to get him out of the way to safety. He's now a big league ball player in camp with the Nationals and brought the lineup card out to his dad when the Nationals played the Astros over the weekend.
Pretty cool moment.
Yeah,
I
really
actually
cool.
didn't see that, but I'm glad you brought that back around because just the Darren Baker thing. And think about it now. What are we doing letting our 3-year-olds... I mean, I know the kid knows the game, but you're 3.
Well, like, time does that. I don't know if you, this story came up a couple of years ago on the air, and my mind just flashed to it because of what you said, like the way things change through life over time. So there's the famous story. You may or may not remember this. Some in the Bay Area may remember. Right before I got to San Mateo High School, my sister, I think, was a freshman at San Mateo High School. There is a famous moment leading up to the San Mateo Burlingame football game, the rivalry game, which they call the Little Big Game. And San Mateo had set up with Marine World Africa USA, which is an amusement park that used to be there on the peninsula.
Yeah, Redwood City.
It has now sort of morphed into Discovery Kingdom up in Vallejo, but in Redwood City, and they had a lot of animals there. And they partnered with Marine World and had a tiger come out on the stage during the rally.
Hey, it's Tiger. Not that tiger.
They had a huge tiger come out on the stage to sort of rile up the crowd for, even though a bearcat is not a tiger, but orange and black were the colors for San Mateo. They bring a tiger out on stage to rally everybody up. And, oh, wouldn't you know it, as the crowd all goes crazy, the tiger gets spooked, jumps into the crowd, mauls one of the football players.
No way.
Their star fullback gets mauled on the arm. His name is Craig Henderson. He's now running a restaurant in the East Bay. I forget the name of it, or else I would give it a pop. But we did this whole thing. It all happened one night on the radio, and he ended up calling in. But, like, can you imagine in 2022 how many lawsuits would happen if a high school was we just have a tiger?
Sure.
He's going to come to the rally.
Makes perfect sense.
Just jump into the crowd, start mauling students. But in 1990, seemed to make all the sense in the world.
Right. I mean, how else are you going to get fired up without a live tiger?
Get a tiger.
Yeah. Not declawed. Yeah. You got to do this for me.
It's like Mike Tyson in The Hangover. Yeah, we just got a tiger. He's just right over there. He just cruises around.
Yeah, seriously.
Says hi to people.
I mean, what seemed like a good idea in the 90s, and, Darren Baker, this was the early 00s, and think about it now. It's like, yeah, I just let my 3-year-old run out there and grab a bat. What?
Oh, my gosh. So funny. Anyway.
Holy mackerel.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. That is our Comcast business text line as well. It is all sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Plenty still to get done with, again, another day of so much going on. We'll get back to all the quarterback stuff coming up in a few. If you're just joining us, Matt Ryan has been traded to the Indianapolis Colts for a third-round draft. I can't get over that. For a third-round draft pick. And so what does that mean for Jimmy? Seemingly not good things. Even though there was the conversation, at least John Lynch is reportedly telling other teams that he's already got an offer of 2 second-round picks on the table. I guess that offer wasn't from the Colts. I don't know who might have that or if it's true, but we'll see how this all affects Jimmy. And then the other thing is the Warrior game last night, which gave us a few different things to chew on. And mainly for me, I never like to come out of games and blame refs. Those fouls at the end of the game, and we can hear from Steve Kerr here momentarily.
Bizarre.
He thought he called them, quote, bizarre, and I agree. I mean, let me ask you this. You do it at the youth level, so maybe this is a little bit different, but...
That's all the same.
Well, yeah, exactly the same, right? Compete the players...
5-on-5, there's a ball and a whistle.
You're taller than the players, but other than that...
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
There's a couple of...
Well...
Shout out to Kate McAllister's son. I think he's a 5th grader. Come out to jump center. The kid's like 5'6".
Like, what are you doing, kid?
Come on, bro.
Calm it down. Like, you
Seriously.
got time. No, but the idea that a foul is not always a foul. Like, I always feel like a foul's a foul's a foul. But I also understand this. When there's 10 seconds left in a game, if there's a little bit of a tussle, come on, let the guys figure it out. Let them figure it out rather than sending people to the free throw line. And they did it twice at the end of the game. But obviously, that was only one official aspect of last night. The other one was a Draymond Green technical. And while he was, shall we say, persistent, he was not vulgar.
No.
And there was no contact made. I'm not in favor, unless it's incredibly extreme, I'm not in favor of ejecting people in professional sports for words.
Yeah, I am. And I'm also in favor of a thing that they call the rule book. And I encourage all of you to go read rule number 12, subsection V or 5. It's on conduct.
Sounds fun.
You go from A to R. Well, then, if you don't want to read the rule book, then shut your mouths, all of you, because all of this is spelled out. Draymond knows it. Steve knows it. They all know it. And when
Except
you read
for
it,
it's
Mark,
subjective. When you read it, you already said the word disrespect is in there, which is highly, highly subjective.
How about cursing or blaspheming?
He did not.
An official.
He didn't curse.
How about overt actions indicating resentment to a call or no call?
Subjective.
It's an overt action.
I mean,
we know what overt actions are. It's the demonstrative, it's the stomping and the two hands.
Yeah, but that's interesting. So wait, read that again. Overt action
indicating resentment to a call or no call
is a technical in and of itself, not expressing resentment of what Draymond's doing.
Well, it's their job. There's no rule that says the official should, if the player is right in his demonstrative arguing, the referee should step away. No, this is about conduct, Mark, the conduct of the players. Now, if you want to talk about the conduct of the officials, they have their own stipulations and they have their own governing body that criticizes each and every call in each and every game that they officiate. So this whole idea of, oh, the refs have no recourse. They absolutely have recourse. You just don't know about it.
All right, more on that coming up. Certainly would love for you to weigh in. 888-957-9570. That is also our Comcast business text line. Pick your battles is around the corner. We have recalibrated. I lost on Friday. I gave you Davidson plus a half point, and they lost by one. They lost by one. We made a whole thing of it. I'm like, what is a plus a half point? What does that even mean? What is it? How is that ever going to come into play? If there were a tie, maybe, but there's no ties. So anyway, I lost that one. So I'm 0-1. Pick your battles around the corner. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get up to a $15 gift card after a mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries with the power, performance, and reliability.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Quack.
I was early with the quack.
The New Orleans Saints are re-signing quarterback Jameis Winston to a 2-year deal. Base value of $28 million, including $21 million guaranteed. This is from Tom Pelissero and Rap Sheet as well. So they miss out on Deshaun Watson. They will go back to Jameis Winston. And that's not huge money for a quarterback, but it is starter money. It is starter money. Jameis Winston to the Saints, and another team is off the board.
Uh-oh. And Jimmy G's looking around that QB waiting room, and Jameis got up, and Jimmy thought he was getting up to go get a drink of water, and Jameis is gone.
Seriously.
Jameis grabbed his pen. He's signing his deal, and now when you look around that room, there are not that many quarterbacks left, and there are even fewer teams that are left looking.
If this were the NFL draft, Jimmy would officially be Aaron Rodgers. Remember, it was just like after every pick, they're like, there's Aaron. Look at him. He's just sitting there. Now, I understand this, and maybe this is more of a social media thing than a real thing. I don't know, but the Jimmy anger is out there in ways that are now being transferred to the 49ers. Many people are saying, wow, the 49ers really screwed this up. Okay, let's go there for a second. I want to ask a question back to everybody who's yelling. The Niners messed this up. What exactly was it that they were supposed to do? What is it that you think you know that was offered to them 3 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago? The 49ers didn't cause the shoulder injury. Jimmy chose the timing of the shoulder surgery. Diana Rossini just tweeted out, why didn't the Colts go after Jimmy Garoppolo? She says her understanding is that there were concerns about the shoulder, not necessarily the idea of him being healthy at some point, but their concern was Jimmy wouldn't be available in the offseason for a new team. And you've got to get to know a new system, new players, all of that. And so that was their concern on Jimmy. So let me ask you, let's go with it for a second. I'll buy it. The 49ers messed up. How? What exactly was it that they were supposed to do? What offer was on the table that you all know about?
They were supposed to get something for Jimmy Garoppolo, and they haven't gotten something for Jimmy Garoppolo.
What if nothing was offered?
Well, something was offered.
We don't know that.
According to sources. A report of a report.
Well, but a report of a report is that John Lynch is telling people that. How do we know he's telling the truth?
And how do we know that he's really telling people that? The report is that he's telling people that.
Don't.
But what we do know is that teams that need quarterbacks are getting quarterbacks. And the Atlanta Falcons got only a third-round pick for a quarterback who's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And to me, I would be stunned if the 49ers didn't get even one single offer, even if it was, hey, we're going to give you a fifth and this old kicking tee. It's our favorite kicking tee. It's good kicking tee, but there's your offer. I believe that there has been an offer, but what I also believe is that the 49ers, the brass, have thought, oh, we can get more for Jimmy. Another quarterback goes off. We can get more for Jimmy. We're going to get more for Jimmy. We have to get more for Jimmy. I hope we get more for Jimmy. I hope we get something for Jimmy. And we're reaching that portion of the program, I believe.
It's a bad day for our burrito bet. I'm not going to not admit that. It's not a good day for and I still don't think, will
you make them this time, or should we just buy them? Because the way you paid off the first burrito bet,
like that was,
I don't know if you can ever match that.
A little hot. That was,
You were incredible that day.
I got up at like 5:30 in the morning that day. It was just,
Holy mackerel.
It's delicious.
I don't thank you.
Nutritious.
I'm glad that you liked it. Yeah, I certainly won't do it in the middle of your cleanse.
At day one.
But
got the soup on deck here.
I do owe one for Kyle. I owe one to Kyle, and he got married. So 2 reasons why. A, I like to pay off my bets, as you know. And B, Kyle probably not worried about his midsection anymore because the wedding already happened.
That's it.
So I can get him a burrito. It's all good.
Time to let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
The wickedly talented
totally.
Kyle Madsen.
You don't need to hold it together any longer. What do you know?
Wickedly talented.
Well, you got no reason.
Oh, goodness.
The motivation.
Yes,
totally.
Curb Dog in San Jose. Hey, Curb Dog. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
What's up?
Starving.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a great booking by us.
I just wanted. Sorry about that. What was that?
No, nothing. Go ahead.
He's running material. He gets a 3.
No, go ahead. What you got?
I wanted to ask, what's going on with the NFC, not West, but the whole division as a whole? What's going on with the quarterback situation over there? Because I'm a football fan, but, is every primetime game this season going to be like AFC football? Because we have, Aaron Rodgers, Brady, and
Stafford.
Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just mediocre at best. So I was wondering, is every primetime game going to be an AFC West divisional game?
It feels that way,
right?
I mean, the AFC, and I wonder how. I wonder how Vegas is gonna slate this because, in theory, maybe not the way you think. I would think the Super Bowl odds have got to start going up on the top of the NFC. Because who do they have to work through?
Somebody's got to represent.
Like Green Bay, Tampa Bay, or the Rams right now on paper, and boy, I'm getting tired of that phrase, but anyway, on paper, who else is going? It's got to be one of those 3 teams in this moment. Hell, maybe Trey Lance can go to the Super Bowl. You only got to beat 2 or 3 teams. So the Rams are coming off of a Super Bowl. That never goes well. Aaron Rodgers would have to, win in the playoffs. That never goes well. Tom Brady, it's going to get old one of these years. I thought we saw it 4 years ago, but that was a joke. Someone's got to go.
Right.
It's got to be one of these teams. So, I don't know. Listen, this story's not done yet, but yes, as Matty Barrows just said on Twitter, the music in the game of musical chairs is starting to die down.
Yes.
There are not a lot of chairs left, and Jimmy is still in the game.
One of the latest thoughts is that Carolina would give up on Darnold, and maybe Carolina becomes a team where Jimmy Garoppolo can land. And again, it would be, you called it perfectly, placeholder plus is what Jimmy Garoppolo is. He's a placeholder, but a little bit better than that. If Carolina really isn't sold on Darnold, maybe that becomes the destination, because other than that, what are we left with? Houston, Carolina,
and Seattle.
Well, I mean, Seattle, Baker Mayfield.
And Baker Mayfield's out there.
Mayfield to Seattle.
I told you, I think Mayfield. Look, if you're Seattle, you're not winning this division for a while.
That's why I think you drafted the kid out of Mississippi State.
Great, and sign Baker and sign Kaepernick, at least for training camp.
Wow.
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
What's up?
I would love to see it, but the Kaepernick train has left the station, I'm afraid. It's been 5 years.
Well, I don't know. Again, that's the one team that almost did it once, and Pete Carroll was talking about it again. It's just training camp. Just bring him back. What? What is everybody still scared of? And I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But what, right? Tucker Carlson's not showing up for a live broadcast.
And Seattle is a perfect market for it.
Just training camp. Just take a look.
I totally agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen.
49ers should take a look. Take a look. It's just taking a look. They don't have a backup quarterback, Nate Sudfeld.
How dare you? How dare you That's disrespectful to Nate Sudfeld. I won't sit here and let you disrespect Sudsy like that.
Tee me up. Go ahead.
Don't be disrespectful.
No, you get the stop sign.
Hold the hand up.
It's a first stop sign. And the second tee, the ref was walking away and dripped. That's terrible. Enough, Draymond.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Enough. That's a tee.
Terrible.
Bye-bye. Night.
All right. Pick Your Battles is coming up next. We've got a few texts that are, they're disrespectful. And so we're going to need to address those.
That's why I stopped reading the text line?
Yeah. No. I mean.
No, years ago.
They're always disrespectful.
Of course.
But I just wanted to use that word today because it's
about
our
time.
Pee-wee's Playhouse word of the day. We should all scream and yell every time that word comes up. Time for your calls as well if you want to jump on in and get them. Plus Steiny and Goo. The return to Goo is right around the corner as well on 95.7 The Game.
Spring into action at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Stop by our garden centers for first of the season veggies and annuals. Then bag a deal on soil.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, some Warrior calls to get to. I do want to address this. Texter, 415, Willard, you taking a cop-out. Jimmy had a big value and was desirable per you. Now we're here. So first of all, yes, it's my fault. I did this. As much as the 49ers did, by the way. So there are a number of aspects that, and I would count 3 of them, that you're not acknowledging here. Number 1, we still don't know how this is going to end.
Right.
Okay. Number 2, shoulder surgery. That was not a part of the picture when we were talking about this late season. And number 3, Deshaun Watson, Matt Ryan, Russell Wilson. Nobody knew that this was going to be the crop that quarterback-needy teams could choose from. Tom Brady coming back. Huge names entered the market that we didn't know about. And so at a minimum, you got to wait for that dust to settle before you can figure out Jimmy. He's not those players, and he's hurt.
Right.
That affects it. No 2 ways about that.
Yeah, and I think the surgery piece is the one that is probably the biggest feather in your cap, because the timeline of it, the extent of it, and the fact that he won't be able to throw until June or July, that hurts his trade value. Now, the other pieces, the big names that came off the board, fine. You knew some of that was going to happen, but the part that hurts more is Carson Wentz and Mitchell Trubisky, and now Jameis Winston, all seen as more desirable than James Garoppolo, in part, I'm sure, because of the injury, but the fact that we're sitting here now, March 21st, and we're down to 3 quarterbacks and basically 3 teams remaining, 4 if you count the 49ers, that's not a good place to be from a leverage standpoint.
No, so I'm not going to. To me, this is how you have to process the Jimmy stuff. It stinks. But don't bounce around looking to blame someone. You're all acting like the 49ers had a first-round pick on the table 2 months ago and didn't take it. Oh, they really messed this up. How? What was it? You all know something? You know about some conversation that I don't? Well, what is it that they passed on? What is it that they did?
But in this business of sports fandom, sports talk radio, you do play the blame game. Like last night, you can either blame Draymond for blowing his stack, or you can blame the referees. And
the referees are always to blame.
Well, that's easy. It's low-hanging fruit. But I'm talking about in just the ejection. Put aside the 2 bizarre calls that happened late. We all play the blame game. It's what we do. If the Niners can't get anything for Jimmy Garoppolo, if they just cut him, or even if they keep him, someone will have to be blamed.
I guess I'm just trying. Someone can answer for me what it was that the 49ers did wrong. Oh, they overplayed their hand. Did they even play a hand? Are they even at the table yet? I don't know what they did. I don't know what was offered. I don't know if nothing was offered. I do know that they didn't know that his shoulder was going to pop. I know that. So what exactly did the 49ers strategically do wrong? We'll probably never know.
Well,
we'll have some sort of a clue once this gets to a final stage.
It's a game of results, though, Mark. Ultimately.
Well, yeah. Well, all we really care about is if Trey plays well and the Niners win. If they cut him, okay. Are we all that hard up over a 3rd-round pick? There's, oh, my gosh. They're moving on.
Right. But if they move on and they get nothing in return, now if he goes out and he plays, you could get a compensatory pick, blah, 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 da-da-da.
Da-da-da.
But ultimately, when you see what other quarterbacks of his ilk are commanding and attracting attention-wise, it's a bad look, and it's a game of results.
And we're all deciding that the 49ers thought they were going to get blank. We have no idea what they thought. Maybe the second his shoulder injury happened, they all looked at each other and went, we're hosed. We're not going to get anything for the guy. Maybe they knew that. We're putting words and thoughts in their mouths and heads. That's all I'm saying. Keep it in mind. The Warrior in Arizona. Real quick with Willard and Dibs. Warrior, what are you doing? Sneaking in here at the end of the show. What are you doing?
Well, I just hadn't talked to you in so long. I remember talking to you late at night when I was traveling across the U.S. Moved back to California from Texas. Wasn't going to go back to Texas, but I'm chasing championships, so I'm in Phoenix. And my old hometown of Antioch now looks like Camden, New Jersey. But thank God for this crystal clear app, Odyssey. I get to hear you guys, and I just wanted to it's going to talk some Warriors, but you know what? I just want to touch base with you and let you know that no matter where I go,
with this phone in my app, I can listen to y'all, even though I don't call in as much, because people are always comparing the new Warrior to the old Warrior, and it kind of gets tiresome.
Well,
anyway, you guys have a great day.
All right, you too. That's going to sound like a plant and an advertisement, and it wasn't. That was completely organic. That was branded content. Yeah, the Odyssey app is fantastic. You can subscribe to Willard and Dibs and then never miss anything. And so when you hear later, like, oh my gosh, did you hear what Dibs was saying about the refs? No, I didn't. Well, then you just go on the Odyssey app, and then there it is.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not only the content that you get for free, but also eventually you can make money by listening to us. It's just as easy as tune in, turn on, and bet.
Oh, you mean if you listen every day to pick your battles?
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. Here we go. By the way, do we have a Kyle pick?
We certainly do.
Oh, I love that.
Jake.
I love that. All right, so Spadone, you, Dibs, you're both winners.
Indeed.
And we want winners. So you're going to go third and fourth.
Singletary.
Kyle's not here, so I'm going to give him the leadoff spot.
He's taken the Detroit Pistons -9 at home against the Trailblazers.
Okay.
That's a lot of points for Detroit, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Well, the Blazers are very JV right now, but it's just funny. Like, I mean, when you see the Pistons are playing the Blazers, I'm just like, I'm moving on. Like, I don't want to have any attachment to a game like that. Kyle leans into that stuff. He's like, oh, yeah, feed me, Seymour. I'll keep you in the NBA as well, though. I think a tired Toronto Raptors team that played last night is going against a rested and home Chicago Bulls team tonight that hasn't been that great as of late, and they're going to need to show out in front of their home fans. I think this is an opportunity and a spot where it works well. Give me Chicago. I'll take the Bulls -4 against the Raptors tonight.
I love that. I love it. Now, a couple of 1-0s going head-to-head. I'm going to defer to Spadoni because I heard him out there mining picks in the prep room, and our great young producer, broadcaster, E-Dog, Evan Giddings, offered up a pick, and Spadoni said, you know what? You're ice cold, E-Dog. I don't know if I can trust you, so I'm excited to hear what Spadoni is going to go with.
Great uptick, and it turns out I cannot trust E-Dog Dibs. Good luck to him and Mark Randy, by the way, calling on 95.7 the game tonight. Bay Area Panthers, their inaugural game tonight against but I can't wait for it. It's going to be awesome. Happy for those two. And we're taking the Cleveland Cavaliers, gentlemen, -5.5. Don't spill that, Willard. Don't do that.
Very little water left in there. It's the end of the show. I timed it perfectly. We're almost out of water, so that wasn't as dramatic as it looked. But it was almost. I almost fumbled.
-5.5. Cavaliers against the Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh my gosh, we're okay. So two things just happened. First of all, we're all in on the NBA. Second of all I heard there was that Spadone is mad at the Lakers.
Yes,
that's all I heard there.
Yeah.
Was Dibs gone when you did the? You did. You fired back at me. It was for the donut night, the final play. I'm like, oh my gosh, we need a win, and I know exactly where to go. I go, the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to double-digit the Lakers with ease. They were -9.5. Spadone had something something totally different set. And he looked at me and he went, oh, bleep me, bleep you. Lakers +9.5. Wolves by 20. Ottoman game.
Spadone,
piece of
please.
cake.
You didn't even watch the game. They've got into a 4.
I know it was close.
Okay. Don't even. It made it even worse, Dibs, because they got it to within 4 with like halfway through the fourth quarter, and then they lost by 20 after that.
So I'm like,
broke your heart multiple times.
Cue the Russell Westbrook turnovers. This is going to be fine.
So Spadoni buying donuts for a 4th time. Well, It will not be a complete clean sweep of NBA action because, hit it, Spadone.
Wait a minute, but the tournament is not on tonight, Tibley.
Not so fast, my friend. The tournament, you mean the men's NCAA tournament. By the tournament, you could also mean the women's NCAA tournament, but not so fast, my friend. You could also be referring to the NIT.
Yes, you could.
Which is a tournament, but we're not going to the NIT either. We're going down to Daytona Beach and the CBI. Also a tournament.
CBI?
CBI.
Sounds like a shot that you have to get when you're a teenager.
Sounds like a show on CBS.
Do I have CBI?
Could I have CBI? That's a 4. I have CBI because I love Abilene Christian, and they're in the quarterfinals, and they're getting a point against Ohio. Take Abilene Christian and the punto against Ohio.
Wow.
CBI action.
I love it when Abilene Christian is getting points because we need more dogs.
You got the basketball classic tonight, second round. You've got NIT quarters. You've got CBI quarters. You've got women's round of 16. Our tournament cup runneth over.
I'm going to take the night off on tournaments, though. I'm going to take the night off on college basketball. It's too stressful. I'm just looking at all these kids. They're crying and losing, and every game someone cries and then they head home. It's usually me, by the way. I saw that kid for Tennessee who was crying. I'm like, what's your problem? I'm the one that has you in the final two in my bracket.
Yeah.
You're losing to Michigan, who Dan Dibley told me last week didn't even have a chance to win one game, and now the Wolverines are hanging out in the sweet damn 16. I'm the one who should be crying. So I need a night off from that stress.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Thursday it all ramps back up with the men's tourney, but if you have your basketball Jones and you need it filled, watch the women's tourney because the games start getting good about this time.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. You know what I'm jonesing for? I'm jonesing for a little goo. It's been a minute. You okay, brother?
I've been fighting for my life. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I missed you guys.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Had the radio on, and I'm going to just say this about my teammates. Seriously, man, I listened from morning to the night trying to get right. We got some talent here. And I'm like, Willard, what are you saying? Dibs, Steiny, JD, Fonte, Shafty, Damon Ratto. But I'm happy to be back. So much to get to.
Give me the top one or two opinions last week that you really hated, that really made you start coughing because you just couldn't handle it.
You know what? All those got superseded as I was in the caddy riding in today. And
I know where you're
this is going to Canton. How can you defend Draymond Green?
Mm-hmm.
That was a lack of leadership. It was a lack of accountability. They needed you, and you went Babe Ruth. You went Joe Namath. You're saying you're going to win it. The chef is in a walking boot, and he went Roberto Duran and no Moss because I felt like after whatever happened with the back or side, he wanted out, and that hurt me. And I felt like they wanted to win, and they wouldn't say it, to show him, you left us out here to dry. It ain't all over, and they didn't get it done. But, Dre, your boy's disappointed,
That's
man.
interesting. You think he wanted out of the game.
Oh, there's no doubt. There was no lift.
So, first of all, I do want to reiterate my point was on a much broader one, and Draymond simply is the most recent example. I mean, here we are 3 hours in, and I can certainly look you in the eye and be like, okay, in a perfect world, would you just calm down, Draymond? Wow. Would you just head to the other side? Sure. I'm not that dense. I'm not that stubborn. Okay, I get that aspect of it. But the broader point for me is I do believe, and this goes for all sports, I do believe that if simple words are being used at you and they're not profane and it's not attacking and it's just annoying the hell out of you, my gosh, find a way to keep the player in the game. I don't really understand the idea of ejecting players because you're annoyed with the words that they're using or how often they're using them.
You cannot have a running dialogue at the time.
Why not?
Because the guys.
That's not a reason.
Because yes, it is.
No,
because
an
official needs to officiate the game, not have Draymond Green in his ear 24/7.
I would think playing 4-on-5 would be a nice advantage for the other team.
Well, it's easy to say, and it's kind of a good line, but it doesn't really reflect anything. I mean, look, we do this three times a year.
Poke at me all week last week. I'm going to poke at you all week this week.
Hey, this happens 3 times a year where Draymond does something that's tough to explain, but some people say it's Draymond being Draymond, and we're all going to live with it. He's going to play against Orlando.
It's easy to explain, and I'll explain it using my favorite article here. Sorry to the Bible, but to me, it's the NBA rule book, Section 12, Section 5, subsection E. Running tirades, continuous criticism, or griping may be sufficient cause to assess a technical. Turns out it was sufficient cause to assess a technical, and they did it not once, but twice. Night, day. See you in the locker room.
I didn't say it was insufficient, but you continue to go back to a rule book that is nothing but
you can't let him disrespect you, though, Willard. That's what he's doing.
That's a subjective word.
Disrespectful.
It's a subjective word that actually kind of triggers me a little bit. Disrespectful. What, you're allowed to disrespect back in the other direction? Like, the reason I take this broad is, let's go to baseball for a second. Drives me bananas. You're an umpire. You look at me the wrong way at the wrong time. You're gone. Who the hell are you, umpire?
Now that's different.
It is, but each sport has its own. Let's go to the NFL, where you've never had someone thrown out for talking. Ever.
But they got the helmet on. It's not as like
Brady got one.
Throw a flag.
Yeah.
Brady
got one in the postseason.
Fine. Then throw a flag. Let's find a way in the NBA to throw a flag.
Draymond.
Keep the
enough.
player.
Draymond. Okay. You had your say.
Throw
Draymond.
the flag.
Draymond.
And that's
they
what
did.
happened.
It's called the second technical
Man,
foul.
But why does that have to be an ejection?
Because it's a second technical, and on the second they've got to go.
But you guys, rules change.
Yeah.
You keep doing that. You keep going because it's the rule. Because it's the rule. Well, then change the rule. Every sport, because it's a bad rule.
No, it's not.
When people are paying, no, not for one guy, to keep stars in games when people pay millions of dollars on a yearly basis to go see these people play. Why are we throwing them out?
Because you're talking.
Nobody wants to see Draymond play without Curry.
Player with an infraction, Willard. We're talking about a guy with a track record that cost his team a chip in 2016, and we just keep giving him passes. And everywhere you look, he's talking this, that on his podcast. I love him, but you're the leader last night, man.
That's him.
You got 11 games left, and you go to the showers. And then I said, "Hey, Steiny, what did he say to the media after?" Crickets.
My favorite thing in the world is the sports media telling people that they talk too much.
But see,
hang on.
It's our job.
Please tell me the irony is not lost on you.
No irony.
Yeah, help me out, dude.
It's our job is to talk.
And it's his.
His job is not to talk.
Yes, it is. The
wow.
leader.
Yes, Tim Duncan's the worst player in NBA.
A leadership
is
no, you know that every team has everybody in a role and every team has a talker. Every one of them. If you don't have it, then you are going to get steamrolled in this process. You have to have a vocal leader. Steph is not that. Draymond is.
Leadership is not getting thrown out of a game where your best player is already out. That's not leadership.
But that's a subjective process.
Back. Yeah.
That's a subjective process. He didn't have to get thrown out if they handled this a different way. Again, make it 2 free throws.
But when
make
do you let yourself to say? Yeah, when do you say?
What
it's just the
Willard,
rules.
the rule book changes every single year.
Tell me what rules they changed this year. They didn't change any rules.
Stop. This is a competition. There's a competition committee that looks at rules in the NFL every single year. We're doing it right now.
Right.
Baseball, runner at second. No, not a runner at second. Let's have a runner at second. Stop.
You're asking for the very fabric of the player-referee association to be changed based on the fact that your guy can't stop talking.
No, it's not my guy.
Yeah.
It's not my guy. I don't.
They needed him, man.
He's forever your guy.
Entertainment product.
Farhan, Jimmy, and Draymond.
Speaking of Farhan,
I do not understand an entertainment product. Part of the entertainment's product process is to send the entertainment off of the floor.
Part of the entertainment is not berating an official for 48 minutes a night. That is not endemic to the product.
If we've all bought into that, then okay.
No, we have, because
we don't need to
we're
buy
human
into
beings.
that.
And I was saying to Steiny in the kitchen.
Slug the ref, Dibs.
What about? Why don't we just?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because the rules are the rules right now. If you want to change them, change them at the end of the season.
I mean. That's not the point.
This is preposterous.
The point is,
it's ludicrous, is what it is.
Check yourself.
It's
That's
not.
the facts. They had a great song, the great rap group. Check yourself.
If you want to be on the wrong side of history, then keep saying that's the rule.
Oh my!
Willard, I'm gonna throw a curveball at you guys.
Wow. I mean.
I'm going to throw a curveball at you.
Why is that the rule?
I have Dibs' number. I have Steiny's number. This is true, Mark.
Steiny's
and I have
number
yours
doesn't work.
now.
No, Steiny's number doesn't work.
I have called those two in my life on things outside of sports where it just the world, and I want to hear their take on it. And here I come.
Okay.
And Steiny, this is your second time. It's a remix. So I've been laid up all week, and I'm watching this story. I'm a son, a father, husband. Why isn't the Brittney Griner story the lead story everywhere? It seems like it's taboo and nobody's talking about it. And I'm thinking, like, what if that were my daughter? Or why are we, if that were Draymond Green or somebody else more famous over there in that situation, do you think we'd be leading off talking about it? I'm just asking.
It's a great point. I think it's two things. I think there's a lack of understanding about what's actually going on, number one. And number two, it makes people very, very uncomfortable.
There it is.
It's like too hot to touch. You know what I mean? And yes, it's Brittney Griner. It's not LeBron. I mean, that's my read.
No,
on it.
I'm just sharing
But
that.
I mean, I
just
feel
had questions.
I feel you. It's brutal.
Dibs, like I said, I'm not acting like I know. We're not talking about it. The world.
I mean, you got bigger problems in the world, unfortunately, right now. But this is one of those situations where you go to other countries, and if you don't obey the rules in other countries, and we can talk about the NBA rule book, we can talk about international law. Now, this is a real situation where maybe a rule needs to be changed,
right?
As opposed to worrying about a overly mouthy point forward getting into trouble with the refs.
Well,
that's shocking.
Listen, it's 12:09. Far be it from me to risk talking too much. Let's go. Here comes Steiny.
We still have the Trevor Story debacle to get into.
Not biting.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Welcome back, Goo.
What's up, baby?
How are you, man?
I missed you. I really did, and it feels like I've been gone a month because there's been so much going on, man.
There really has, and let me tell you this, Bay Area. My guy's fired up. He's been in the waiting room for a week, so
on the sideline.
Man, where do you want to start? We got so much going on. Hey, I'll just start with this, with as it relates to Draymond. First of all,
and we love
Of course, we're talking about him when they had a game against the Spurs that they shouldn't lose. You know what bothered me most about that ejection? There's just this little thing about Draymond where it's like doesn't want to play when Steph doesn't play.
So you're going 2 years ago. Remember, he said he wasn't invested when Steph wasn't there.
I'm just saying, come on, Draymond. Not when Steph Curry's not playing.
He's one of the smartest players in the game that we've ever seen. You can't tell me he didn't know the temperature. And Steiny, he was just who-riding him. That's what we say in the street. Steiny, who-riding the ref? Like, just think about what if you're gone, the team doesn't have your services. And I'm going to say this about Dre. While he was out there, Steiny, there was a red carpet line to the rim. Your boy is talking about me. I am worried with 2 W's.
Yeah, they're in trouble. How about that?
Your boy's in a walking boot.
I know.
That's
I think
not
they're
a
in
Versace shoe, people. A walking boot. And I'm hearing people, he's going to do this while he's off. You don't know what he's going to do.
I know. They're in a little bit of trouble. Here's what worries me as a Warrior fan. If I were a Warrior fan, I'd be like, okay, so how do we win a title this year? Okay, well, we're going to have to get Steph back. Steph's going to have to be, not only Steph, probably better than he's been.
Okay.
Draymond Green, he's got to be Draymond Green. Klay Thompson, he's got to be better than he's been all year. You look at a guy like Andre Iguodala. He was a big reason why they went 18-2 to start the season. Look at his minutes early in the year. Can Iguodala get back to that level? Because that's when the Warriors were at their best. And so they now Kuminga, he's probably hitting the rookie wall a little bit. They need now a lot to happen.
They need size, Steiny.
Well, they don't
have
late
it
now.
And the other thing that happened is the big fella.
Yeah.
He just said on TV it was mental. Physically, he was good. He looked thicker. And now you're telling me the knee is swelling and you've gone under the knife twice? So now he's not coming back? Or do I hold out hope he may? And Kuminga, Steiny, I love him. He's been great. The youngsters have been great. But he ain't throwing that size around on D. So now I'm looking at who could they possibly play. And Iggy, I told you, I'm not irritated. How can I get irritated? But he was supposed to be the OG. Nice short outfit you had on last night. You see that, the brown short fit? You fitted. But why aren't we talking about where is he at and when he's coming back? So I feel like, is this just a game at 24-hour fitness to where you don't need any cohesiveness? You can just come out of the Stacey Adams and walk on the court and the Warriors are going to jail?
That's the plan with Iguodala.
Well, it's blowing up in our face now, Steiny.
Iguodala's not blowing up in their face yet.
But the big three have.
But what do you mean blowing? I mean, they're hurt. What do you want?
Well, we were getting excited about watching the big three play, and we got a game and a half.
Right.
And now Steph may not come. Steiny, I hope I'm wrong.
They're injured. They've got Klay Thompson missed over half the year. Draymond Green's missed 30 games, and now Curry's hurt. Iguodala, we knew, was not going to play a full season.
But not this. We didn't think it would be this less.
But
Did you say that?
I don't want to be a contrarian, but we didn't think it would be much different either. I mean, as long as he's playing in the playoffs, that's all anybody seemed to care about. So
and that hoorah stuff, and now here I am contradicting my own self because Dre is on the court and they needed his leadership, Steiny, and let's just say they were getting had defensively because the Spurs are 3-8 in their last 11 games coming into this one. So we're not talking about the Celtics. It's like anybody can body punch the Warriors, but they don't do it back, and that's what has me concerned. It's bigger than just the L last night.
Spurs aren't very good. They're not very good.
Drive and kick.
They got one of the worst
for three.
defenses in the league. That's a game that even without Curry, the Warriors, I don't want to say should win, but they should win.
I'm with you.
I mean, they should win that game against the Spurs.
What's number one on your concern? Is the chef in the walking boot? Because that's mine. Because now what do you have? Now the great story that Jordan Poole was coming off the bench, like now you need that. And even when you get it, he was great last night. His ability to get to the rack, Steiny, we'll talk about that later. Your boy is putting himself up there. He can get to the cup. But now you need that. What if he has an off night? And explain that first quarter to me. They were lethargic.
And weren't ready to play. 888-957-9570. Guru asked a good question about what he's most worried about. I mean, to me, it's not one worry. It's just there's 10 games left. They're not together right now. They've got injuries. They've got players who haven't played a full season. They've got, you know what? This is what I said to JD.
And you shout out JD. He held it down. You guys were great. I was listening. I'm like, Steiny.
I was saying this to JD. You know, in a way, and this sounds really kind of bad, but you know, they got
like
too
a
many,
little piece of you die.
They got too many players with different agendas right now.
That's wow.
Like Klay Thompson, God love him. His agenda right now is all about getting back to be Klay Thompson.
24 shots, 22 points on 24 shots.
That's what he's worried about now. And I'm not saying he shouldn't be or that's unnatural. He's got to get back to being Klay Thompson. That's what's on his mind. I'm convinced Poole knows he can get an extension this year.
Out to prove something.
Didn't feel great about going to the bench. Now he's going to start at least until Curry is back. So he's about, I don't want to say getting his numbers, but numbers are important to him. All right? Give me another player. Just give me a name.
Kuminga.
Kuminga is having a normal rookie season where he, like most rookies, is trying to figure out his place in the league.
Wow.
But it doesn't really have to do with what can I do best for the team. A rookie like Kuminga, who's only 19, to me, you know, he's kind of like Linda Blair in The Exorcist. He's head spinning around. He's trying to figure it all out at once. He's going to hurt you sometimes on defense. He's going to make spectacular plays. But Kuminga's just worrying about his own game, which most rookies do. Who else we got here? Draymond Green? I mean, Draymond's Draymond.
There was no lift last night, Steiny.
Draymond's Draymond.
Is it Draymond after injury or Draymond pre?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm just telling you this, and I hadn't seen you in a minute. The Wizards. He had a collision with, who's my guy, the former Laker on the Wizards?
Kuzma.
And I said to my son, that lets me know Draymond is healthy. That back got tested. And then last night, something, I don't know if it was an oblique back, he got locked up. And the Spurs players, Steiny, I swear the TV was letting me read their mind. They were like, Dre, you can't meet me at the rim. And I felt like the lift was a question mark. So now, forget him getting thrown out. Physically, can he be dominant? Because they weren't as a team. And to me, he wanted to hit the shower. And when I drive home today and I know I'm going to catch hell, that's what it looked like. You've been in this league long enough to know, Dre, it's on you right now. And 2 years ago, you said it in the green room. He wasn't invested emotionally when there was no Curry.
He said he quit. Those are his own words. His own words. He wanted no part of that season 2 years ago. He acknowledged that. Kyle's in Oakland. What's up, Kyle? How you doing, man? We'll talk some Dubs.
Appreciate you taking my call. Hey, I've been listening to you guys for a while now. I find it interesting. You know, I actually kind of go through this roller coaster with you guys, where we're up, we're down, because we're watching these guys and we know what they can do. We see their potential, yet it just seems to fall short when it should come together, like you're saying about Draymond and getting his mind in the game. As intelligent as he is, to get kicked out, you know, it's really tough. So was that 2016. It was tough to swallow. But I think that's him, and we need him to be like that, because that fire is what, you know, it sparks people. So when we get guys stepping up because Draymond gets kicked out and we win, then nobody, you know, really says anything. But, you know, at the same time, he does need to be that coach on the floor, that facilitator. But I mean, I think we're worried a little too much. We haven't had Wiseman all season. You know, like we are still in second place. Like, we can win games. We beat teams that we do lose to teams we shouldn't lose to too. But you know, we do show up when we're supposed to. So you know, I'm not as worried as you guys sound about the Warriors coming together at the end, making that postseason run. As long as, you know, health is always going to be the issue, but that's with any team.
Appreciate the call, Kyle. Appreciate the call. I'm not altogether with you there on. It doesn't, you know, if they drop to 4 or 5, you don't want to do that. You just don't want to do that.
2 games up on Utah as we speak.
Here's the problem, and I'm going to address it this way. Put the rat on the table. If Kerr is a top 15 coach, he should be able to win games like that. Listen. Think about the Warriors team that they had out there at the end. All right? You're missing your number one playmaker, Steph Curry.
Right.
All right? He's out. All right? Who's your number 2 playmaker? It's not even close. Draymond Green. He gets ejected in the second quarter.
Okay.
So now you have your 2 best playmakers, and you know what? I'll say it. And they're missing their 3rd best playmaker with Iguodala. So now you have 2 guys on the floor in Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole, and mostly what they are scorers. They're scorers. They don't really help anybody else. They score.
I feel like I want to put Wiggins in that category.
Well, guess what? If these 2 guys are going to take 20-plus shots a game and they're going to pass kind of just when they can't fire a shot off, well, then it's unfair to Wiggins to give him the ball 13 times a game and say, now get us something, Wiggins. Now get us something, Wiggins.
Yeah, he tried to be he wasn't trying to be the hero, Steiny, but he was like, you know what? I had enough of this. I'm trying to go to the rack. So I give him.
Listen, they have no passers on the floor late in the game. Name me one player who's helping a teammate.
Looney.
He's helping him defensively.
Steiny, we're talking about one blown call of them winning this game, and anybody talking about Kerr, top 15 coach, he's got the credentials. Steiny, what I love about Kerr, he's you watching him on the sideline, he's wearing these L's. It's bigger than just one game. And he talked about it the post-game presser. They came out, they weren't ready, but I'm not going at Klay because I feel like it's starting to come back for him. The catch and shoot, when I shoot, it's going in. Because now when he releases his 90, I think it's going bottoms. I got to share something with you in the game. 24 shots, no assist. Is that just the Klay we know? That's Klay. Is that Klay Thompson that we've known?
I'll stick up for him.
And I'm asking.
He only had 22 shots.
Okay, 22 shots, no assist. Anything strike you from that?
Well,
that's not who he is.
That is who he is. He's never averaged more than 2 assists a game. He doesn't pass.
22 shots.
Here's the other thing.
Assists.
How about this? Okay. Honest to God. I haven't looked at the box score how many rebounds did Klay Thompson get?
I'm about to give it to you right now. Hey, when you do.
And then how many times did he get to the line?
Well, they didn't. Jordan Poole got to the line twice?
Okay, how many times did Thompson get to the line?
Klay Thompson free throw line 0.
Huh. How about rebounds? He's 6'6". Did he get a couple by accident?
He got a total of 3.
Okay, so he
in 38 minutes.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's kind of his box score now. Except he usually doesn't make threes like he made them last
Time
night.
waits for no one, Steiny, and all year long we've been waiting for the next domino that was going to be a plus for this Warrior team. And here we go. You get one game after Draymond again went Babe Ruth and said they're going to win it, and Steph gets hurt. I mean, and we're talking about Steph from his standards, not having the best shooting season of his standards. So now when he comes back, we're expected for him to be 2016 Steph. This team can miss shots from the perimeter. That's fine, but you got no dogs gobbling up those rebounds, giving you second chance points for the most part. Going into the offs, that's a bad omen to me.
888-957-9570 is the number. How worried are you about the Warriors right now? They lose at home to the Spurs. They now have a 5-game road trip. They start with Orlando tomorrow, and then they play Miami on a back-to-back. The thing is, now they want to try to stay in the 3rd spot. The issue I have is, before the Spurs game, they had 12 games left. Take a look at the schedule. No reason they shouldn't be able to go 6-6 and hold on to the 3rd spot. Are they going to be able to do that? We'll see. What's your big worry with the Warriors, or do you have more than one? Hey, in case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at video only. Don't believe it?
I was in the sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, you want proof. You want proof that I'm not a pessimist? Tell you what, a pessimist would have come in today and said, this is a nightmare for the Bay Area. All three teams, boom, 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 trouble. You got the Warriors.
Okay.
They're in big trouble.
Gotcha.
You got the San Francisco second-place Giants. They finished in second again.
What's wrong with them?
They didn't get Trevor Story, but everybody was chirping about, Trevor Story, maybe Trevor Story.
That's not their stilo.
He went to Boston.
Okay, but
right?
they've never done that.
That's the point.
Farhan?
No,
okay.
That's not true.
I got something for you.
You're right. They never do sign a big-name free agent, but they always make sure to plant the story that they're involved.
Now,
Thirdly, the Atlanta Falcons just traded Matt Ryan to the Colts for a third-round pick in 2022.
It's wild.
Matt Ryan just fetched a third.
They're going somewhere.
What's going on with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Oh, can I share with you?
Sure.
He'll be right here in San Francisco. I put it in the cap. I'm doing it right now, Steiny. And you can say Goo is a backup. He may start. And Trey, if it happens.
Oh, my God.
They could be smiling Kyle because they get Jimmy by default. And this injury, it's not their fault. They didn't make this happen. I'm talking about Lynch and Shanny. But at the end of the day, if you tell me week 1 next year it's Garoppolo, I don't think Kyle Shanahan will drive to the game pissed off. Steiny, where's he going?
Who?
Jimmy.
I don't know.
It's drying up.
Yeah.
So
Seattle still needs a quarterback. Carolina. Let me tell you where he's going. I'll tell you where he's going right now. Put it in the cap.
He's staying.
I don't know how he's getting there because who knows that now. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to end up in Carolina where he'll do the exact same thing for, what's the guy's name, Pickett?
Look at you. Yeah, from Pitt.
Carolina's going to draft Pickett. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to end up in Carolina and do the same thing for Pickett that he did for Lance last year.
See it.
Mm-hmm.
Why haven't they done that? Because your boy can't throw until August?
Yeah, they're just going to make sure.
That was bad.
Let's go to Gloria. Gloria's in San Francisco. Gloria.
Hey.
Gloria. How you doing?
Hey, thanks, guys, for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes,
ma'am.
Great. Well, listen, be patient with me. I have a few concerns about the Warriors. So what I'm most concerned about is, yet again, since 2019, my Warriors have been plagued by the injury bug. I know that the injury bug affects all teams, but with my Warriors, they seem to just have been bitten the most at key positions. The lack of size is another thing. Like Guru mentioned earlier, teams are coming in to chase, and they're giving body blows to the Warriors. No one's intimidated. They're giving them body blows, and the Warriors are unable to give them body blows back. That's what's so discouraging. And another thing is, as much as I love Steve Kerr, and I love Steve Kerr, there's been a few times this year that he has not been able to get this team ready for big games. I know it's been said that the Warriors play up or play down to their competition. But I've seen too many times when their competition has been great teams, for whatever reason, they're just not ready to play. And lastly, Draymond's behavior last night is unacceptable. I know this is who Draymond is. He gets that pass that, this is with the good and with the bad. This is what makes Draymond who he is, and that's what makes him great on the Warriors team. But there is no way he should have went into that game knowing Steph it was not available and knowing that his team needed his leadership and his expertise on the court, that he allowed himself to get that upset to be thrown out. That ref was as patient as he could have been, but Draymond kept chirping. It was nothing else left to do but kick him out of the game. And I know Steve Kerr is probably going to talk to Draymond one-on-one, but he won't make Draymond an example in front of the rookies. But Draymond should be held accountable for his behavior. But with all that said, gentlemen, I really believe that the Warriors are going to give it a good run, and they will be in the finals.
Still going to make it to the finals, Gloria says. All right, a lot of good points there. I got to acknowledge the 510 here because he or she's exactly right. Steinmetz, how come you leave out my Oakland A's when you talked? I did. I said the 3 Bay Area teams. I didn't mention the A's. I should have meant the A's.
Well, you shouldn't mention what they're doing.
Well, but that's the thing. I should have still mentioned the A's and said,
raising ticket prices.
They fit in, obviously,
everybody,
losing Chapman, losing Olsen, losing Bassett. So they fit into this. I should have mentioned them.
Gloria got my, we love Gloria. She understood what I was saying about the body punches, Steiny, and the lack of low post play and physical presence. Right now, it's just a layup line when you play the Dubs. And it was that with Dre in the lineup. And I'm going to say this. You see the air ball by Dre? You see the air ball from 3?
Oh, I'm a little distracted.
Oh, he shot a 3 ball, and it was air ball, Dre.
Sure.
That let you know the back was I'm not saying flare. Something was off.
Okay. Hit that breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
All right, the Atlanta Falcons, who earlier today traded Matt Ryan, they have signed Marcus Mariota to a 2-year deal. That's per Field Yates. Mariota now going to the Falcons. Take them off the board, needing a quarterback.
Wow.
Although, you know what? I could see Garoppolo going to a team with a quarterback like that.
You've been saying that. We've been saying it for months.
Just have a competition.
Yes, sir.
He's
Garoppolo and Mariota. Go knock yourselves out.
Who's the better quarterback? I'm looking you in the face, and I missed you. You look slim, Steiny. Mariota's the better. I mean that. Cheek, you look good.
Thank you.
Jimmy's done way more in this. He's a backup, and Atlanta chose him over
What's
Jimmy.
going on? What's going on, Goo? What's going on with the 49ers?
The best ability is availability, and that's scaring teams. And this last injury could be the straw that broke the camel's back. But at the end of the day, it may be an omen to where the Niners can bring Jimmy back. And Trey, if he doesn't beat him and they say, you know what, this is it's 50-50 at the start of training camp, I think the skids are being greased for Jimmy to remain in San Francisco.
As a starter?
Yes. And that's no indictment on Trey.
Yes, it is. Oh, please. Come on.
So right now, if you had to put your last dollar on who's the better quarterback.
Oh, better? I don't know.
Jimmy or Trey?
I'm still putting most of my money on the fact that Trey Lance is starting game 1 next year.
All right.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Let me tell you why it's an indictment on Trey Lance. If you're telling me that no team in the NFL has any interest in Jimmy Garoppolo if they have to give up a 3rd-round pick for him, okay, that tells me that most of the teams in the league don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is very good. So how can Trey Lance not beat him out?
Well, again, it's about him getting hurt is why where we're at with Jimmy, to me, Steiny. Another collision on the Carfax report. That's scaring teams off. And what about Lynch saying he got offered 2 seconds?
Well, Lynch didn't say that. Florio said.
Oh, okay. Help me out then.
Florio said Lynch is saying that he has a deal for 2 second-rounders.
Wink, wink.
Clearly, he does not.
Right. Because if you got that would have felt like 2 1s.
Yeah. Jimmy's in Pleasant Hill. What's up, Jimmy? We can do 2 things at once here. We can talk Jimmy Garoppolo, Niners, Draymond Green.
Man.
We can do it all. What's up, Jimmy?
Mariota.
Jimmy.
There you go.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy's gone. I'll tell you what, not Jimmy Garoppolo, though. He's like a bad house guest.
Remember I said he's going to be in Indianapolis.
What do they say? Fish and house guests start to stink after 3 days? Something like that?
I've never heard that one.
That's what Pops used to use that. Reginald is in Houston, Texas. What's up, Reginald? How you doing, man?
H-down.
Not too happy. Been a Warrior fan since the days of Joe Barry Carroll, so just wanted to let you know up front, I'm not a fly-by-night Warrior fan.
All right.
And I have to say this, and just being objective, that this squarely falls on Bob Myers. And the reason why I say this is that Bob Myers over 2 years had an opportunity to get a backup center for the Warriors. He chose not to. Going into the center, all we had was Looney. He knew Wiseman was hurt. You're putting all your eggs in one basket waiting for Wiseman. Now you have swelling in his knee. You still have Looney. You have no secondary backup center. It's unacceptable. When I look at teams like Phoenix, when they started having injuries, when Ayton got hurt, the GM went out, they got a backup center. They got him.
They got Biyombo.
For nothing. And I'm like, what is Bob Myers doing? He sees what's going on. Dre is not healthy. And people can see he's not healthy. He's still being bothered by that lower back. Yeah. He's not healthy. Now you have Curry, but he's hurt. And with all due respect, when I look at Damon Lee and I look at Chiozzo, and I'm saying to myself, you have other alternative guards out there that can play defense and that can score. Why in the hell are they on the team? Both of them are useless. They're defensive liabilities. If Lee is not hitting any shots, he can't play defense. He's not a playmaker. Why is he on the team? It's inconceivable. They had it. And my last point. During the buyout, they had an opportunity to get Lopez, a rim protector, and he chose not to. If you look at the last game where they played Boston and they lost, you know why Boston beat them? Boston was strictly guarding the Warriors on the perimeter because they knew because they had a rim protector in the back. Every time Jordan Poole or any other guard for the Warriors even attempted to go to the rim, they had a rim protector back there. How many shots did the Boston Celtics center block in that game because he had a rim protector?
Good stuff, Reginald.
Him and Glory on fire.
I'll say
Go ahead.
I'll say this because I wanted him to get everything out and not to stick up for Bob Myers, but
I was about to
because they can still go out and get a big man. Okay. They can still go get a big man. They'll just have to waive somebody, just like they could have done. See, what I thought Bob Myers was doing was he knows they need a backup center, but Wiseman was going to get the first crack at it if he got healthy. Well, now he's not healthy. He might not be healthy. So I wouldn't be surprised if now they might try to go get a big man for insurance. But it's going to be somebody very limited.
I was going to ask, I would love to see the names on that sheet that are available.
They're not going to excite
you. But Bob doesn't need me to defend him. But Steiny, he trusted the intel. The intel that the guy that Gloria and our guy that just talked about, he was coming. He was here. And do you find it strange? I keep going to this, Steiny, in bed, watching TV, taping the Santa Cruz, watching Wiseman. He said physically he was good.
Well, he was when he said that. And then he had swelling a day or two later. He was good when he said it. He played 3 games. And you know what they always say is, well, let's see how it feels the next day. And the next day or the second day, he had swelling. And now it's...
So I know you're not a doctor. Do you think he's coming back or that
no,
was he's
I don't
done?
think he's coming back.
So
I should say this, in any meaningful way.
I was listening to the guys this morning, Shasky and Bonte, and they were going off like they do every day. Great show, Steiny. And I'm not going to call James Wiseman a bust.
Why would you?
Because people out there are trying to do that.
Not yet.
But what I'm telling people what falls under the bust umbrella is the bust of the inability to be able to go out on the court. How many careers have we saw robbed from injury? So it's very concerning to me that the team didn't disclose Wiseman went under for a second surgery. You've had all this time off, and now your body is, it's not all the way right.
It's
the problem's not fixed.
There's nobody to get mad at.
Right, but I'm frustrated. Okay, and what I'm telling you, sir, is who's to say he's not going to have to go back under the knife, Steiny?
I don't know, but you can't. If that's what happens,
So
there have been players.
Is next year, the start of next year, off the table if we find out he's not available this year? No. If they got to go under and do something again? No. This is when we start talking about Greg Oden and Bill Walton and Grant Hill. He's on that track right now. I'm not saying it's done, but I'm hurt because I was watching him rebound and run up the court. I'm like, they're going to be able to, not 30 minutes, Steiny, I know, just increments. And now he's shut down at 19? This is a wowzer.
It is and it's not. All right? It's a big wowzer for James Wiseman. Absolutely. Like, James Wiseman's career now is off to an awful start.
All right.
It's a killer for James Wiseman. And he's going to have to deal with it. As far as the Warriors are concerned, in 2021, 2022, which is this year, it's not a wowzer because you could tell months ago they were planting the seeds. Don't expect Wiseman to come back and make a significant contribution. They were planting that seed, and we should have seen it.
Well, to the caller's point, now that you say they can waive somebody, and I think it's going to happen, I just don't, like, Wiseman's supposed to be that name or that body they go out and get. It was perfect timing.
I don't know what to tell you, except I hear you. Carlito's in Alameda. Hey, Carlito. What's going on, man?
Yeah, hello, gentlemen. Guru, welcome back.
Thank you.
Great to see you, Guru. Just want to say, I love the show either way, but I think you two together, you're the Beatles, you're the Rolling Stones, and I'm happy to hear you guys.
Thank you.
Now to the Warriors. I want to say things are not looking that great, and especially Draymond getting kicked out, does not look great on SportsCenter. I think the uphill battle that they had, the hill is steeper, and it's more difficult for them now. But I'm still rooting for them. Thank you.
I agree. It's steeper. I look, and if they fall to 4 or 5, can they get into the playoffs and start clicking and make a run? Yeah, they can. But here's the thing: that if I'm a Warrior fan, what I'm most worried about is here's what you got to root for. You got to root for Steph Curry to be coming back at the end of the year. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't care if he plays 3 games or no games heading into the postseason.
All right, I'm with you.
I'm starting to think don't even bring him back in the regular season because when the regular season ends, the Warriors won't have their first game for 5 or 6 days because they have to wait for the play-in games to occur.
Oh, good point.
So you get an extra 6 days if you don't play him by the end of the season, and I'm going to trust Steph Curry's going to be fine, he doesn't need 2 games, is what I'm saying. But so much kind of needs to happen. And is it realistically going to happen? Like, all they have going into the playoffs, to me, all they're going to have is we won the title 3 years ago. We still have guys who won it 3 years ago, but that's all you have. That's all you have. You don't have great continuity because guys have been in and out of the lineup. The players also, they're not as good as they were 3 years ago. Can we all agree? Can we agree that Clay, Steph, and Draymond are not the players they were 3 years ago when the team won their last title?
Those are facts right now.
Okay, so it's going to be very hard for the Warriors to pick up the pieces here and to get clicking in a hurry and to make a run. And look, and when I say make a run, I mean win it all.
I'm with you. That's where I thought we were
headed. And maybe that's unfair.
Remember,
that's too much to expect.
Steiny, and I meant it. I was at the mall for some other reasons. Took the daughter to the mall, and I'm thinking about, do I need to pick a fit out for the parade? That was when they beat Phoenix on Christmas, and everything just looked like it was clicking on all cylinders. Back to Draymond. I'm going Rob Lowe. Forget about last night. Steiny, physically now I'm concerned, okay? And then I'm concerned because he told us when he came back, before he debuted, he said, had this been 2 weeks before, I wouldn't have been able to come back. And now I don't see the lift, the challenge at the rim, and we saw San Antonio not afraid of the big dog. So hopefully that can get fixed when he comes back, more games. But I'm playing your voice in my head like a broken record. Guru, they're getting older, the big three. And what you meant by they're getting old, that was, you give me a one. That
was like a mock
three,
Rivers doing Matt Steinmetz.
Steiny, it's not about them playing, it's about their health. Health is wealth. And right now, the Warriors just keep getting bad luck. Wiseman, Curry, it's bad. And that wasn't a dirty play by Smart. And I'm glad Curry acknowledged that. So did Draymond.
Matt's in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man? You want to talk some Warriors?
Always, fellas, always.
All right.
The gentleman who just called, I mean, what? Like they're going to go to Target to the center section and pick up the guy. Who is that guy? Where is he? There wasn't a guy. We talked a long time ago. I was concerned that if they didn't have somebody else big, Draymond was going to get hurt. He did. But I also think that I kind of wanted Curry to get some kind of break.
Gotcha.
I was hoping like a 2-week hand injury, whatever. This looks like it's a little late, but, I mean, this league is wide open. I don't see anybody who's running away with it. And on Wiseman, that's sad. But it's really all about next year. The kid, I mean,
Yeah.
How many games did Embiid play his first year?
Yeah. I mean, the kids had
how many?
Yeah, the kids had
Jaren
tough
Jackson
luck.
Jr.
What do you want to say?
No doubt, Steiny. And when I see him on the bench, I'm just looking like, oh, he can't wait to go out there and do something. And now it's just like my body won't let me.
Malik's in Oakland. Hey, Malik, how you doing, man? What are you thinking?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Okay, yeah, and I think, I agree with the previous gentleman who called that I think it falls on Bob Myers because he had a chance to get either Tristan Thompson or maybe even trade for Ibaka or anything like that.
Who was the second guy?
Very,
gotcha. Go ahead.
Ibaka or Tristan Thompson, yeah, because I was at the game yesterday, and Devontae and all that, they were just going inside like he can do whatever he wants or like dropping the three to somebody else. We're very, very, very thin. And I hear Guru saying, I hope Green and this. We have to just keep hoping. But the playoffs are like in 10 games, man. So I don't even think we can get out of the first round, to be honest with you guys. We're very, very thin. We just keep shooting threes. I mean, Wiggins missing all the free throws. I mean, there's a lot going on, honestly, man.
Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head. There's a lot going on. Not a lot of it good.
He made the first free throw. I said he's made Wiggins. He's making the second.
Why would you think that?
Right, because it was crunch time. And I said
he made one. That put him up one, right?
Well, you're right there.
I mean, that's the way
we haven't talked about the foul call. Do you call that? Your dad.
Well, first of all, the foul on Wiggins was a joke, and then the foul on Looney was a joke. So it's like it reminds me of what Shaq said when Duncan banked in the shot, and then Derek Fisher hit the shot with 0-3.
What's he say?
One lucky shot deserves another. At least they made two bad calls. They had terrible calls. I'm not.
Get that offensive rebound and put it back up and go in. That wow.
Yeah. Draymond Green.
I can be disappointed. I'm not the only one.
I would say I like Draymond Green,
love him.
but this is where I can't get behind what he did. All right, we come back. Man, oh man, are things as bleak as they seem in the Bay? Golden State Warriors are banged up. San Francisco 49ers can't get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, and the San Francisco Giants, That's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
Save on your go-to ingredients at Whole Foods Market. Get animal welfare certified 80% lean ground beef for $4.49 a pound.
Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Like who?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
DeJounte Murray, 8 for 24 last night.
Man, he was going to the cup, but he wasn't finishing.
See, this is where, on a game like last night, if Draymond shouldn't have got ejected, Looney didn't foul, Wiggins missed a foul. San Antonio came into your gym, shot 39% from the field and beat you.
And got out-rebounded by 15.
The Spurs. Yeah. Come on. That's not a one or two play problem.
13.
Also, Goo, you and I at the Chase Center on Wednesday, site of the NCAA regional finals. We're going to get down to 4 teams.
Duke.
So I guess we're down to the Sweet 16.
You been watching?
Yes, I have been watching.
A charge.
I have been watching.
Carl, give me a block.
So apparently we may get an interview with one of the coaches. We got to get Krzyzewski. Come on.
Coach K.
You want to know who our 4 choices are?
Give it to me.
Mark Adams. He's the Texas Tech coach.
All right.
He's probably a good coach, but you know what I mean? Not a big Q rating. Mark Few. He's at Gonzaga. He's all right, but Eric Musselman. Yeah, but we can get him when he's in Fayetteville.
Well, he's hot right now.
You know what I'm saying? Give me
Make it back to the league.
Dude, this is like I was thinking. I don't want to say this too loud because then the afternoon show will really good. Dude, I would love to interview Krzyzewski maybe the day before the last game he ever coaches. That'd be incredible. Think about it.
Yeah.
Or,
now you kind of jinxed him.
Well, I mean, even if they, but so what? Okay, we could interview him 2 weeks before he wins his last Final Four game. You know what I mean?
Duke might win it all.
They might.
And Chase is going to be lit.
And if you think I'm going to throw softballs to Krzyzewski, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Well, just let me get a question.
No.
In. Like Jeff Garcia, I had to fight to get mine in.
And when you did, everything exploded. Admit it, Jeff. You stepped in it. That was the key line to Jeff Garcia.
Oh, man.
Brian's in Palo Alto. Yeah, Brian.
Wow.
What's up, man? Finally, some wisdom on the show. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. Hey, how are you?
Doing well.
You know, I have 2 observations today, so I'm going to cover 2 completely
absolutely.
Yeah. First off, to me, the Warriors, Kerr needs to start treating everybody the same. Right? I don't think that the old guard deserves to get the amount of rope that they had in the past. Clay's not what he once was. Draymond seems more interested in his brand than actually the Warriors. And Steph hasn't been as good this year. And so, to me, what Draymond and Clay were doing last night was so far from leadership. Clay throwing his headband into the crowd, Draymond getting himself thrown out of the game. Who's the leader on this team? So I'd like to see Jordan Poole, who gets criticized for one bad game, but Clay is literally a black hole on offense. Literally, he touches the ball and the possession's over. I'd like to see Kerr say, hey, Clay, don't shoot the ball every frickin' time down the court, right? Maybe prove that you can help the team other ways. So I'd like to see that on the Niners side. Sorry to flip over.
No, good.
Just gross incompetence from Kyle and John.
Hey.
Gross incompetence. Embarrassing as a fan of the team. Embarrassing to see these guys just get completely played. And they're now in a situation where Jimmy Garoppolo has 100% of the leverage because the Niners, their only options now are to cut him, right? That's really it. It's to cut him or keep him, basically. Those are the options. There are no trade partners left. Everybody found another quarterback to dance with.
Carolina's still out there, B.
Nobody thinks it's not going to happen, dude, right? In Carolina's, I mean, come on.
Right.
At this point, Carolina's probably going to get Baker, and this is my prediction, Jimmy. They're going to have to cut Jimmy. They cannot pay $26 million to a backup quarterback.
I agree with that.
Jimmy has zero incentive to restructure his contract for them, right? Why would he do that? He wants to get cut. He's going to get cut. Guess where he's going? Seattle.
You heard it here from Brian in Palo Alto first.
I would just ask Brian and all the other 49er experts out there, if you were going to spend that $25 million, guess what? Musical chairs is up. Guys have went to where they're going. So if you were going to cut them, that would have already happened. So you could use that chicken to go get you something to enhance the team. By the time they do cut them, Steiny, what are you using that money on? It's too late.
You know what my problem is? And I think this is unfair to John Lynch. Why is everybody coming down John Lynch's road? He's not the boss of this team.
He's the
boss of this team is Kyle Shanahan. If Kyle Shanahan, was seeing offers for Jimmy and actually thought they could get more, that's Kyle Shanahan. That's not John Lynch. I guarantee you Kyle Shanahan's fingerprints are on this somehow, whether it's good or bad. Kyle Shanahan has control of the 53-man roster.
All right, I'm going to go
Kyle
back.
Shanahan's the guy who's supposed to trade John Lynch. Yeah, Lynch will make the calls. Lynch will bring the info to Kyle. But this, you know what? Here's what we might be seeing that nobody brings up. This is what you get when your football coach is also the number one decision maker in your front office. You may have a coach that thinks more of a quarterback than the rest of the league does. And it's up to your GM to say, hey, Kyle, you know what? Jimmy might not be that good, or we might not be able to get what you think we can for Jimmy Garoppolo. So maybe let's bite the bullet a little, maybe not get quite as much as we want, but maybe Kyle's stubborn and says, no, forget it then. Don't trade him unless you get what I want.
I'm going to say this.
Not John Lynch.
Listen to you.
The figurehead, period.
Your passion is different when you're in the studio listening to it than when you're in the bed laid up listening to you. Because you went off last week a few times about this, and Steiny, I appreciate it, but we don't know if that's the case. And I'm going back to the post-game, the last press conference when we thought it was a goodbye. What did Kyle say? Was it Kyle or John that Jimmy was kind of in the budget? They kind of talked about it. So who's to say they're pouring a double shot? They could be happy that Jimmy stays in San Fran. And look where they went last year with 10. And I'm Mr. Trey Lance. I want him, but who's to say, hey, kid, guess what? You got another 17 to sit. Like it or not, you ain't going nowhere. 10, it's your show, because who else
they're not going to do
who
that.
else would covet a guy that had, what's the thing that he popped in his throwing shoulder? And the shoulder was already weak. The arm, I mean, he don't have the, arm talent. Steiny was already questionable, but it works for this team.
No, it doesn't.
And they got to the SC Championship up 10 in the fourth.
Win a game. Win a big game.
So you don't think there's no chance in the world he's coming back?
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say that.
That's where I'm at.
What I'm saying is all last year, I understood absolutely what they were doing with Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance.
Gotcha.
All right. Jimmy Garoppolo comes back, then that means Trey Lance is a problem. Officially, end of story. Like, there's no doubt. If Trey Lance can't, this is it. Your plan worked. You went deep into the postseason with Jimmy. The kid learned for a year. Now move off of Jimmy and give the team to Trey Lance, because Trey Lance can win you as many games as Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But if you bring Jimmy Garoppolo back, say what you want, it tells me Trey Lance isn't very good.
Okay.
Period.
I appreciate that, but the fact they didn't release Jimmy so he could go find a new home, Is that not mesmerizing to you?
Not really. I'd wait until the last possible moment.
What did you think you were getting for a guy that can't throw until July?
2 second-round picks.
Wink. But
2 second-round picks is what they wanted.
But now if you're Garoppolo, you pissed off? Or do they have some type of agreement like, hey, it's not the end of the world if you come back and we pay you exercise?
There's no way Jimmy Garoppolo wants to come back.
See,
are you kidding me? To do what? To be the starting quarterback on a team with a fan base that can't stand him and wants the kid to play? He's sick of that.
Yeah, but look
He'd
where
rather
I
go
got
do
you,
that.
Steiny.
He'd rather go do that somewhere else, like Carolina, than come back here and I agree with, I forget who it is, Brian in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
They're not paying Garoppolo $25 to be a backup. You can't do that.
I just want to know, okay, if you can't get anything for him, they know this. Read the room.
Then they'll waive him later this offseason.
Right, but if it was about them, go get the money now. Because as soon as you do it, bam, you got it. What's the holdup is what I'm asking you.
They don't need to go out and sign anybody, they feel like, with that money. They either have enough to get done what they need to get done, or they don't
use that on Debo and Bosa's contract.
That's going to happen anyway. That may be the reason they're not sweating it. Because if they move him after June 1st, they're going to have the money at some point. So if they know they're going to waive him.
I'm not mad at them or confused. I just think this Jimmy, like the Warriors, Steiny, this Jimmy injury and the timing, it's just bad luck.
Mark's in San Jose. Yeah, it's all bad luck, and that gets the front offices off the hook. It's just bad luck. It's just bad luck with Garoppolo. They're doing everything perfectly.
I don't think he's gone now, man.
Kyle Shanahan's doing everything perfectly. 49er fans say. Doing everything perfectly. Okay. All right. We'll see. Mark, what's up? Mark's in San Jose.
Hey.
Hey,
guys, love the show. Thanks very much. Hey, you had two previous callers in the last half hour that talked about the Warriors and the fact that blaming Myers for not going out and getting a big man. And I've been frustrated, certainly, with the way this season has evolved. And like you guys said, they were counting on Wiseman to come back. But I got another take on that. I really can't blame Myers. I think it's Lacob that said, hey, I'm paying a lot of money. We're coming off I'm over the luxury tax. I'm coming off of 2 years where we haven't really had, full attendance because of the pandemic. And I'm just not going to let you spend any more money, Bob. And that's my take on it. I just can't blame Myers by himself that he didn't go make a move because he's been pretty astute doing that in the past. So that's my take. And then the other point that I want to make, and then I'll get off the air here, but, you had said, Steiny, and I agree that, the three main guys are not better, they're worse than they were the last time we were in the finals. But the other thing is, for two of those, we had Durant, and we don't have that either. So we'll see how they do. Thanks, guys. Again, love the show.
Yeah, good stuff, Mark. Appreciate it.
56 on Twitch. I don't know what you hit last week.
Well, how the hell do I know? JD doesn't have that.
Oh, I thought 650 Steiny, you text this. All facts, fire. I know that warms your heart.
I would never text my own self on the text line.
Well, we all have tricks.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
What can't you believe, Gil?
I'm going to tell you.
Tell me what you
God
can't
rest
believe.
my mother's soul, Daisy Mae Johnson. When I used to come home from high school, before I could watch sports, we had to watch her stories. And one of her favorite stories was As the World Turns. And I sit there and watch it.
That's a general
Lily and Holden. And that's the story with the
Luke and
Warriors.
Laura.
It was so easy. It was right. I could taste the chip. And now the chef is in a boot. I mean, are you being seriously? When does it stop?
Oh my God, Gil.
No,
teams that are older tend to get hurt a little more.
And you know what? And you're not happy. You're not relishing in this. But how many times did we go 15 rounds? Might have went 12. And you were like, "Goo, they're older things." and that's what I'm frustrated. Like that's happening right before our eyes.
They got to get healthy, and then they have to stay healthy for 2.5 months. That's what has to happen. In
and
3
we're including
weeks,
Iggy too.
Of course.
Like, where's he at?
He's on the bench.
Yes.
Guru, like, I'm sorry. I'm going to say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to say this. You cannot be a Warrior fan, have been around for the last 7 years, watched Iguodala's act, and now say, what's he doing? You know what he's
but
doing.
Never to this degree.
He's gaming the system,
Right.
but he'll help you ideally when you need it. Don't talk to me during the regular season.
Wow.
I'm working on my short game. When the playoffs come around,
he's going to be a monster.
You'll see me.
He's got to be a monster. And I had another thought in the caddy as I came in.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at this Warriors season, Steiny, I was afraid of the youngsters. I was afraid of what they wouldn't be, and I knew I could count on the big three. And this is not blame because they're having a great season, but is it fair to say, and I mean this, that the growth of Poole, Kuminga, Moody, I'll exclude Wiseman because he didn't play, you gotten greater contributions from those guys than you did the big three when you include injuries in regard to the big three, because Dre missed a bunch of time. Now Steph's missing time and Clay's battling back. I would give the nod to the youngsters.
I mean,
and that may not be fair.
I mean, they're not better than the three guys,
I'm not
but
saying.
you could make a case. Kuminga's having a better year than Draymond Green.
Right. They've all surpassed what we thought they would do, and now we're waiting for the shooting collectively from the Splash Brothers and Dre.
Think about this, or maybe some people don't want to think about it. Klay Thompson hasn't played for 2 years.
Damn.
2 years.
1,000 days almost.
He comes back and he's played 25 games, and in those 25 games he's played, he's taken more shots than he's ever taken in his career, and he's taken the most shots on the team, and yet his numbers are staggeringly low when you compare him against the rest of his career. The point is, nobody's saying that Klay's not going to get better over time.
Right.
But how many times did we said it. We've been saying it. It's a chance Klay might be better next year than this year. Okay, well then why don't we really believe it? Like, why aren't we like, maybe Klay's not going to be himself until next year? Like, maybe this is who Klay will be in the postseason. So why are people disappointed when it's kind of going like we thought it would go?
Well, I'll say this, and I meant what I said
Except
about
we probably
a half hour
expected
ago.
Klay to throw a pass or two.
Okay,
when
but he's
back.
playing 38 minutes now. So physically, Steiny, there are no the limitations that I was afraid of, or him getting re-injured. Anything could happen, knock on wood, but that's kind of out the window. 38 minutes, 22 shots. My point is, he hasn't disappointed yet in game one of the offs. So these last 11 games, he still has the mulligan to start fresh like a loaf of bread.
And that's
come
where,
the playoffs, game one, though.
Okay.
And I know that's a stretch.
Okay.
Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah, okay. Well, good. Believe it. Good, believe it.
But I got to hold on to something. And with Dre.
Good, hold on to it. Hold on to it that when the games get really hard, Klay will get better. Okay. No, that makes sense.
The opportunity will be there for you to change the narrative. And like you said,
you know
get hot.
Okay, he makes some more shots. It's more, you know what? Guess what? His defense is not the way it used to be. Close your eyes and tell me one really good defensive play Klay Thompson's made on an opposing point guard. Like, he used to make his living like that.
That's coming later. Right. No, but I hear you, Steiny. That's coming. Okay. It's too soon for that.
Okay.
Just the fact that his mere presence is out there.
Okay. Guess what? Yeah. Guess what? Yeah. They had Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Kevin Durant at 1, 2, 3. Now they got Steph, Klay, and who? Wiggins? They're not as good defensively. Their best defensive perimeter player is not
that's real talk
as good anymore.
And I'm going to say
Klay Thompson.
Your boy busted his ass last night, Porter, with 16 rebounds. But he's slow of foot, and so is Bielitsa. And if they're going to be out there in playoff time, Steiny, if you're playing Hellify D, when they come out there, guess what? Your defense has been weakened. You can get around those guys.
Don't pick on them about last night.
No, I'm not. It's just I've been telling you, like, how can you hang your hat on that when if you do run those guys out there, at some point the other team is going to have action to get around those guys.
I'm not worried about those guys because they're not going to play a lot in the postseason. Steve's in Albany. What's up, Steve?
Fellas, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Great job as always.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick points about the Warriors. First one is the backup center situation. I think that There's a fella down in Santa Cruz. He only fell above 6'6" on the Santa Cruz Warriors. He's 6'10", 230. His name's Salam Mawabue, and he's an athletic banger, and he rebounds and he blocks shots. And I think he's worth a look because every time I've seen him play, I've been impressed. The other thing is regarding Draymond Green. Why is it that not just yesterday, but seemingly every time he gets into a thing with the refs where you can see the second technical coming, that none of the players on the team try to get in between him and the referee? It's like they were taking photographs. I think a lot of this stuff could be prevented if somebody would stand in his way and prevent him from going after the ref like you did yesterday for 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, Clay tried to. If you would have saw Clay, Clay tried to intervene. Like, come on, Dre, but it didn't work. Just throwing that out there. Clay tried, Steiny.
I agree with the caller. I agree with Steve. We're all watching on TV. We see him chirping, and we're all thinking, careful, Draymond. Easy, Draymond. Easy. And then he gets it. Then he gets it. He gets it.
And
he gets
the
number
worst
2.
Part about yesterday, Steiny, as I look you in the face, man, I felt like that's where he wanted to go, to the showers, because he knew where that was going to lead to.
So Iguodala, on January 20th,
okay,
the Warriors played Indiana at home. Andre Iguodala played 31 minutes against the Pacers. 31 minutes in a loss. After playing 31 minutes, he would miss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He missed the next 8 games after playing, did I say, 31 minutes. He comes back against the Oklahoma City Thunder, plays 5 minutes and 46 seconds, and he has not played since. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know. He's getting up near 20 games. Wow. So he's basically played 1 game in of the last 25 or 30. Is he? Could he play if the play? Here's the thing: could he play if the playoffs started today? I have no idea. Nobody knows.
But was that minimum contract that he dubbed that? No pun intended.
Is he underpaid now?
Right. So we're going to get a hell of an Iguodala come the offs. Or is he saying this when you get what you pay for? Why do I feel like, hey, the guy's injured. I'm standing up front. When are they going to be whole?
They might not be whole. And now the people that thought Wiseman was really going to contribute.
I'm one of them. I'm hurt.
Okay, well then they'll never be whole. They're not going to be whole.
Hurt.
If you really thought Wiseman was going to be a big boy on this team, then you can say, well, we're never going to get healthy this year. Sam's in Oakland. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey. All right, yeah. So, I mean, it does.
Yeah, I got to get Sam. You got to call back.
Nah.
Too much clicking.
Yeah.
Too much clicking. It's the Ryan McDonough click.
The Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Turn it on.
I want Iguodala.
Yeah. Well, that shot he's going to have to make now is going to come from the bench.
Man.
Is he good at
He's fitted,
shooting
though.
from the sideline while sitting down?
Nobody looks better than AD in the street clothes, though. AD! He can have his own fashion show, but I'm just telling you, man, I'm really worried, and it starts with Steph Curry, man. I never in a million years thought he would.
Don't do this, Goo. What? Are you going to say I never in a million years thought he'd get hurt?
Not at this. We were a coffee break away from the offs. And now, did you hear his verbiage? I'm being optimistic. I hope by the first round. And that could be Dallas or Denver. I'll tell you what, and I'm being real.
Yeah.
Nobody's scared of the Warriors right now. And that's with Dre out there. And that back end, Steiny, that flared up, man. He shot an air ball from 3, and it was because the back, I believe. Yep.
They got Orlando tomorrow. They're fine.
All right.
What? Orlando stinks.
What's at stake? Well, you know what? Who hit me in the face this morning when I said, what's at stake these next 11? Oh, producer E, is seeding.
Yes, it is seeding.
Who you trying to avoid?
At this point, I want to, like, you better.
And Murray's
they may lose
back.
home court in the first round.
Oh, no. See, I don't want no part of that.
Huh? They may turn into 5 and not have home court against like a Dallas or against a it would be Utah probably.
Oh, that would be.
It would be Utah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, all right. Hey, they got to weather the storm. Championship team. Hey, David West talked about what they overcame 3 years ago. Nobody
he never
knew.
said it.
And nobody knew, man.
Yeah, he alluded.
Nobody
to
knew.
It. Yeah.
Well, they're going through stuff now. Maybe they can get over the top.
You didn't let me get my giant take off. Farhan's he's doing it right.
Did he do anything?
That's what he's doing right. He did a couple of things.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
They won 107. Nobody. Last year, this time, we were thinking the Giants were going to lose 100.
No, not that. No.
He went and got KB.
Nobody thought they were going to lose 100. Around 80-ish.
Okay,
80.
right.
That's what they're going to get this year.
Steiny, all right. Be careful.
We got Steve Lavin. I'm sorry, my bad. Steve Javin. My bad. He's an NCAA analyst for Westwood One Radio. He's going to be calling the games at the Chase Center here later this week. We got him at 2 p.m. We haven't even talked about the tourney, Goo. The tourney. I like the tourney. I don't like college basketball. I like the tourney.
Well, I don't like the way that the referees, the game is ref different in college than the pro. Yeah. All these charges.
Get used to it. I'll tell you what. We got to take a break, but I got to credit Bob Fitzgerald. He had a great line last week. Absolutely a great line. Hey, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to Twitch. Let's see if we can get that up to 100 on twitch.tv. Let's see if we can do that. Go to twitch.tv/957 the game and youtube.com/957 the game to subscribe for all the latest content. And remember, the Comcast Business Text line always open, 888-957-9570. Golden State Warriors. Guru's worried. Who had that? I know. We all did. We'll talk about the Warrior problems on the other side and also get a little bit into, does nobody want Jimmy Garoppolo because he stinks?
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their back.
I'm in.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru back in the house.
We're up to 70 on Twitch.
There
you
you
called
go.
for it. That went up 10.
So you know what? Tomorrow I'm going to get on youtube.tv/95.7 The Game. It's unfair that we don't have. Why don't I do that now?
You can.
Yeah, I know.
Just type it in.
I'll do it. All right, so here you go, Bay Area. You can make fun of your boy Steiny.
What happened?
I'm just going to let him in on a little secret. So I get in today and I misread the budget. And I thought we had Steve Javy today.
The ref.
The ref
Right.
who, comes. And it turns out we have Steve Lavin,
the UCLA
coach. Yeah. But for whatever reason, I thought I'd said Steve Javin. And he's like, he's calling the NCAA games. I was like, Steve Javin must be a color guy, must be a play-by-play guy. It's Steve Lavin, of course, the former UCLA coach. We're going to have Steve Lavin on at 2:00. Lavin from Marin County.
We know you're a perfectionist, but we appreciate you being honest with us.
You know what, Goop? That's what happens when I don't have my reading glasses on.
Choke artist.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, I just will not get them.
What?
The reading glasses.
I got an extra pair if you want.
No, once you do it, it's a wrap. Rutherford has his, and I tried them on Steiny. Everything was HD, but I'm not doing it till I have to.
How about this? We could kind of play this game on Twitch. Were you there a couple weeks ago when I put my reading glasses on and some of the people?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Somebody at the bar said, "Yeah, those don't look good on you."
Right, I was there.
So
it might have been me.
You
aged just a little bit.
It was actually another patron, a female.
All you needed was your crossword puzzle.
And she said, "Yeah, I don't like those reading glasses on you." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, your face is kind of longish, and these kind of go across."
Yeah.
And so, it doesn't really. So I now have a thin pair and a thicker pair, like a longer pair,
But you got to get the
supposedly these are supposed to look better on me.
But they don't got. They're not bad, but they're not swag.
No, they're
Rutherford's got swag like the Gucci was.
He's a little younger than me. And he's got a little more game than me. Anyway. She basically said, "Look, dude, your head is like a vending machine. So try to get glasses that are longer. It'll tend to make your face shorter."
Wow.
So there you go.
I'll keep that in mind.
You were there.
Yeah, but I was there.
Let's go to Mr. B in Lodi. What's up, Mr. B? How you doing, buddy?
Steiny and Guru, how's it going? Hey, I just wanted to mention briefly the Marcus Smart play on Steph Curry and all the people giving him a pass and saying that it's not a dirty play. That was clearly a dirty play. I'm 64 years old. I've been watching sports all my life. If he did what he did, if Marcus Smart did that in the Premier League, it's a red card. You're thrown out of the game for intention to inflict bodily harm or, at best, recklessness. And you're out of the next game as well. It's a dirty play. Just wanted to wrap that up.
Let me ask you this, though, before you hang up. What about Steph Curry and Draymond Green? Both. They both said and deemed it not dirty. That doesn't sway you?
Yeah, you know what? I don't understand that. I think it's weird. I think they're just being way too polite for some reason, to be honest. That's how I see it.
Yeah, appreciate it, Lodi.
Because Dre said he would have took somebody's head off had he deemed it dirty. And it was like what, was it Jordan Hill? Who hurt? Yeah, Solomon Hill, LeBron Lash. I'm going to say this, and I was hurt. Two minutes before that play, Curry got on the floor, and there was a jump ball. This play, he bit, but he didn't get on the floor. And Marcus, I don't think it was dirty, Steiny. He did. It was the Solomon Hill on LeBron that cost him some games last year. But I don't. If Steph says it's dirty and Dre says it's not dirty, come on. Kerr was barking at him, though. I do like that emotion.
Yeah, I mean, it's Marcus Smart. So, I don't know.
I'm just going to put it bluntly.
I actually compared that play to you last week.
I missed that part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you elaborate real quick?
Okay. Remember when your son's team won that game at the buzzer and your son's teammate made
Zachary
the three-point shot?
I'll never forget it.
And everybody, the team, starts celebrating on the court.
Right.
And then you came out as a parent and began celebrating with your son's team.
Right.
And we put a poll up. And we said, is it okay for a fan to storm the court, parent to storm the court? And overwhelmingly, the answer was, it's not okay at all unless Goo does it.
Oh.
So the reality is that play's probably dirty, but it's Marcus.
Right. And he was just playing hard, man.
So, I mean, let's go to Dino in San Francisco. What's up, Dino? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. When Garoppolo first came down here, the media really put him up there pretty close to Joe Montana, and in reality, nobody can come close to Joe Montana. Yeah. So the curse of Joe Montana was probably hampering the 49ers to get past that. But I understand why they want to be there, because he took them to the bowl 3 times and maybe not 4. I can't remember.
Right.
The point is, the media took on Garoppolo and gave him high ratings, and I was having problems with that because he hadn't proved himself yet. But the media went there, and then the fans took it on, and they took on Garoppolo and welcomed him in.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got him to the bowl, but he missed the final one.
Right.
Then after that was when he started to get hurt. And then the media, all of the stations in the Bay Area, started harping on Garoppolo. And then when Shanahan got this young kid from, I forgot where.
Trey Lance.
And the fact that Shanahan gave up 2 first rounds was an indication that Shanahan knew what he was doing, so everybody jumped on the bandwagon and just wanted this young kid to replace Garoppolo immediately.
All right. I'm with you. So how does it end?
But I hate to say this, but Steiner and Guru are the ones that were really harping on him the most, in my opinion.
Harping on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
But we loved him at the beginning.
And because your guys were trying to say, if you gave up 2 first-rounders, why are you messing with Garoppolo?
Right.
He already had 3 years, and he still hasn't gotten us there.
Right. True, yeah. Facts.
I'm not.
That was a synopsis of our show.
I apologize.
That was great.
Well, so they got Garoppolo. Can you take me through what he meant?
He was quoting me.
Do you notice I'm letting the callers vent today because I don't like the rep of being the guy.
We talked about Jimmy, but we talked about how overzealous Kyle was to go get something new, that he used the resources he did to bring Trey in. How is Trey not the answer? And now I'm telling you, Niner faithful, I believe it. I don't think it was by design. Your boy's coming back for $25 million with an opportunity to be the starter, because what's out there for him if you release him after June 1st, they get that money. So obviously that's why they're still playing chicken. But Steiny, Jimmy being a Niner is not all the way finished. I believe that's where it's trending.
Yeah, I still think if I had a bet, I'd bet he's not going to be a 49er. I didn't have anything to do with that. I have to do with it.
And what if you're Trey Lance and you come to training camp
let me tell you something.
And there's Jimmy?
Let me tell you something.
What?
You can't say stick to basketball, Steinmetz, and then say you guys are the problem with Garoppolo, the media, and Garoppolo. You know, yeah, I'm saying.
We never said Jimmy was Montana. And you got to give me credit. You tried to beat me up about the missed throw in the Super Bowl to Sanders. A lot of
you didn't run out the pattern.
A lot of people are hanging on to that throw. They put that at Jimmy's doorstep. That's all. Come on. We've interviewed some guys. Oh, he missed that throw. I didn't say it. They said it. So I feel vindicated.
This is what I love. This is what I absolutely love. For 2 years, Guru has said, they got to open up the offense. They got to take deep shots. They got to throw deep. And yet he says, Garoppolo had that deep throw and he couldn't make it. He's not a good deep thrower. No kidding. Right. So you saw Garoppolo miss on a long pass to Sanders, so you get to criticize him and blame the Super Bowl on him, but then you also get to criticize the Niners and Garoppolo because they don't throw long enough. That's not right.
They had
that's
a chance
not
to go
right,
back
dude.
to the Super Bowl, and he was a big part of it.
Admit that's a little bit incongruous.
No, it's Kyle. You know what your strengths and weaknesses, so you design the offense for. But it's not. We can't call a deep ball, and it's not impossible for him to make it.
Right, but that's not what he does best.
If he would have made that one, things would be
And you know what
different.
else is funny? I think it's funny that you blame Garoppolo for that, even though Kyle Shanahan called the play knowing that of all the throws Garoppolo makes, Garoppolo makes, the long ones are the worst. So he put Garoppolo in a position to make a pass that he's the worst at.
And maybe that's why he's homeless still.
It would be like, boy, we need a bucket, man. Let's post up Steph Curry. Well, that's not what he does best, but have at it. But hey, no, Kyle. Kyle was a genius again this year.
I can't wait to see
Kyle's a genius. Kyle's a genius. Man. I wish I could, it'd be so nice if I could have one good show and then all of a sudden, Steiny's a genius. Did you hear that show yesterday? Yeah, but he was mediocre 7 times before that. That's all right. His last game, he was a genius, so. 49ers. Again, the thing that bothers me is why isn't John Lynch? This is Shanahan. This is Kyle Shanahan.
Right, but he's stuck right now. The injury and
whose fault is that?
I'm going to say this. It's nobody's fault. The Warriors hid the second surgery on James Wiseman. Can you say that?
Yeah, it was like a procedure, they say.
Don't you think the Niners could have did this with Jimmy? Had they known that people would have been like, what? Well, they on the Thorn Show? Or you couldn't. That's just impossible to even to think that they could have been on the down low. Hey, Jimmy, go get him. We ain't got to tell nobody. Shh. Because that just blew up in their face like Wild E. Coyote. Had they just, hey, go to the doctor, we don't know nothing. Like, where would Jimmy be? Steiny,
listen,
if I were trying to go get Jimmy.
He got hurt.
Okay, but
they tried. Right. He tried to put off surgery and maybe not get surgery because nobody wants surgery. A few weeks went by and he said, you know what? I have to get surgery. Wow. So I'll get it now. And even though everybody else said, well, he waited. Well, you know what? You can make a case he could have waited longer.
And then Trey would have been in. They may not be in the NFC Championship.
He would have failed a physical. 6.50. Right. No, and this is true. Nobody knew about the shoulder. People thought he might have a thumb.
Yeah, that's where I thought he was having surgery.
He gets hurt a lot. It's the bottom line. Got it. Bottom line. It's Trey Lance's time.
I'm excited for that, but again, I'll believe it until I see it, Steiny. Where is he going, and are they going to release him?
Let me ask you this. If Trey Lance stinks, is it better that we find that out immediately or a year from now?
Well, see, then that would mean we don't do agenda radio, Steiny. You know we don't do that.
I do.
If you're not going to say Wiseman's a bust in 2 years,
right?
Anybody out there, how the hell are you going to be able to decipher if Lance is a bust after 17 games? It doesn't work that way. This new world, you got to give him at least 2 years. Now we can say he was awful, but that still don't mean he's a bust.
I never said he was a bust.
Troy Aikman was 1-15. Elway,
well, at least he played.
Well,
he got on the field.
That's a fact, Jack.
Listen, it's not that hard and it's not that complicated to me. You drafted a rookie quarterback last year. He learned under Garoppolo. You made it to the NFC Championship. Is the kid ready or not? If he is, he should start week 1. If he's not, okay, then you know what? Bring Garoppolo back, but then you're going to get hit because Trey Lance isn't playing his second year. And you know what? Maybe this is what happens. Maybe Trey Lance isn't ready. Maybe Garoppolo does come back. Maybe Trey Lance is the backup again. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo gets them to the postseason and they lose again. And then maybe next year, Trey Lance takes over after 2 years of sitting.
All realities.
Yeah.
And let's put the right on the table. Jimmy has been humbled by this, right?
No.
You don't think his dad or mom is saying, hey, son, the only reason they're not knocking on your door is because of the surgery? Or do you think he might be like, hey, I just need a job, and if the Niners exercise this $25 million, I'll come back to be a backup, or Geico in case Trey Lance falls on his face or gets hurt?
Well, I mean, with all due respect.
Would you do that if you're Jimmy?
Would I do what?
Come back here as in a
Well, I'm under
backup role.
contract,
Okay,
so I
well,
can't. There's nothing I can do.
That's a fact.
Listen, I'm either a 49er for $25 million, or I'm another team's quarterback for $25 million, unless they tell me to kick sand.
Yeah.
And if they tell me to kick sand, then I'll find a team. Wow. And you know what? The minute they tell them to kick sand, there will be a team that will then say, fine, now we'll take him, but we're not giving him up anything.
Yeah. All right.
Gene in Oakland.
Our guy, Gene.
What's going on, Gene? How you doing?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. Okay, so one quick one on the Curry injury, and then another quick one on Garoppolo, if you don't mind. First of all, I think Marcus, not too smart, foul. Should have been a foul. Should have been a flagrant foul. Should be called reckless. I haven't heard that term used. I think that's appropriate. Then you can decide for yourself whether it's dirty or not, but it definitely was reckless.
All right.
Second point about Garoppolo. Look, I'd love to see him stay with the team. I'd love to see him compete with Lance for the starting position. The problem, as I understand, is the $25 million. I mean, if he was making $10 to $12 million, they might just keep him, and it would work out. But the 25 is keeping them from paying Debo and Bosa. If he was making $10 to $12 million, I think he'd be elsewhere by now. I don't think there would be a problem. I don't think people are afraid. I don't think teams are afraid of the injury, that he just had. It's pretty routine. They may be concerned about his history of getting hurt, but I think it's the $25 million that's keeping him from being moved.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, Gene. But I also think they are not going to keep Jimmy Garoppolo and say, boy, we liked Garoppolo, so we couldn't keep Bosa. I mean, Bosa and Debo are going nowhere.
Please.
How they figure that out, I have no idea.
But it'll get figured out.
But it's not going to be, well, we can't get rid of Garoppolo. So if we can't get rid of Garoppolo, we can't pay Bosa. They'll figure that out, I think. Joe's in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
No, I think that you keep both of them. You keep both of them because the problem you guys have is that the kid is tough, but he's not that smart football-wise. Now, Jimmy G is soft, but his mind for football is upper level. I mean, come on. And you think Jimmy G is not better than Carson Wentz? And look at Jameis Winston. Them guys got paid. And just keep them. And another thing is, Shanahan is just a decent coach. He's not Lombardi. You guys talk like he's Lombardi, and all these things are supposed to fall into place. He's like his dad. He's going to coach for 20, 30 years, and then win his 2 Super Bowls and then go off.
Thanks for the call.
Wow.
I think he's talking about you. You think he's Lombardi. I don't.
Yeah, I kind of walked that back a bit, but, I just don't think he's Lombardi when it's lemon booty time in the fourth quarter. I hadn't heard that in a while. The truck's still working, but Steiny, you know what it is? I call a spade a spade. In the fourth quarter, when the guy has leads, he gets conservative. I just don't get it. I remember coaches like Jerry Glanville.
Yeah, they were successful.
But they would take
Boy,
risks.
there's a guy with unbelievable playoff resume.
Johnny Cash. But you know what I mean? Like, they just all
Let me guess.
no brakes.
Don Coryell. You love Don Coryell,
John
didn't
Jefferson,
you?
Wes Chandler.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, before we go, I know we got a whole hour.
Yeah.
We've been watching the show, and I heard you, and you melted my heart. Showtime, the Laker doc,
right?
And I heard you tell JD about it. I was hugging you through the phone, Stein. I want some of it. We got to talk about what we see.
We can do that.
It's excellent.
It is excellent. It's excellent. First 2 episodes were phenomenal.
A lot of people don't like it out there.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I know Jerry West doesn't like it. Here's the thing.
It's great.
Is it unfair to Jerry West? Yes. It's unfair to everybody. But it's not reality. It's not pretending to be a documentary. It's fiction.
That's interesting.
They had Magic Johnson playing Norm Nixon one-on-one at the Playboy Mansion wearing fur coats. It's not real.
Magic was hurt. Yeah.
Magic get turned around and Magic walked out of a party after Norm Nixon schooled him at the Playboy Mansion. Okay,
let me give you this.
They didn't even have a court at the Playboy Mansion.
What about Norm in the barbershop?
That was brilliant.
In the women, but that's
brilliant.
Real. Hey, I heard they're about to draft Irvin Magic, and he walked out of there mad. That's real life, though.
Well, that scene was great. So. Norm Nixon is getting a pedicure at a salon, and they show him getting a pedicure, and before anything happens, Norm Nixon looks in the camera and goes, "I've never gotten a pedicure in my life." But they're acknowledging.
Man. They knocked it out.
They're like
the park.
acknowledging, but it was
more episodes left.
It was a way to set up what was going on with the team and how Norm Nixon felt, and. Yeah, it was terrific. No doubt about it. All right, Steve Lavin, former UCLA coach, on the other side. By the way, tune in at 2:15 today for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Roger Waters on September 24th at the Chase Center, courtesy of Golden Voice. When you hear this sounder, at 2:15, call the contest line for your chance to win tickets to see Roger Waters at the Chase Center. We'll be right back with Steve Lavin on the other side.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash.
Correct. Yeah, I was out of town for, really since New Year's Eve. So it's nice to be back in San Francisco, recharging and then getting ready, prepping for this upcoming weekend, the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. So it's good to be with you guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at the matchup, and we got 1, 2, 3, and 4 all made it here. Give me just a little insight on all these teams for fans that may not follow it, month in and month out. Give me a little thumbnail of each team, if you could.
Yeah, I think, there's a couple headlines when you look at the group of the teams that'll be playing at the Chase Center. Obviously, Coach K's swan song, and after a remarkable career, kind of winding down, and of course, the Hollywood script would be for Duke to make the Final Four to win a national title, but there's some great teams, not only in the West region, but throughout the country that can challenge them. And Duke this past weekend, really kind of flexed their offensive chops. They were on the ropes against Michigan State, but found a way resourcefully to win that game. But over the weekend, they shot, 50% or better in both games, 40% from long range, and 17.5 assists if you look at the average for their weekend's play. So they're really hitting on all the right notes offensively at the right time of the year. They got nearly 5 guys in double figures. Paolo Banchero is, a lottery pick who's playing really well. So there's some confidence, and I think they kind of righted the ship. They struggled down the stretch in the regular season and, got knocked off at home against North Carolina in Coach K's final game in Cameron Indoor Stadium. So Gonzaga, a prolific offensive team. They pedaled to the metal, high octane, really difficult to defend because of Chet Holmgren. They can invert some and step him away. They call him the unicorn because he's 7 foot plus and strokes the ball, puts it on the deck, can play with his back to the basket or facing the basket. And Drew Timme stepped up late in Gonzaga's resilient comeback victory. So those, 2 teams are the favorites, I think coming in terms of who punches through. It's likely one of those 2 teams. But the entire field is really intriguing.
Steve, I was telling my partner I'm all in on the tournament. The kids are playing their hearts out, and you know what it's like to coach a team in the tournament. But I'm noticing with the officials, and I don't want to get you in trouble here, it seems like when I watch the NBA, everything's a block, but in college, everything's a charge. Is that just me, or do you kind of see that? Like last night I was watching the Arizona game, and I'm like, kids giving their body up, but everything's a charge sometimes.
There's no doubt. I mean, you bring up a really interesting topic because, depending on the night, I think that's still the most controversial call, the block charge. And, we go back a couple years, and the big point of emphasis was freedom of movement. They, really wanted the offensive player to have the advantage. They wanted higher scoring games. They wanted, viewership numbers to be up. And, what I find is there are a lot of those, flop warnings, but I still think it's a very difficult call, the bang-bang, when in real time, high speed, it's not a reviewable play, thankfully, because we'd be at the monitor for an extra hour a game. But I sometimes see players in great position that are giving ground. And, 25, 30 years ago, it used to be you had to be set. Both feet had to be planted or rooted for it to be a charge. But that's changed. Now, if you're giving ground, you're sliding your feet, you're turning, the offensive player, and he comes into your chest, into your sternum, and you're given that ground, and he really initiates the contact, that's a charge. And yet it's not always called that way. Some of those good defensive plays are being called flops, or they're called fouls, they're called no call. You've got the whole range. And so I think it's, one of those interesting discussions over a couple beers in a bar with buddies and coaches. We talk about it all the time. And I think we're at this interesting place in college basketball where, we've shortened the clock to create more possessions. We've tried to give more freedom movement for the offensive player. But I think the two things that need to happen is we've got to go to a sixth foul to keep the better players in the game. It also mirrors the NBA, who have similar goals and objectives, like it or not. It's about entertainment and put people in the seats and viewership and playing a brand of basketball that's entertaining. And I also think continuity, the N1 play, we're seeing more of it in college now, but I think it needs to just be an emphasis that, look, that extra step sometimes that's allowed in the NBA. I wouldn't be surprised if that doesn't trickle down. Those are the type of things that will really drive the scores, because if you've got your best players in foul trouble, that offsets the shorter clock, more higher volume of possessions within a game, because it's the better players that people show up to see, and they're the ones that can put it in the hole more frequently to drive those scores up and have a more entertaining style of basketball. So I'm a mix, because I go back old school, was the son of a coach, the son of a teacher, the son of a former player actually here in San Francisco. My father, Cappy Lavin, played at the University of San Francisco and played for Pete Newell and Phil Wolpert, old school coaches. I came up under Gene Cady in coaching at Purdue with the Boilermakers. But I've also been on the television side now and understand the entertainment aspect, the showbiz side of college basketball and college athletics. And so I think there's a middle ground we can find. But all that riff really goes back to your initial question about the block charge, and still the most controversial element, I think, when it comes to officiating.
Steve Lavin joining us, former UCLA coach, now working for Westwood One. He'll be calling the games out here in San Francisco. Before I let you go, Steve, can I ask you who you have winning it in your bracket?
Boy, it's difficult. I've been on the UCLA train, even though they've shown some vulnerability at times this year. What I like about UCLA is they can impose their preferred tempo on opponents. We've seen that through the years with Villanova and Virginia, and Mick Cronin's brought that to UCLA. They don't play at the pace or tempo of some of the former, UCLA teams. It's a little more like Ben Howland's UCLA teams. They take care of the ball. They don't make mistakes. Only 10 turnovers per game. They've been hovering around all season. They're tough defensively, and they've got 5 players returning from last year's Final Four. They're the only team in the field that brings back the entire starting lineup. They have better depth this year as well. I think we could have a Purdue-UCLA matchup in the Elite Eight, which would make Coach Wooden happy up there in the heavens, smiling down. He attended Purdue from 1928 to 32, and, of course, led UCLA to 10 national titles. Villanova, you can't count them out just because of their experience. They have a short bench. They don't have the size up front of some other Villanova teams under Jay Wright. But with outstanding guards, and guard play in the tournament so important, Justin Moore and Colin Gillespie, those two back down. They use that back down dribble. They get teams in foul jeopardy. They get themselves to the foul line. And as a team, they shoot 83% from the free throw line. That's not only tops in the country this year, but in the history of college basketball, they look to be what will be the greatest free throw shooting team ever in NCAA history. So, wouldn't surprise me Villanova, wouldn't surprise me Gonzaga. I'd never filled out a bracket this year. I didn't even have the time going from the Big East to the first 4 in Dayton, and then finally getting back home after being on the road 3 months. But I'm going to sit back like you guys and enjoy the action. And, it's one of those years, Houston, right? We could have a team like Houston win it all. It's that close. If you're looking at pros, probably Gonzaga,
right,
and Duke are the two teams that got the most pros. That Elite Eight game potentially could be, the national championship team that comes out of this region.
Steve, appreciate it. Have fun this weekend, and just a great time of year, no doubt about it.
Look forward to talking to you guys down the line, fellas. Take care.
All right, that's Steve Lavin, former UCLA coach. He's going to be calling the games here at the Chase Center. Listen, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Guru and I right now have the Warriors game on replay.
All right.
And it just Draymond Green is getting ejected again. But no, I'm watching. So Guru, this is unbelievable. Maybe I missed some of this last night. So here's what happens. He gets called for a foul. He chirps. He He chirps. He gets a T.
Just real quick, and I'm going to let you go. He follows the ref to continue on the last chirp. Okay.
Exactly.
He followed him. Okay.
So now he goes over to the ref at half court while the Spurs player begins to take his free throw. And he's still very animated. But the ref's listening.
Yeah.
He's listening, but he's not. This is at half court. Half court. Now the guy takes the free throw. I forget who it was.
He missed it.
But you not only missed it, it was an air ball.
Right.
The free throw was an air ball. And Draymond Green at that point was still, I almost want to say, out of control.
Russell Crowe gladiator.
But he was shouting at the top of his lungs, ball don't lie.
I love that part.
Just absolute, like he was still highly emotional.
Yeah.
So then they finish the Warriors come up to take the foul shot at their end. Like this whole thing took place over the span of like 2 minutes, and he was still as adamant 2 minutes later than he was when it first happened. Right. Sorry, Draymond, you got plenty of leash last night. Plenty.
And now that you talk about the sequence, that's what tells me this dude is too smart to not know the end result. And that's why I said he went Roberto Duran, no mas. He wanted to get tossed, Steiny. It could have been because his back, and he knew what time it was. He didn't have much left. Frustrated. But when you do what we just witnessed again, Steiny, he wanted to get run.
He might have. I just know that I just cannot believe that you could watch what we just watched and say, man, he didn't deserve to get thrown out. Really?
Willard's the only one saying Willard. Yeah, if Willard was in here watching that again, you think he would change it a little bit. I couldn't believe Wheels.
Matt and Napa. Hey, Matt. How you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
What's up now?
I called to talk about Jimmy, but just real quick, since you're talking about Dre, he knew what he was doing. He wanted out. But, getting to Jimmy, he's going to be back. The trade market is absolutely not there. I think he should be worth more than what the league thinks he is. But you see Matt Ryan get traded. You see, the guy from Oregon, he got signed down in Atlanta.
Mariota, yeah. Yeah, we're running out of teams that need quarterbacks, Matt.
Yeah, the teams are just drying up. And I think that ultimately it's going to turn into he's back in San Francisco and he's going to be the starter.
Thanks, Matt.
I'm laughing.
I appreciate it, Matt.
And it happened by default. The injury.
I'm not going to. I do not believe. Let me go around.
Yeah. Yeah, Evan. I can't wait.
Evan.
Producer E.
You got Evan. No, he's not listening.
Well, he's getting ready for the night. He's on the play-by-play, Steiny.
Yeah. Evan, why don't you give a plug for... All right, there's the sounder. It means it's time for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Roger Waters on September 24th at Chase Center, courtesy of Golden Voice. The contest line is 415-951-2386. We're taking caller number 7. Number 7, it's a chance to win the ticket to see Roger Waters at the Chase Center. Here's the number again, 415-951-2386. That's Roger Waters, courtesy of Golden Voice. Caller number 7. Number 7, Roger Waters, formerly of Pink Floyd.
Look at you with the little Did he respond?
Who?
Evan.
Hey, he was busy doing something.
Okay.
Garoppolo going to be here next year, Evan?
Yes, on opening day, yes.
So I'm not by myself.
Oh, no, I think more and more people coming around to your way of thinking, but that's one of those, honestly, I got to believe it. I got to see it, rather, before I believe it.
And the last thing on that for me, Steiny, is I don't think that's the worst-case scenario in Shanahan's mind. Like, he knows what this dude's limitations are. He knows he's not perfect, and he's probably in his mind, he'll never come out and say it, if somehow something happened to Trey and he wasn't ready, okay, he waited another year. We still got you on the rookie deal. But to get that close to the bowl like they did with Jimmy,
they didn't get that close.
again.
They got closer 2 years ago.
They were in the fourth quarter with the 10-point lead.
Well,
and if Tart catches, I can't believe he dropped that.
What makes you think that? Because you're saying Kyle gets lemon booty, but next year he's going to come through.
Well,
with Jimmy Garoppolo,
that's a good point. Something's got to happen. Something's got to give, and maybe that game's here at I was going to say Chase, here at Levi's.
Steve's in the city. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man? What do you got?
That's what I'm talking about. Both you guys, great job. You guys are good at what you do. I got a couple things.
Bring it.
One with the caller talking about the flagrant foul, the reckless diving on the floor, injuring Steph's ankles. Steph, get on the floor. You're not above that. If there's a loose ball and you want it, go get it, son. Let's go. Don't wait for the ball to come into your hands.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, real quick. No, I want to hear more, man. Steve. Yeah. Definitely want to hear more, Steve. This is your first call, right?
It is my first call.
I like it.
I like to announce it. Long-time listener, you're the man, baby. Keep it up.
What else? Give us another thing or two on your mind, Steve.
There's another thing on my mind.
All right.
Goo, you got to stop with the interception. It was a 9-minute game left. The defense would have stepped up. You weren't going to win the Super Bowl with Jimmy. We already know that. Trey, you have a better chance. You're listening to Lakers, Dodgers, Rams all day right here. But I know greatness when I see it, and Steph is a great player. Respect that.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call, Steve.
Yeah.
Debut.
Stars born.
From the city.
And you didn't bring it out of me. It's not your fault.
Of course
I kind of went there earlier in the show about 12:10. I said, couple plays before the play, Curry got dirty and was on the floor. Low man wins. So if he would have got low on this one, he wouldn't have got hurt.
Oh, low man is in terms of the person who died.
Yeah. Or when you're boxing out, I'm at the game, low man, get low. And people get mad, but
yeah, I get mad too. You know what? How come when I'm watching my daughter's soccer, I'm not allowed basically to say a damn thing?
Is that a rule?
Apparently they don't have that rule for you.
Oh, no, yeah. I've been thrown out.
When's the last time you got thrown out?
No, just once, yeah. It's over now. All I got is my daughter's volleyball. Put her in! But volleyball's different. It goes when the serve, they rotate. But I'm like, rotate now! You're losing!
I think you have to rotate at certain
right.
points.
No, you're right. I figured that out. I'd be arguing with the wife in the stands. What don't you get? Okay, I got it.
How long did your wife not talk to you after you stormed
down?
on?
We don't even sit. We come in together, and then it's like, I'll see you in the parking lot. Like, yeah, and then the folks know.
You don't sit with your wife during games?
No. Daughter has better games when I'm by myself.
Oh, this is unreal. This is unreal.
One more year left, and it's over.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm hella excited.
Man. Anyway, go ahead, go.
I hit you with one thing.
You were off for the last week. I'm expecting you to fill in the gaps.
These are world views, and and everybody back there help me, because I'm about to say something, and I'm still confused. This is terrible. And how I really, truly feel. And again, I have a daughter, I have a wife, I have a mother, I respect women. But Steiny, as a black man in America, I know there have been innocent black men thrown in prison, in jail for something they didn't do. And the reason I throw that caveat out is I'm going to Deshaun Watson. And I said it and I'm on record. If you are guilty of what you've been accused of with those 22 women, you deserve to pay the price. And I just thought in America, if you go to court and they find and do their due diligence, the law, and there's no charges brought on, you proceed in your life like you're innocent. And while I was dealing with my sickness and out, this vitriol that's coming Deshaun Watson's way, Steiny, I don't know what to think now, because I'm asking you, Steiny, am I being naive to think because there were no charges brought on, man or woman, you're innocent, but now people are coming down the Browns road, the Watson's road, but what else can he do? So if these civil suits do come, and let's say, I don't know how many, Steiny, he's convicted of one, is he done?
Well, he'll get suspended.
Like, so he may get suspended even if there's no civil suits. Zeke Elliott, Ben back in the day.
So what? 4 games, big deal.
But do you understand? On maybe it's social media now that people are mad at the NFL.
Well, that's nothing new. You want to I'd say that one more time. People are mad at the NFL.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Right.
I mean, everybody knew.
I'm conflicted, man.
Why? You want to talk about something that's not a news story. It's vile athlete or bad guy still gets to play.
Okay.
And he's Deshaun Watson. He's the top 8 quarterback. He got $230 million guaranteed.
Wow.
That's, you know who else? It was Josh Allen had $150. That's the most anybody got guaranteed.
Wow.
Deshaun Watson just got $230.
That's
incredible. So the point is, I mean, the minute he got off the hook, he was back in the league.
Because he's not doing jail time no matter what happens in these civil cases. And I'm not omitting that or saying that's not heavy. It is. But I'm just like, when do we let them live their life?
Right now. The NFL lets you live your life as soon as possible.
And I need to stay on social media. There are some mad individuals. I hear you. Yeah. It's not the first instance. But, wow.
Look at Ray Lewis.
Right, yeah.
Look at Tyreek Hill.
No, go ahead.
I mean,
keep going,
just the way it is.
Yeah.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Well, I'll say this. What about the Dodger pitcher? It seems like he ain't getting that. He ain't getting that. He ain't playing.
Well,
and I'm not lobbying for him to play, but he seemed to not get the Deshaun Watson treatment, and he got off.
Who?
Bauer.
Well, he's not playing for the Dodgers.
Right, but he ain't it's a pause on his career.
Might be more than that. Some people would say that's a little more serious, what he did. But I don't know. I just know, or we all, Kareem Hunt, did I say Tyreek Hill? Or Kareem Hunt also.
Yeah, we could be here till 5 o'clock. Right. I got you. But I'm just like, damn, what's one to do? Well, he's getting suspended, right? There's no.
I don't know. Maybe
Zeke Elliott had no charges brought on him, and he got suspended 6 games. 2016.
6. I mean, I hate to say it, but 4 or 6 games, small potatoes.
This
Big
is 22 instances.
I mean, hey, Browns, you may not have a quarterback the first 4 to 6. So what?
Oh,
a contract for 5 years.
Oh, wake me. Okay, got you.
Okay, so we're going to start out 2-4, and if he's as good as we think, we'll finish 10-7, and then we'll make the playoffs.
Right.
So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green ejected last night in a game that Steph Curry doesn't play in. What are you thinking about Draymond Green? Is this just Draymond being Draymond for the umpteenth time? Or is this like old again? Or was the ref out of hand? 888-957-9570. We'll be right back to talk about it on the other side.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hey, are you thinking of buying or selling a home? If you are, you know what a headache it can be trying to coordinate the sale and the purchase, getting the timing right, contingencies, all that kind of stuff. Let me tell you about my friend Sherrod at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Here's what he does. He buys your house and he lets you stay in your house while you look for your new home. There's no rush to it. There's no stress. Stay in there till Sherrod finds you your dream. when the 49ers opened their season next year, game one.
Oh, not
like to me, it was like there's no way Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be a quarterback.
Okay, so it wasn't free agency. It's
no
training camp.
No, but he see.
I listen, he's still a Niner.
Listen, I love Ibanez, but I think what he's trying to do here. And by the way, don't answer the phone right now because he's probably going to call in. I think he.
What did he do?
I think he saw a backdoor by saying, you know what? I could say, oh, I thought you meant the new league year. Well, I would have never made the bet then. You know what I mean? So it'll be fun. Yeah. So we agreed to push it, I think, to start a training camp. I gave in a little bit, and he gave, hey, it's all good fun.
But if you win at the scoreboard, I think he's winning because I really think Steiny had dried up on him.
I'm still taking my
okay.
I still do not think. Let me ask you, okay, 888-957-9570. I made a bet with the great Mark Ibanez, KTVU television. I said Garoppolo will not be on the roster come training camp. Am I going to lose that bet now?
It's hemorrhaging right now.
I still feel good about it. I can't believe it.
Feel good. Tony.
Yeah. All right. Tonight at 6 o'clock, our producer, Evan Giddings, along with Damon and Ratto's producer, Mark Grandy.
Yeah, the Grandy
They're
man.
going to be calling the IFL.
I'm jealous.
It's a football league.
Yeah.
It's got to be independent, right? Anyway, the Oakland Panthers tonight at the place down in San Jose. SAP Center. It's not HP anymore. I'm going to get around to it. The Oakland Panthers tonight against the San Diego Strike Force. We got Evan Giddings, our producer, doing play-by-play. Mark Grandy being the analyst.
Yeah.
And you know what I can detect? Let me tell you what I saw.
Tell me.
So they left a little early to make sure they got. I think they're nervous.
They should be.
They're a little nervous.
I saw Evan's sheet. I tweeted it out. It was so impressive of the notes and the players.
Yeah.
I was like, Al Michaels uses this.
He's not going to get to 3/4 of that, probably.
But the fact that he knows if he needs to is there.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
Back to pass.
It's funny. And here's what I'll say to those young kids driving down to San Jose, Grandy and Giddings. So my daughter was at a soccer tournament in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
This past weekend, or a showcase, one of those things. And I was talking to Susan. I'm like, hey, how's Mary Page doing? She's like, she's nervous. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, she's kind of, And I said, you know what I said? Good.
That's
good. That means she cares.
And that's a walk-off.
It means she cares. Yeah. So when Giddings and Grandy left the building a little bit, that's a good sign, guys. You want some butterflies because then you know you're taking it seriously. Have a great call, guys.
That is great stuff. And this is Steiny ain't looking at me, but I'm sharing because you're my partner.
Yeah.
To this day, when I go to the 24-hour fitness and play, it's been a week because I've been down, I got to go number 2. And at the facility, because I'm nervous every time I'm about to hoop before I do. That's how I know like I'm taking it serious. So when I play before the game starts, I am like, dude, I'm still rolling.
No.
That's how and then I'm light, quick feet. I'm just telling you, that's how I know I ain't retired yet. Dude, I'd have to, but I'll tell you, but that's how I get ready. It's like I'm really playing for the Warriors. And when that stops, that's when I'm done. Well,
I almost got it right. It's the Bay Area Panthers.
I just said that.
I said Oakland.
Oh, okay. Do people correct people on the radio all the time?
Well, you should be correct. I should be corrected.
I
got the name of the team wrong. They're on our station. It's on me. It's my third mistake today.
Right. I made sure to write down when I hate for that. Yeah.
Good. I tell you what. That's a little too much.
Bubble guts.
That's a little too much.
But then I'm light too, Steiny. I'm quick. Yeah.
All right. You watch any of the tournament over the weekend, Gil?
All of it.
Give me just what were your thoughts?
When we talk about the revolution of three-pointers in the NBA, it's out of control because you got teams like the Thunder that nobody can shoot threes. And all Detroit, but they play that way. It's in college too. And when I say I see and appreciate big men, they got their man sealed. Throw him the damn ball. Toss it down there, young fella. Steiny, it's too many threes for my liking, but that's not just college. It's high school. It's everywhere. I just wish we had the old throw it to Pat Ewing. They got him sealed. And then when they're missing, they still jack them. But then guess what happens when they throw it to the big?
What?
Oh, and one. Nice little turnaround. I want more of that.
There's no
death of the big man?
No.
Because Embiid and Jokic balling.
You think either of those teams are going to win it all?
Philly didn't cool down.
You think either of those teams are going to win it all?
When Jamal Murray comes back, he may be where Clay's at.
That was too much.
Yeah. But it was truth.
Like the story about Bill Russell used to vomit before games.
I've never heard that one.
Well, that's a
You're
little
taller than everybody. What you nervous for?
That's barely okay. So what you did was
no pregame poops are a thing. I played D3 soccer. I've never. That's the new terminology. Pregame.
No.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
That is a little too much.
Yeah, it was.
I must say so.
I get excited.
Let me tell you what the big problem with the NCAA tournament is. I can't wait till we get over there because I'm gonna see firsthand.
Right.
Let me tell you the biggest joke.
Well,
not the biggest. It's the ball they use. They're using an outdoor ball inside. It doesn't make any sense. Let me tell you something. Anybody that's ever played even a sliver knows that a leather ball is so different than a synthetic ball.
Oh my God.
You go for a little banker with the leather ball, it tends to just slide a hair, just a hair on that backboard. You shoot a synthetic ball at that backboard, it grabs. I saw shots go in. You can actually take a shot and it gets wedged between the back iron and the glass, and it sticks, and then it rolls in. You're like, with a leather ball, that is a brick. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, they're bright orange.
I'm going Joe
Balls are
Namath,
not
Steiny.
good. They're
I can
not
kiss
using
you right
good. They're
now.
not using good
If I had
basketball.
$1 for every time I said that to my family, I said, "Is that the ABA ball?" Steiny, something's wrong. I called it the ABA ball. It's not right. I see
right.
shots going bloop, bloop. And for you to come out on national radio and say it, wow.
Look, the NBA tried to do this with a synthetic ball, and it went overwhelmingly
Did that
awful.
last a game? Well, how quick
it
was
lasted
that?
a month or two, but they went back because it's not. Look, when you grow up, all right, you get. Listen, the first ball you get's a rubber ball. Rubber.
But
that's when you can play outside on the concrete or the macadam. You can play in the rain. The water won't get waterlogged. The ball won't get waterlogged. It's a rubber ball. It's not really a real ball, but it's as close enough if you want to play outdoors. All right? Then you have an indoor-outdoor ball. And that's the one you want to get when you play both, because if you use a totally indoor ball outdoors, you're going to ruin it very quickly. All right? So they have an indoor-outdoor ball. But you only use an indoor-outdoor ball indoors if you don't have an indoor ball, which I got to believe the NCAA should be able to come up with.
Have you read anything about this?
I don't have to.
No, but
I can tell by the way it comes off the backboard.
But there should be somebody talking about this. Steiny, I can't believe I forgot to bring it up. You seeing these balls? They're in. Crucial shots. I'm like,
hey, did you see the larger bases?
No.
Yeah, you go on the internet. You can go right now. I saw a photo of the bases they used to use and now the bases they're going to use. Oh, yeah.
Who is that?
Nobody. It says anonymous.
Dude, yeah. Steiny.
I guess it's better than
So those are implemented
scam.
April 8th this season?
What's that? I'm sorry.
The
what?
big bases.
I don't know. When's the opener?
April 8th.
No, they're probably on there now, aren't they?
Well, I haven't watched.
Was it next year?
Shasky
Oh, it's
was
next
watching
year.
Oh, see. Oh, well, that's when the the shift ban. That's what I'm in.
All right, here you go. This is good news. This is really good news for the Golden State Warriors. Gary Payton II will return.
Wow.
Tomorrow night in Orlando. He's not listed on the injury report. Moses Moody questionable. Andrew Wiggins probable. You know what?
That's big.
They miss Gary Payton II a little bit.
A little bit. Preach.
You don't want to say a lot of it because he's Gary Payton II.
But I want to say something about him.
See, that's why it's like, don't give the Warriors, you're going to give the Warriors a break because Wiseman's not coming back. Because that's what you'll do. You'll take the pressure. You'll be like, oh, well, if we would have had Wiseman, we'd be all right. Because
we have been the panic code red.
No, it's just a matter of how you're going to.
I want to take my victory lap on Gary Payton II. And I want you to kind of give me the shoes to run in.
What did you do?
Remember I said I want more him? It might have been late November, early December. You're like, goo, he's 10 to 12. Now he's a fixture.
He's been hurt for 7 games.
But still, he's a big part of what they do, Steiny.
He's a part of what they do. He's not a big part.
What if I told you the best defensive player on the team? Right now, physically.
No.
Physically.
Don't do that.
Who would you get a nod to?
Draymond Green would punch you in the face right now. Look, Gary Payton II has had a nice season. You cannot say he's a better defender than Draymond Green. Draymond Green, one of the best defenders of all time.
No, that is true. But, and he said DPOY, and I'm not piling on Dre. We love you, Dre. Shout out Brownie Blends.
Yeah.
Mikal Bridges.
He's come through for us.
Well, yeah. Mikal Bridges is going to win that award.
Well, it can't be Draymond.
Right, but he still
How many
thinks
games
he
has
can.
Draymond played?
But did you see his last podcast? He said, or post-game presser, he said he still can kind of get it. Nobody's wowing him. But he did say Mikal Bridges on this podcast was Plan D.
Let me just check something here. Draymond Green.
I'm getting a lot of
He's
love.
He's played 37 games this year. 47. The most he can play is 48 games this year.
Dre,
come on.
Yeah, he ain't with it. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that would be a great stat is what's the least amount of games the MVP has played? What's the least amount of games the Defensive Player of the Year award has gone?
And I think doing radio with you in 3 years.
Do you think you know or do you know you know?
I think, no, we've discussed this already.
Okay.
And the winner MVP is Steve Nash. and I want to say 62 games. Spadoni would, if he was here, we'll look it up. It's coming. And then also,
yeah.
What about Gobert responding to Draymond saying there's no beef?
All right. That was a lockout season that Karl Malone won it in 49 games. I meant like a regular season, but that's all right. What? No, I'm
still going with my Nash.
I didn't hear what you said. So what?
Gobert was interviewed by the lovely Taylor Rooks. And
Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, Rudy Gobert. DPOY every year, it seems like. And she brought up the criticism from Draymond Green about him winning when he doesn't deserve it, that award. He took the high road, said he had no beef with Dre. I wish he would have been like, give me my propers.
Why? Then you would have been like, who's Rudy Gobert?
No, if Utah and Golden State meet, then it's on. Get my popcorn. But they'll still be that without it being that, if you know what I mean.
I actually don't know what you mean.
Gobert's going to try to take it to Draymond if they play in the offs just because of what he's been talking.
That would be a big mistake. That would be a mistake.
Well, it's already done.
What is?
Draymond said he hadn't been worthy of these awards that he gets, and he can be taken advantage of.
I'm talking about I'm talking about Gobert going at Draymond.
Yeah. He didn't do it.
Let me tell you something. If Gobert goes at Draymond or Draymond goes at Gobert, that's about the worst offense that either of those teams could run. Why would you put a bad offense? Hey, we got a bad offensive player.
You can't put Dre in the blender like you can do Rudy.
I'm talking about the two guys going at each other.
Oh, yeah.
Two bad offensive players going up against two good defensive players.
Yikes.
Exactly. So, what do you think about the Giants? They didn't get Trevor Story.
I'm not disappointed. And if I'm a Giant fan, what did you feel this time last year? There's not a walking soul on this earth that saw 107. You had no business going to get Story. That's not how Farhan works. I'll tell you this. In my life,
how many games are they going to win?
How
many games are they going to win?
I'm about to tell you, I wouldn't be shocked if it's 90. Like, that's not off the table for me.
So they'll take a 17?
No, well, it's 12 teams making the playoffs, so they're getting in.
But there's a 17-game decline.
Okay, but from greatness. It's like Steph's shooting percentage. My point is, he went out and got KB at the deadline.
This is so funny, though. This is what kind of bothers me. This is what you do.
And the Giants led real quick, Steiny. They led the league in home runs before Bryant even showed up. They already surprised the world. So it's coaches, it's your boy Kapler, and
my boy Kapler.
I'm losing my voice. Jock Peterson. He's the Giant type of project. Rodon. I got lineup envy. Everybody does when you look at the Dodgers, but the Giants did it with Gorilla Glue.
Think they're going to do it again?
Why wouldn't they?
Because last year was an outlier. It was an anomaly. They won an inordinate amount of games that were 50-50 games.
Wow.
That they won't win them all this year. They've lost their heart and soul. Buster Posey.
He didn't catch 162 last year.
No, but he handled a pitching staff that was significantly better than anybody thought.
Okay.
He was also one of their best hitters. Buster,
So what?
You're going to miss.
Was it a fluke, Steiny?
Yes.
Was summer last year a fluke?
Of course it was.
Baseball's so hard. I don't believe.
Well, then they should win it.
Like 80.
Well, then why are you dropping to 90? Why are you dropping to 90? That's a significant difference.
I'm giving credence to what you just said. 107, that was just out of control.
It's a fluke.
But no, I think
it's a fluke.
They got power. Now they're hitting home runs at their ballpark. So now, is Lamont Wade Jr. going to do what he did?
He's not.
Is Logan Webb going to do what I think they can.
Okay.
But now you got Jock Peterson. You got Brandon Belt, who may not get hurt.
Fluke.
I don't think it's coming down.
Wait, you just said Brandon Belt, who may not get hurt?
I did say it with
What happens when Belt and Crawford have the years they had 2 years ago?
You know what? And I'm going to leave it alone, Steiny. I don't think 107 was a fluke they were a 70-win team.
A fluke.
Okay. Give it to me.
An unlikely chance occurrence, especially a surprising piece of luck. That's what I think it was. It was a fluke. There's nothing wrong with that. They got a lot.
I don't believe they were a fluke.
If it's strong, then they should win 98 games this year. If that's strong, if it's not a fluke, if it's not a fluke, then they got to win at least 95, I would say.
But
right?
Again, what if they win 85 and get in the playoffs? nobody's disappointed because I believe
let's see what they do in the
going on with
playoffs.
those coaches to teach these no names how to hit the damn rough out the ballpark. Like, I think that's tangible. That's not going anywhere. So when they were talking about Story, I was like, he ain't coming here. KB, I'm happy for him, Steiny. But why the hell would the Rockies, you didn't ask me, let Story go and then you give this money to Chris Bryant?
Why would the Giants let a guy like Chris Bryant go, who was maybe their best hitter late in the season, and they get nothing for him?
Again, before KB arrived, they led the league in home runs, and they were getting it done. Now, Buster, that's so big and huge. But Steiny, I'm not ready to say, they're going to stink. That's all.
I'm not saying they're going to stink either. But what I am saying is, like, I get it. They're not going to win 107. And I'll do the tongue-in-cheek thing and say, well, you got to win 108. But I don't really mean that. But again, it's all setting up for there to be an excuse about the Giants. Forget 107. They won the division last year, and then they had a playoff series they lost. So until further notice, they are what?
Well, what's your?
They're the A's,
and you ain't saying it's me and I hate this. I never told you that. It bothers me when you say I'm the excuse guy. What's your old moniker about the year before the year?
Right, they did that. That's a big problem. The Giants succeeded a year before the year they were supposed to succeed. So now what do? What do? They're not going to win the division.
So they're going to be the Atlanta Hawks.
They hope to be. They hope to be what? The Atlanta Braves is who they hope to be. What they win 85 last year?
I'm talking about falling off like Atlanta.
Listen, the only way the Giants win it all is they're not.
I'm not saying they're going to do that.
Well, the other thing is, but how do you? They're going to be dealing. They're like salmon in that division. They're swimming upstream all.
Okay,
for years. Beautiful. Like, did they win 107 last year? Yes. How'd they do it? I got to tell you. I don't know how they did it. It was impressive, but I don't think it'll happen again. But guess what? The Dodgers won 106. I don't know if they'll win 106, but I think they're going to win 100.
Okay. With that said, how the Giants got to 107 wasn't just about the players.
You know what? It
was about the coaching, Steiny. I believe guys I can't even name.
We'll see.
That I believe they can take some Josh Peterson, and he's going to have I know he had he can have a career. He can hit 30, like with the tutelage of these coaches. So I'm eager to watch that play out before I say, oh wow, they really were playing over their head last year.
What if they're 500? What if they're 500 team?
I'd be disappointed.
Not bad. That's why.
Well, what about what are they at the deadline? Because now you got 12 teams making the playoffs. Is Farhan going to? We have no reason to doubt him and say he wouldn't go add a bat or an arm or whatever they need. Because that's what Chris Bryant signaled to me.
He might add a bat that they'll never re-sign in the offseason.
You are.
What?
Yeah, I ain't no excuse guy. I ain't got no dog in the fight. I can't wait to see what this team.
888-957-9570. How few games do the Giants have to win, and Guru will still make excuses for them?
No, if they get to the playoffs, that's a win. Well, there's 12 teams now, so you hate that.
Of course,
I love it.
Get to the playoffs. Yeah. But then it's like, now we're falling into the it used to be, we won 3 and 5.
Yeah.
We are clutch.
Oh, well.
Once you get into the postseason, we're the team. We know how to play like that. We know it. Okay, but now it's, hey, if they get to the playoffs, it's a good year. Why? Because they can't go deep in the playoffs.
And what is it now? 3 and what? Since we used to say 3 and 5, it's 3 and.
That's the other thing. When do you stop talking about crap that happened a long time ago like it matters now?
Well, the Warriors.
What is that's fine. That was 2019. What does the 2014 World Series win for the Giants have to do with anything right now? It's 2022. It was 8 years ago.
Talk to me. Yeah.
I'm not saying. All right. Who the guys got coming up? Do we know?
I missed you.
All right. They don't need guests. They're the men.
A lot of people giving me love for what I shared with them before hoop.
They got Eric Musselman at 5. Emus, the coach of Arkansas. He'll be here at 5. At Alex Pavlovich at 3:30. Don't go. All right, you know who's coming up.
I struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor.
FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
I'm just going to tell you that NCAA tournament, not just this one, but all of them, have always been my favorite sporting event. That was a fun couple of days. I can't wait till we get going again. And we got the chalk talking at Chase Center starting on Thursday night. The top 4 seeds reach Chase Center. Hardly the same can be said about the rest of the tournament. It was a wild one. We'll be getting into it. And Eric Musselman, who's coming back to the Bay with Arkansas, is going to be joining us in our 5 o'clock hour. He's a very busy man this week and today. And since he's got that Bay Area blood in him, I think he's going to stop on by and say hello to us, Ray Ratto. You are a magnet. He wants to talk to you.
He couldn't care less.
Alex Pavlovich is going to be talking to us today, but we will not be telling a story. See what I did there? Trevor's story?
I got it.
Not going to happen.
Maybe they can get Jamal Crawford. He's free.
He is officially free. What a great player he really was. What a good career.
He was the quietest guy to ever make $122 million.
That's a really good way. He's the quietest, most unassuming dude who could put 50 on you. It really was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. He's, you know how they talk about comedians?
Yes.
Like the guys who come out of the back room to watch a guy work?
Right.
That was Jamal Crawford.
Yeah.
I mean, he played forever. And nobody ever dogged him. He was on scholarship, not only with every team he ever played for, but every team he ever played against. He was, I mean,
universal respect is a good thing to achieve, and he achieved it.
I mean, just because, he was the best one-on-one player who ever lived, and he would prove it to you even in a walker.
He could put the shakies on you, there's no doubt. Alex Pavlovich is going to stop on by today, like I said, at 3:30. We got a little baseball to mix in with the NCAA tournament, a constant flood of baseball news throughout the weekend as well. NFL news certainly not slowing down today. We've got 2 quarterbacks changing cities just this afternoon alone. Jimmy Garoppolo not among them. So we're going to talk about what all that means, but Matt Ryan gets traded to the Colts. We've got Jameis back with the Saints. Atlanta wastes no time at all, bringing in Marcus Mariota. I mean, it's just, when things start happening at that position, things happen fast. Things obviously haven't happened quickly for Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners. Where does that leave them? What's the situation? We'll get into that today. I got to tell you, though, Ray, as busy as it was this weekend with all the headlines and all the news and the NCAA tournament and the Warriors just catching a rough loss last night. We're going to talk about how they lost that game, how Draymond let the team down. We're going to get into all of that. But, Ray, I really mean it. To me, anyways, one of the biggest stories of the entire sports weekend was the passing of John Clayton. That hurt. That one hurt me. It really did, because he is a guy I met very early on in my career who was generous with his time, was friendly with his advice. He was a pro. And it's too bad that he didn't get to see the reaction to his passing, because it was overwhelming and it was universally positive and praised a life and career well lived.
I mean, he was indeed a pro. And, he was probably the last guy to worry about his brand, because his brand was, hey, I just talked to 3 people who gave me the details on this contract. But he, unlike a lot of the current group of NFL pundits, the information dealers, he didn't always buy in to the NFL is the best thing. He liked football and he covered football, but he didn't sort of fear it the way a lot of people do now.
He didn't genuflect.
No, he didn't pick a fight. But if you asked him about the Deshaun Watson deal, he'd have told you. One, he would have given you the details on the contract, all the way down to the fact that I think he gets fined $55,000 He loses $55,000 for every game he's suspended this year. Very few people had that. He would have had it right away because agents talked to him not only to give him stuff, but to get stuff from him. He was one of those guys. And the fact that ESPN couldn't find a place for him 5 years ago, not good.
No, it just showed that they devalued real and right reporting in the name of something that sizzled, something that was sexier, something that could embrace debate. And John Clayton was none of those things.
No.
He was a guy driving between 3 different training camps in one weekend in the Midwest and just talking to everyone, including water boys.
Yeah, and the thing about him was he was the guy who got the information that everybody else would talk about.
Right.
And this is not to say that the people at ESPN now shouldn't have their jobs and he should, but he should have his job there if he wanted it, and everybody else should get theirs too. There was a place for John Clayton that suddenly they couldn't decide, gee, what do we do with him? Leave him alone.
There's a lot
let him do what he's done for you for 20 years.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about aggregation. You know, I just made a point in this story, and it gets aggregated by someone else in the media who took my work and turned it into a topic that then they wrote about. He was the ultimate version of that. People would fill inches of columns based on the ideas that they learned about or heard about reading him in the first place. Just a really, really good guy who carved out a slice of career for himself with good old-fashioned hard work, connections, and frequent flyer miles. Very cool piece in The Athletic by Mike Sando saying goodbye to someone that he worked very closely with and knew very well. I recommend you do read it. Big news, though. Big news in football that Matt Ryan got traded to the Colts today for a 2022 third-round pick. Look, the Falcons are a mess, and they trade they're the best quarterback they've ever had, that's for sure. To eat some of his contract, that's the closest you'll ever get to a thank you from a team. They wanted to make sure that Matt Ryan found himself in a good situation, and Matt Ryan was good back to them. It's the opposite of Baker Mayfield, basically, where he extended a window to negotiate so they could find the right situation instead of going to Instagram and getting all caught up in his own emotions. It's really, really something else. The way that one guy is a consummate pro and he ended up in Indianapolis, and the other guy that they thought could end up in Indianapolis is still looking for a team, and I'm talking about Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean, the two are not really comparable. I mean, first of all, not in ability, and secondly, Matt Ryan has run his race. And he knows it. It's not a victory lap to go to Indianapolis, but he gets to be in the league still.
Well,
and he's okay with that.
Well, Ray, he just got upgraded. I mean, he just got put in first class. Doesn't mean he's going to reach the Super Bowl, but he's got a real running game, a real offensive line, and a defense that, had it not taken that last weekend off in Jacksonville, would have found itself in the postseason.
No, he's better off than where he was. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, they're not building around him. He's your, quote, bridge guy.
He is a bridge guy.
And he's a better bridge guy than most, but he knows that he's a bridge guy. He doesn't have any illusions about what his place is. And Baker Mayfield, I think, either still does or is trying to create a market where one may not, well, it's going to exist. Someone's going to sign him.
I think it's going to be Seattle.
It might be. But, he went about trying to say goodbye in the most awkward way, where he just goes, I had a lot of fun here, and then he broke a bunch of vases and tables on the way out.
Look, Matt Ryan is in a better spot. The Falcons are in a full rebuild. They bring in Marcus Mariota, and I think that the reason why they brought in him is because he is going to play an awful lot like the guy they're about to draft. There's an awful lot of talk that Malik Willis will be selected by the Falcons, who are in a full rebuild mode, which is why they're not looking for a bridge quarterback. They're ready to burn the bridge down, be one of the 5 worst teams in football, and get premium picks and start it all over again. I'm telling you right now, boys and girls, you better hope if you're a 49ers fan and you still think that Jimmy needs to be, could be, will be traded, you better hope that Baker Mayfield ends up in Seattle, because if Baker Mayfield ends up in Carolina, you might be without anywhere to sit at the end of the game of musical chairs. The price of quarterbacking play in the AFC has certainly gone up. Jameis Winston back with the Saints. That leaves Atlanta, Seattle, and Carolina for our handsome prince. Well, cross Atlanta off the list. They just signed their quarterback. Seattle, yeah, kind of cross them off the list because I just don't see Jimmy going to Seattle. So now you're basically down to Carolina. Oh, my. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So, yes.
I think it's been pretty well established that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be a July, August kind of deal, if it is at all. Because why would Seattle or Carolina say, 2 weeks out of surgery? Yeah, let's do that. I think he's the guy who gets moved when somebody snaps an ankle.
I think you're right. I think you're right now. I really don't know if that's going to be the sweet spot worth of value, and it could actually turn into that. Desperation is what might bring a team to Jimmy Garoppolo, and desperation might get you a better offer than just, he's in our plan.
Yeah, I just don't think that, anybody was willing to take a chance on a guy who just had his shoulder operated on. It's no more complicated than that. It's not the 49ers trying to drive the price up or waiting for the perfect deal. I think they knew that they couldn't move him. And I don't believe they didn't call around, but I think they heard the same answer over and over again. Show me when he throws a football again. Just show me when he throws a football again. Then we'll see where we're at. And if there's nobody available now, doesn't mean there won't be somebody available in 3 months, because quarterbacks get hurt.
Houston? Could Houston come calling for Jimmy Garoppolo?
I can't imagine why they would bother.
See, here's the thing. Garoppolo just exists in such a weird area. He's caught in between not good enough to really have a ton of success with, but not bad enough to where you bottom out to where you get that premium draft pick that if that's kind of in your plans you're looking for. It's just a weird gray area, and it's going to get even more weird before it's all said and done. Things got weird at the end of last night's Warriors game, and if you wanted to talk about that or Draymond, well, 888-957-9570, because that's what we're talking about when we come on back. The Warriors dump one as Draymond Green shows you once again when it comes to maturity. How about this? Basketball IQ, A+. Maturity, he's flunking the class. There's just no doubt. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. It's good to have you along. Very busy Monday. We'll see what happens before we're off the air at 6 o'clock and we get underway with Bay Area Panther football, baby. We'll tell you more about that later today here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Spring into action at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Stop by our garden centers for first-of-the-season veggies and annuals. Then bag a deal on soils, mixes, and mulches from brands including Miracle.
on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Well, I understand why everyone is chapped at the way that Warriors game ended. It was rough in terms of a couple calls going against the Warriors at the end. A call that was made on one end of the floor, gets ignored on the other end of the floor, and the way that it just ended was nuts. Here's Tim Roy.
Bends at the waist slightly, lets it fly, no good. Rebound loose, goes to Keldon Johnson, he banked it in with .3 to go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Keldon Johnson took a deflected rebound and banked it in. And Golden State will use their final timeout, trailing 110-108. Well, the same kind of push that put Pirtle on the free throw line. Keldon Johnson just got away with one on Otto Porter inside.
And that is correct, Tim Roy. Otto Porter gets shoved under the basket the exact same way that Looney and Pirtle got tied up on the other end, which sent the game down to those free throws. And Wiggins missed a box out that maybe Draymond Green doesn't miss. Well, why wasn't Draymond Green in the game?
Or get the contact. He's not worried about the free throw shooting. Let's just get to the line. That's what you worry about. Draymond gone.
Draymond just got thrown out. Merritt Kogut just threw out Draymond Green for continuing to argue the call.
And not good. Man, not good is what that was. You know, Ray, Draymond's got an A-plus basketball IQ, but he gets an F when it comes to relationships and how you talk with people. And this goes to how he deals with authority figures, how he deals with teammates, how he deals with coaches, and it's just, I mean, you want to talk about wearing out your welcome? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Draymond. You have to curb your behavior when you get that first tech and you're down a megastar. You have to. You just have to. And he refuses to. And this is a lesson that has been taught time after time after time after time, Ray. He refuses to learn it.
I don't think you're taking into account the respect he should be given for getting his 140th career technical foul. That's a special number.
You want to golf clap that?
Oh, I just, I was just working it out. And, he's a guy who, and Merritt Kogut's got a short fuse, but it's part of Green's responsibility as a veteran player to know which guys you can clap back at and which guys you can't.
But he claps at all of them, right? I mean, that's it. He just...
There are guys that he does not clap back at. Actually, he has paid enough attention. He doesn't snap back at Scott Foster. He doesn't snap back at Mark Davis. The longer you've been in the league, the more rope he allows you to have. He's got that part down. But it's been true down the years of the NBA. Younger officials tee more. And Merritt Kogut, is a relatively young official. I mean, in that, I don't believe he's had any playoff games yet. And if he has, they've been very few, which means he's still trying to make the name for himself. And part of how you make a name for yourself is not taking grief. And Draymond gave him grief.
Well, here's the thing. When's the last time, just any point in time, that Draymond Green was called for a foul and he just takes his medicine, swallows it, and goes to the free throw line without a word? The man's never committed a foul in the course of an NBA game as far as his reaction to all foul calls would suggest.
I think he probably does it a fair amount of time, but you never notice it. It's only when he claps back that you notice.
No, it's all the time. It's pretty much all the time. I mean, you can say, well, you don't notice because you're not looking for it. No, I do look for it. Is Draymond going to just take this one on the chin and shut up and keep playing basketball? The answer is never. Never. He never does. He cannot let it go. He's like the dog who can't stop chasing the postman. It's crazy. It's crazy. And he's so deep into his career. And if I'm an NBA referee. I swear to God, before we ever take the court against the Golden State Warriors, I'm saying I got $20 to the first person to toss this guy tonight. Get him out of here. The first chance you get to run this SOB, do it. Because he's got no respect for you. Why should we give any respect for him? I mean, that's it. Life is about respect, not selective as respect. I'll respect this guy, but not that guy. That's where Draymond blows it. And he's a good player. He's a really good player. He's wildly important, which is why you cannot get ejected in a game where you boxing someone out, you getting a rebound is the difference between winning or losing. Steph Curry is unavailable for the rest of the regular season, pretty much. So, conduct business accordingly.
No, and I agree with that entirely. I mean, yeah, he's got to have better court awareness than that. But the thing about him is he knows better. And he still claps back more at younger guys than older guys because he knows what the older guys are going to do. And if you don't know what a younger guy is going to do, you're better off backing away. I'm not defending him here. I'm just saying that he thinks very often that his complaint must be heard. And sometimes, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you had more confidence, if you didn't lack so much self-confidence, you wouldn't be rebelling against everything that might be an authority figure at all times. It's nuts. It's the blind spot of an otherwise spectacular career. And you could say, well, hey, if he didn't get ejected from the NBA Finals, they would have never gotten Kevin Durant, so I'm ready to forgive him that. And that's okay. Where's Kevin Durant? Oh, that's right. He left after Draymond yelled at him too. I mean, it doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. 888-957-9570. This is Filmo Mike in the city. Filmo, thank you very much for the call. What do you got?
Damon.
Yo.
I love you. Hey, you and Ray is my favorite show. Kid you not.
Well, thank you.
Guru Black, but I'm rocking with Ray and Damon Bruce. Guru and Steiny my second favorite. But anyway, I'm just giving it real with you because y'all take it there. Hey man, let's put the rat on the table. Take something from Guru. That female ref. I don't know what her problem is with Draymond Green and Ray Ratto. You can speak. I know Ray Ratto. No, she gotta go, bro. Like she be calling calls that aren't there, and I know she didn't kick him out, but it led to the kicking out because she called so many crazy calls, and I know for a fact she got something against Draymond Green.
Ray,
to do is Ray talk.
I tell you what, Fillmore, Mike, thank you very much. Ray, is there an agenda from said referee towards Draymond Green?
No. If there was, she'd have been the one to tee him up. Some referees are just quick with whistles, with technical whistles. It's always been true since the dawn of time. Merritt Kogut, who's the guy who teed him up, is one of those guys. And it's up to the player to know what officials do and what they don't. And this is not to say that officials always get technical fouls right. But once you get the first one, the trigger has to go off in your head, which is, it's not that important that I tell him what I really think of him.
It's more important to finish this game as an eligible player than it is in the locker room with my red card.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's Chris Chiozza and he gets run, fine. Not a problem. Who cares? Draymond Green is more important now than he's ever been, which means he can never get tossed from a game.
We're going to be talking with Alex Pavlovich, talking a little Giants baseball in just a second. But right now I got Brian in Hayward. Brian, what do you got for us?
Hey, guys. Love the show just as much as Fillmore might, but I'm not going to get crazy like he did.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Even though I kind of agree with some of the things I heard. Let me start by saying, yes, Draymond Green is an amazing player, elite player. He influences the games in ways most normal fans have no idea that they're watching greatness. But also, let me back up a few years ago to our good friend Tim Donaghy. Ever since that incident, I don't trust things that go on internally with the NBA and their refereeing staff. I've heard numerous occasions of players and people within the NBA family complain about referees influencing the game.
Well, look, they're like every on-court official is tantamount to a home plate umpire. You can steer the game, but I really think, look, I know there's a lot to point at and say that's a bad call. Is there something fishy there? Tim Donaghy left an awful lot of questions to be asked. But I'll just say this. It's the hardest game in the world to officiate. NBA officials do a pretty good job. You want to know what was a bad officiated basketball thought? Watch the NCAA tournament. Oh, my God. And that's because you need like 700 officials. And you're by the time you're at official number 650, you're spread thin. So that's why it's so poorly officiated. The NBA is actually pretty damn well officiated, even though we circle like 4 or 5 big plays almost every single game. There is something to be said about it. But look, Alex is here, and we're going to talk some Giants right now. We'll come on back to this in a little bit. But it's obvious that the Giants have decided they're not going to pay megabucks for an all-star outfielder. They want Farhan to build one. They want Scott Harris to build one through their platooning choices. And where are they right now? Like, if the season were to start today, the Giants roster, we're talking Joey Bart and Kurt Casale as catchers. Your infielders are Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, Wilmer Flores, Evan Longoria, Tommy LaStella. Your outfielders are Darren Ruff, Jacques Peterson, Lamont Wade Jr., Mike Yastrzemski. And we got a couple more players to add. Who might they be? Alex Pavlovich to talk about all of this. You're on 95.7 The Game. Alex, thank you very much. How you doing, man?
I'm good. It's really funny that you started that way because I literally just posted a story projecting the opening day roster and basically writing that they're set. Like, they have the guys. It's mostly the same guys as last year. The one thing I'll say is that I think LaStella will start on the injured list because of the Achilles rehab he's doing, but they love Tyro Estrada, and Mauricio Dubon is still here. So, yeah, a bunch of the same guys from last year. I think they're pretty much set.
Well, and might baseball go with a 26th or a 27th roster spot early on to just help everyone through it?
I think 28.
28?
You know, I think the Giants are kind of – it's funny. They keep saying, like, has that been announced yet? Has that been announced? I think behind the scenes they're under the impression they're going to have a couple extra spots at least. So at least in early April, I would expect probably through the end of April that they'll have a couple spots to play with.
So since they're not going to fill those roster spots with somebody who's really expensive, the one thing I've noticed in all these chases for big-name guys in the 4 years that Farhan's been there is they're always in the finals, and they can't close. Is that a weakness that he's got, or is it more a matter of we're interested in your story, but you're not paying enough money? Is this a money thing or a style thing when it comes to negotiating?
I think it's both. I don't think it's a negotiating style. I mean, look, people around the league know how smart this front office is. They know what they've done. A lot of people really do want to work with these guys. There's a lot of people who have friends on this team. Like, there were Giants who were reaching out to Trevor Story. I don't think it is, and we've heard like Carlos Rodon, who if he didn't have the couple weeks of shoulder issues last year, he probably gets the Gosman contract. I mean, he said he wanted to be in San Francisco. He knew what they were working with here. So I don't necessarily think it's style. I don't think it's negotiating. I mean, you guys know Farhan. He is. I think he's pretty good in the room. I think he got to the finals with Bryce Harper. Certainly, they were very serious there. For me, it's just kind of they have a different view of worth, and for me, really, it's discipline. I think we've seen over and over again that a lot of these deals hurt at some point. The Chris Bryant deal is going to hurt at some point. Like that, the last couple of years of that at least are going to be pretty ugly. There are concerns about Trevor Story. He has not hit well away from Coors Field. He might have some elbow concerns that keep him from playing shortstop long term, or maybe knock him out at some point for a while. So I just think they're extremely disciplined. They would prefer to do short term deals for guys. That's why they've been able to be in on some of these guys like a Rodon, who would have been a short term deal. And I think they're just not going to give that 150, 180 million, the classic 6-7 year deal to anybody unless it's a Bryce Harper or Mookie Betts. If it's Juan Soto in a few years, like they'll consider going to double-digit years for somebody like that. But I think it's discipline, and to the players' credit, and really to Scott Boris's credit in a lot of these cases, they've been able to go out there and still find somebody willing to pay them 140 or 180 or whatever it is.
Alex Pavlovich here on 95.7 The Game. So what's the right way to say it? That Farhan and Scott Harris just saw an entire crop of free agent hitters that they decided they weren't interested, or they let an entire crop of free agent hitters sign with other teams? I mean, how many offers were really extended? Like, did they put a deal in front of Nick Castellanos at any point in time?
I don't know about specific guys like that. I mean, I do know that they were – I can tell you for Story in particular, they were very serious. And, these things are really hard to get to the bottom of sometimes, especially with this front office, which doesn't really care about perception on the outside. They don't really care if you know. It was really hard for me to get to the bottom of the Harper stuff and find out what that contract was. So they don't really care. Farhan doesn't care if people on the outside know that he offered Nick Castellanos 4 years and $80 million, and he went somewhere else for 5 years and 100. So
it seems
that part is.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it seems like right now it is very in vogue to just throw a ton of upfront money and an option that is always exercised after 2 or 3 years. I mean, they're playing that game too, I'm imagining.
Yeah, I mean, they did it with Rodon. That is a very player-friendly. If he throws 110 innings, he can opt out. And if he doesn't throw 110 innings, something went seriously wrong, and he's still going to make $22 million next year. So these things have become very player-friendly, and especially with the opt-outs. The Correa deal, everybody expects that to be a one-year deal. So I think that's probably a lot of what the Giants are offering, and it just hasn't, been the right fit. And I just, again, don't think they're going to necessarily overpay, because in their minds, they go, well, do we have to pay $150 million for Trevor Story when we really like Thairo Estrada? Do we have to pay $200 million for a new outfielder when we've seen what we did with Yastrzemski and Wade Jr. and Darren Ruff? So, yeah, I completely understand where people are coming from. I know there's frustration. I personally think their overall payroll should be higher than where it's going to be this year, 140, 145, whatever. I think there was probably a way to add somebody to add to that at some point. Maybe they'll do it at the trade deadline, but I just think in general they're not going to worry too much about the fact that they're 13th, 14th in payroll.
Is their budget tighter? I mean, I know they're not going to show that to you, but the fact that they're being as disciplined as they are, is that simply a matter of evaluating contracts, or is it that they're on a tighter leash than they used to be?
I have never heard anything about the budget being tighter. And legitimately, since Farhan took over, I've never heard a word about him being under any restrictions. I think part of the reason he got that job is because he has such a good history of finding guys like Chris Taylor, like Max Muncy, now like Yastrzemski and Lamont Wade Jr., and just naturally that is going to lower your payroll. Now, the Dodgers have taken the next step of that, which is to go out and shoot right past the tax line and to, you go and get a Mookie Betts and you pay him. You go and get a Freddie Freeman at some point. You pay to bring these guys back. The Giants haven't taken that step yet, and I think that is where the disappointment is with a lot of people, that they're like, look, they rebuilt. People have to remember, nobody thought they would be competitive before 2022. So they rebuilt faster than everybody thought. They got to 107 wins. Nobody could have expected that. And now everybody says, yeah, go and add to that. Go take the next step. That's what they haven't done yet. And I don't even know that next offseason is the right crop of players to do that. At some point, I think they do need to do that. But I don't think they are restricted in any way. I mean, they're 50, 55 million below where they were a few years ago. So they should be just fine. I just think it's a matter of, it's just more about the way they built the team.
So we'll see what happens, because we know Farhan is a supreme tinkerer, and he always cobbles together, or has cobbled together, off-brand trades that, are very unheralded in the moment and turn into nicknames like Late Night Lamont, for goodness sake. So, I mean, they're banking on that, I think, happening again this year. Yep. They are looking for lightning to strike twice with their philosophy and the way that they set up their hitters to go out there and attack pitchers, and we'll see if they can do it again. What is the news out of Scottsdale? Is there any particular side session or batting session that stood out to you that is something you would like to get people excited about, since they're not very excited about this offseason?
I will say Rodon, and I know you guys had him on. By the way, first people to have him on, so I think congratulations on that.
There you go. Lucas went to Vegas, and he might not have lived.
Yeah, he did a nice job. I watched his live BP over the weekend. I really haven't seen much like it. I haven't seen a live BP session in recent years, maybe ever, from a Giant where they were just throwing fastballs past everybody. And it's a four-seamer that's 97, 98 miles per hour. And I don't know where he was exactly on that day, certainly not there, but I mean, it was mid-90s, and it was very easy for him. And really, I mean, he threw 2 innings against some pretty good hitters, and the only ball was a ground ball, like that would have been a ground ball to Crawford that Darren Ruff hit. So that's where I would say the excitement. I think, again, I would go back to what I just said. I mean, they are opportunistic about these guys, and that is a pitcher who finished 5th in the American League Cy Young voting last year, and had he not had health concerns at the end of the season, would have made over $100 million. So, I don't know if they would have been in at that level, but that's the kind of talent they've added alongside Logan Webb. And if he can stay healthy, I think they would tell you that, yeah, the offense will probably take a step back. We also have these 2 guys at the top end who should lead what should be a really, really good rotation. So that was the thing that was most optimistic for me over the last 4 or 5 days in Scottsdale, was just how good he looked, and he looks like he was the guy early last year when he might have been the leading Cy Young candidate in the American League.
Well, good to see crowds, good to see a little baseball, good to see some highlights coming out of both the Grapefruit and Cactus League, and thank you as always for joining us, man. I know it's not exactly the sexy offseason that Giants fans wanted, but we'll see if it works. Crazier things have officially happened with this team, so thank you as always, Alex.
Yeah, guys, I understand everybody's upset. I guess I would just say, they have a pretty good track record, so we can wait a couple months to really freak out.
Indeed.
That's not good enough.
No, yeah, come on. That's not how sports talk radio works. You know that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Alex
we can do it next weekend.
Thanks, man. Alex Pavlovich here on 95.7 The Game. Great stuff. And look, when we come on back, a legitimate question on the Comcast Business text line. Why are the Giants always finalists when it comes to free agents and never the bride? Why always the bridesmaid? Well, there are a few theories in play, and Ray and I are going to come back. We're going to kick them around. We're going to get back to the Warriors, that brutal loss, what they got coming up on their road trip, what Chase Center has coming on Thursday night, Arkansas head coach and Bay Area, a son of the Bay Area, shall we call him, Eric Musselman, former Golden State Warriors head coach Eric Musselman, coming to Chase Center.
Former Nevada head coach.
That's right. Go Pack. We got so much here, so stick around. Plenty still around the corner. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Dub Nation, this is JP.
So again, I am very happy to report to you that Lucas and apparently the entire Tommy Call bachelor party has survived the weekend in Las Vegas. No one's ready to come back to work on a Monday, which is why we've got Brian in for Lucas today. Brian, he said, who do you want this morning? I said, take a big stab at Eric Musselman because, you know, he's coming to Chase Center with Arkansas. He's a Bay Area guy. Brian, there won't be a lot of, in your producing careers, guests who confirm on social media, indeed they are coming on. But Eric Musselman just did. He just said on the Twitters that he was going to be joining us in our 5 o'clock hour. We're looking forward to saying welcome back to the Bay Area and good luck to the Arkansas Razorbacks. They got to take on Gonzaga coming up on Thursday, Duke and Texas Tech, and that's why it is getting expensive to get into Chase Center for the NCAA tournament. But we'll have more on that a little bit later on. Ray, we were talking about with Alex Pavlovich, why are the San Francisco Giants more often than not the bridesmaid for the premium free agent? You know, they're not a cheap organization, but when's the last time they went out and really spent huge on the guy that they wanted and they got him? Is it still Zito? I mean,
but that's why I asked the question to Alex. I said, do they have a lower budget now?
Tightening the belt.
And, he said that their budget is like $50 million lower than it used to be, which tells me that, yeah, they are tightening the belt. That they're, that they're okay with money, but they're not okay with either long money or a lot of money. And so they're now kind of a middle-of-the-road team in terms of budget, where they used to be, among the leaders in baseball. And I think the other thing that's happened here is that the Giants are careful about their money at a time when the Warriors, 600 feet up the road, they don't believe in a luxury tax. They'll monitor it for a fringe guy, but not if it's somebody they really want. And I think a lot of fans would like the Giants to spend like the Warriors do, and they clearly don't.
I don't blame them for not overspending for bad contracts. And I don't blame them for using the feedback that they've gotten over the last 2-3 years, specifically with Farhan calling the shots, that they can compete without offering mega deals. But why are they coming up short in free agencies? I think that there are several things. Number one could be bottom line dollar. Number two could be bottom line, how far does your dollar go? Well, in California and San Francisco specifically, for a lot of guys who grew up in rural areas where they think land and John Deere riding lawnmowers are status symbols, you don't get that really in the Bay Area. Certainly not for the price that you would in any other state. If you want land here, that's multi-millions, not a couple $100,000 as it would be in Texas. And I think that California's uber taxation has a little bit to do with it. And then that ballpark still scares away hitters. Even though they just had a monster year offensively, I think it still scares away hitters. They look at the Bermuda Triangle out there in right center field, and they think, that's my power alley dying on me.
I think it's more the ballpark than the money, because nobody ever finds their way, out of the Dodgers' grip. I think they're willing to go to L.A. and pay the same taxes they pay in San Francisco because the Dodgers will spend more. And they also have a value-neutral ballpark. But I think part of this is also the fact that the Giants have clearly altered their spending philosophy. If Alex's numbers are right, and I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't be, the Giants are more mindful of the bottom line than they used to be. And that coincides in part with the fact that, among other things, their attendance has dropped. And now some of that is by, legislative fiat, but they didn't draw great last year with a team that won 107. It was hard to get them in the 30s. And they used to routinely sell out. And since then, they used to routinely be in the 30s. I think for whatever reason, the magic of going to that ballpark to see that team has faded a bit. Maybe it's because of their pricing. Maybe it's because they haven't won a World Series in gasp 5 years.
Or maybe it's because you got 0 and then you got 3 over the course of 5 and everyone got well fed.
That might be it too. I mean, I would presume that the Giants are doing studies on all of these things, but the results are the results. The ballpark is half full a lot of the time. And that was with a team that won 2 out of every 3 games. And so the ballpark isn't drawing people anymore the way it used to. And the winningest team they've ever had didn't draw. And the homerest hitting team they ever had didn't draw. So maybe they have to somehow redefine what their hold on the Bay Area is. I mean, and I don't know how they do that because I'm not in marketing. But, you know, the evidence suggests that people are not as riveted by the notion of the Giants playing at home as they used to be.
Look, I think that coronavirus had a gargantuan amount of lopping off attendance figures.
And that might be, but they haven't gotten them back.
We'll see what it looks like this year. I also think that Corona has lopped off an awful lot of discretionary or entertainment income from people, even in the deep-pocketed Bay Area. I mean, going to a sporting event in this region is a significant financial transaction. I mean, there's just no walking into the ballpark for a last-minute ticket on a sing-songy, oh, wasn't that a fun, cheap day at the ballpark? There are no fun, cheap days at the ballpark. Maybe, you know, you walk in there because you got a really good deal on a ticket price, like a Crazy Crab sandwich is $30. I mean, it's just a beer is $17. It's crazy.
The Warriors announce sellouts every game. I think part of it is because people look at the Warriors and they go, I have a pretty good chance to see a team win. It's a new building. And I think the Giants, I think winning 107 games caught a lot of people by surprise.
Well,
because I think the Bay Area, as much as any big city in the country, notorious frontrunners. We want to go there and win. We're not interested in going if there's a chance they'll lose. I think it's a real soft ticket. And the Warriors, at least as of 3 years ago, had gotten to an NBA final. And I think there's a difference there. Their crowds might drop off next year if they don't go deep in the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
I'll tell you why they'll keep coming. They have as bright a bulb that has ever been screwed into a chandelier when it comes to playing basketball. Star power matters. And that's something the Giants have really lacked in their lineup. They have an awful lot of can-get-it-done guys, but star power? I mean, Buster Posey was a big star, but, I mean, there weren't kids lining up saying, I got to get into this ballpark to watch Buster Posey catch today.
And you may very well be right. That may be exactly what it is, because I don't have a working theory that makes complete sense to me, but all the anecdotal evidence suggests that it might be star power. It might be people are not going to pay prime prices to see Mike Yastrzemski.
And Mike Yastrzemski's a good baseball player.
Yeah, but
his grandpa still had the bigger name.
Well, yeah, there's a better chance that Carl will stay in the Hall of Fame than Mike will get in.
Probably. It'd be a shocker.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are any number of reasons why this might be true, and each one of them has a certain level of validity.
Can I throw one more at you?
Sure, why not?
By the way, let's do this real quick, Sterling. Are you ready to push the button? Welcome, everyone, just a couple of minutes early to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
I'll tell you what, every now and then someone in the audience makes me think we got a smart audience, or at least an audience that thinks a little like me, which I don't know if that qualifies you as a smart audience, but at least we're on the same page. Because from the Comcast Business text line, the question is, do you think that the platooning makes players hesitant? I do. I do think so. Just a little. And the Giants are as an extreme example of platooning as you will find in all of Major League Baseball. And if players are afraid to come to that ballpark because they think it will dwarf their numbers, well, there's no ballpark that will dwarf your numbers more than the 150 fewer at-bats that you got with Team A as you would have had with Team B. I mean, at some point, everybody's getting paid, and then you forget about what you're getting paid because you're all getting paid well. So now it's how much do you want to play for some of these guys? And if you're a San Francisco Giant, you might not be playing as much as you want to. Of all the teams, I don't know if you knew this, Ray. I saw this one today. This kind of blew me away. Of all the teams in Major League Baseball in 2021, the Giants were the only team to not have a player appear in 140 games. Would you like to guess who the Giants' games played team leader was last year? You have 3 seconds.
I couldn't begin to... Well, Crawford.
Wrong. He finished 1 game behind the 2 guys who broke the tape together. Crawford played 138. We just talked about him. Mike Yastrzemski and Wilmer Flores each played 139. So nobody played 140. The Giants were one of 3 teams with only 2 players to reach 500 plate appearances for their team last year. Crawford did lead them in that category with 549. And look, the daily mixing and matching, what did it get Gabe Kapler? Got him one of the best offenses in the game. They ranked 2nd in the National League in runs, 1st in OPS and OPS plus. I mean, they had a really, really good year with not much star power, with not the, you pencil that guy in for 550, 600 at-bats. No one got 600 at-bats. Nobody even got 140 games. Maybe that is a philosophy that is drifting into the choices the players are making about not coming to the Giants. They don't want to be platooned, and it's pretty obvious that that's kind of what Farhan wants to do. Like, I know, Ray, and I'm not trying to pick on your operating theory that at some point he would like to just have 9 guys that he plugs in and plays like baseball used to be every day. I don't know if that's the case. I think that this guy is officially, Farhan and Scott Harris, convinced that they can get a better at-bat out of the right matchup than a $30 million a year player. And they might not be wrong.
They might not be wrong, but if what you cite about the Warriors drawing because they have star power, then Farhan is entertaining his baseball mechanics at the risk of his, attendance. And the truth is, at some point, attendance, whether it's represented in people in the ballpark or people watching at home, that matters. Because even if you don't think that baseball attendance matters as much, the regional sports networks who pay for the rights to air those games, they want better ratings than the Giants have been getting the last couple of years. So I don't know. I mean, the fact is, if Farhan was willing to go after Trevor Story's not platooning. If they had signed Bryce Harper's not platooning. They're platooning by necessity, not because they love doing it. I mean, unless Farhan believes he can continue to do this forever and ever, which to me is madness, I think at some point you have to have guys who can play 145 games a year.
I think as soon as you can show Farhan that this guy over here hits 100 points better than even Bryce Harper does against lefties, they're going to want to go with that guy.
Maybe they will. I'm not claiming I know anything more about this than you. I just think that it's self-defeating because the more decisions you make, the better the chance that you'll make a poor one. And if you keep churning out decision after decision after decision, eventually you'll hit the cold streak. In 1987, Roger Craig was a genius. In 1989, he was a genius. In 1990, everything he did went wrong because he kept doing things. And at some point, you need a stable roster and a stable lineup and guys who know what they're doing every day. And I just think that short term that's worked for them, but long term, unless they are planning to be a middle of the road budget team from now until forever, then they'll keep doing this. And if they need stars to draw, all their stars are gone. They're gone.
And maybe they believe that their next crop of stars is in the minor leagues right now. It's going to happen. Success officially arrived a year too early. That's all in play happening too, I really think. How about this, though? So one of the reasons why the Giants don't pay mega bucks for an all-star outfielder, I mean, somebody earlier on the text line said, wait, why don't you just give Nick Castellanos 3 years, $75 million, blow him away, give him a can't say no to it offer. Well, he's signed with the Phillies, so don't even worry about it. That's number one. There's a reason. But number two, I agree. Why not just give somebody a blow-it-away offer? Well, because a 29-year-old Jock Peterson is a career 832 OPS against right-handed hitters. Austin Slater, a career 853 OPS against left-handed hitters. You know what they make together? All-star level production. All-star level production for a whole lot less than $30 million a year. And that, it's not costing you $25-30 million for a guy who is definitively easy to point at statistically an inferior hitter from one side of the plate, as opposed to the other guy whose name isn't as big and whose contract isn't as big, but he's been smoking against his splits. And I just think the Giants want to play their splits as much as any team in baseball. Jock Peterson plus Austin Slater is Jacques Slater, the Giants' nameless two-headed all-star. That's what they're hoping for. And they're hoping for it at like 3-4 different positions.
Well, I mean, look, it's worked so far. So
it is. I mean, that's the thing. It's hard.
It's worked so far at a time when, if attendance and ratings and attention matter, they're not succeeding. So the question becomes a philosophical one. If you can win spending $50 million less a year, is that better if the cost that comes on the other end is that people aren't as interested? That's a philosophical choice that so far they've been making. But, does
You'd
anybody
have an awful lot of evidence to suggest no, right? Like, look at the success that the A's have legitimately had, and people have just completely ignored them and turned their back on the entire franchise. The Tampa Bay Rays are what the A's wish they were, and they were just floating hey, can we have dual citizenship? We'll play half our year in Montreal because maybe they'd be interested in us because no one in Tampa is.
Well, there are two differences that make the A's not the same as the Giants, and they're the same one. It's just,
I said Tampa.
No. I'm sorry. No,
okay.
But you were comparing them to the Giants. The A's have a ballpark in a city that they've been aggressively trying to leave for 20 years now. I mean, just to the point where people have finally decided, I don't care what your ball team's like.
Yeah, I'm good.
You've told us you hate us. Fine. Hate us in silence. And Tampa has done the same thing. It's just when you tell people often enough, you guys aren't enough for us, they'll just say, okay, then I'll find something else to do. The Giants have never done that. They've sold the ballpark like it was the Taj Mahal, and they marketed about as well as any team could for a long time. But those same marketing tricks don't seem to be working anymore. And maybe you're right. Maybe all it is COVID. But then you should see a bounce back this year. There should be 35,000 in the ballpark every night because of last year. Because it takes a long time to get people interested in going to the ballpark, and it takes a long time to get them out of the habit too. So presumably, if winning baseball is the lure, we'll see it at the gate, and we'll see it in their ratings at NBC.
You'd think. Yeah. You would think. I'll also just tell you this right now. 20% of everyone you know ain't coming back. We just went through a psychologically damaging 607-day period that people will mark as one of the worst of their entire lives. And by the way, there's another, not to get all like sky is falling on you here, but there is a doctor who I've followed who has predicted every single inch of COVID accurately. And he says we're about 3 weeks away from another explosion.
Yeah. Oh, no, the BA2?
Yes.
Yeah, it's already spiking in Europe.
Yep. And
we could be looking at what we saw 2 years ago again.
I mean, I don't even know if we would have the discipline to do that again. I just think we're going to go and pie fight our way through this whole thing eventually. Now, I don't think people are willing to slow down or give back or even help or be conscientious anymore. It's protect yourself the best you can, do what you believe is right, and cross your fingers and good luck, everybody.
Well, P.T. Barnum said it. You never go broke underestimating the American public. There are a lot of people who are going to say, nope, I think I'd rather be a dumbass. And yeah, that's certainly a factor.
So this summer might not be the, hey, just forget about our dance your cares away, worries for another day. We'll see you at Fraggle Rock.
Well, they're doing stories now about, the big spike in Florida because it's spring break. They're waiting for that one to happen. The era of the super spreader event is not yet over. But I think you may be right. It may be simply a matter of, I don't care. I'm not bothering anymore. I've done my mask.
And there are going to be some people who just say straight up, I'm not going back out. I just don't feel safe. Like ever, they're going to be, what's the opposite of agoraphobic? Agoraphobic is afraid to leave the house. So that's it. Agoraphobia is about to spread through the nation.
Or people will leave the house, but they'll be fully masked and they'll get another round of boosters because that's the only way you can beat this thing. I mean, but I think your doctor pal is on it.
So good luck, everyone. Seriously, good luck to all of us.
Abandon all hope, kids.
Nah, don't do that quite yet. But just if you think you're done reading the book, people who are smarter and better readers than us are saying we're still not even in the last third of the book. I know you'd think you're about to finish and go on to volume 2. Not quite. So, yeah. Thank you, Ray, for cackling like an evil madman. We have Eric Musselman joining us in our 5 o'clock hour. He's coming to Chase Center with his Arkansas Razorbacks. I mean, if he were still the head coach of the Warriors, he'd be in there, but he's not. That's Steve Kerr, who is not too happy with the way the Warriors game ended the other night. We will come back to that, back to Draymond, and get into some of the NFL news of the day. It's quarterbacks are basically on a lazy Susan, and every single week we just give that sucker a spin, and we'll see who flies into a new uniform via centrifugal force. By the way, no one has spun the top or the bottle for our handsome prince, Jimmy Garoppolo. Not yet. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield and, of course, by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Spring into action at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Stop by our garden centers for first-of-the-season veggies and annuals. Then bag a deal on soils, mixes, and mulches from brands.
Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So when Deshaun Watson told the Texans, "Get me to Cleveland," he set off a chain of events that is still rippling today. Today, Matt Ryan has been traded to the Colts. The Falcons are a mess, so what they do, they go out, they sign Marcus Mariota to take the vacancy left by Matt Ryan. Baker Mayfield, who is out and a lot of people thought would be heading to Indianapolis, is still looking for a gig. Jimmy Garoppolo's still looking for a gig. We know that Carolina's open. We know that Seattle's open. We know that Houston is open, but this is a dwindling game of musical chairs, and sticking and staying on Jimmy until somebody gets desperate with an injury might now be the sweet spot to find the value. I don't even know if they've been offered anything legitimately for Jimmy Garoppolo by any team. It hasn't leaked. It hasn't come out, so we do not know. But what we got is a volatile, like Ray, by the day, there's a new quarterback with a new uniform. It's really been an interesting 2-3 weeks for the NFL, just from a quarterbacking standpoint.
Oh, no, it's been madness. And nothing defines it more than Deshaun Watson. I mean, it was already weird when Brady retired and then unretired. Then it got weird when Aaron Rodgers decided to come back to a place he said he couldn't stand and then lost his favorite wide receiver. And then you talk about all the flotsam and jetsam that happened after that. Carson Wentz goes here. Matt Ryan goes there.
Russell Wilson.
I mean, you forget him.
Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, you forget Russell Westbrook
Kurt
and
Russell.
Russell Wilson. Yeah. But Deshaun Watson was the proof, if proof were needed, that NFL teams will now literally do anything to get a quarterback. I mean, and maybe it was the Matt Stafford deal that convinced everybody you do whatever you have to do to get one. It doesn't matter what assets you're holding on to. But the Rams got a parade. And it wasn't just because Matthew Stafford became a Ram, but it surely didn't hurt. And I think that's fueled this market more than anything else. It's that they're all looking for the latest trend to imitate, and they're all shoving it in with both hands. I mean, but the Watson thing was so bizarre because he didn't want to go to Cleveland, and he didn't want to go to Cleveland, and he didn't want to go to Cleveland. Then all of a sudden, we'll give you more money than any quarterback's ever had, and we'll guarantee every dime of it.
All right, then.
OHIO.
Well, here's the crazy thing. If it was only the guaranteed dollars that brought him to Cleveland, it's the rare time where the dollars did indeed steer you to the better actual team. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the Browns are a well-run organization. Just from a roster standpoint, I'd rather be a Brown than a Texan where he was, whatever the other options really wore out there for him. It was Atlanta. That is a belly-up roster as it goes right now. New Orleans, not belly-up, but not as good and as deep as not as good as in deep as Cleveland. Cleveland comes with an offensive line, a defense ready to go, and a real running game.
But the thing is, I don't know that Jimmy Haslam did this deal with football in mind. He just knew, I don't like my quarterback, and that's the best one, and I will pay whatever has to be paid. I'm not negotiating. I'm literally going to prostrate myself in front of him. Please walk on my head, stand on my throat, take my wallet, take my wife's purse. I don't care. Because that's a deal that wasn't negotiated. That was, here's a pile of money. I'm going to give you a snow shovel. You shovel money until your arms get tired. And every dollar you shovel is yours.
It's the most benevolent offer you can't refuse in the history of offers you couldn't refuse. Normally that comes with a threat. This was just it's impossible to say no to infinity dollars.
Yeah, it's the third superstar contract that an NBA player gets. That's what it is. I mean, and the way they structured it, in which he gets paid almost nothing this coming year in case the NFL suspends him. And I've rethought some things about that since we talked on Friday. But not to digress. They did it in such a way that they absolutely minimize the financial hit he takes. And it's not devious because everybody saw the contract, but it's such a weaselly way to do it. It's Jimmy Haslam saying, flat out, the owner of the Browns, tell me what you want and tell me how you want it. If you want, we'll play you for free this year. We'll pay you $1. So if you get suspended for 8 games, you can mail a check for $8 to the NFL. And it's that level of cynicism that makes that deal stand out as the most contemptible of them all.
And by the way, I remember we're talking about precedent. No one wants to set this precedent. Kirk Cousins got a fully guaranteed deal to go to Minneapolis in the first place.
Yeah, but he didn't do it. It wasn't structured the way that this one is.
No,
which
and
is basically trying to beat the NFL at its own weak disciplinary game. And you can't really suspend him in year 4.
No. It's the most, on its surface, cutthroat business the NFL has ever done.
Yeah, and in some ways, Jimmy Haslam did it to the NFL. Because he said, not only am I going to take this guy and not give a damn what you do with him for the first year, I'm going to structure his deal in something that he doesn't have to give a damn about it either. Which means that Roger Goodell now looks like a fool and an inert fool and a weakling. And there's going to have to be some creative way that they make this hurt.
The man who
suspend him, because not letting him play is clearly insufficient.
The man who owns the Flying J Travel Plaza doesn't give a flying F about what anyone thinks of this contract.
Yeah, and look, he's got a history of being slimy in that business too.
Mega slimy history.
You know, it's what you get. It's what the NFL gets, because it's the same thing that the Premier League got when they started dealing with Russian oligarchs and Saudi princes. They're now no longer in control of their own operation because billionaires win every time.
888-957-9570. We normally don't take complaints, but apparently we have someone calling in from the complaint department. This is Dave in Fresno. Dave, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, D. Bruce. Love your show. But I'm here to hopefully claim an apology from you and others like you on this same radio station. I've been calling for years now. Even after wins, I was critical of Jimmy Garoppolo. And what you people like you would say, if the Niners win with Jimmy G, look at the record, 31-14, he's a great leader, yada, 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 all this stuff that means nothing about his ability. So now that the rubber is meeting the road, they can't give this guy away. And don't give me the shoulder. I don't want to hear that. Because there are plenty of guys, J.J. Watt, Jameis Winston is coming off an ACL injury. He has a new team.
Right, well, hold on. And I'm not going to cut you off here, Dave. I'm not going to hang up on you, but I will say that the shoulder injury cannot be dismissed. And J.J. Watt doesn't throw a football. And you don't throw a football with your leg. You know, so for Jameis Winston to have ACL, that's a totally different situation than a shoulder surgery for a quarterback who's got an injury history that includes a torn ACL of his own. So, you know, continue. We want you to continue, Dave, but you're coming to a conclusion that you don't like what we've reached here. Floor is back to you. What do you got?
Okay. And that's fair enough, Pete Bruce. That is fair that you bring that up, and you're right. It's the throwing. I get all that. But my point is, if he is everything that you and people like you have been saying for years now, that all these characteristics that you know that any team would want, injury, shoulder injury or not, he should be a harder commodity. And I've been saying, and I always get criticized even after a win. Hey, why are you being so tough on this guy? Because if you just watch the game, he's average, and he's been average, and that's why he's not traded. It has nothing to do with nothing else about no Baker Mayfield, about Deshaun Watson. It has nothing.
Well, those guys are options. I mean, there are other options that are probably better options for team evaluating what they're going to go forward with a quarterback than Jimmy, because Jimmy, like you said, he has an impressive quarterbacking win-loss record, but we all agree that a quarterbacking win-loss should not be a quarterback-only stat, but for him it is. And we use it, you know, to paint him in the most positive light possible. What we really have here, more than anything else, and Dave, thank you for calling. I'm glad that we can have a disagreement in a completely civil, we both part as friends way. Thank you for listening, Dave in Fresno. I hear you call in. I know what a great fan and listener you are. Jimmy Garoppolo, just to put it in as clear business terms as possible right now, is a depreciating asset in a receding market. I mean, if that's what it is, he's a depreciating asset in a receding market. There are fewer teams interested just by process of elimination, and you still don't know what he is going to be available to do for you. And what you also know is that, here's the deal. Ray, forget about what we say. You and I are irrelevant to all sports conversation. It's the truth. It's a truth. We talk a good game, but we do not matter. Other NFL head coaches do. Other NFL offensive coordinators and quarterback coaches, they do matter. Every single one of those guys worships at the altar of Kyle Shanahan. They, not us, forget us, forget what we say, forget what you as a fan feel. In the circle of NFL coaching, Kyle Shanahan is an offensive titan. Every single team genuflects towards Kyle Shanahan's offensive acumen. All of them. Not some of them. All of them. On that alone, no one can look at Jimmy Garoppolo and say, I can get more out of him than Kyle Shanahan did. That's another reason why Jimmy doesn't look as good to other teams. He's more valuable to the 49ers right now than he is to another team. And other coaches, I think, are afraid to take up the burden of getting the most out of Jimmy Garoppolo when Kyle Shanahan has said, I can't get any more out. I think that that's part of it too.
I'm not convinced of that only because...
It was my idea.
No, don't be an ass. No, I think the surgery is basically the prime motivator because Jimmy Garoppolo is a more desirable quarterback than Carson Wentz. And Carson Wentz quickly. He went quickly.
He did.
Jesus, that's poor.
I
honestly believe that this is not a depreciating asset. It's an asset that will become incredibly important when the first injury happens. And I think...
So he will appreciate.
I think he will. I think he is depreciated now because he can't do the thing quarterbacks do. But I think the plan is that somebody is going to either fail in training camp or get hurt in training camp.
Always happens.
And it does always happen. And the 49ers are sitting there, not because they're smarter than everybody else. I mean, they would have preferred that he not need surgery, but it wasn't their choice. It was his. And the fact is, doctors, including theirs, said, yeah, he probably needs this. So it was more bad luck than it was anything else. I mean, this is not some sort of Machiavellian move of genius by Kyle Shanahan and Parag Marathe. They would have preferred he was available to move if they were intending to move him. But there's no market for him right now.
What I think that is another thing that is in play in this entire tale of Jimmy Garoppolo is, well, at some point the Niners are just going to have to cut him then because you can't have him and Trey in the quarterbacking room together at this point in Trey's career, and there's an awful lot of football reality that speaks to that being a reality. I mean, you just don't have the incumbent sitting on top of your new guy's shoulder looking over it at all times. It's a funny way to set up success. It's a great way to divide a locker room. It's something coaches avoid doing. You have a clear, this is the man, this is the other man. You can't have it, well, he's still here, so he's still the man, but we think that this guy's the other man, so we're going to have him battle for who's really the man. No. As toxic as that situation does look on paper and has been historically throughout football, I really do believe that if they had to start like off-season training camp and if they had to approach next year, not start the year, but approach next year with both these guys still on the roster, Jimmy is enough of a professional to make it happen as smoothly as something like that possibly could. I really do. Jimmy Garoppolo, what he isn't in arm strength or accuracy, he is in professionalism. You have to give him that.
Yeah, that's not, to me, that's never been an issue. I mean, the 49ers, didn't keep him last year because they felt some sort of kinship with him. He was the better quarterback last year. They said that over and over again by the way they used Trey Lance. They didn't use him in almost any games. They used Garoppolo. Even when they were 3-5, Garoppolo was a quarterback, period. And there was no point at which Kyle Shanahan deviated from that. Not because he loves Jimmy Garoppolo, but because he made the pragmatic coaching decision that they had a better chance to win with him than they did with the other guy. Pure and simple. They didn't have to rush the future. They were only playing for the 2021 season. 2022 and after that will happen soon enough. But they made the choice they made fully cognizant of why they were making it. And it's just no more complicated than that. Now they're looking at him not only as somebody they'd like to move, but they'd like to move given that, there's another surgery on him, and they can't do it right now. So once again, people have to wait to be able to dance on his grave. That's why people are frustrated. They want this to be done because they want it to be done. And the 49ers have decided it's going to get done on our timeline. And if they have to keep him, which I can't see that being the case. If they have to keep him, he will, maybe he wins the job. I don't know. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has shown that he is not going to give the job to Trey Lance unless he's sure he's ready to have it. So maybe this training camp is really very important for him. Because if September 10th happens and Garoppolo's the starter, 49ers have a long-term problem.
Well, I mean, and look, for the sake of everyone's reputation, Trey Lance better be in a walking boot if that were to really happen. A couple things here on the Comcast business text line that are worth exploring. From the 415, get any more out of him. I think Jimmy's gotten worse over the years. He doesn't even look like a smarter quarterback over the years, and Shanahan had to water down the playbook more than any other year. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, to watch Jimmy Garoppolo regress in just the how he played, if you don't like it from a statistical standpoint and with your own naked eye, the whole point is that's as much as Kyle could get out of him. And Kyle knows more about this than just about anybody else. So if that's the best Kyle can do, why would I think I could go in there and do better? There's that. Another thing here, it says Dave from Fresno doesn't know Jack Damon. He says that you stuck up for Jimmy. You're the biggest Jimmy hater ever. No, I'm not. I am not.
You're seventh.
I am not.
I looked at the ratings.
Thank you. Here's what I am. I'm a realist. And if you listen to this show for like 1 week and then you took a vacation, you came back another week, you probably thought that I was an overreactionary total douche. Because 1 week we'd be talking about how, well, that really worked, that was really good. And then the next week it would be a disaster. Jimmy made everybody schizophrenic around this building. Everybody. He messed with everyone's head. There were mixed messages and mixed results coming in at all times. 1 week, handsome prince. Next week, you're kissing a frog. That's the way it was. He drove everybody a little bonkers. We all went a little nuts watching him. Fans went nuts. I'm sure coaches went nuts. I bet you players went nuts. Subway went nuts. They gave him a commercial. You see that? Jimmy Garoppolo's got a Subway commercial. Good for him.
Yeah, everybody gets one now.
What would be on your sandwich, Ray?
Oh, nothing they're selling.
Look, it is just it's a situation where, hey, maybe the 49ers overplayed their hand. Maybe they were too patient waiting they let a couple of really good offers pass them while the perfect offer never showed up at the train platform. Maybe a couple good offers never even really showed up. Again, I challenge anyone, please send to me, use Twitter, use the station's email account, send it to the text line. Go ahead. Go ahead. Send me the confirmed, credible NFL journalist with details of an offer the 49ers turned down for Jimmy Garoppolo. Find me that. Find me the rumor. I bet you can't, because it hasn't broken. So we can say, yeah, they overplayed their hand. They waited too long. Maybe they haven't waited at all. Maybe negotiations haven't even really opened up with anyone. And honestly, if I were another NFL team, I would explore all the options that I had at my disposal before I said, all right, let's give Garoppolo a crack at it. He's a bridge guy, but he leaves you so in the middle. But look at it, he went to the NFC title game and then the Super Bowl, and the whole team did that. Unless you're bringing in the entire team, you're not just bringing in the guy who unlocked that. It's a crazy situation, man. It's a crazy situation that the Niners gave up on in real time, and now that it's time to move him, they either have not or cannot.
And I think it's far more likely that they cannot. Yet.
Shoulders matter.
Yeah.
To quarterbacks.
Exactly. I mean,
we're on to something.
Yeah, I don't think, and truthfully, if somebody had made a deal for him and then given him the routine physical, they would have said, we're not going through with this. I mean, you can't hide that kind of an injury from other teams. There's no swindling people ahead of time. He needed surgery. That's the deal. And arguing about what he is or what he isn't or what he was or what he wasn't is now pointless. It's as pointless as you and I.
Nothing is as pointless as this. Again, somebody just sent me a link on the text line saying Jimmy Garoppolo trade rumors. 49ers have been offered 2 second-round picks for veteran quarterback per report. So
Who reported it?
Yeah. I retweeted that earlier today. And I immediately regretted it because it came from who's on the report? Who do we have? According to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, San Francisco general manager John Lynch is telling interested teams that they have had an offer for 2 second-round picks for Garoppolo on the table. As for the team that has made the reported offer, it's likely either the Colts, the Saints, or the... Here's the thing. Show me the other team, not someone saying that John Lynch says he has. Show me the other team has approached Niners story. Of course the Niners are trying to drum up interest by telling you, it's the same thing as a used car salesman. Like, yeah, you can buy this car right here, but I got a guy coming back at 7 o'clock tonight who's definitely going to buy it. So if you want it, you better drive this sucker off the lot right now. We'll be back with more of this. And Eric Musselman, who's joining us at 5 o'clock. He's the head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks, who are coming to Chase Center. Chalk is talking. The top 4 seeds have reached Chase Center. On that side of the bracket, Eric Musselman, longtime Bay Area guy, former coach of the Golden State Warriors, dare I say even friend of the program, is going to be joining us a little bit later on. He has actually confessed to having listened to this program at one point in time. So,
lunatic. Bless
his heart. We have more for you today. Don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Dub Nation, this is JP here.
Poole straightens up another 3, and he is red hot right now. He can feel it.
You are dialed into the home.
BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome, welcome. We got Eric Musselman joining us in about 10 minutes. Head coach, Woo Pig Suey.
You're not going to do that, are you?
No, you're going to do it. We're going to make him real comfortable, Ray.
No, I'm not doing that.
I even got a little pig snout for you to put on during the interview and everything.
I already have one, and I don't need a second.
Look, it was a weekend where so much happened, okay? We had the NCAA tournament, which is just one of my favorite sporting events of all time, and we'll get into it with Eric Musselman at the top of the hour. You had that brutal Warriors home loss that was a little bit of a self-inflicted wound thanks to Draymond's ejection and some questionable calls at the end of that game with rebounds that got turned into fouls that weren't fouls at any other point in the game until they went to shoot those free throws, and then it was another. I mean, it was a disaster at the end of the game. Steve Kerr, none too pleased at the end of that one.
I thought the two fouls at the end were bizarre fouls. I was watching the play when Wiggs got fouled. I guess they called a foul on Pirtle. I was shocked by that one, and then I was shocked by the one on the rebound. I don't know how those calls can be made. To call fouls in that situation, both of them, one that went for us, one that went against us. I don't understand. I don't understand how we can decide the game based on plays that have nothing to do with the game. The players are supposed to decide the game, and Wiggs had the ball, and it's up to him to create a little space and get it out of traffic and get somebody a game-winning look. And then on the last one, there's a scramble for the ball. I got everybody in the locker room after the game is telling me they have no idea why Looney got called for the foul. They got tangled up. This is how every play goes. So more than anything, the finish, to me, I was shocked at the two foul calls.
I don't disagree with him. They were kind of, wow, can't believe there's a whistle right there in those moments. But he's talking also, we got to let players decide this game. Well, one of yours did, Steve. Draymond Green decided that game when he decided he couldn't stop clapping in adults and officials' faces and just had to keep on running his mouth more than he needed to run from baseline to baseline in a basketball game. And he got ejected on a night where he's got to be out there. I remember last week, Ray, we were talking about like any positives in the Curry injury, and the answer is an overwhelming, of course there aren't any positives in the Steph Curry injury, but it will create opportunity. First opportunity, Jordan Poole. Go be the man. Go get your 30 shots. Go get it up, kid. If not you, who? So it's you and Klay Thompson. You're the new substitute splash brother, and your name is Poole. Perfect. Go do it. And we also talked about Draymond and his importance with Steph Curry's injury exploded. He's now got to be much more than the right pass on offense. He needs to finish whenever there is an opening for him to finish in. He's got to make all the right defensive choices. He's got to box out. He's got to be, true north on the defensive compass. You can't be any direction on the compass when your compass is in the locker room. And that's where Draymond ended up. And that just can't happen.
And yet it did.
It did. Again and again. What we have here is a pattern of immaturity from a player who we all agree has an A-plus basketball IQ, but is a mental midget when it comes to communicating. Not just with all authority figures. All of them. He's got a problem with Bob Myers. He's got a problem with Steve Kerr. Eventually, he's going to have a problem with Colin Cowherd on the Volume Podcast Network. You watch that happen. He's got a problem with Kevin Durant. He's got a problem with, I'm sure he's had problems with Klay Thompson and Steph Curry that we don't even know about. I mean, the guy is constantly going out of his way to let everyone know how comfortable he is rubbing the world the wrong way. And the NBA officials are going to rub back. And he's got to be better. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, he's a really good player. He's got it's not just an area in which to improve. It's the single simplest area in which to improve. All you got to do is not break down like a child and have a tantrum every single time there's a foul, even the bad ones.
Oh, well, it's also knowing who you're having the tantrum with. But most of it is he needs a second to sort of click in the governor in his head, which is this a fight worth having or not? Last night, it was not a fight worth having.
He has all battles. There is no pick your battles with Draymond. He wants to take on all comers at all times.
No, but he always sort of backs away once he realizes what the stakes are. The problem is right now, when you deal with an official, the stakes are immediate. There's no taking it back. And, it's not like, he's surrounded by veteran officials who sort of know him and can, okay, that's just him being him. I'll talk to him. This is a whole new roster of NBA officials. They're all younger and younger officials, almost to a person, are trying to show that they can't be shoved around. Steve Javie, who was one of the best officials in basketball, his first 5 years, he was considered a complete red ass. He would tee you if you looked sideways at him. And it took years to break that reputation. But it kept him in the league. So other people look at that and go, well, that's what I got. I got to show I'm not going to get intimidated out of this league. Because players will do that if you give them the chance. And you have to bite back. And it's up to Draymond Green and other veterans not only to know who are the ones you can snap back at and who are the ones you leave alone. It's his job to pass that down to the Jordan Pooles and the Jonathan Kumingas and the next generation of guys. That's a guy you don't screw with him. All right? You got a bad call, make a face, move on.
Look,
he's supposed to deliver those messages, right, not be the object of them.
Look, he will be a leader in a lot of ways for the Warriors, but when he can't be in charge of bathroom passes because he pees in the corner of the classroom every time. He just
I don't think that's a bad thing.
No, it is. It is definitely a bad thing. And you take what you get with Draymond Green, and you know what you're going to get, and then this is part of the package. It's wrong. It's just wrong. You're old enough to be better. So get better in this department. How about this? Hey, Draymond, you care about cash, right? How about this? What if every single time you got teched twice and ejected, you were fined by Joe Lacob $1 million? Do you think he'd ever get thrown out of a game again?
Probably, yeah.
I don't.
Oh, I do.
Because here's the thing: the whole I can't control myself. Let me back to hold me back. If you're the hold me back guy, you're the never threw a punch guy.
No, but I think he snaps before he realizes that he snapped because he does it.
How do we get
situations.
his attention? How do we get his attention? Because NBA rings weren't enough.
This is the risk you run.
He's a maniacal malcontent, and he cannot improve. Even though he didn't know how to play basketball when he was a little boy, he somehow learned how to play basketball and improved to the point where he's an NBA player. But he can't improve on this? Come on, man.
How many years have we been having this conversation? How many years has this conversation gone on?
Here's the thing. It can go on for several years, and there will be games when it doesn't matter. Dre, you want to get run. Yeah. Last night wasn't one of them.
No, I'm not, and I'm not defending him. Don't get me wrong. But he's got 140 technicals. He's in the top 20 all time, and he's still got 5 years left in his career. He's gonna get to 200, which is a staggering. That's the kind of number that you associate with Rasheed Wallace. And I think it's 11 years. And we're still discussing this, that tells me that this is kind of who he is. And I don't know that $1 million from Joe Lacob would have prevented him from snapping at Merritt Kogut last night. He'd have done it, and then he'd have written the check.
I don't think he's coming off a mill. It ain't no skin off my back. I don't know if he's there.
Then if that would be it, then he's capable of stopping himself for a lot less. I think he does it because he does it. I think it's the one hole in his game.
It's a massive blind spot in his game.
Okay, and I'm not arguing that, but it's a hole in his game. And if there was a way to seal that up, don't you think it would have been tried by now?
I'm not privy to whatever private coaching has been done, but I can tell you that kid gloves handling of Draymond Green, I think, is part of the problem.
It might be. It might be, but I don't know what you do because I know that it's against the CBA to fine a guy $1 million.
Of course, that was okay, a ludicrous.
But no. I'm getting what you're saying. But if money's not going to do it, what is?
Well, what's your motivator? How about winning an NBA championship? It wasn't enough then.
I don't think there is a motivator. I think this is who he is. I mean,
would you almost wager that sports don't build character; they reveal it?
Nah, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. No, it's not a question of character. It's a question of temper. I mean, I don't think this makes Draymond Green a bad
How you
human
control
being.
your temper is a huge part of your character.
I drink.
Well, so you have a control.
Yes, I'm also a raging alcoholic.
But you have a control.
Yeah, but so what's his? He can't go to the scorer's table and have a belt.
That would be great.
It would be. Oh,
if
God.
you went over there and they had like pre-mixed cocktails and you could just like kind of whiskey barrel it off of a St. Bernard.
Oh no, straight shots. You don't cute those up. Nobody ever ordered a Rob Roy in a Western movie. You go up there and line them up, pal. No, I
like a Rob Roy.
What?
I like a Rob Roy.
Well, yeah, but you don't get technicals. You don't need to calm down with a Rob Roy. You just like the taste of them.
I do.
I'm just saying you don't go and order a mixed drink to try to talk your way out of a technical.
Whiskey. By the way, welcome everybody to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Comcast Business text line says this is why we need Iguodala back on the team. Yeah, I mean, he is probably more representative of an actual human governor on Draymond Green than anyone else could be. Maybe this is where David West held the team together at times. I don't know. But look, as we await Eric Musselman, who should be joining us coming up here soon, we just need to let you know if you were working hard all day today and you didn't have a chance to pay attention to sports or check out your social media very often, the quarterback Lazy Susan spun. And a whole bunch of dudes were thrown off of it thanks to centrifugal force. This first bit of centrifugal force to hit was obviously Deshaun Watson going to the Cleveland Browns. That made Baker Mayfield all upset. So now Baker Mayfield wants out. Well, now all of a sudden, Deshaun Watson, who might have gone to New Orleans, might have gone to Atlanta, Atlanta's caught in this. Yeah, we were flirting with someone else, Matt Ryan. We're not really sure what to do with the end of your career. Well, they figured that out today. Matt Ryan traded to the Colts for a 2022 third-round pick. So because of that, the Falcons then went out and signed Marcus Mariota. The Seahawks are what? Going to take a look at Baker Mayfield now? He might be their best option. Obviously, Jimmy to Seattle feels like that's got very long odds on that ever happening. Right now, in the AFC, your quarterbacks are Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Deshaun Watson, Russell Westbrook, Derek Carr, Lamar Jackson. The Patriots love Mac Jones. The Titans really like Ryan Tannehill, who might be the worst of the bunch, but you can now add Matt Ryan, who obviously isn't who he used to be, but is still good and is, I think, going to look an awful lot like a real quarterback running an offense on a real team in Indianapolis. We'll get back to all of this. They're going to be opening up the doors Thursday night at Chase Center, and we got ourselves nothing but the chalk coming to Chase. Number 1, Gonzaga. Number 2, Duke. Number 3, Texas Tech. And number 4, Arkansas. The top 4 seeds show up in San Francisco. And if you're going to show up to play a game in San Francisco, why not show up with Eric Musselman, who we love here in the Bay Area, who's actually admitted to listening to the show once or twice. Woo pig suey, baby. Here come the Razorbacks with a guy who I wanted to take the Indiana job several years ago. But it's working out in Arkansas. Eric Musselman, welcome. It's great to have you on Damon and Ratto. Congratulations on reaching the Sweet 16.
Thanks so much, Damon. It's great to join you and Ray, and we can't wait to get on this plane tomorrow morning and head back to the Bay. And our team's excited about the challenge of playing Gonzaga, and we've had a great last month and a half to the season, and just want to continue to try to get another win and survive so we can stay in the Bay and play in San Francisco on Saturday as well.
Okay, I'm curious. When was the last time you won a game in which you shot 27%?
I think you know the answer to that, Ray. Probably never, right?
Well, I know you've only shot that poorly one other time while you were at Arkansas, and that was when you lost to Missouri a couple of years ago. But that must have been sort of a coach's nightmare, where you're in it and any basket could pull you away and you can't get any of them.
Yeah, it was one of those games where we still kind of felt comfortable. We were missing shot after shot, but we did an incredible job defensively on New Mexico State. And it was maybe the first time that I felt that our guys looked a little bit tired. Obviously playing a late game on Thursday. We didn't get back to our hotel, you guys, until about 1:30 in the morning. We had a meal, and then we started on our New Mexico State film. So by the time they got up to their rooms, it was so late. And that's the challenge with the TV stuff. The general public and the fans don't understand that there is a element. If another team finishes 2.5 hours before your game, and then by the time you get done with your media stuff, it does have a little bit of an impact. But we played phenomenal defense. We just couldn't score on that particular night, but we're lucky to survive and head to San Francisco.
Eric Musselman, head coach at Arkansas. They just beat New Mexico State to reach the Sweet 16. They'll be tipping off at 4:09 at our time on Thursday. Everyone's going to have to leave work early to get there. I'll tell you, you survived by the skin of your teeth against a Vermont team, which clearly doesn't have a big national following, but when they beat teams, they clobbered them. You win the 4-13 matchup and then are handed a 12 seed because New Mexico State knocked out the 5 seed UConn. Does that give you pause as a coach, or do you start thinking like, oh, that's an easier path, or do you start thinking, oh, my players are going to think that, and that's not good?
No, I think that it's natural. When you play in the SEC, and our schedule towards the end of the year, we beat Kentucky at home, we beat Tennessee at home, we beat Auburn when they were the number one team in the country at home. Then we went to Tennessee. We were 3 points in the first half and ended up really losing on a play that we could have won the game. So when you play all these top teams, and then you get to the tournament and you're watching Vermont, I knew how well coached they were. I knew that they had 2 star players, one that was an MVP of their conference and another that was first team All-League as well as Defensive Player of the Year 2 years prior to that. But it's only human nature when you're watching a team and they might not be as athletic as an SEC team, and then you're watching the game tape and you're seeing the competition maybe that they play or even the gym that they're in. And, a lot of the gyms that the league that Vermont plays in are, they seat 2,000 or 3,000, much different than playing in Rupp Arena and so on. So it adds a challenge to try to get student athletes to really understand how hard a game is going to be in the NCAA tournament. Because last year, on our way to the Elite Eight, Colgate really challenged us. We played Oral Roberts in the Sweet 16. They really challenged us. And so when you get into the NCAA tournament, the reason that there's so much national excitement, especially for the first 2 weeks of the NCAA tournament, it's because of these upsets. And so there's no easy game, and you've got to be at the top of your game or you're not going to win and you're not going to advance. And that's why you see so many upsets, and there is every single year.
You don't have to explain to us how good Gonzaga is, but what is it stylistically about them that makes them as difficult to play as they are? Not the fact they have Holmgren or Timmy or Strother, but what do they do sort of schematically that makes them a difficult team to break down?
Well, I think from a scheme standpoint, Ray, they're one of the fastest teams. For instance, today we showed our team a bunch of made baskets throughout the last 2 weeks of the season that they scored within the first 7 seconds of the shot clock, even after made baskets. So what makes them unique, most of college basketball after a made basket at best will jog the ball up the floor. Their point guard, Nevin Hard, who played at Florida and is a transfer, is as good at receiving deep outlets after a made basket as any point guard in the country, and he's got great size, and then he's willing and likes to throw advanced passes. And then they have great shooters on the wing, Struthers and Bolton. Those guys are doing a great job of playing an NBA style where they run to the corners as fast as possible. And then there's always a rim runner, whether it be, Timmy or Holmgren, and then they have a trail, and both their centers or 4 or 5 men are really good at DHOs, dribble handoffs, and so they have great spacing. They put tremendous amount of pressure on your transition defense. And so you have a decision maker. Are you sending guys back, or do you want to try to get extra possessions on the offensive backboards? And it really puts a premium on your shot selection, because if you take bad shots, which quite frankly, our guys have a lot of offensive freedom, and we do take some bad shots at times, that's almost like a live ball turnover against Gonzaga. So you do have to have high-quality shots and have some semblance of balance in your transition defense.
But you guys do play at a pretty decent pace for college basketball. Do you? I know I don't want you to give away secrets here, but is it better to try to grind the game down to a halt against Gonzaga, or do you try to run with them?
No, I mean, we play who we are, for sure from an offensive standpoint. And I don't have any doubt that we have to do that. And so, we have some guys that are athletic that can get out and run. We have some good finishers. And so for us to just walk the ball up the floor, that would completely take us out of who we are. I'm not saying that we're going to play at the same pace that Gonzaga plays at, but we certainly do want to put pressure on their defense as well. And we just have never been a team that walks the ball up the floor. And so we will try to look to try to score some baskets in transition. But as always, your transition defense is really predicated on you getting defensive stops. And for the last really almost the entire season, we've been really good defensively, but we'll be overly challenged. Our defense will in this particular game.
Eric Musselman, head coach at Arkansas here on 95.7 The Game. Longtime guy from the Bay Area. You know the place like the back of your hand here. So, Drew Timme just had that monster second half against Memphis. He's out there hitting threes, runners, floaters, and a hook game. What do you think your team, if you went kid for kid, have seen less of in their lives? The Golden Gate Bridge or hook shots?
I would say both equally. My guys on my team have seen, neither. So they're in for a new experience tomorrow when we fly in, and then they'll be in for another new experience checking out the old school hook.
Can I ask you?
Shot by Timme and the drop step game. He's got old school footwork, where he'll spin dribble, drop step, pump fake, go the other way. So trying to stay between him and the rim is a really difficult task.
So, I know that you're a guy who you get along great with your team, and you got this family environment around your team. It was like that at Nevada. It's like that certainly at Arkansas. And you're coming out here on a business trip. Like, the only thing that you probably have to do to reach New Orleans is knock out Mark Few and probably Mike Krzyzewski in the last game he ever plays or coaches in. So, you kind of got a long weekend. It's a business trip for you. How do you balance the business trip for you and the school against the fun you actually want your kids to have and the exploration and the awesomeness that is the NCAA tournament? How do you balance it?
Well, we really want them to have fun, and in the Buffalo, site.
Luckily, there's nothing to do there.
You know what, though? We found some stuff to do, and there was a lot of articles written that we turned into Buffalo's team because, we went to Niagara Falls. To my knowledge, nobody else in that region in the tournament took their team there. So we did go do that. That was an hour and a half out of our time. And you know what? It was actually good because it kept me from over-prepping, and it kept me from adding pressure. I mean, we're going to always be prepared, but it was almost like a safeguard for me to allow the team to stay a little bit mentally fresh and to get away from the game, because we do have a lot of film sessions when we're in a hotel room, and I believe they do need the experience of where we are when we go to a different region. And then the next day, I actually went over to the Buffalo Bills. I visited their stadium with our staff. I also went into the practice site and was fortunate enough to have a meeting with Brandon Beane, their general manager, and then Coach Sean McDermott. We got together. We talked philosophy. We spent about an hour and a half there the day before the game on Friday, which was the only off day we had. We played Thursday, off day Friday, and then Saturday had the game. And I thought that was really refreshing. I thought it, again, got myself away from it a little bit. I learned a ton, made 2 new friends, hopefully. I look forward to going to a Bills game this NFL season. So I definitely think that you've got to have those type of experiences for sure with your team.
I was going to ask if any of your players got married when you went to Niagara Falls, but I'm more interested in what you discussed with Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott philosophically, given the fact that the nature of your 2 sports are so radically different.
Well, it was really interesting, Ray. Both of those guys were at our game the night before. So they came, they watched the game. They both have sons, one in high school and the other in junior high, and their sons both play basketball and love basketball. So we were able to kind of talk a lot about the game. And then Sean and I talked a lot about how do you deal with media after a loss, philosophically, playing a younger player versus a vet. There was a lot of conversations, and it kind of just happened organically because we were talking about our game, and I was talking about decision on going to an 8th man as opposed to maybe a tired starter. And I kind of went through some of the philosophies that my dad had about that, or Chuck Daly, and I talked about my relationship with Tom Thibodeau and how Tom Thibodeau will have a shorter rotation. And so it was really good. We got into free agency in their sport as opposed to transfers in our sport. So it was a really, really unique and cool conversation with 2 guys that I had never met before at all. And they had heard I was in their facility touring, and they came down and met, and I thought it might just be, a photo op, and they would go back to their offices. But they were absolutely incredible to spend time, communicate. And Coach McDermott and I, we actually exchanged numbers. And since we've left, I've texted twice with Sean, and then I've also, with Brandon, we've texted back and forth probably 3 or 4 times. So again, it's cool to pick the brains of people in another sport.
Well, I mean it, Coach Muss. You're an easy guy to meet. Some people it's that awkward you meet at the beginning, and for some people it feels like you just meet them in the middle, like you're instantly comfortable talking with each other, and that's why people, I think, really like rooting for you, man. You're an easy guy to root for. Are you upset that other coaches have started taking their shirts off to celebrate their victories? They're ripping you off, man.
David, I'm not mad. You got to stay in shape if you're going to do that stuff. So I'm not mad at all. Like, Calvin Sampson can't do the amount of crunches I do. I know that.
Why would he want to?
Look at it this way. When it comes to Thursday night, here's something I've never said to a coach. I really hope I see your nipples on Thursday night. I really do.
I would love it if there was some way that we could advance. That would be absolutely incredible to try to upset the number 1 seed in this entire tournament.
It would be great to see it happen. In the meantime, boy, your relationship with the Bay Area continues to happen through even your surrogate children. How happy are you to see Moses Moody getting minutes now with the Warriors?
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm so happy. I mean, we had a lot of conversations with people in their front office prior to the draft, and I went really strong in my opinion about Moses and in my opinion about his professionalism. I think the one thing that an NBA team would not know is how professional, how serious a player is. And I told him, I said, hey, when that young man is shooting in a gym with a couple graduate assistants, there's no music being played, there's no laughing going on. He literally, from the day he stepped on campus, his professional approach was incredible. I mean, in the first couple games of non-conference, I thought he really struggled finishing around the rim. So I had a meeting with him, talked to him about jumping off of 2 feet, being a little bit more aggressive and violently attacking the rim a little bit more. The next practice I walked in, he's got 2 graduate assistants with the pads pounding him while he's working on his layups. Now, how many guys that are premier three-point shooters that are freshmen 2 or 3 games into their freshman basketball career have a coach tell them that they need to work on 2-foot jump stops to be better finisher around the rim, and then he goes out and does it without the coaching staff making him do it. And his career, he's got an incredible ceiling. There was no better place for him to get drafted. If he would have gone 3 or 4 spots higher, it would not have benefited him. He's in the perfect spot, playing for the perfect organization, the perfect coach that's got great veterans where he continued to learn professionalism, and their style of play really, really fits Moses Moody as well.
Well, I'll tell you right now, he's carrying himself like he's in his second NBA contract already, so you sent him a good one. It was great to catch up with you. I understand how a million different directions are the directions you're pulled in right now. Thank you for carving out a little time for your hometown. We really appreciate it. We look forward to seeing you coming Thursday night, and boy, we hope you're playing again this weekend. Coach Musselman, we really, really have enjoyed this run so far. Keep on running.
Thanks, Damon. Thanks, Ray. Hopefully we'll get some Bay Area fans calling those hogs. Woo, Big Suey. Appreciate it, guys.
There it is. Eric Musselman, head coach, University of Arkansas, here on 95.7 The Game. Gonzaga, Arkansas, 4:09 tip on Thursday. Number 2, Duke, against number 3, Texas Tech. That's going off at 6:39, so you got an early, almost a happy hour tip-off, Gonzaga and Arkansas, and then a dinner time tip-off between Duke and Texas Tech. And one of the reasons why, ticket prices are just exploding at Chase Center is because the number 1 overall seed, Gonzaga, is here. And by the way, Gonzaga, here's a little something for you, Ray. Do you realize that they're in their 7th straight Sweet 16? The only other programs that have ever gone to 7 straight Sweet 16s are Duke and North Carolina. They are basketball royalty now.
They're not. They stopped being a mid-major about 5 years ago.
Right. They've even almost gone without the titles. They're like the West Coast Villanova.
Yeah, I think that's probably no, they're better than Villanova.
No, they haven't won anything.
Well, no,
Villanova's got
what
two
I'm talking about in terms of national throw weight. When you name the 5 best programs in America, most people who follow college basketball will say without hesitation Gonzaga before they mention Villanova.
You're right about that.
And this is not to slight Villanova, but Gonzaga basically was a team that, could hold its own in the West Coast Conference to the team that owns the conference. Even with St. Mary's, as good as they've been, this is the conference that Gonzaga owns.
Gonzaga is to the WCC as Alabama is to the SEC in football. I mean, that's how much of an iron fist they have over the competition.
They are Duke, and I don't know that there is another big conference of comparison. I mean, Butler used to win the Summit pretty routinely, but Gonzaga has built itself up from a modest place to the point where they are the team that in every preseason poll, most people are going to figure out a way to put them in the top 5 just because of the name on the shirt.
Well, and they're now getting, they recruit like they're Chapel Hill. They recruit like they're in Lexington.
Well, they not only recruit, they get transfers who want to come to them, which makes life a whole lot easier.
Yeah, the portal's been good.
Yeah, this was before the portal. This is how they made their reputation. People wanted to go there. When it was just, Gonzaga, you're going to go there. They were great at getting transfers. Now, they're the first place you think of.
Look, Mark Few's a hell of a coach. They got a hell of a program. There's just no doubt about it. Eric Musselman, you could hear it in his voice. He knows he's in for an uphill climb against this team. But look, Memphis just scared the hell out of Gonzaga. And I don't know if that's good news or bad news for Arkansas, because Gonzaga is going to come in here, you'd think, frosty as hell. I mean, they think that this is their one and best chance to ever really get it done. And they got Krzyzewski waiting for them. And again, this is why ticket prices are bonkers. On the Comcast Business text line, someone from the 408 says, Damon, you and your colleagues are lucky to have coaches as friends. Have you seen the prices for tickets to Chase Center this weekend? Well, here's the thing. No one's asking for any favors to get in there. If anything, we would apply for a press credential. And you actually still get a decent seat with an NCAA press credential. No one's asking for favors of coaches. I'm going to be asking for, flight to Paris for the Olympics eventually, but that's not the NCAA tournament. Any single time Duke takes the floor, Mike Krzyzewski could be coaching his last game. You saw what the hell the ticket prices were at Cameron Indoor. So that's going to kind of follow the Duke program, and they got the cash to spend. So that's why you got the number one overall in Gonzaga, and you got Duke coming to Chase Center. That is taking these prices and sending them through the roof right now for good seats. The 13th row, section 115. So you're about halfway up the lower bowl center court. $7,800 for the pair. Woo! $7,800. That's a good seat. It's not a great seat. It's a good seat.
You get seat service?
Oh, yeah. We get that at just about any. Yeah. Lower bowl gets a right this year, but it's not like a caviar service.
Well, and then in that case, $7,800 is a pittance.
You want to get into the 20th row of the upper deck right now? I saw StubHub today. It was going for about $500 for a pair of tickets. And I'm always giving ticket prices and pair prices because I don't know anyone who buys a solo ticket. Anyway, it was really cool to have Eric Musselman, again, who's being pulled in a million directions. Brian, victory lap. I'll tell you what. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to arrange a free pizza courtesy of the Bay Area Panthers to say thank you for booking that interview. By the way, how about this?
You mean just like the one that's sitting out in the lobby right now?
Just that one, thanks to the...
What a sport.
I'll show my water bottle. I got a free water bottle. Look at it this way. The Bay Area Panthers, whose quest for a Super Bowl, or whatever the hell they play for in that league, begins tonight at 6 o'clock.
If they go to the Super Bowl, you got a story.
They're with the San Diego Strike Force, which sounds like an MMA team. I'm not going to lie to you. But they're playing the San Diego Strike Force, and tonight on the call, it's Evan Gidding and our man Mark Grandy with the plan. Not running the board, doing color. Do you know why he's doing color? Because those are the guys getting paid. He doesn't want the Al Michaels Amazon Prime paycheck. Grandy's holding out for the Tony Romo, Troy Aikman paycheck. And look at it this way. We're 3 pizzas into that maybe becoming a reality. 3 pizzas they sent us. Do you know how many pizzas the Golden State Warriors have sent us through 5 NBA Finals? 0 pizzas. On the debut of the Bay Area Panthers, 3 pizzas, and actually showing up in the afternoon drive so afternoon drive can eat a little bit of it. Normally all this generosity happens in morning drive. You got Willard and Dibley talking about their donut bets. By the time Ray and I got in here, nothing.
Yeah, what's better than an 8-hour-old donut? Anything up to and concluding a kick in the ass.
Here's the thing. If it's a glazed, it kind of gets even crunchier. And I'll take a little bit of a stale glazed.
Ugh. Well, be that as it may.
By the way, Stale Glazed is the name of my first pot comedy album. It's like Cheech and Chong.
Of course it is. No surprise there.
This tournament, the NCAA tournament, has just always been my favorite sporting event. My entire life. It's a one-off Super Bowl can be a bad game. World Series can give you some dull games in between maybe an exciting conclusion or a great start. Same with the NBA Finals. To me, the NCAA tournament just has a little something for everyone. How about Arizona surviving and winning in overtime? That was a hell of a game.
It was an infinitely better game than the one that I probably should have been watching.
Which was?
Warriors Spurs.
Oh.
Well, I will say this. The Spurs now it's a great uniform.
It's a really good uniform.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's stuffed with Spurs.
I'd like to see, like, again, the Warriors wearing their white uniforms, and then the Spurs can wear the old throwback dark version of those. Don't they have that exact same jersey but in black? Like, to me, that's the San Antonio Spurs.
Probably. I haven't seen it, but
St. Peter's, I mean, if the slipper fits Cinderella, put it on and kick Kentucky in the ass with it. That was awesome. Then they come back, they win their next game. We got a 15 seed in the Sweet 16, everybody.
For only the second time in 2 years.
Still amazing, though.
It is
It's only the second time in my lifetime.
It's the third time in your lifetime.
When else did it happen?
Happened with the Florida Gulf Coast.
Oh, that's right.
That's how Andy Kennedy not Andy Kennedy. What's the coach of
USC? Yeah.
Whose last name is drawing a blank.
Where's Lucas when you need him? Oh, that's right.
Oh, no. We
Still
never
hungover.
need Lucas. Let's establish that.
Look, like I was saying, Coach K's game, anytime he's out there could be his last game, and Izzo looked like he was going to get him. No wonder. By the way, no wonder why Draymond got thrown out of that game. No wonder why Draymond's really pissed. Michigan State went home.
Yeah, see? Maybe we should have been kinder to him.
Andy Enfield.
Andy, yes. Shame on me.
Nice job, Sterling.
By the way, Gonzaga, 8.5-point favorite.
I'll roll with Coach Muss in the 8th spot.
I think that's probably the wise move, because I think the one thing they can do, while they won't slow the game down, they'll make it hard to get shots.
Maybe they can dress Moses Moody.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, they just slip him in there.
Yeah. Yeah, no one will know.
They still got his jerseys.
Yeah.
It would be easy.
The only two things I don't think they can do are figure out Holmgren and keep Timmy from hitting about 6 hooks.
Chet Holmgren is like watching the alien come down from the spaceship at the end of Close Encounters. Like that, does that guy have a "it's going to happen" Kevin Durant frame, or does he have a Sean Bradley frame? I can't figure this out yet.
I think it's closer to Durant.
Well, he's got that game, but the frame.
No.
I'm
talking about. He'll get bigger, but he's got a toughness that I don't think Bradley really had. I mean, he will flip you an elbow.
It's a sharp elbow too.
Oh yeah. He can elbow you on the left side of your face and have it come out of the right.
Do you realize that Iowa State is in the Sweet 16? They won 2 games last year. 2 games for the Sweet 16. Is this now the new turnaround that we expect?
Yeah, if you win 2 games and you don't get to this round of 16, your coach should be fired.
Look, a top seed, a pair of deuces, 2 seeds, all eliminated. There are a grand total of 0 perfect brackets left in America. So there you go.
Yeah, they rejiggered the game, though. They formed a new ESPN.
Oh, of course. Game, yeah. They got to get the rebuy is where the casino makes its money.
By the way,
right?
that Iowa State-Wisconsin game was a nightmare to look at.
It
was just bad. It was hockey where both teams were holding their sticks by the blades.
Wisconsin could not put up more than a point a minute, and Johnny Davis, who is a killer, Ray, just had a terrible night. And if Johnny Davis ain't going, the Badgers ain't going anywhere.
And while we're at it, that Arkansas game was awful too.
It was.
It was just.
It was a rock fight.
Well, they shot 29% and won.
New Mexico sucks.
No, they're a game. They're a good team, but they're a legitimate 12. They were playing a team that had better players, and they defended the hell out of them. But at some point, if you shoot 29%, you shouldn't be allowed to get by.
Well, maybe this is where Gonzaga comes in and corrects the universe.
Maybe, but Gonzaga hasn't looked great either. I think they're everybody says it's the best team they've ever had. I'm not sure that's true. And they haven't shown anything in the tournament to suggest that all of a sudden this is magic.
Has anyone looked better than Indiana's cheerleaders getting that basketball off the top of the backboard? I tell you the answer is no. I mean, I know what I'm going fading to black in on the one shining moment montage at the end of the year. And joking aside, we kicked him while he was down, and rightfully so. Juwan Howard's 5-game suspension was right and just, and he's lucky he didn't get more.
Yeah.
Juwan Howard hugging that kid from Tennessee who was in tears lets you know that there's a human being in there that cares.
He knows that he screwed up.
Well, he knows that he screwed up, and there's also a guy who understands what it's like to be a high seed in an NCAA tournament and not get it done. I mean, Michigan, they never cut down the nets.
By the way, you forgot when you were raving about the Indiana cheerleader. St. Peter's. That's the team of the tournament.
No, I said the slipper fits. The slipper fits, especially when you're kicking Kentucky in the ass. I already said it.
Well, no, but I thought you would
really go nuts?
Bigger, yeah. Because this is your sex dream right here. This is it.
This is the St. Peter sex dream?
Yeah, no, this is your sex dream.
This is my sex dream.
Yeah, not because St. Peter's won, but because they beat Kentucky.
Oh, that's.
With all due respect to Jillian, this is your sex dream.
Yes, she'll tell it to you. She walked up to me the day of and said, kissed me on my forehead like a child and said, "At least Kentucky lost." I said, "You know me. You get it. You get me." And she was right. At least they did lose. Did you hear Kalena crying about it on the Warriors broadcast too? That made me feel good.
No, I did not.
And then you had Bob Fitzgerald getting a little mouthy about Notre Dame, and they get sent home.
Notre Dame people get mouthy about Notre Dame almost exclusively.
Warriors uniform last night made them look like peeps. I actually don't. I prefer them wearing yellow at home to the blue. To me, they look like the Golden State Knickerbockers when they come out wearing them blue jerseys with San Francisco on them. I like the Bay yellow jerseys. I like when the Warriors wear yellow at home. I don't know why they just don't go to that straight up full time. If I were them, I'd be like, oh, so, our new logo is really nice. It does pay homage to the New Bay Bridge. What we did have was the single greatest logo in the history of sports uniforms. Let's just go back to that. Go back to the city logo. You don't have to call yourselves the San Francisco. Just keep Golden State Warriors, but just go back to the city logo with the cable car on the back and stay there. It's literally the greatest uniform in the history of the sport. Stay there.
Yeah, it was the first genuinely creative uniform. I mean, where they just went, something other than name on the front, number underneath, big number on the back, satin shorts.
Ready to say hi to Ange in Oakland. It's been a while since we've heard from him. Ange, what's shaking?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing, man? Long time. It's been a long time, man.
We're golden. Hopefully you're doing well, too.
I had to take a break. I had to take a break because when something's good to you, you shouldn't overdo it. You always need to back up off of it and then come back to it.
Hey, look, first rule of show business is leave them wanting more. And we went right to you. We were so excited to hear from you, and so it works.
Man, that's how I do my wife. I leave her wanting more. But anyway, hey man, Draymond in the text. I got a little thing about that. In my opinion, I get the whole player empowerment thing, and it's a good thing because owners were just running roughshod over for so long. But it's a certain amount of respect that you want that you got to give out. I got 2 ruptured Achilles. I played basketball all my life until I couldn't. There's certain things you can say on the basketball court on the blacktop, and there's certain things you can't. Now, you ain't going to be calling me a BAMF on the basketball court and we up at Mosswood because you think I might punch you in your face. The same thing go with the refs. They can't punch them in the face, but they can tee them up twice and get them up out the game. What these players need to understand is everybody ain't out to get them. They do foul. They do get fouls called on them. And everybody can't be disrespected just because you feel like you the best thing walking. You ain't going to keep calling me out as a man. You're not just going to keep calling me out of my name without some kind of ramifications. You feel me?
Yeah. Look, I mean, he just why he's out there looking to find the line that he can or cannot cross with everyone, especially among an NBA officiating crew, who he should know where their lines are this late into his career, which I think is maybe the best point Ray's made all day. Like, he needs to know who he's dealing with by now. He's been dealing with them for a long enough time, or he needs to know that this is not the way you deal with young, looking to establish their own selves officials. They're the ones with the quick trigger. And, you're an experienced man. You've been down that block. You've walked around it a few times, and you took notes. And you know the mistakes you made the first time around the block. And you make fewer mistakes the second time around the block. We love you as a caller. We want to hear from you more often. But, of course, like showbiz styles, leave them wanting more, baby. But you make notes. And you don't make the same mistakes your second or third time around the block. This is Draymond's 9th time around this block. He got ejected from a game where Steph Curry's hurt and can't play. Dude, what are you doing? Do you realize what we've got here tonight? That how important you are is even more amplified in this situation than it would be normally? Come on, dude. Pull on the rope with us. Stop pulling on your own rope.
Ew.
That's your sexual dream.
No. God, no. That actually made my spinal cord just telescope into a fingernail.
Turtling?
Yeah, I'm now going to have to be helped to my car.
Send it in, Jerome!
Damon and Ratto. Here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold.
You have to curb your behavior when you get that first tech and you're down a megastar. You have to.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Look, I'm not going to tell you that the Bay Area Panthers are Ray Ratto's favorite team, because we all know that's the Saskatchewan Roughriders. However, they are getting Ray out of work a minute early tonight and have already fed us. Thank you very much to the Bay Area Panthers, who are making their debut at 6 o'clock tonight here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and our very own Mark Grandy are on the call together. We will not pay them, but we will give them broadcasting opportunities. So we do indeed hope they make the most of them. And it's only a while before the two of them are doing Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime, and we'll be asking them for loans. So go get it done, boys. And thanks for the pizza, Panthers. I hope you beat the... Who are they playing?
Strike Force.
The
San Diego Strike Force.
The Puerto Vallarta Strike Force.
Yeah, that. These guys just fed us. You're going to make fun of their league.
They're playing the Loma Prieta Strike Force.
Yeah, that's the one. Good. It's the last pizza we ever see.
They're playing the Coronado Bridge Strike Force. I'm getting closer.
Keep trying.
Getting closer.
Yeah, you are getting closer. But right now, my favorite team is Belmont.
Belmont
women beating Tennessee at home.
2 minutes left.
It's going to be gut-wrenching. There'll be 25 minutes. It'll be on the radio by the time I get to the car.
I was about to say, will you sit here and watch these 2 minutes?
No.
No, he's gone.
No, 5:53 is the law.
Then we don't want to, get you in trouble. Somebody says on the text line, talking about how Gonzaga has now joined just Duke and Carolina as the only teams to ever reach 7 consecutive Sweet 16s. A good question. This would definitely qualify for a There Are No Stupid Questions segment. It says, so I guess UCLA's 7 straight championships don't qualify for making the Sweet 16 7 times in a row? Correct. They don't. Because in many, if not all of those years, Ray, the NCAA tournament started with a 32-team field, not 64, so the Sweet 16 wasn't quite the round that it became.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what they were, how many teams were in it in 65, which was the first year they won. And I'm drawing a blank. It might have been just 8, but I don't think that's right. And I'm not even sure when they started calling it the Sweet 16, truthfully. But I'll bet the out here is that in 85, when they expanded to 64 teams, that's when they're going back to.
We got
because UCLA very, very definitely did that.
Of course, they reached a round that got them to the Final Four, but it wasn't quite the third round of the tournament because it didn't start at 64. So there you go. We won't do any more math for you, we promise. Rich in Roseville. I got 20 seconds for you, Rich. We're at the end of the show. What do you got?
I love you guys. Thank you, Damon, for taking my call. I just want to, I'm upset with what everyone's saying about Garoppolo. He's been to the NFC Championship twice, more times than every quarterback that's been even taken for, the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, he's proven himself to be at least worth the number 1 pick.
Well, I mean, Rich, we have all the NFL giving you data points that would say he's not worth that because they don't have a first or a second to offer now. His success is as predicated on the team around him as it is his own abilities, and you would say that, by the way, the market is judging him even more so. So we'll get back to that, not tomorrow and not on Wednesday, because we got hour-long shows. We just got Warriors Live for the next 2 days with them going to the East Coast. So we will come back talking about all of this on Thursday, Ray. We'll get back to the Giants. We'll get into what the Warriors are doing. We will get back into the NCAA tournament. We will probably have 3 new quarterbacks in 3 new cities because that's just the way business is going these days. And there it is. Break a leg. Evan and Grandy down in San Jose. We want to thank Brian and Sterling for holding down the fort here. Great job, guys. Thanks to the Bay Area Panthers for the pizza. For Ray Ratto, I'm Damon Bruce. Thank you so much for listening. Great stuff from Alex Pavlovich and Coach Eric Musselman. In the meantime, please do remember that sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest